Chapter 19. Whereabouts of the sage at the unforeseen fight against heavy odds. Spread out were the winds of the aftermath of the battle at the 6th floor of the Pleiades watchtower, an enshrouding cloud of dust. The man and woman grappling with each other were covered in sweat and mud, and, looking at those two with cold eyes, from every other direction, Subaru. What's with that look in your eyes? You're saying that I've done something wrong? I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong, Julius. Subaru, don't try to fool us so much. Ram, there are some good sides to him is what Ram thought, but in the end Barusu is Barusu. Those were the comments made by the newly arrived Julius and Ram in regards to Subaru, who had been grabbed by Shola. Regardless, Julius, we were fortunate to be able to reunite safe and sound. It's also good news that you woke up, but the situation is difficult to comprehend unless you explain it with words. Subaru, I would if it was something I could explain. Shit. Let go. Hala. No. Pe. Seeing Shola clinging to Subaru's arms, Julius, whose hand was at the grip of his sword, shrugged his shoulders. He must have perceived that she didn't have any intentions of attacking them. Even Subaru understood that point. But it was true that he was having a hard time trying to get her away. Subaru, don't just watch. Help me get her off. She has goddamn superhuman strength. Ram, your lips are curving into a smile, Pravusu. Subaru, they're not. Don't team up with her. Don't take it at face value. Emilia-tan, that hurts. I don't think it'll be too much of a help if you pull my hair. Emilia. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to help you. At all. Subaru, you're apologizing for that? The stubborn Shola did not let go of Subaru's arm, and Emilia, with a somewhat blank expression, continued pulling Subaru's hair. Aside from that, Beatrice, who got trapped between the jostling Subaru and Shola, was turning her eyes in all directions, in a state of being crushed, saying, Kiyu, Anastasia. What's this? Even after all that trouble, seems it's all been changing into a pretty good mood. Miley. What's Unli-san doing just after waking UAP? I don't do well with noisiness. But I'm glad Unli-san woke up. Having slowly come down the stairs, Anastasia and Miley had also joined up with them. With this, all except Rem and Patrash, who were supposed to be undergoing their treatment, had gathered here. It was all well and good that they'd been able to reunite, but at this rate they wouldn't be able to calm down and have a proper conversation. Subaru. Anyway, everyone, calm down. Let's talk. Overworking his throat after just waking up, Subaru managed to get everyone to follow his lead as he tried to take control of the situation. With that being said, within the group sitting in a circle, Shola kept latching onto Subaru's right arm, and on his left was Emilia, sitting Caesar style, at a distance enough to make him shiver, and Beatrice was settled on his lap. It would be an extremely extravagant battle formation in the eyes of an outsider. Ram. Repulsive. Subaru. Did you even see the disaster a minute ago? Does it look to you that I wanted this to happen to my right side? My bones hurt real bad. At this rate, my arm's gonna necrotize. Saying that to Ram, who'd spat those words out, Subaru looked at his constricted right arm. Being hugged by a half-naked girl would be a dream-like experience for many, but in reality, rather than experiencing the softness of her skin, the flesh of his arm that had been squeezed, and the pain of his joints that went to the limits had a scary effect on his bones and nerves. Frankly speaking, they could have been torn off. Subaru. Well then, before my arm gets torn off from its roots, I would like to proceed with the conversation, but before that, first of all, everyone. Thank goodness you're all right, though it's scary that Patrash and Rem are unconfirmed. Beatrice. You're still being doubtful, I suppose. It's all right, in fact. Everyone is all right, I suppose. Julius, it is just as Beatrice-sama says. Though your uneasiness and concern are justified, you can properly visit them afterwards. As you'd expect, this time we were all scared to death. Beatrice and Julius nodded at Subaru, who was delighted at their reunion. Julius, once again, put on a grim expression on his face, as if reflecting back upon the moment straight after they had been separated back at the Sand Sea. Julius, immediately after the space fissured, all of us, except for you, Anastasia-sama and Miss Ram fell on to the other side into the flower garden of the witch beasts, you see. There, after many twists and turns, we arrived at the watchtower and were able to get shelter. But Andi-san and the others weren't there, and since we knew they couldn't fight, we were worried. Julius traced Beatrice's earlier explanation, and Miley agreed as well, pouting. Their uneasiness was only a matter of course as well. When they had fallen into the underground area of the Sand Sea, Subaru and the rest had been outside and disappeared, which had made them worry, though that went for both sides. Meili. Wani-san really lost her composure. We had a tough time when she snapped at Tate that sage-san, such that, when thinking back to it now, it sends shivers down my spine. Amelia. Hey, Miley, you don't have to say all that. At Miley's flirtatious glance unsuitable for her age, Amelia objected, her face going red. Her comments were no exaggeration. That could be easily understood by looking at Amelia, who was blushing all the way up to her ears. Though imprudent, he was genuinely happy to see her worry for him. Subaru. I see. So Amelia-tan was worried. It looks like Biko was worried to the point of crying her eyes out as well. Such a lucky guy. Amelia. Geez, Subaru, joking about again like that. Also, Beatrice wouldn't have cried her eyes out, just around half of that. Yeah, that's right. Beatrice. If you want to look out for others, then do it properly till the very end. In fact, you natural airhead. Amelia, with the truth that she'd been driven to tears exposed, Beatrice pouted while Amelia remained clueless. Loosening his cheeks at that pleasant exchange, Subaru looked up at Julius. Subaru. If that's so, then you must have had gotten pretty worried too, isn't it? It's unfortunate I couldn't see that expression of yours. Julius. Of course, I was greatly agitated, regardless of you because of Anastasia-sama and Miss Ram. It was regretful to lose the two frail ladies somewhere beyond reach, without showing you all my form of having a pale face and walking about in worry. Currently I am only experiencing relief in my fragile spirit. Subaru, why'd you make a conversation about you getting scared so graceful? Subaru twisted his lips at Julius, who was touching his bangs as if out of habit, with a bittersweet smile on his face. Without him putting up a strong front, and without even showing a weak side of his, it was an absolutely boring result. With that, Miley started laughing lightly at the exchange of the two. When they questioned her by merely gesturing through their eyes, she placed her braided hair against her mouth, and Miley, "Oh, it's nothing." And she deceived them with a smile which seemingly held deep meaning. Subaru. Well, from this I get that everyone who got separated was worried for us. Nobody is missing in the end. So it's something which we can look back on and smile now. Ram. Only Barusu can be so boldly shameless. Even now, Ram's petite figure and soft heart is about to break apart with uneasiness and fear just by thinking about it. Subaru. Is the Nisama who among all the people I know, the one which seems to have the toughest heart, saying something? The truth is, amongst all of Subaru's acquaintances, Ram was the one who wielded the utmost mental strength. Her remark seemed to be a silly joke as if a matter of course. But he ended up intently looking at Ram's face, who was sitting right in front of him. White skin with light crimson eyes, and of course, well-ordered facial features, along with refreshing beauty. Beautiful facial features like a suspicious berry found in the Valley of Sweetness and Elegance. No matter how you look at her, she was the same Ram as always. Ram, put an end to that unpleasant gaze. Looking so intently, what do you want? Subaru. Well, I was just thinking that you're really Ram. Ram, this is totally hopeless now, isn't it? Subaru. Stop making judgments without any proper subjects. Not that. I mean... Subaru replied in a flummoxed manner back at Ram, who'd cut off and cast aside Subaru's words. The incident that had occurred just before he had lost his consciousness in the underground area came up in his mind. Ram had protected Subaru with her injured body by standing in front of the centaur. Her delicate figure, seen from the back, which had been peppered with wounds, had faced that formidable enemy without any prospects of victory. Back then, he'd felt the terror of losing her, seeing her figure that showed no fear of being wounded. And now, both of them had made it back alive safely. He'd realized that fact by talking with the usually fearless her. Subaru. Sure enough, there's still this sense of distance between us. It did get strangely loathsome and worse. But when I think back on it, that too was... No, that still shouldn't be a good memory to reflect back on. Ram, I don't understand what you're trying to grumble out. Did it all out. Like a man. Subaru. I'm glad we're both safe, is what I mean. Plus, I'm also glad you protected and saved me at the end there. Ram, that was a waste of time. Subaru, how can you say that? Even though he'd honestly expressed his gratitude, it meant absolutely zilch to her. Following that, Amelia let out a stifled giggle seeing Subaru get miffed like that. Amelia. It's okay, Subaru. It's just because Ram's a little embarrassed. Subaru, Nisama's embarrassed? Wouldn't the heavens and earth switching places be more believable? Amelia. Not really. Perhaps it's because you kept hugging Ram till she woke up. So she's like to be embarrassed. Even when separated, 'twas rough. Ram. Amelia-sama. Amelia had secretly whispered that into his ear. But Ram had reacted angrily to her words. She raised her eyes up unusually in anger, as if she'd read Amelia's lips or something. Ram. I think it would be better that you didn't judge things using your own criteria, because I don't think I want to work for a dunderhead who doesn't understand people's feelings. Amelia, when you say underhead you aren't referring to me, right, Ram? I'm not. Amelia-sama, you do properly think about people's feelings. If there's anyone who's got nothing to do with being a dunderhead, it would be you. It'd be so ridiculous of me to say otherwise. Amelia, I see. Wait up. Let me think for a bit. Amelia began to brood in earnest thought at what Ram had said, whose words had been plastered with great sarcasm. Meanwhile, Ram glared at Subaru with a glint in her eye as sharp as a blade, and then stirred her lips into speech, saying, "Forget this." Subaru reflexively nodded at her threatening attitude. When he'd woken up, he remembered that there'd been the traces of someone who'd been lying on the bed together with him. He'd thought for sure it'd been Beatrice, but it seemed like according to what she'd said now, Subaru. Oh, I've forgotten it. I said I've forgotten it. Ram. Good. You're not a dunderhead, Amelia-sama. Let's leave it here. Amelia. Has it come to Ram gradually becoming more outspoken about me? Amelia looked at her with reproach, but Ram turned her aside with a look of feigned ignorance. In any case, Subaru turned his eyes away from Ram, who seemed like she didn't want to touch on this subject anymore, and looked towards the last of his companions, at Anastasia. She sat beside Julius, fiddling with her pon-pons that adorned her hat as usual, but when she noticed Subaru's gaze, she gave him a graceful smile. Anastasia. So you're done talking. Natsuki-kun, I thought you'd forgotten about me. Subaru. I hope you can forgive me for my ego in prioritizing my own. I'm glad that you're safe too. Speaking of the last battle in the underground area, I haven't got a clue about what happened after Anastasia. Are you going to make me remember those scary thoughts where I too was thrown down into that pitch-black darkness? And Natsuki-kun and Ram-san and Patrash-chan were fighting their damnedest, so the witch beast was ignoring me. I wasn't of any use there, but I was going to be of use for the negotiations. Subaru. Negotiations? Anastasia, with the sage-san who helped us. You know, Anastasia pointed at Shola, who was still nestling her face against Subaru's right arm. When he heard negotiations with this, Subaru frowned, but Anastasia gave him a wry smile. Anastasia. No, we're also quite confused. 'Cause she wouldn't answer anything till only a few minutes ago regardless of me pulling her. But with you, Natsuki-kun, she's madly in love. Subaru, she wouldn't speak with you? This thing. Hola. It's not this thing. It's Shola, Master Subaru. Shut up, Subaru responded dejectedly at Shola getting miffed, and Anastasia shrugging her shoulders. Certainly when he only looked at the situation, she had barely said a single word to Anastasia and the rest. However, She'd been nattering away at Subaru, so in reality just about everything of this situation was unexpected. Subaru. When someone suddenly nestles over to you with 100 favorability, even if they happen to be a beautiful woman, this one's favorability is 0. So it isn't something worth me getting perplexed over. Shola. Just now, did you say that I'm a beautiful woman? Subaru. You sure have sharp ears when it suits you, hey? Once again, Subaru tried to push Shola's head off with his empty left hand. However, the more he struggled to do that, the more Shola's strength increased, eventually leading Subaru to give in. In the end, the out-of-breath Subaru shook his head, saying, "It can't be helped with Shola still clinging to his right arm. Subaru, for now, let's put off all these trivial matters and talk about what should be talked about. I don't want us to keep going around and around in circles with a lack of explanation. I want you to tell us about various things. Shola. Thing. If it's something Master has to say, then let's hop to it. Julius. Indeed, your collaboration is a great help. So I wish to ask about this. You are the sage who retired to this Pleiades watchtower. Is my understanding correct, Shola? Turning away SFX Subaru. Answer him. Didn't you just say you'd talk? Quite in contrast to her friendly smile. Shola turned her face away sharply from Julius's question. Straight after Subaru got pissed off at her poor attitude, Shola turned her pouting face towards him. Shola. Mimi. What happened, Master? Master, didn't you hammer it into me not to tell, speak, or say anything unnecessary to anyone no matter what they ask? I'm just loyally abiding by what you told me. I can't believe you're angry. I'm gonna file a case against you, Subaru. Your master is absolutely awful. Hala. Yeah, Master Such an awful person. I should demand an apology from him, and for him to deeply reflect on himself. Subaru. So, calling people master as you please is just... Emilia-tan. What's with those eyes? Emilia had narrowed her round eyes at Subaru and Shola's strange spiel. Subaru braced himself in case it was another inexplicable outburst, but Emilia continued by saying, "Well, Emilia, it may not really be a big deal, but how can I explain it? Isn't the way you both talk quite similar? Subaru. Does it look like I'm talking with such a shavish tone, Emilia? That's not what I mean. The expressions you both use is what I meant. You see, you always joke about even during serious conversations, right? That's the feeling I'm getting. Subaru, you think of me like that?" Subaru was horrified by that completely unexpected evaluation of hers, but Emilia paid no heed to him. On the contrary, Julius. Surely now that you mention it, Ram, Barusu's typical conversational ability, there's trouble lying in wait ahead then. Miley. But I really like Ianoi-san's way of talking. Anastasia, though, everyone's got some manner that sits heavy on your stomach, don't you think? Subaru's mouth gaped wide open as everyone appended their own evaluations on top of each other. However, a little girl had furiously lost her temper in Subaru's stead, and that girl had been Beatrice. Beatrice, really, don't go saying just whatever you feel like, I suppose. Not only are all of you acting way too familiar with Subaru, you're also acting far too clingy ever since a while ago, in fact. How hard do you think this is for Betty? Despite taking Subaru's hand, I suppose. It's unfair, in fact. The topic had changed quite a bit midway, but Beatrice's had a gleeful disposition to her. However, Shola turned Beatrice's protests aside, with a look on her face that a beautiful girl shouldn't be making. Beatrice's already lacking amount of patience reached its limit when she saw Shola's complete lack of concern completely expressed on merely her face. However, before that, Subaru's karate chop hit Shola square on her forehead. Subaru. That's enough. Shola. Oh. Though it doesn't actually hurt. Isn't that abuse? It is abuse. Master used violence against me. I'll be seeing you in court. Subaru. Pipe down. You can speak with other people properly from now on, or this talk will go nowhere. Hala. Would that be okay, Subaru? Yes, it would. Rather, I recommend it. It's about time for you to start speaking seriously. Shola's face turned to one of complete surprise towards the frowning Subaru's complaints, and then, little by little, her facial expression changed, First surprise, then comprehension, then assent, and finally, deep gratitude. Then she said, "Shola. Yippee-pee. Yay! I got permission to talk. Now, I don't have to play the act of the deeply mysterious femme fatale anymore. Hip hip hooray. Subaru." Now not even a fragment of it is left behind when it comes to that factor. Her face was lit up in a deep smile. If she had a tail, she'd probably be wagging it around in full swing. Though as a matter of fact, Shola's ponytail was swinging about in delight as she still held on tightly onto his arm. With her ponytail smacking against his forehead, his cheeks, and God knows what else repeatedly. "Subaru. So, it's okay to say that you're the sage from the rumors, right?" The racket had died down for a bit, and finally, they'd truly reached the discourse that they should have undertaken before said racket. Shola, who'd let go of Subaru's right arm, was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the group, now sat in a circle, surrounding her. Incidentally, his right arm had become numb, and he couldn't raise it, nor would it move. "Shola, Subiru, answer me. You're the sage, right?" Hala. The answer to that question is difficult. Having been greeted with silence to his question, Subaru had once again repeated the same query. Following that, Shola replied vaguely, putting on a sour expression as if she'd ate a pickled plum. Subaru frowned on receiving that answer, revealing his bewilderment. However, it was Amelia who raised her hand up, in place of him. She spoke out, prefacing her words with, "In which case, Amelia, setting aside whether you're the sage, the one they say guarded the sand dunes all this time inside of this tower would be you, right?" Shola. "Ah, that's me for sure. For 400 years. Every single day, forever and ever, guarding the midst of this sand. And each barren day I've spent would be something that would make both the one reciting it and the one hearing it cry. Amelia, poor thing, Chisubaru. Amelia-tan, don't get affected by it. And you as well, don't go exchanging unnecessary feelings." The empathetic Amelia's eyes teared over at Shola, who gave her response as she shook her fist. As he calmed Amelia down, Subaru, based off Shola's current answer, exchanged looks with Julius. Julius gave a nod at that exchange of looks, and took charge of the conversation, speaking out "So, Julius, would I be right in recognizing you as having bore the burden of working as A's age for 400 years? As is typically well known?" "Oh, Sama Shola. You're making me blush attaching stuff like Sama. I'm not used to it, so you can address me without using any honorifics like normal. Using Shola Sama, Dehe Julius. Then, I shall correct myself. Surely the one that is typically known as the sage is you." "Shola? Shola. Well, I'm not so sure about that, even if that's what's typically said. I don't ever leave the tower, so I don't know anything about rumors from the outside. It feels unexpectedly strange, doesn't it? Like, being called a sage." Shola's facial expression, which had been completely at ease, completely changed to one tinged in thoughtfulness, and the atmosphere did too. Julius also narrowed his eyes, facing the depth of her gaze which seemed like it was searching for that. Her current remark wasn't the kind which you could ignore, even if you weren't Julius. Because, what if Shola's words were the truth? "Julius, if you aren't the sage, then it'd turn out that the legend of the sage Shola is a completely incorrect rumor. Or is it saying that there's a Shola who's considered to be a sage besides you?" "Hola. The sage Shola from those rumors is someone I'm not aware of. Boot, as far as I know, there's no acquaintance of mine named Shola other than me. I was given this name from Master as well, so Master must have given it just to me. Boot." Shola's gaze had fleetingly turned towards Subaru, but Subaru hadn't ever named anyone Shola in the first place. Nothing nor nobody. However, it was a fact that there was a certain ring to the name. Shola. Shola, too, was the name of a star. It was the star name that formed Scorpius, and its meaning was the stinger. Naturally, his thoughts extended to the true colors behind the white rays of light which had been fired from the watchtower. However, when it came to getting that information outer, he wouldn't mind postponing it until later. Right now, what had to take priority was a different issue. Shola. Since Master seems like he has no clue, Shala is just my e-name, of course. Master gave that name just to me. There's no need for any other Shalas, Julius. I see. You seem to be really fond of that master. Must have been a sinful guy, huh? Subaru, quit looking at me when saying that. Those are false accusations. Innocence presumed. Ram. Guilty as proven. That's what I think. Subaru, don't you take pride in being a lawful nation? Setting aside the interruption, he couldn't catch any glimpses of there being a lie in what Shala was saying. If that was the case, then was she different to the one from the legends? Suddenly, Anastasia started to rummage through her chest pocket, without any consideration for the individuals conversing with each other. Then, lo and behold, she pulled some coins out from her purse for some reason or other. Subaru. Don't tell me, you're suddenly counting your money. Anastasia, even though it's my hobby. And feeling my change makes me work better when I'm deep in thought. That ain't my intention. Here you go. You'll get what I mean when you properly see the coins of the kingdom. Saying that, Anastasia tossed the coins on her palm over at the befuddled Subaru. He hurriedly caught them. What she'd thrown over to him were 4 coins. A copper coin, a silver coin, a gold coin, and a holy gold coin. There was probably no way that it could be something like a bribe for Shala, or an alternative of a tip. Making sure to check the coins as she had told him to, Subaru noticed the designs engraved into them. He hadn't really taken a good look at their money up until now, but... Subaru. So it's common just about everywhere to engrave pictures and designs and stuff on money. How strange, Anastasia. I don't see what's strange about it. We've got to know from where the money comes from. Besides, it's 'cause money always comes with the history of its country. That's why stuff that's intrinsic to the country's history is engraved on it. Subaru. Subaru turned his attention to the engravings on the coins whilst he listened to Anastasia's explanation. And when he looked closely, I see the coins each have different designs engraved on them. Emilia. The holy gold coins have the divine dragon. The gold coins have the first-generation sword saint. The silver coins have the Sage, and the copper coins have Lugnika's royal castle on them. Didn't you know? Subaru. Emilia Tan is speaking like a super-learned character with what she's saying. Emilia, or more so, it's obvious stuff, I'd say. Were you so unaware when you were shopping that you never looked at the money properly? Subaru whistled innocently, covering his tracks at Emilia's painful inquiry, and just after he checked them as he did that, the engravings on the money were exactly as she'd seemed to explain them. A dragon was engraved on the holy gold coin. A man with a sharp look was engraved on the gold coin. The royal castle was engraved on the copper coin. And finally, engraved on the silver coin was a Subaru. A young, handsome dude, I guess. They don't bear the slightest resemblance to Shala. Beatrice. But the guy on this drawing is what appears as Shala to the world, in fact. A handsome man with long hair and intrepid features was carved there on the coin. Naturally, even if you were to try and change the angle of it, it seemed unlikely that they'd be mistaken as a half-naked hottie of a woman. Shala herself was pestering him with a, "Let me see," so he handed the coin over to her. When he did so, she gazed at the silver coin close up and said, "Shala. Hey, rather well made, huh? It looks exactly like Master. Subaru. Where are you seeing that?" No. If the sage that's engraved there is your master, then what do you mean by me resembling the master inside your memories? Salagias, what are you talking about? Me, master, is the only master. Subaru. So, let me restate myself once again. Where are you seeing that? He cleared his throat and shouted at the top of his lungs at Shala, who was comparing him with the design that was engraved on the silver coin. Even if they differed in hairdo, their expression, and in the first place, even their race seemed to be different. The thing they matched in was their gender, it seemed. Were he to judge it only by the category of having a good-looking face, then Julius would be much closer than Subaru was to it. However, Shala looked at him with dissatisfaction, saying, he to Subaru's opinion, "Shala, looks fairly accurate from what I can see. You have hair, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a nose and mouth. Subaru. That sort of level. Aren't you complimenting it like a preschooler's portrait? Emilia. I guess that I too still don't think that Subaru and this sage resemble each other. Though Shola had grown sulky, Subaru's verdict, and of course, Amelia's outed it. Their verdicts were reasonable. However, Shola still didn't look convinced. Shola. It's because I'm not very good at comparing people's faces. Men and women are just about different, but after that, isn't stuff roughly the same? After that, it'd come down to size, wouldn't it? Beatrice. She looked at Betty right now and came out with that, I suppose, this woman. Subaru. It's okay since Biko being cute and small is unique. Putting that aside, you have such a sense of telling beauty, and yet you call me, out of all people, your master. You're mistaking me completely for someone else. Taking advantage of Shola's excuse, Subaru shook off some of the dishonor he'd accrued so far from the false accusations. It had been a ridiculous suggestion in the first place. Of course, he didn't even need to consider it. Subaru had nothing in common with Shola, and that was a relief. Or so he thought. But Shola shook her head at that and said, Shola. Ah, me having found master wasn't a question about appearance, so there's no issue with that. Subaru, not about appearance, you say. Then how did you find out? By aura? Shola. Your smell. Subaru. Sola. Well, no. I mean, I can't think of anyone except Master who'd let such a dark, pungent smell, to the point that my nose seems to scrunch up. Hang off from them, Subaru. Honestly, that's the first time I've had my feelings hurt like that. What? Am I that bad? When that keyword, smell, had come out, Subaru had readied himself up for just a moment. However, his readiness was shattered in one blow by Shola's choice of words straight after. Shola had a mystified look to her, set toward Subaru, whose face had turned red at her unexpected evaluation. Shola, why did you get mad? Is it because I said pungent? It's fine. Master's smell is really bad, but it's the type of smell I want to keep smelling and smelling. It's that of the unusual cooking variety, not the sort that makes you spew, so it's cool. Subaru. Girls don't say spew and cool together. You didn't need to follow it up after that. Subaru covered his face with his palm, about to break down crying on the spot, feeling rather ashamed. Subaru. I thought I'd just about gotten used to people saying that, but being humiliated like this is far too much. What did I ever do to you, Amelia? It's okay, Subaru. I perfectly understand. So, shall we bathe properly afterwards? Subaru. Perfectly understand it, my ass. The anguishedly dented Subaru had become useless. Beatrice let out a sigh as she looked at Amelia consoling him from the side. And then she grabbed a hold of Subaru's underarm and leaned her weight on his back. Beatrice. I understand the reason why you mistook Subaru as a complete stranger, I suppose. Shola. I haven't mistook him. You sure are impertinent for a lil ankle-biter, Erincha. Beatrice. Sorry, but that lil ankle-biter is your precious master's partner, in fact. Oops, you mistook him for someone else, so he isn't actually your master or anything. Pardon me. In fact, Shola. Beatrice. Silently, sparks from their gazes flew up between Beatrice and Shola. The subject of their talk had ended up completely scattered all over the place. But even if they tried to get it back on track, the people they had who'd put the conversation back on course were too few. Given the situation, the face of common sense would get the short end of that stick. Ram. Beatrice-sama, let's leave the strife until after we're done. After our important discussion, you'll be free to decide who owns Barusu. Beatrice. Subaru isn't owned by anyone, I suppose. That is the point, in fact. Ram. Yeah. Ram let herself take in Beatrice's anger whilst her eyes filled with shock. And after she replied, Ram narrowed her eyes and called out to Shola, who was still looking at Beatrice with a thorny look in her eyes. Ram. In any case, if you could speak to us, then that would be a godsend. Up until now, you couldn't go along with having a serious conversation with us, but don't you think now would be okay to do so? Sola? I have Master's permission, so that would be okay. Saying that, though, even Not so nice as to answer absolutely everything. Or rather, I should say, I don't know that much stuff. Rem, merely that answers makes it clear to me that you being called the Sage is a mistake. Proudly puffing out her ample chest, Shola unabashedly declared her ignorance all the more. Ram puffed out her small chest, as if she were reveling Shala's. She snorted her nose, showing an air of superiority more than anyone else here. Ram, you're Shola, but not the Sage. Then I wonder, do the Sword Saint and Divine Dragon ring a bell? Hala. Sword Saiyan and Divine Dragon, Ram. Their names are Reed and Volcanica. Shala? You? Shala stuck her tongue out at Ram's question with a face that looked like she'd chewed something sour. It was easy enough to understand from her response that both of those names rang a bell. When Ram silently urged that knowledge out of her, Shola rocked her body from left to right, still sat cross-legged, and said, Shola, I know them. The stick swinger Reed and the cynic Volcanica are old friends of mine. I haven't at all seen them since we parted, but they must be doing great, right? Ram, one of them, Reed, is dead. A long time ago. Sala, seriously? He's dead, even though he was a guy who was nigh unkillable? How did he die? Did he eat something strange? Ram? His lifespan. No one can go against the decree of the heavens above. Hala, his lifespan. Ah, I see. That's right. Reed was a human being, wasn't he? Having been told about the death of her acquaintance, Shola had cast her eyes down with a solemn attitude to her. She seemed somewhat sad, having dropped her shoulders, drooping down in dejection all over all the way to her ponytail. Regardless of what she'd been saying and her behavior up until now, her figure mourning her friend's death was, neutrally, a sad thing. Whilst he finally regained his footing, Subaru too felt something panging inside his chest when he looked at Shola's face from the side. Shola. So, Volcanica is doing well, Subaru. It's because they're a dragon. Shola. Ah, a dragon, huh? Oh, it would have been better if Volcanica had died rather than Ridi Subaru. Those words seemed to be way too much. Having shown only a mere touch of sadness, Shola quickly went back to herself. Her face had gone clear as she bitterly spoke about her other acquaintance. To that, Ram closed one of her eyes in thought, and said, Ram, you remember Raid and Volcanica? In that case, you should know your master's name, right? Shola. Subaru and the others all held their breaths on hearing Ram's question. Only the questioned Shola's face remained blank, replying with an obviously. Ram's question was indeed quite effective at unraveling the mystery of the Sage. The Sage-Shola system had collapsed now, so if there was someone who had accomplished the deeds required to be called a Sage other than her, naturally, they would need to meet that individual. Shola mistook Subaru as that individual for some reason, but a name probably wasn't something which could be falsified. Subaru prayed that a miracle where a sage with the name Natsuki Subaru wouldn't come out of her here, and his prayer would be fulfilled. In a strange way which he couldn't possibly imagine. Shola, that's weird that Master's name is on your mind, considering he's right there, and though all of you are Master's companions, you don't know it. Ram, I'm sorry, but your master hit his head on the toilet bowl and forgot a bunch of stuff. Subaru, is there a meaning behind having restricted it to toilets? Shola, Master, you did it again? Subaru, again, with Shola looking at him sympathetically. Subaru tasted humiliation which he shouldn't have received. However, she hopped up as if she'd understood that reply and said, Shola, then you'll hear it from me. Master's name. That's right. Even that name is that of the famed great erudite. Certainly being called something like a sage is only befitting of Master. Subaru, get to the point. Shola, you're so impatient, but that, too, is like Master. Shola gave off a gaudy gesture which contained irritation, but she stuck her tongue out with a pouty face at Subaru's demand, and then she placed her finger on her cheek and said with an awfully childish gesture, Shola. Flugel Subaru. Huh. Shola. Master's name is Flugel, the great erudite Flugel, Shola's master. Shala's whole face lit up into a smile, and she delightfully puffed out her chest the moment she spoke those words. There was no shadow of a doubt that Shola was putting deep love, gratitude, and pure respect into that, and held reverence and affection towards Flugel. However, Subaru and the others' reactions varied in respect to that name. At any rate, he knew that name. Subaru. Isn't that the name of the person who planted the tree? Saying that, Subaru craned his neck at hearing the name of that historical figure whose fates had crossed only once before. Chapter 20. Shola Sage H. Flugel. The eminent, great, erudite Flugel. As soon as Shola had mentioned his name with a proud puff of her ample chest as she gave them an open-looking smile, Subaru and the others had exchanged looks with each other, wrapped up by an uncomfortable feeling in the air. Shola. Huh? What's up with that response? Did I say something weird? Subaru. No. It's because, what the? Shola widened her eyes blankly on hearing Subaru and the others' dismal response. He felt bad for her, who was the very picture of confidence, as if to say that there was nothing mysterious to her words. However, the emotions that Subaru and the others harbored towards the name of that Flugel were rather complex. The great, erudite Flugel. Though the title she'd given him was unfortunately different, Subaru was familiar with that name. It was the name of that individual whom he'd crossed fates with just once ever since he'd been summoned into this different world. However, he didn't have any acquaintanceship with that individual. He only had a one-sided debt with him. In any case, the reason he knew his name was down to the fact that he'd had an experience where his life had been saved, thanks to that individual's deed. Subaru. Flugel's great tree. That Flugel-san, right? Everyone except Shola gave a curt nod at the keyword that slipped out from Subaru's mouth, although Miley had inclined her head in doubt as if she didn't know, saying, "What's that, Miley? I've never heard that term before. Great tree, does it just mean tree?" Subaru. Yeah, right. There's a damn huge tree that grew on the Lyphos plains in the kingdom of Lugnica, and it was called Flugel's great tree. It's so huge that it's said that it may have almost reached past the clouds. It was something that could really tickle at your male instincts. Miley? Here. I say. When you say it like that, I'd very much like you to see it. Subaru. Sorry. About that, I cut it down. Miley. Onizan so mean. He'd ended up swiftly shattering Miley's wish, and as a result, treated as something less than human. Strictly speaking, cutting down the tree hadn't been Subaru's responsibility. However, it had been Subaru who'd proposed cutting it down and using it. So when it came to talking about who was the most responsible, Subaru was the one. Flugel's great tree had ended up being his trump card a year ago during the battle to subjugate the white whale. The great tree's existence had been cardinally important in subjugating that witch beast of fog, the white whale, considering that the tree was larger in size than that colossal beast. In the end, he could say that they'd cut down the great tree, pinned the white whale underneath it so it couldn't move, and finally delivered to it its finishing blow. Subaru. I do feel bad for Flugel-san, who they say planted it, but in no shape or form did I ever think I'd hear his name in a place like this. Emilia. It's the spot where you can see the stump where the negotiations that followed the subjugation of the white whale took place, right? I've heard that they used the chopped tree for various stuff, though. Julius. At the present, only the stump is left there, known as the vestiges of Flugel's great tree. It's in a status quo, where it's protected as an important historical landmark. But after several 100s of years, it ought to go back to how it was before, one should think. Emilia and Julius replied about what had happened after following Subaru's wonderment. Straight after the subjugation of the white whale, they'd subjugated Sloth as well. And the attack of the Sin archbishops that had dragged Crush and Rem into it had overlapped with that. And to make matters worse, straight after he'd joined back up with the Emilia camp, there had been that commotion that he'd ended up right in the middle of, in the sanctuary. However, after all these unfortunate series of events, the spoils of war negotiations had taken place. There, a discussion regarding the great deeds against the white whale and Sloth had been the pièce de résistance, but naturally they'd also ended up discussing compensation for the damage they'd incurred. One of the matters they'd discussed was Flugel's great tree, namely taking care of the remaining stump and effective uses of the felled tree itself. Incidentally, they deemed the white whale as having no practical use, so its huge carcass had been cleaved up by a bunch of people and incinerated. Only its skull had been presented to the royal castle as evidence of its subjugation. In any case, setting aside the great tree's treatment, and moving back to the more crucial Flugel San, Subaru. Come to think on it, I've definitely heard him referred to as the sage Flugel Beatrice. But he's age who no one really knows what he's done. In fact. So speaking of strange to begin with, it's strange that he's being treated as his age, I suppose. Ram. When you consider his achievements alone, it's true that his accomplishments pale in comparison to the title of sage. Perhaps he likes to toot his horn too much on his achievements. A guy just like Barusue, eh? Subaru, when have I ever exaggerated my achievements? Subaru grew rather sullen at having received that unexpected evaluation. However, Ram's face remained nonchalant, and whilst listening to that exchange, Anastasia spoke out with an, "I see." She was the only one whose face showed some understanding, Anastasia. Certainly, from what the story that circulates around says, Flugel San may be lacking in being called A's age, but I were if things ended up being like what I suspect now. That Shala San, who's been treated as the real's age, turned out to be a person like this. Amelia, what do you mean by things ended up being like what you suspect? Anastasia, the achievements that are circulated are the opposite. No, that ain't right, I suppose. They're weighted to one side, rather than being the opposite. I reckon it may be very likely that they were more or less pushed onto her on purpose. Amelia, so, in other words, you mean that it was made to look like Shola-san did those things that Flugel-san actually did? Emilia opened her eyes in surprise as she heard Anastasia's hypothesis. After Anastasia nodded at her understanding, she turned around to face Shola once again. Anastasia, I've got my suspicions about this, but Shola-san, what do you think? I wonder, was your master the sort to try and do these sorts of things, Shola-san? Shola, Yashui, though I don't quite understand this difficult talk. Subiru, you better not be. Sola, no. You're jumping to conclusions. Let me continue properly with what I was going to say. Right after Subaru narrowed his eyes at her vague reply, Shola shook her head as if in fright, and then she lifted both of her hands up, and as she nonsensically blinked her palms open and closed, she said, Shola, if being honest, there's much that I don't understand about Master's thinking. But when it comes to Master, he was a person who didn't really like to stand out. So I think it's quite like Master to aim the brunt of the annoying gossip onto me and run away. Subaru, I don't think a person who didn't want to stand out would have planted a tree called the Flugel's Great Tree, though, Julius. Subaru, you've got the wrong idea. It's not like Flugel's Great Tree was a great tree from the moment it was planted. Many months and years passed by, until finally it attained its majestic appearance from its growth into full bloom. Given that the name of the person who planted it was left behind, it's not that strange that future generations began to call it like that. Subaru. I don't even know what to say to that. Subaru's face grew sour as he comprehended Julius's explanation. Indeed, back then, it would have been one of many, but after many long years, it had ended up growing into a magnificent great tree. They'd probably wanted to give it a name, and when they came to do so, they'd gone with the, then, let's name it after the person who planted it option. That felt like what would have been natural. If that was the case, then he felt like it had been an oversight of Flugel's to have left his name behind. Subaru. If he feels like hiding, then I feel like he should have avoided leaving the name Flugel behind in the first place. Isn't there something missing here, Julius? I read this in a book, but if I'm not mistaken, the reason why we know Flugel-san's name is because Flugel was here, was carved onto that great tree, right? Subaru? As if there's something missing. He's like a student on a field trip. Subaru was taken aback by this episode where it seemed like he had craved the limelight more than expected. He recalled that he'd wanted to do something similar back when he'd been standing next to the great tree. However, when it came to him actually putting that into motion, Well, that was another story. When Flugel would have carved it in, the great tree still shouldn't have been a great tree in the first place. Julius. That name stood alone, and thus, the sage Flugel ended up being passed down in legend as an enigmatic historical figure that has next to no information about him other than having planted the tree. Subaru. So, isn't the belief that Flugel was the one who planted the tree unclear too? Julius. With that, time passed, and it was verified as being correct from the mouth of a different sage. Now that I think about it, we're standing in a place which is chock full of missing history. Doesn't it make your heart leap just a little? Subaru, don't start talking as if you're a history otaku, being acquainted with obscure historical facts from several centuries. Julius was deeply moved. Julius had the tendency to speak too much when explaining things regarding magic, rather than him having deep insight into it. However, perhaps he did have a knowledgeable otaku side to him here. Emilia. But even though I get that the sage of antiquity was actually Flugel in reality, this still doesn't change much, right? When their opinions came to match each other in regards to Flugel doing that, Emilia diffidently glanced over everyone's faces. Receiving her gaze, Subaru nodded his head in agreement. As Emilia said, the fact that it had actually been Flugel who'd really been behind the legendary exploits of the past didn't hold much meaning for them at the present. No, that wasn't true at all. Subaru. Nope. Emilia Tan. This fact is a pretty big problem. Emilia, huh? Subaru. I mean, shouldn't it be? Our purpose from the start was to come here to hear various things from the famed Sage San who is said to be omniscient. But since the Sage San from the rumors has turned out to be a different person, and all he's left behind is this obviously airheaded girl, we... Hola. Ooh, master. I want you to not shake my head. You're making it go clatter-clatter. Shola gave off that reaction, full of jest, as he shook her shoulders. If he put it without mincing his words, she was far off being omniscient by any stretch of the imagination. Subiru. To start with, our original purpose can't be fulfilled. If the sage isn't here, then it means we came all the way here for nothing. Everyone, and the others kept their mouths shut at Subaru's conclusion. Subaru gritted his back teeth at his own conclusion whilst he looked at everyone's reactions. Over a month had passed, and Subaru had already died 4 times. Only a guardsman who was a sage in name only had been left behind in the Pleiades watchtower, which they'd surmounted so much hardship to get to. They wouldn't be able to bring back any results due to this. The reality of history, the true state of the sage, those things weren't of any value to him, since Subaru only desired for a way to save the people important to him. Subaru. Shala. This may be a long shot, but just tell me this. Your master, the one who should be the real sage, Flugel, where is he? Hala. Right now. If I were to answer with, right in front of my eyes, I get the feeling you'd be mad at me, but I gotta answer it. The one right in front of my eyes is my master. Flugel. Subaru. I thought you'd say that. Subaru could merely sigh at Shala's undiscouraged response. In fact, Subaru's current feelings were similar to that of a barren wasteland, overwhelming any urge he had in wanting to burst out in anger at the upbeat Shola. Their circumstances were such that they could say their leads had come to nothing. The glimmer of hope which had been the sage had blinked out, and it looked like things would just go back to them fumbling around blindly. However, the subsequent darkness that came after they had seen a dazzling glimmer once in the dark had a different weight to it. Hope gave people the strength to step forward. But perhaps the dark, when hope covered it, was something which dyed people's vision in black, rather than always being in the darkness. Either way, for Subaru it meant that, Emilia. Subaru. Listen, it may surely be like that, but in truth it doesn't mean that we're at an impasse. Subaru. Huh? Emilia placed her hand on Subaru's shoulder and spoke out to him from the side of his face, which had been drooping down gloomily. Turning his face to look at her, he saw that Emilia's amethyst eyes were full of unwavering hope. Giving Subaru a short nod while she still touched his shoulder, Emilia continued speaking, saying, Isn't that right? To Shola. Emilia. Although you'd barely spoken anything to us until a little while ago, The current you should be able to speak to us in quite a bit more detail, right? Shola, sure thing. I dislike it when Master's feeling down too. But also I was all alone for such a long time. So I'd love to chat. Shola replied to Amelia's meaningful questioning with a genial look to her, keeping her attitude unchanged. She sat cross-legged, swaying back and forth. Then she moved her right hand up and pointed it up overhead. Shola, I said a bit of this to the others, but we're on the bottomest floor of the tower here. This is the 6th floor, Asterope. As you go up, there's the 5th floor Cilieno, then the 4th floor Alcyone, and at the tippy top there's the 1st floor Maya. Subaru, you named each of the floors. Wasn't that a hassle? Shola, didn't you name them Master? Subaru, I ain't got such bad taste, but I don't want to talk about that right now. So? There was hope in Amelia's eyes. And Subaru's mood grew in impatience at the flow of Shola's conversation that promoted that. Shola broke into a delighted smile as if she'd perceived that change in his expression. Still pointing up above, she stuck out her other hand, her left hand, and showed him her 5 fingers. Shola, the 5th floor Cilieno is straight above. On that floor you'll find the doorway that leads outside. The 6th floor Asterope is underneath it, so in fact it connects straight to the underground area. If you hit it in the wrong place you'll end up buried alive, so it'd be best that you don't do anything reckless like trying to break the wall. Julius. Incidentally, the wall and floor seem to look like they're made out of stone when you first look at them, but they have an unusual strength to them. Let me just say now that they wouldn't be chipped even a bit with either Amelia Sama's magic, or mine, of course. Of course, that probably didn't mean he tried to destroy them, but Julius nevertheless supplemented Shola's explanation. He didn't have any intentions of destroying the tower at all, but he nodded with an, I see, just to be safe. Subaru. So, I get that the 5th floor has the doorway, but what about above that? Shola. The 4th floor Alcyone is like my dwelling area, a simple place for my ins and outs. I like to leave it messy, so I'm gonna get embarrassed if you look at it too hardy. Subaru. Shola. Master, your eyes look serious. How scary. Usually I stand watch over the sand dunes from here, and then I take aim and fire at anyone who gets near to the tower. Subaru, so it indeed was you then. He'd already half-guessed it before, but he could be fully convinced now thanks to her testimony. White light from that Pleiades watchtower had killed Subaru twice in the sand dunes, and it had also been the cause behind their team being separated into 2 after. The culprit had been, as he'd thought, Shola. Subaru, we went through so much suffering thanks to that. How the hell do you plan to make up for that? Shola. Sorry. I was just following Master's instructions. When you say that, you're just fussing about what I've been doing here for the past hundreds of years. Subaru glared at her, speaking in a harsh tone, causing Shola to quiver back, her face growing disheveled. There was no ill will showing on her face, and moreover, she showed no signs of remorse either. Rather than lacking a sense of guilt, she didn't seem to have one in the first place. It wasn't an issue where she lacked emotions, but rather, Beatrice, Subaru, there's no use in this. No matter what you say, in fact. There's no sense of remorse or guilt in this one, I suppose. They just do as ordered. It doesn't make sense to ask a tool their uses, in fact. Hala, you peep? The Master's tool. The Lil Ankle-biter says it well. Shola had a big smile which said that's exactly what I thought all over her face as she heard Beatrice's savage opinion. Her moods and facial expressions changed thickly, and with that, his understanding of her current way of being. Perhaps Shola just had different values. That was probably why they seemed to keep conversing as if they were on different wavelengths. In other words, Subaru, it's getting real tiring talking with you. Shola, you used to say that all the time before. It's been in ages. Subaru, is that so? You know, I used to say that all the time. Donkey years ago. He felt like he still did now. But Subaru brushed aside that point. In any case, he understood that the white light that had come from the watchtower had been Shola's doing, as well as that he'd never get any kind of apology or remorse from her. In that case, there was no meaning in cutting their conversation short. He'd just have to move the conversation forward. Subaru, about the 4th floor, your dwelling area, like your living quarters. What's above that? Shola. The examination hall from the 3rd floor, Tageda, to test one's rights to enter the library. Subaru, the library. Subaru frowned, repeating the word back to her as a question. Shola calmly nodded back at him, saying, "Yeah," without paying heed to Subaru's change in attitude. Shola. A library. From the 3rd floor, Tageda, and up, there's trials, and each one has a corresponding library. If you fulfill the conditions to enter the library, then you can read the books inside at your leisure. Subaru, what's written in those books inside? Shola. Subaru. It was frustrating that she'd finished with an considering that she'd told him this much whilst assuming an air of importance. Shola reluctantly shook her head, along with her hair, at the frowning Subaru and said, "It's because, Shola, I can't read the books and stuff. I've not been told more than to guard the tower." Subaru, was that from your master? From Flugel as well? Shola? Yeah. It would be impossible for Subaru to answer regardless of how she had put it so proudly. Though Subaru had only inclined his head in doubt at Shola's words, Emilia and the others still kept serious looks on their faces. The hope they held in their eyes was still there. Beatrice. Subaru, what lies inside the books of the library is knowledge, I suppose. Subaru. By knowledge you don't mean it in a literal sense, right? Subaru asked the obvious back after he heard Beatrice's expression. Typically, what was written down in books was knowledge, barring fiction, of course. What you got out of books was either a wealth of knowledge or deep, moving impressions. But that probably wasn't the meaning behind what Beatrice was trying to say. Beatrice shook her head on top of Subaru's lap. Her long drill curls traced her head's movement. She spoke out to Subaru, who was following that motion with his eyes. Beatrice. This is the place where the knowledge written down by the sage known as being omniscient sleeps. I've heard that the Pleiades Watchtower is a name used in the outside, in fact. Shola, yeah. Since Masters came back inside, the tower will go back to its original role. A great library where you can search for anything you like, be it something you want to know, or something you'd like to be aware of. You can do that in Pleiades. Subaru. So that means the 3rd floor is at a beginner level, the 2nd floor is at an intermediate level, and then that you can get access to the top-class information on the 1st floor, I think. So it must mean that the trials are qualifications trials to obtain the clearances, right? Hala. Oh. As expected of Master, even I keep getting more and more confused with what you're talking about. But perhaps it's much omeher that you keep it simple. The great library, Pleiades. The name of the watchtower had gone from something quite affable to something quite suspicious. Subaru and the others, line astern, had left the 6th floor and had started climbing the stairs up towards the upper floors. The spiral staircase carried Subaru and the others up towards the upper floors, coiling around circularly within the tower. However, since there was no manner of railing, the higher he got, the more his blood ran cold. Subaru. This is scary, Emilia. Subaru. If you're scared, then hold my hand. Since you still haven't fully recovered, and you're unsteady on your feet, you might actually fall off. The ground of the 6th floor was getting far in the distance, and Jan along with the dragon carriage looked pretty small down there. Emilia called that out to Subaru, who had looked down below, holding his breath. To tell the truth, he wanted to take her hand and enjoy the feeling of her pale fingers, but... Subaru. Thanks, Emilia-tan. But I'm alright right now. For the time being, it doesn't seem like I'll fall off since the stars are fairly wide. That. And I'm also still full of vim and vigor, don't you think? Emilia. Really? But if you think it's getting tough, you'll tell me straight away, right? I can carry you on my back if it comes down to it. Subaru. Is that so? That won't make it come down to that. The impression of being carried up the stairs on Emilia's back was as expected too horrifying. He would rather make that loan out to Julius, were he to make such an unmanly move. Julius. What is it? Subaru. That'd just be the worst way too, though. Oh. It's nothing in particular. Keep moving. Keep moving. Noticing Julius's eyes on him, who'd just turned his head around, Subaru shook his hand at him. He shrugged his shoulders and continued to lead them up the stairs, still holding Anastasia's hand. Right now, they had their eyes set on the upper floors of the tower, progressing on foot. They weren't in a rush, so they went about it at a leisurely pace, which contrasted their feelings of apprehension. Julius and Anastasia were at the front. Then after them came Ram and Amelia lying astern, with Subaru and Beatrice walking behind them. And finally, Shala and Miley were bringing up the rear. Miley. Who are there? Naked One-san, don't shake about so much. Shala. Who? You sure are a bossy lil ankle-biter for someone who's riding on my shoulder, says Miley. Because I'm sleepy. We've been walking for ages, and I can't make it up and down the stairs with how many stairs there are. Shala. Yes, but why do I have to carry you? Quit pulling on my hair. Fussy as she may be, there was no sharpness in their exchange. The Shala Miley group bringing up the rear was rather incredibly such that Shala was carrying Miley on her shoulders as they climbed the stairs. Initially, when they decided to move up, Miley had taken the opportunity to complain that her feet were tired. However, it had been Shala herself who had said she'd be okay with carrying her on her back, so he'd left it down to her. Subaru. When it comes to actual physical strength, it looks like Shala is likely the strongest. Beatrice. That's for sure, I suppose. Subaru. Don't let your guard down, in fact. Despite her appearance, we don't know when she'll show her fangs, I suppose. Subaru. This woman? You could get that impression from her, Beatrice. We don't know how she will react if it comes to light that you're not Flugel, in fact. Subaru. That's... Subaru ended up stammering his words as he heard Beatrice's response, her having urged him caution in a low voice. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but he didn't think it was a problem if he left it at the edge of his thoughts. In fact, Shala was acting pretty friendly towards his group. No, towards Subaru. And that was only because she kept mistaking him as being her master. And Subaru and the rest knew that his relation with him was something she was completely misunderstanding. He denied it to her many times till now, but Shala would just smile and disregard it. Actually, rather than disregarding it, it was more like she didn't care at all, no matter how many times she heard it. But in any case, it hadn't gotten through to her. Therefore, Shola's attitude hadn't changed, and he could even consider it a security. Subaru. That means that we won't know what trigger will bring everything crumbling down. Beatrice. There's no doubt that things will end up quite worrisome if she were to become hostile, I suppose. We'd have no choice but to combine mine and your strength, as well as Amelia and that knight's. Julius's, in fact. Subaru. Hala's strength, huh? He took a quick glance back at Shala, messing about with Miley. She had a friendly and defenseless look to her improper appearance. Ever since their first encounter, all the way to their conversations afterwards, she had been an individual that had been difficult to judge in every manner. However, although Subaru currently couldn't decide what attitude to hold against Shala, there wasn't any harbored animosity which stood out in her. That much is what it looked like, although she was acting friendly to them due to mistaking him for someone else. And although they'd been met with such an unguarded reception from her, it was more difficult to dislike her than be bewildered by her. However, he mustn't confuse such touchy-feely emotions with there being a lack of looming danger. Subaru. Turning his eyes at their defenseless limbs whilst sneaking glances at Shala's condition, Subaru broke into thought. She'd confessed that it had been her who'd set her aim on Subaru and the others back at the sand dunes and thrown those flashes of light at them from the tower. The speed of those flashes of light, along with the accuracy of their aim, had been unnatural. They'd been plenty enough to give him an impression of the height of Shola's true strength. Right now, Subaru didn't even know whether those things had been magic or not. And to add on top of that, there'd been those final moments back at the underground area of the sand dunes. That which remained in his awfully turbid consciousness just before he had lost it must have been Shala who had come to blows with that repulsive-looking centaur. That monster was one which could only be thought of as being either the embodiment of absurdity or outrageousness, was abruptly torn to pieces by a more powerful force, and he witnessed it being blown away out of existence with his own eyes. He didn't want to admit it, but if he ended up in direct combat against Shala, any visions of being able to win against her were all but gone. Regulus, Betelgeuse and such had been far easier opponents. Subaru. Org, I don't know why I start to pretty repulsed whenever I recall those guys. No. Feeling that is perfectly reasonable, but it's a familiar repulsed feeling that I'm getting. Beatrice, I don't know what you're thinking, but we need to be careful, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, if that's the case, then I guess asking her is quicker. Beatrice, huh? In fact, straight after Beatrice replied in confusion, Subaru turned both himself and her around at the same time, whilst twiddling his feet around on the stairs so they faced back. Subaru faced straight towards the double-stacked Shala and Miley. Shala stopped in her tracks and tilted her head. Shala. What's up, Master? It couldn't be that Master's also tired, right? It wouldn't be an issue for me to carry you, but my back is already taken by this girl who acts like a little princess, you know? Subaru. That in itself would make quite an impression, so I'll pass. Though I'm sorry to get in between you happily playing with your ponytail with Miley. Hala, it's not a ponytail. It's a scorpion tail. Subaru. Hala, it's a scorpion tail. Shala repeated herself to the taciturn Subaru, as if she was a broken record. Grabbing a hold of one of her ponytail's tufts, Shala readily moved it in front of her face and said, Shala, a scorpion tail. Subaru. I understand. What's up with this insistence? Anyways, I'm sorry to get in between you making friends with Miley, but there's something I want to ask you. Shala. If it's something Master has to say, I will listen to anything. I'm glad that you're speaking to me like this. Master Shala swung her ponytail. Rather, her scorpion tail about delightedly. As a result of that, Miley, who was on her shoulders, was hit by one of the tail swishes. Subaru had already experienced that unexpectedly soft, good-feeling tail. But putting that aside, Subaru. You'll listen to what I say, right? Shala, not lewd stuff, right? Subaru, don't even begin to go there. What are you, brain dead? Shala, it's pretty dumb of Master to say so, isn't it? Now we're even. Subaru was left floored as he couldn't keep up pace with Shala, who'd had a comeback to spare. Usually most people ended up getting thrown quite out of sync when they mixed in with the pace of Subaru's conversations. Because of that, suitably finding a thread to start a conversation came down to Subaru. But it would be tough to do this time. The difficulty in this line of approach would still be different than with aberrations like the Sin Archbishops. In their case, it was difficult to establish a conversation with them in the first place. But it was different in Shala's case. He felt a delay in proportion to not understanding his opponent whatsoever, whilst she understood him. Truly as if Flugel, Subaru, and God knows who else had a lot of points in common. Subaru. Anyways, I have a question and a request. I need you to answer them as honestly and obediently as possible. Hala. That doesn't seem like a request. They could be an order, though. Subaru. I ain't that bossy. So, about the question. You attacked us from the tower, right? What the hell was that? Hala. It was Hell's Snipe, a sniping attack used so that pesky flies don't get near to the tower. Subaru. What? Hala. Hell's Snipe, with her having said it in English whilst beaming, Subaru's face grew sullen. Well, it was a name he knew. Shala. Though, if I think about it now, I'm so glad that Hell's Snipe didn't hit Master. If the dimension gate didn't get lifted, I may have flung blow after blow until they struck Master. Subaru. Wait. There's too much new vocab. Dimension? Shala. Dimension gate. It's a trick to prevent people from reaching the tower. From Shala's way of talking, Subaru grasped that this dimension gate, and whatever else, had cut off their path to the flower meadow thanks to that sand time. But even so, the space distortion had been lifted by the efforts of EMT in the end. Shala. But, thanks to that, I knew that Master was actually Master, so everything turned to aight in the end. If Master'd been struck, Master would definitely have been mad at me, wouldn't he, Subaru? Yeah, probably. I hope you'd get away with just me being mad at you. In actual fact, he had been struck and died twice, so he was uneasy about whether he could even get up to those anger levels. It was rare for his anger to not spike up rapidly when meeting the culprits who killed him. Part of the reason why it hadn't now was because he understood that it had been some kind of accident, and that it was pointless even to pursue Shola's responsibility. Miley. Booked. If you'd managed to strike him, Anui-san would have ended up dead, wouldn't he? If that happened, then I don't think we'd be talking about getting mad or not here. Perched on Shola's back, Miley interjected into the conversation in place of Subaru, who was half embroiled in his forgiveness. Upon hearing her words, Shola let out a fit of rather unladylike, uncontrollable laughter. Shola, what are you saying, lil ankle biter? There's no way my master would die from something like that. 'Cause from the start, Master's always been someone who you can never tell whether he's dead or not dead. Miley. At book, Sandworm-chan got hit so much, and he ended up dying. Oh, I don't really give a damn about stuff like worms or bears, you know. Me master wouldn't die. That is what's important. If he died, then it'd just mean he's not my master. Smiling absent-mindedly, Shola gazed at Subaru with delighted-looking eyes. Subaru's spine shivered when she'd turned her innocent, smiling face towards him. Innocence like that of a child's, and faith tantamount to defenselessness. That which she put into Flugel was an ideal that she'd rigidly built up at her core more than he'd dared to imagine. In accordance with Beatrice's worries, if there ever came a time where she'd come into disagreement with the current Subaru, then... Shola, I apologize that I was late in picking you up from the Sand Palace afterwards. Whilst I let in the other group into the tower, Master and the rest with him ended up advancing into its depths, so I was all in a fluster. Subaru. No, it's fine. Though, wait, you said. Sand Palace? Shola. Indeed, it's really dangerous over there. So it's better if you don't go into it. It's reckless to approach without having all the keys, even if it's you, Master. There are hungry horse kings prowling about there too. Subiru. Hungry horse kings. You mean those horse-like monsters? Sand, palace, keys, hungry horse kings. There were a lot of words which were weighing on his mind, but his mind wandered to the last one of them, the hungry horse kings. Perhaps it referred to that centaur. Shola nodded at his question. Shola. Those things weren't here around the time Master was here, so I thought you'd be surprised. In essence, they just prowl about inside of the Sand Palace, so you won't come across them unless you go to there. But once in a while, one of those guys will venture outside, so I go and destroy them without any mercy. Subiru. Is there a lot of them? Hola. There's tons and tons. Subaru felt truly revulsed from the bottom of his heart hearing Shola confirm that without any hesitation, the centaur, hungry horse king's fighting strength, and of course its appearance and ecology were all things which brought feelings of indescribable unpleasantness. He'd hoped that there'd been just one specimen of them if possible, but that didn't look like it was the case. She'd told him that from using the expression tons and tons. Miley. Hungry horse king. I'm also not familiar with that name. I'd like to see one, maybe. Subaru. Stop it. That's not something a kid needs to see. Miley. Oh, Nissan. Subaru gave Miley a very stern warning who'd spoken out those rash words. Maybe those words had tugged on Miley's heartstring, who was something like a witch-beast collector. But he wouldn't recommend her trying to get in contact with them to fill them in for a picture book. Shola nodded in agreement at Subaru's words. Shola, I think it's best not to. The hungry horse kings are a witch-beast with the concept that their horns can regenerate over and over again, so you can't make arrangements with them like with other witch beasts. Kill all enemies on sight. This is their justice. Miley. Blag. I understand. Pouting with a gesture appropriate of her age, Miley retracted her curiosity. Whilst feeling relived by that situation, Shola once again spoke out to Subaru, saying, So? Shola? Master? Was that all you wanted to talk about? Subaru. For now that's a... No, wait, that's not all. Shola? With her head still inclined, Shola prepared to receive his question with a bring it on attitude. Considering that she had opened her heart to them till now, it was quite insincere of him to continue keeping his guard up. But sometimes you had to steel your heart no matter how painful it was. If he could change something by just saying one thing in preparation for the future, then doing so would be fortuitous. Subiru. Shola, This is my request. Don't cause me, or my companions, any harm. Allah. Subaru. Your master's order was to attack anyone who approached the tower. So I would think, since we're inside, we are not covered by that. So, there's no need for you to attack us anymore. Don't cause us any harm. Absolutely none. Shola. Shola narrowed her eyes at Subaru, who'd repeated his words once more to make absolutely sure. As he looked on at her narrowed eyes, he saw that their color was of a deep green hue. Shola, whose expression had been pretty much all smile since they'd met her, had stopped smiling as if she was in deep thought for the first time. For a while there was silence. Subaru, who'd been holding his breath due to this strange tension, couldn't stand it any longer and let out his breath. Then, Shola. Okay. I've memorized it word for word as a new command from Master Subaru. Shola. Master. Immediately after she decided to accept it, Shola's features changed, turning back to her frivolousness. Shola brought her face super close to Subaru's, whose eyes had widened without following her sudden change in attitude. Their eyes stared at each other's at point-blank range, but he couldn't find any deception or dishonesty in her green eyes, at least, as far as Subaru could see. Subaru, is it okay with you? Shola, I have no choice. It's what Master said. It's not particularly hard. Non-violence, non-obedience. Subaru, since you're going to follow the order, don't you mean that you'll obey? Shola, even if you could do as you pleased with my body, I wouldn't let you snatch away my heart. Subaru, what a pain in the ass you are. He prodded Shola in the forehead, whose face had tensed up, so to make her take a step back. Shola fell back, letting out an ahu, causing Miley to panic on her back, even though she was safe. In any case, Subaru's request somehow looked like it had been readily accepted. It wasn't clear how effective it was going to be, but at least Subaru, as long as I don't let her down, the promise should be kept. Beatrice, if that's the only requirement, then things will be fine, in fact. You expect to let her down, but you won't, I suppose. Subaru, I'm really grateful for being held to that high esteem, but in this case, isn't that part of your expectations where you think I won't let her down being far too optimistic? What would Flugel do? Should I grow wings? He sounds like he's German. On that topic, to Subaru it felt like Flugel was a German word that meant wings. He'd never expected that he'd be pulling stuff out from there, but that was suspicious as well. At any rate, this Flugel, altogether with Shola's name, smelled fishy as hell. Subaru. That's right, Shola. I've got just one last question to ask you. Shola, what is it? Shola's cheeks were getting pinched by Miley. Her face looked completely vapid. With his back still turned to Shola, Subaru spoke with a casual gesture. Subaru. Maya, Electra, Tegeda, Alcione, Selainum, Asterope. Beatrice, Subaru? Beatrice, who was beside Subaru, had a puzzled look on her face as she heard Subaru reciting those words out. They were just a string of words which should have no meaning when hearing only their sounds. Of course, they had just heard about 4 of those words a while ago, but they wouldn't be words which were so easy to remember as to recite them from memory, given that they were unfamiliar words. Subaru. All of those, in order from top to bottom, are this Pleiades watchtowers. I mean this great library, Pleiades floor names, right, Shola? Correct, Subaru. So, where's Merope? Shola once again kept her silence on hearing Subaru's question. However, this silence was different to the one before. It was a silence of surprise, like she'd been caught completely unaware. You could faintly hear the sound of her breath being taken away. Subaru deemed that he'd managed to touch on the truth. Beatrice. Subaru, what did you ask her, in fact? What does Merope mean, I suppose? Subaru. It's the name of the last one of the 7 sisters. It'd be strange to not have 7 in Pleiades. The floors had been allocated 6 names from the first floor to the 6th. However, the names that followed that motif were from the start. The 7 sisters. A floor with the 7th name attached to it should exist. Subaru. If it's not the 7th floor, Then I guess it would be a floor 0. Shola. There's a floor 0. Master named them, so it's natural. However, the place was made after Master left, so you shouldn't know where it is. Shola replied to Subaru's guesswork with a hoarse voice. Subaru felt Beatrice beside him startle in surprise, but he licked his parched lips and narrowed his eyes. He felt no sense of achievement at having found something hidden. After all, it was because it wasn't something that was hidden for Subaru. Subaru, if the first floor is the highest floor, then floor 0 must be the super highest floor? In regards to entering it, Shola. No. Shola quickly interrupted Subaru's words, who was about to ask her how to enter it. Feeling the strength in the tone of her voice, Subaru took a quick glimpse back at her. When he did, he saw that Shola's facial expression hadn't changed. She was still smiling with a look of honesty about her. However, there was a faint look of loneliness plastered around her eyes. Shola, you haven't fulfilled the conditions yet. Master came back to see me in the middle of his journey, and I'm satisfied with that. That's why floor 0 is a no. Subaru. Though her tone of voice still hadn't changed, it instead felt like a firm wall to the point that it felt queer. The promise they'd exchanged a few minutes ago, and the pervading danger that was quite capable of shaking him even at his core, strongly appealed to him of the sense of danger that was drifting off her. Thus Subaru gave up on inquiring her further about this place. Subaru. Gotcha. I won't speak such nonsense anymore. We'll just keep to our earlier promise. Shola. Roger, and I shall keep it. I shall super keep it. Shola broke into a broad smile, in high spirits as if she'd forgotten their current exchange. Subaru let out a deep sigh as he listened to her upbeat voice from behind him. Beatrice. Subaru, if it gets too much you'll say so, right? Subaru. It's all right. Just so much stuff is on my mind. He gave a weak smile as he heard Beatrice's words of worry, before then affectionately patting her head. When he did so, Beatrice couldn't say anything, but this was also a right for Subaru to settle himself down. Flugel's abnormalness had become apparent in his conversation with Shola. It was no big deal. He too was the same as Subaru, Ao, Hoshin, and Flugel, a person who'd craved the limelight, who'd brought knowledge that shouldn't be in this world, and ostentatiously left it behind. He had no more doubt. Flugel was a person from the same place as him. Subaru. Centuries ago, huh? After reflecting back on that for a long time, Subaru violently scratched his head. What had he felt in this different world? What had he thought? What had he aimed for? What had he sought for? What had this man, who seemed to have renounced the name Sage and planted the tree, desired? Whilst he thought about those kinds of things, he wondered whether he still lived on in this world. Then, coming from Subaru's back was Shola, Master Subaru. Shola called out to him casually. Without stopping in his tracks, Subaru just turned his face around to glance at her. Shola looked up at Subaru, looking a little bashful. Her expression was adorned by a truly delightful-looking smile. Shola, welcome home again, Master. This Shola has been awaiting the great erudite Flugel's return with all her heart. Chapter 21. Monolith's trial regarding Shola's welcoming words. While Subaru did understand that they'd been misdirected to a different person, he decided that he'd receive them without denying them in the end. There was also Beatrice's advice. There was no doubt that in practicality allowing Shola to mistake Subaru as Flugel was rather convenient for them. With this in place now, it meant that an outcome where Shola became hostile and commenced battle wouldn't necessarily end up in them being scattered about by her overwhelming strength. Since she was treating them favorably for now, Subaru could at least dullen his hand of attack. Though if he were to do that, considering that he lacked in actual strength even under the best of circumstances, it'd probably be enough to end up as a main factor in him making a colossal blunder. Emilia, you needn't worry, Subaru. Even if Shola realizes that in truth you're not her master, I'm sure she wouldn't do anything awful. Those were Emilia's words, who seemed to have been eavesdropping on their conversation behind them. Emilia, who had her silver hair styled in long braids, confidently assured that to Subaru, whilst she fiddled with the end of one of her braids with her fingers. Subaru. I'm glad of Emilia Tan's seal of approval, but what's the rationale behind it, Emilia? I don't really fully understand what you mean by the expression. What's the rationale behind it, but Shola's a good girl, isn't she? She saved you and us as well, so I can say that we will all get along. If we do, there shouldn't be any need to fight, right? Subaru. Right. Her opinion was a little too optimistic, but he could say that being too pessimistic was also enough of a bad habit. Even if Shola found out the truth, it didn't mean that she'd get aggressive straight away. Even if the facts came to light, Shola should keep herself from coming to blows at her own judgment. So, Amelia's thoughts that they should all get along weren't so misguided. At least he could allow himself to think so. The reason behind that intent wasn't a calculating goal like appealing to one's emotions, but rather because he didn't want to fight against her. Ram, don't take Amelia's rough ideas word for word, Barusu. We're in the Sage's watchtower here, and we need to challenge it to even make our way back to the sand dunes. We lose nothing by keeping our guards up as much as possible, Amelia. Geez, you sure were quick to put it like that, Ram. You should really loosen up a little, Ram. The result of having let down my guard was that I ended up being thrown down to the underground area with Barusu and Anastasia-sama. With how delicate I am, that feeling of despair was unbearable. Perhaps that's why, Amelia-sama, you have no clue about that. Amelia. I guess so, but surely if it's an underground area around this place you're talking about, then shouldn't it be no big deal for you? I don't know why, but I've been in really good shape since coming to the Agrias sand dunes, you know? It seemed like Amelia had replied to the sharp Ram's words in a rather relaxed manner. Amelia and Ram's relationship as master and vassal had been pretty good since a year ago. The way Ram spoke and behaved towards Amelia showed a little lack of respect, but Amelia looked like she couldn't help but be happy receiving that treatment. Amelia, who should have experienced the trauma of discrimination and contempt, may have contrarily felt that Ram's words didn't contain that sort of animosity. Subaru. At any rate, Amelia-tan, what do you mean by you being in good shape? Amelia, how should I put it? The air goes well with my skin, I guess. Mana, too, has a slightly different tone to it, depending on the country or region you're in. So I think something like that's happening, but the mana in this place especially seems to go well with my skin, though I guess I shouldn't be very happy about that. Subaru. Well, I suppose so. But, considering that this is the place where the witch is sealed, full of these witch beasts. Amelia had clenched her fist as if she'd felt a surge of strength go through her. However, straight after, a bitter-looking smile appeared on her dismal-looking face. Her opinion had been an emboldened one, for sure, as he sympathized with the mood she was in. Following what he'd mentioned above, he was silently grateful that Amelia's strength had grown in this area they were in, which was chock full of danger with the witch and the witch beasts. Yet even so, the figure which Shola had defeated had been engraved in Subaru's mind, so that wasn't a reason that could end up giving him some optimism. Subaru, though, the conditions have changed. Unlike before where she could attack us from the tower without us being able to do anything, now that the distance is such that you can see each other's faces, Amelia-tan shouldn't end up losing against her. Hola, what is it? What is it? Subaru. Nothing. Was just talking about how you have crazy good eyesight. You managed to throw attacks at us from the tower with pinpoint accuracy when we were really far off, didn't you? How the hell does that work? Shola. Oh, that's just done by linking my aim and my stingers with mana, and that makes it so it's pulled to where you are. Hell's snipe was Master's invention, you know? Subaru. I see, you didn't even have to train her, Flugel. He'd gone through hell and back again thanks to that. He'd probably never get a chance to talk to Flugel, but if he did get a chance like at the tea party, he'd definitely be giving him some very colorful, choice words. Subaru let out a sigh as he heard the upbeat Shola humming. Then, Julius. Sorry to interrupt you in the middle of your chat, but we've arrived. Subaru. Oh? On the spiral staircase which led to the upper floors of the tower, he heard Julius's voice, who'd been at the front of the group, leading them up. Lifting his face up at the knight's words, who was escorting Anastasia by the hand, he could suddenly see the ceiling from the other side of Julius, who was standing diagonally up from him. Subaru. No, it's not the ceiling, but the floor part of the floor above, I should say. Beatrice, we must be on the 5th floor, Celino, I suppose. All there is here is a door to the outside, Betty and the others first entered from here, in fact. Betty, who was next to him, commented that to him just as they neared the 5th floor. As he nodded in agreement to her words, Subaru immediately noticed that something was out of place and said, If she was implying that, after they'd been separated, Amelia and the others had entered the tower from the 5th floor, then... Subaru, how did the dragon carriage and Jan get down to the bottom floor? I mean, there's no way that this staircase is wide enough to let a dragon carriage roll by, right? Spreading his arms out across the spiral staircase he'd walked up, Subaru checked its width. The width of the staircase was reasonably wide, but even so it wouldn't fit two Subarus with arms stretched out abreast. It might have been barely possible to let the huge body of an earth dragon pass down it, but there was no way that the carriage part of the dragon carriage was getting through. And of course, letting the earth dragon walk down this long staircase itself was a path which really shouldn't be trodden, even if it was theoretically possible. Subaru, is there some sort of contraption like an elevator poking around here, in fact? If there is, then we need to use it next time. Keeping healthy is great and all, but it ain't good to always disregard modern conveniences. Amelia. Sorry, I don't really get what you're saying, but how the dragon carriage got down there is simple. Shola lifted it up and carried it down. Subaru. Pardon. Subaru felt like he'd missed something, and so he asked her again. Amelia frowned at his reply, which had been said in English, but she nevertheless grasped that he seemed to have asked her to repeat herself, so she continued her words by saying, So, Amelia. Shola effortlessly lifted the dragon carriage along with the earth dragon up and simply brought them down to the bottom. Subaru. No. There's no way. Wouldn't a dragon carriage weigh over a ton with how huge it is? And you said she did it as a set with the earth dragon too. Subaru peeled his eyes wide open at those horrifying remarks, but no one from his companions denied it. Finally, Shola puffed out her ample chest in pride and flared out her nostrils. Shola, it's as she said, the one who carried them down was me. Oh man, it was a piece of cake. If I'd left the lizard near the doorway, he may have ended up becoming loopy due to the miasma streaming in from the outside, don't you think? I was just a little worried. You can praise me, you know. Subaru, I do feel grateful, but now I know that your slender arms aren't actually slender arms, and it weirds me out. A person with superhuman strength. I imagine even Reinhardt wouldn't be able to do this, though in Subaru's mind the most frightfully shocking human was indisputably Reinhardt. But wouldn't it likely be impossible even for him to lift up something that weighed over what you'd expect a human could lift? Even if he could cut the world into ribbons with his sword pressure, even if he could walk on water, even if he could revive himself again. Carrying a dragon carriage with one hand for him would be... Subaru, I guess he'd be able to do that. That makes me feel just a bit uneasy. Is that guy really human? Shola. Despite my story, Master's thinking of someone else. Jealousy. In any case, he now understood how the dragon carriage had been carried to the bottomest floor. He hadn't, in actuality, seen her carrying it, so the impact of the scene was diminished, but he had to take it as a new threat potential in the eventuality that the enraged Shola problem cropped up. And, just as they'd finished talking about that, the group arrived on the 5th floor. Celaino, as had been pointed out many times, was where the entrance that led to the inside and outside of the tower was. A huge door was built in one place at the back of the tower, which was cylindrical in shape. It was large enough that you had to look up at it, and its width was easily close to 10 meters. It was an unnecessarily huge door, but how much strength it would take to open it, that too was an issue. Subaru, doesn't it look difficult to enter this via the trial doorway? Julius, at least when I tried pushing it, it wouldn't give an inch. Thanks to that, we weren't able to search for you, Anastasia, Sama, and the others. As he gazed at the super-huge door, Subaru let out a sigh, and Julius nodded at him. With it being as heavy as it looked, it seemed like this door would stop any challengers in their path. Opening it may have been possible for Shola, who could easily carry a dragon carriage in one hand, but for the average Joe it would have been impossible. Therefore Amelia and Julius had ended up being unable to leave to search for Subaru and the others, and that looked like it had ended up worrying them a lot. Beatrice. But It sure does look like it's a bit creaky here and there, I suppose. Anastasia, I think it's 'cause the sand wind's kinda strong. The sand that gets blown up by the wind must be streaming in, don't you think? When you take a bit of a deep breath, it immediately feels like the inside of your mouth is full of sand, and so it's darn unpleasant. Sticking her tongue out, Anastasia traced it with her finger and cleaned some sand grains from it. Just like she had said, the inside of Subaru's mouth, too, felt like it had sand in it. He'd taken notice that minute grains of sand always whirled around the 5th floor that led to the outside. Julius, the sand from the sand dunes is full of miasma. If you don't take it seriously because you think it's just a small amount, it could end up eating into your body from the inside. We should move away from here as quickly as possible, so long as we have nothing to do here. Subaru, in that case, let's hop to it. My goal isn't here, but rather on the 4th floor, Alcyone. Though yet more stairs sounds exhausting. Sala, the same old weakness. But you needn't fret. The staircase between the 4th and 5th floor is way shorter than the one between the 5th and 6th floor. If they were too far apart, even I'd feel tired going back and forth, so that was taken into consideration mildly. Stop shaking me, Boat. Shala, who'd spread her arms out wide inside of the sand cloud and ran about in it, was met with a karate chop to the back of her head from Melee. Looking at that scene from the corner of their eyes, the group went through the 5th floor and headed to the staircase that led up to the 4th floor. The breeze gently streamed in, and through his sight that was clouded over in a yellow haze by the gloomy above, where he looked up, there was a ceiling that didn't look so far away. He could see the floor of the floor above, and it looked like her opinion had in fact been true, in that it wasn't too far away. And so, as they set their sights on the 4th floor Alcyone whilst chatting, the group continued to march on upwards, and before long, they reached their target floor. The constitution of the 4th floor itself wasn't too different from the 5th or 6th floor. The cylindrical constitution of the tower hadn't deviated from what it had been, and even its size hadn't changed dramatically. Nevertheless, there was still an obvious change of atmosphere. First of all, the size of the floor that went up the stairs was quite different to that of the lower floors. The circular floor had become much narrower compared to them, and that wasn't too surprising, because a circular wall had been built up as a partition like the main one of the building, and it used the space differently compared to the lower floors, which had just been one big floor with nothing else to them. The spiral staircase from the lower floors had connected straight to the heart of the 4th floor, and a great number of doors were dotted across the wall that encircled the surroundings, indicating that there were multiple rooms on this floor. Shola. This is the 4th floor, Alcyone, that I use as my dwelling area. And the green room, which I think is what Master came here for, is right here. Subaru. The green room? As Subaru stood in bewilderment looking on at the 4th floor's new look, Shala, who was standing on the floor after having come out after him, pointed out one of the doors in front with an overly dramatic gesture. The doors that were on the 4th floor were all of a normal size compared to the doorway on the 5th floor. It didn't look like they'd need any special powers to open them, but there was a strange feeling floating about the door she had pointed out. Just like the name Green Room implied, the door was covered in countless green ivy, and it had ended up in a state that looked similar to what an unexplored region of a jungle might look like that had been left untouched for centuries. Subaru, by saying this is what you think I came here for, do you mean that Rem and Patrasha are here? Shola, I don't know their names, but the girl and the lizard are here. Ram, you needn't worry. You can rest assured that Ram and that earth dragon are inside. For the hesitant Subaru, Shala's testimony felt like it had lacked in reliability just a tad. Ram snorted her nose at them as if looking down at them like idiots, cut into the lead of the group, and headed towards the green room. She stretched out her hand over to the door that was covered in ivy and pushed it, which looked like it was made of stone. Without any hesitation, even with how thin her arms were, the door opened readily, as if gliding open, and therefrom the green room came into view. Ram, aren't you coming in? Arusu. Subaru. I'm coming. I'm coming. Subaru let go of his apprehension when he heard Ram's question, which had felt like she was testing him, and moved forward. Then he confidently entered inside of the green room, following Ram, who'd entered ahead of him. However, straight after Ram and Subaru entered inside, the door slammed shut. Subaru turned to look behind him in surprise. Subaru. Oi, we've been split up. Ram, there's no need to be scared. This room seems to have a limit on how many people can enter it. The proprietor of the room seems to hate having more. Ram said that about the debacle that had happened behind them, and Brisky kept on moving forward. Subaru scratched his head at her explanation, and then immediately set out after her. The green room didn't betray the bizarreness of that door. Its interior was covered in a copious amount of green. Wriggling plants stretched out just about everywhere you looked, across the ceiling, the walls, and the floor. Every so often, he would need to stoop down to avoid the dangling ivy that got in his way, and sidestep it. And, laying at the depths of this room, dominated by such greenery, was Subaru, Rem, and Patrash. There was a small plant-free space at the far back of this room immersed in greenery. Green grass grew dense and thick there, and some beds had been made, covered in small flowers that had taken bloom there. Rem, her sleeping face ever the same, lay on top of the bed, which was made up from greenery and flowers. Her white cheeks hadn't changed in color, and neither had her sleeping face. Her chest was rising and falling with each faint breath. But when it came to proof that she was alive, those were her only vital signs, barring the warmth she gave off. Yet, even so, he felt a great sense of relief to the point that his strength fizzled out of him. Subaru. She really was safe, huh? Ram, I did tell you so. Or, did you think that I'd lie about Rem or something? What meaning would I have in doing that? Subaru, I ain't saying that, but I couldn't help worrying until I saw her with my own eyes, you know. And Patrash, I'm glad that you're safe too. Subaru gave a faint bittersweet smile as he heard Ram's words, and then he walked further in towards where Em was sleeping on her bed of grass and Patrash sat crouched down. She too was lying sprawled on a bed of green, just like Rem. The situation wasn't all too different than when she'd lie down on top of her rushes in a barn. However, one thing was definitely different. Subaru. This grass is different to ordinary grass, isn't it? Patrash nuzzled her nose against Subaru's palm, who'd stepped over to her to make sure she was all right. Whilst affectionately receiving his beloved dragon's response, Subaru felt a faint surge of warmth coming from the sprawled bed of greenery, which Patrash was on. He cocked his head and thought, Ram, it appears like the spirit's power can speed up the healing process. Subaru, there's a spirit here. Where? Ram. You're a spirit user and you don't know? This whole room is the spirit. Subaru. Subaru briskly looked around the room at Ram's words as he stroked Patrash. He couldn't see the spirit's existence reflected in his eyes amongst the moss that grew on the walls, or in the overgrown ivy. However, straight after he'd been told that by her, Subaru took notice of the overwhelming amount of mana there was. His breathing and body felt at ease, as if he was in an area which was rich in oxygen. There may have been a similar effect to that in the healing mana. Even the uninjured Subaru felt like he was receiving that grace when he relaxed himself and took deep breaths. Subaru, I think I get it. This is the spirit for sure. Can it talk, Ram? The spirit here is of a different kind, though I guess you could easily say that there's no such thing as spirits who don't differ in some capacity. Emilia-sama's esteemed great spirit. And Beatrice-sama, they're special. It doesn't seem like the spirit over here has any sort of volition. It just tries to cure the wounds and illnesses of anyone who enters inside. Subaru. Hi, Ram. What's the matter? Subaru. It's nothing important. I just thought that sounded like a witch I know of. Ram snorted her nose at that, as if she'd thought hearing the word witch was just some nonsense of his. Then she walked over to Rem's side. Following that, ivy started to grow right behind her, rapidly knitting itself together until it became a green chair that propped her body up, as if it had been cognizant of the elder sister's intentions to watch over her younger sister. Ram bowed her head in consideration for the spirit and said, I really appreciate it, as she let herself slump on the chair. Subaru. Awesome, Ram. At least they're certainly the most gentlemanly amongst the spirits I've known up until now, don't you think? You too should follow their example just a tad, Barusu. From both this spirit and that night, Julius. Subaru. I'd rather not from either of them. Subaru drove both of those individuals away from his head and stroked Petrash. He stroked her head and tickled underneath her chin with his palm before slowly letting her drop her raised head. Subaru, get some rest now. You saved me once again and overworked yourself. There's no drawback in taking some paid leave every once in a while, you know. Petrasha curled her body up, closed her yellow eyes, and fell asleep after she heard Subaru's gentle words. She'd brought them all the way to the tower, and they'd been able to confirm each other's safety. Just that had been plenty. Petrashi's work had been plenty. Subaru, any changes to Rem? If curing people is this room's raison d'etre, then I wonder if it can have that sort of intervention on how Rem is right now. Ram. I'm sorry, but that's a slim hope. It's neither good nor bad. But there's been no progress in her treatment. It can't cure something which is neither a wound or an illness. Seems like that sort of judgment, doesn't it, Subaru? I guess so. Even so, it didn't look like the Green Room spirit was unwilling to take care of the still sleeping Ram. It was also devoted towards Ram, who watched over the sleeping Ram, Subaru. In the end, this means nothing's changed still, doesn't it? Ram, if we want things to change, then we have to fulfill the aim that came up in the tower, don't you think? Subaru, the great library Pleiades, its trials, huh? Their original purpose had been to get in touch with the sage who was in the Pleiades watchtower, borrow her sagacity that had been stipulated to be omniscient, and save Ram and the victims of lust and gluttony that they'd left behind in Ian. Pristella. However, Shola, the sage of the Pleiades watchtower, had been one in name only. And in actuality, what they'd encountered was just one weird girl who'd mistook Subaru as the sage Flugel. The Pleiades watchtower had turned out to be the great library Pleiades, and the knowledge that had been stipulated as Shala's omniscience was sleeping inside countless books that were kept in the libraries, or so had been said. That's right. Their purpose had become really distorted, and their end goal had shifted in a direction which they couldn't even predict. Subaru, I'll get a hold of this knowledge and get Rem back. I haven't wavered in that purpose. Ram, yeah, so I hope. Ram cast her eyes down at Subaru, rotating his shoulders and nimbly stretching. With that, she tenderly took a hold of the sleeping Ram's hand without glancing at Subaru. Closing one of his eyes at Ram's attitude, Subaru pointed his finger at the ceiling. Subaru, I've decided to challenge the trial above. What about you, Ram? Don't you think it'd be too much of a cause for anxiety if no one is looking after Rem? Considering that, I will take on that duty. Since from the start it was for watching over Rem that I came on this journey, and even went as far as asking such unreasonableness from Roswell-sama. Subaru. Yeah, I guess so. In that case, I'll entrust Rem to you. Ram, I can't really do much other than watch her, though. Subaru. You watching over has meaning, you know. Saying that to Ram, who had unusually disparaged herself, Subaru looked over at Rem's sleeping face just before he exited the room. She was in a dream where her facial expression had been extinguished, and he couldn't say she looked either peaceful or anguished. He stretched out his hand to her forehead, which her fringe rested against, and gently touched it as if he were tickling her. Subaru. Well then, I'm off. I'll see you later. Rem, of course. She didn't reply. Ram understood that he'd been talking to himself as well, so she didn't callously interject. Satisfied with that, Subaru turned towards the room's exit. He couldn't help himself from stretching his hand out to the wall, and as he touched the ivy, he asked the spirit, "Please take care of Rem and Petrash, lest the spirit forget." Then, just before he exited the room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Subaru. By the way, you said something like you couldn't leave Rem alone. But just now you'd left the room empty. Why did you bother to come downstairs? Ram. Subaru. No way. Could it be that when you heard that I'd woken up, you came to see me as quickly as you could? If there was something up, then please let me know. Ram. Get a move on and leave. Subaru, huh? No, but if there's something on your mind, then won't you tell me? Ram, hurry up and leave. Overwhelmed by the ghastly aura that was spouting up from her, Subaru couldn't say anything more to her, and thus was left with no choice but to flee from the green room crestfallen. Subaru, I never really get what Ram thinks about, but I especially don't understand her well as of late. Amelia. I don't think so. Ram is surprisingly open with that sort of stuff. I find it cute that she tries to hide that open part of hers. Subaru. It's quite rare for you to speak as if you're her elder. Though I guess you really are her elder. Amelia. Yeah, it's a little bit like I'm her big sis. I'm older than anyone else here. Oh. Wait. Beatrice. Betty is definitely the big sis here, in fact. That's carved in stone, and no one can paint over it, I suppose. You should all adore me, in fact. As soon as he'd left the green room, he'd joined back with everyone waiting outside, which had led to this conversation. Amelia looked a tad frustrated at having had her seat of being the oldest in the team taken away from her, whilst Beatrice puffed out her flat chest in satisfaction, though to be honest, neither of them had big sister-like demeanors. Besides, a conversation of who the oldest was in light of their circumstances was, in fact, quite a delicate matter. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. What is it? You have something you want to tell me? Subaru. Not really. Just meant to say that there's many faces here that don't match their real age and appearance. Anastasia. Oh, I get told you look younger than you actually are quite often. It's a little hard for me to take them as a compliment, but I look down on being looked down on, so depending how they say it, I may accept it. Though Anastasia smiled with a strong look of business about her face, how she was really feeling was unclear. Anastasia was just over 20 years old, but she looked about 14 or 15. However, what Subaru had wanted to point out wasn't what lay on the outside, but what lay on the inside. Anastasia still had her body hijacked by Aridna currently. If Aridna's birth had been the same as Beatrice, then it wouldn't be difficult for her to enter into the race for the oldest. However, it'd be impossible for him to reveal what he'd concealed up until now over such a trifling matter, so Subaru didn't say anything else. Moreover, there were other prominent candidates for the race for the oldest when confined to the present. Shola. Hey, what's up, master? Didn't you like the grassy smell of the green room? I get that. I too find that room nasty and dislikable, Subaru. Didn't you say there was a pungent smell coming from me too? You're cool with mine? Holla. Master's is a smell I've gotten used to, truly. This time it ain't no lie. Subaru, shut your trap. Keeping Shola away from him, who had nestled up close to him and sniffed him, Subaru looked up at the floor above. Those left on the fourth floor would challenge the trial above, barring Rem and Ram. Subaru, what about you? Are you coming with us? Shola. Me? Well, I don't particularly need to. But since it's been so long, I do think I want to come with you. 'Cause it gets lonely not being able to talk despite being perfectly able to. I've been cooped up in silence for centuries, so I want to talk and talk and talk. Subaru still couldn't get cold at her with her having said such a heart-rending thing with a friendly smile plastered on her face. He imagined that Amelia and Beatrice both knew that sort of loneliness all too well. His feelings towards Shola were deeply tinged with sympathy, so he didn't really have any intentions of actively keeping her away. Miley. I really like this one San, so I think she should come with us. Julius, it's only natural that the examiner is present there if we're going to take the trial. It's just for her to accompany us to make sure that we don't commit any irregularities. Support for that came in an unexpected form from Miley and Julius. With them having done so, it meant that the majority of them backed Shola accompanying them. Lastly, Subaru looked over at Anastasia, who hadn't made any comments about it, so to unite their consensus. Receiving that gaze, Anastasia tilted her head and said, Me? Anastasia. I don't think there's any meaning in just me opposing this here, and I ain't got any reason to oppose it in the first place. And it's not particularly a problem. Besides, Subaru. Besides, Anastasia. That girl seems way too attached to Yanatsuki-kun, so if we take her with us, She may tell us stuff about the contents of the trial. She may inadvertently come to our side. Shola, I'm sorry, but I haven't the foggiest about the contents of the trials, so I'm gonna have to let you down there. Subaru, geez, did you really have to say it like that? Anastasia laughed with a taha, and Shola looked smug as if she had been praised. It was questionable whether Anastasia's anticipations boded good fortune or bad, but for now, no one seemed to have any objections to Shola accompanying them, although he couldn't deny that it was a little careless. Leaving her alone was also an anxiety in itself, so the only difference came from leaving the danger far away or near at hand. Subaru. Okay, we shall go together. It doesn't look like we can count on you, but I have high hopes of you coming up with ideas. Sala, he's talking to you, little ankle biter. Do your best, Beatrice. He's talking to you, I suppose. What were you listening to, in fact? Shola curled her lips with a look on her face of having brought up a topic that she shouldn't have. Whilst listening to Beatrice's angry yells, the group opened the door of a room opposite to the green room, and when they peered inside, they found the stairs that led up there. Subaru. We're done with spiral staircases. Shola. The 4th floor Alcyon and the 3rd floor Tegeta are directly connected. I don't really go up unless I got business, so I've seldom been. Subaru. What this business you refer to? Shola, it's a young maiden's secret. Moving his gaze away from Shola as soon as she started to show signs of her inanities, Subaru looked over at Julius. Him and the others should have already challenged the 3rd floor whilst he'd slept. He expected that he'd be able to hear something useful out of him, but that night, calmly shrugged his shoulders. Julius, I apologize for this when you have expectations, but we understood very little about it. Immediately after you climb up to the 3rd floor, you'll come across the room that's referred to as a trial, but Subaru. But Julius, what lies there is an unintelligible enigma. The honest truth is that we weren't able to find any clues to solve it, and we ended up having no idea what to do. Subaru. An unintelligible enigma. Subaru shifted his attention to the top of the stairs without getting the point in Julius's words. The floor above was dark, and he wasn't able to tell how it looked from below. However, that stillness made it look more sinister. Emilia. But it doesn't look like you can just enter and see what to do. Nothing really changed even when we went in and out. We were simply just given the cold shoulder. Beatrice. It makes me so irritated when I think on how we were ignored, I suppose. It seemed like Emilia and Beatrice also agreed with Julius's impression. In reality, although it was said to be a trial, none of them had been able to challenge it. His levels of wariness had just shot up as the word ordeal closely resembled it. Subaru. Well, it can't be helped. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Then let us go. Emilia. Yeah, that's the spirit. Beatrice. That's the spirit, in fact. Shola. That's the spirit. Receiving all 3 of their affirmations, each in their own manner of speaking, Subaru took the initiative and put one of his feet on the stairs. Then, step by step, he headed up towards the floor above. Unlike the spiral staircases from before, the number of steps to get to the 3rd floor was about the same as an ordinary building. Thus, in contrast to his preparedness, Subaru stormed straight into the 3rd floor Tegeta, to the point that it felt he'd gotten there way too quickly. Subaru. I'm in a... Immediately after he entered, Subaru felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Clump of unease. Or rather, should he say that it was an expanse that invited nothing but unease? It was a white expanse. Although it must be an extension of the tower that had up until now been cylindrical in shape, what greeted Subaru after he'd climbed the stairs was a strange expanse, completely dyed in white in every direction. The expanse-like vastness shouldn't have been that different in size to the tower so far, but neither its walls nor the end could be seen in this incredibly white expanse. When he looked up above, he couldn't tell where the ceiling was. When he looked down at his feet, only the part where the stairs were was a slightly ajar black. Other than that, the floor was so white that it made him scared to walk on it. He couldn't tell that the floor was the floor, or he'd end up being hit by an illusion that felt like he was in continuous free fall just about everywhere. The ceiling and the walls were the same. Subaru felt like he'd probably end up going crazy if he lost sight of the stairs that led downstairs here. And at the front of this white expanse, right in front of the stairs, there was a strange object floating up. Subaru. A stone slab? That was the impression that slipped out from Subaru's mouth when he looked at that object. In fact, the object was such that it could only be expressed like so. It was a single black slab that had been built in the shape of a quadrilateral, and had an incredibly smooth feeling to it. He couldn't call it a stone slab if it wasn't built from stone, but he had no other way of calling it considering that it wasn't metallic as well. If he really had to call it something else that was more flashy, then he'd probably use the term monolith. The silent monolith had acquired a strange floating power and was floating up dozens of centimeters above the floor, or at least it should be. His eyes were thrown completely out of whack in checking how far it was off the ground due to the whiteness of the floor, and it became more and more unclear to him. However, the monolith that was floating in midair was there, cool as you like. It was roughly the same height as Subaru, and its width was about the size of two people lined up together. If he had to put it as something that was similar in size to it, then the impression he got was like as if a tatami was floating up. Subaru. What the heck is this strange thing, Julius? If I were to try and put it into different words, I'd say this is the contrivance that stuck out this enigma before us. Julius glared at the monoliths standing beside Subaru, whose awareness had been gripped by this strange spectacle. Julius's face looked sterner than usual, as if he'd been already made to experience great hardship by the monolith many times over. The rest of them had made it up to the third floor now, and were huddled together in an effort to ward off the indistinct atmosphere present inside of the white expanse. Subaru. This ain't a room I want to stay long in. Julius. That I agree. If we stay here too long, it's quite likely that we'll lose our sense of balance. And if you end up running towards the stairs and your feet slip, I imagine your life could end up being cut short, wouldn't you think? Anastasia. Yoo-hoo. Julius, stop with the unnecessary prattle. Anastasia puffed out her cheeks in protest at Julius's prattle. It looked like she'd slipped on the way back before, which is what Julius was referring to. However, Subaru had no intention of laughing at that mishap. In actual fact, this room had been clearly made with the goal of putting people's senses out of whack. The room seemed like it embodied the wickedness of the nature of the person who'd made it. Subaru. So, what should we do about the main mystery? Beatrice. You should touch that slab, in fact. The trial begins if you do, I suppose. Subaru. Should I really touch the monolith? Julius. Monolith? That's a name that fits quite well with its mysteriousness. Let's call it like that from now on. Subaru stepped away from Julius, who was in admiration of that strangeness, and moved forward on their behalf. Since no one stopped him, he walked all the way over to the monolith. He'd expected the monolith to let off a strange, ominous feeling when he approached, but it wasn't like that. It was pretty much just a plain old slab of stone, other than the fact it was floating. When he thought of it like a tatami floating about, he felt the fear he'd had at first fade just a little. Subaru. Anyways, so I'll go ahead and touch it? Can I get a countdown? Amelia. Right. I'd like to do it. 3, 2, 1. Subaru. So damn quick. I got this, though. Amelia raised her hand up and volunteered to Subaru's appeal. Then her countdown began. As she counted down, Subaru panicked and turned around to face the monolith. And then, Amelia. 0. Subaru touched the monolith at the same time she counted 0, and the next moment, the surface of the black slab glowed from the inside. Just as it did, the scene in front of his eyes grew blurred. No, it wasn't exactly blurred. The monolith which Subaru had touched started to grow in numbers whilst glowing with a black radiance. The monolith shot out, replicated monolith after monolith from its back, whilst making their surface glow. They were all hurled across the room at an incredible rate of knots, scattered in strange positions, all floating. Countless monoliths had been strewn out across the white expanse, and Subaru had been taken by surprise by that change. Then, passing through the awestruck Subaru's eardrums, straight to his brain, a voice echoed. Touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shola. Subaru? HK? Subaru jerked his hand away from the monolith in surprise when he heard that voice ring out so abruptly. And, as he staggered back, someone propped his back up from behind. He turned around to look at them. There, he found Julius's face. Julius touched his fringe with his left hand as he propped Subaru up with his right and said, "Julius, well, look at this. Our first surprise. Can I count on you sympathizing with it, I wonder?" Subaru. What an asshole-ish thing to say. Subaru's protests only made Julius's sardonic smile grow deeper. In any case, the trial had genuinely started now. The trial of the Great Library Pleiades, 3rd floor, Tegeta. Time limit. No restrictions. Number of attempts. No restrictions. Challengers. No restrictions. Trial. Start. Chapter 22. The asterism of the white starry sky after he untangled himself from Julius and stood unaided. He turned to face the trial. In front of Subaru's eyes, the figures of countless replica monoliths were spread out across the white expanse from the heart of the monolith he'd touched. To be honest, there were so many of them that he'd get sick and tired were he to count them. Subaru. This would be the trial you meant. Right, Shala? Shala? Looks like it, right. I want to see Master flaunt his forte. Subaru. Don't start saying stuff like a band would at a drinking party. He wouldn't know since he'd never been to one, but that was probably how things went there. Subaru looked around the room behind Shala, who'd cheered him on with her easygoing manner. The floor was still enveloped in white, with everything from their ability to tell distance to their ability to tell height going haywire. The only change that stood out were the monoliths that were dotted about the place. But those two weren't particularly different from the first one. There seemed to be a bit of a difference in size between them. But other than that, they were the same, and that they both floated in mid-air and were made of a strange material. Subaru. Speaking of stuff that we were given as a clue other than those, there's still that thing from before. What he'd recalled was the voice that had echoed inside his brain when he'd touched the monolith. Touched the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shala. The sound hadn't come through his eardrums, but rather it had been whispered straight to his brain inside his skull. It had been closer to that. The voice he'd heard hadn't been a sound, so the general concept of it being someone's voice couldn't be applied here. If he were to put it in other words, it was like the words had been jammed into his brain like a sentence that he'd thought of. There was no sound in his thoughts. Thus you couldn't comprehend who the voice belonged to. If anything, it was from himself. Subaru. That voice which could be heard was the trial question, you reckon? If that's the case, Julius, Subaru, I'm sorry to interrupt whilst you're thinking, but there's a few important things I have to say. I don't think it'll hurt to go ahead after hearing those. Julius, who'd played a practical joke on him earlier, said that to Subaru whilst he racked his mind. Nearby the stairs which led down, Amelia and the rest of them were circled around the monolith frozen around it. Every one of them looked puzzled. Subaru shrugged his shoulders in appreciation of Julius, who was beckoning them to his side, and said, "Oh, Subaru. Is that so? All of you challenged it before whilst I was sleeping. Did you make any progress, Julius?" "I guess I can't really call it progress. Anyways, Subaru, please try and touch the stone slab. I mean, the monolith that's right here." "Subaru, does doing this please you that much?" "Well, sure, whatever." Subaru narrowed his eyes at Julius, who'd stuck to referring to it as a monolith, and walked over to the monolith that was on his right-hand side. The slab was one of the replicas of the original monolith. As he got closer, he could see that this one was just a little smaller than the original. "Subaru, what if it's a trap, where the moment I touch it my arm gets swallowed up?" "Beatrice, it's okay in fact. If something like that happened, Betty would become your right arm for the rest of your life, I suppose." Amelia. Then I'd become Subaru's left hand. You can rest assured." Subaru. "Both of my arms would be gone if we suppose that though." Thanks to Beatrice and Amelia's reassuring pledges, Subaru summoned up his courage and stretched out his hand to the monolith. He wasn't really worried about the act of touching it in itself. So long as his companions had recommended him to do this, and didn't try to stop him, he had no reason to doubt his safety. The issue was simply the chance that they were concealing the truth as with the monoliths replicating themselves. Subaru. "Oh?" Still full of anxiety, as soon as his fingertips brushed against the monolith, the black stone slab shone so brightly that it almost scorched his eyes. In fact, its radiance had caused Subaru to hold his breath and immediately cover his face with his arm. Then, after the light faded away, what remained in front of Subaru's eyes was Subaru, huh? Where did the monolith go? Haha. He. Behind you, master. Subaru. Behind me. After that flash of light, Subaru affirmed that the monolith that should have been in front of him had disappeared. Surprised by what had happened, he turned to look behind him at Shola, who had nonsensically shouted out in triumph. When he turned around, at the front of the stairs, in other words, at the place where the original monolith had stood, the first monolith stood alone. All the rest of them had disappeared from the room. Subaru. So, in other words, this means, Julius, that everything went back to its original state. To put it shortly, it looks like we've been deemed to have messed up by the trial. Of course. Stepping away from the dejected Subaru's side, Julius carelessly approached the original monolith. And then, immediately after he stretched out his hand and touched its surface, that voice echoed out through his mind. Touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shola. Once again, at the same time which the challenge was posed to them, monolith after monolith were replicated from the original and scattered all around the room with the same force as before. The trial was distributed around therefrom. In other words, they could call this a retry. Subaru. I see. It must mean we can think as much as we want until we find an answer. Julius. That's our guess right now. There happens to be this monolith, but I can say that even when we went around touching monoliths at random, we couldn't find an answer. Subaru. So you've already tried brute forcing it. Subaru broke down Julius's mild manner of speaking to the bread and bones of it. Emilia and Miley, who'd heard that explanation, were patting their heads with what seemed to be a look of embarrassment about them. Just try touching and checking every single one of them. Certainly it looked like they'd tried to carry out that tactic. Nevertheless, it didn't seem to have done the trick. Subaru. It's a trial after all. It means we have to solve the problem, answer it. Julius. It looks like our examiner doesn't appreciate answers that are just given out at random. Subaru. Yeah. Seems so. So like a sensei who doesn't give you credit unless you write down all of your working out, and doesn't allow you to just put answers in the test's answer column. The anti-cheating measures sure do appear quickly though. Reaching an answer without showing how you derived it could only come as a result of cheating or a hunch. Oftentimes, till primary school, he'd come across problems which he'd find answers to using his hunches, but the main point to mathematics was to learn how to derive the problem, not to regurgitate the problem willy-nilly on the spot. One time during primary school, when he'd been marked down for the lack of clarity in his working out, he remembered how resentful he'd been about it, but... Subaru. After all this time, it looks like my sensei was right. Anastasia, I'm sorry to butt in when you're still absorbed in your thoughts, Natsuki-kun, but rather your turn ain't from here. Come on, snap back to reality. Snap back. Subaru. Oh, my bad. But, what do you mean by my turn? Anastasia called Subaru, whose eyes had glazed over, back to reality, and then clapped her hand on his back. As Subaru tilted his head at her appeal, everyone looked around at each other and broke into mutters. What they were saying was the same thing, so combining it and paraphrasing it into other words. It's down to Subaru to find out who the hero destroyed by Shola is. Emilia. We challenged the trial many times over until Subaru woke up. However, that girl wouldn't even tell us whether or not she was Shola when we did. Beatrice, as far as we were concerned, Shola was the sage, in fact. We thought they were the person on the drawing engraved on the silver coin, so we didn't connect this woman with Shola, I suppose. Those were Emilia and Beatrice's replies, both of whom hadn't been able to hear Shola's story till then. Ever since Subaru had woken up, he'd seen Shola communicate with him with an air of over-familiarity that was way off the marks of typical friendliness, and because of that, it was hard to believe for him that she'd refused to say anything to them. However, her not telling them anything more couldn't be helped since she'd kept her mouth shut towards those in the tower. Having said that, though, Subaru was still worried. Even if Shola had had her tongue unsealed and became able to talk about that, Subaru, I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. Hey, Shola, if you know anything, please tell me everything about the hero you destroyed. Sola, leave this to me. Remembering stuff like each of the names of the guys I've killed is second-class work. For a first-class individual like me, I don't remember past the 100 mark. Subaru? Of course you'd say that. Shola gave him a thumbs and then winked. Receiving that vigorous response, Subaru slapped his knee. Just as he'd expected and feared, her reply was an air-headed Shola-like one. He had suspected that was likely going to happen with how she'd acted and talked till now. There was the chance that she, who would seemingly know the answer to the hero that Shola destroyed, didn't remember it anywhere in her head. Julius, however, we won't make any progress if we end it with that. Miss Shola, do you really not remember anything? It doesn't matter even if it's a tiny little detail. Shola, that's easier said than done. I just hell snipe everyone who comes near the tower, and their corpses end up being cleaned up by the witch beasts outside. Anastasia, okay, but isn't that strange? Could it be a trial to see whether we can reveal the tower's knowledge in the first place? It'd be a strange sequence of events for it to require us to show something that happened after Shola-san's tenure in protecting the tower started. Shola had pouted, saying she didn't have any clue, but Anastasia pointed out the out-of-place feeling in what she'd said. Everyone other than Shola had agreed with her opinion with an I see. For sure, it was difficult to imagine that the problem posed inside the tower came about after her tenure in the tower had started. Then, naturally, that meant the period of time which Shola had destroyed the hero came before the tower's construction. Beatrice, in other words, that means it's from before you started firing at people at random, in fact. Come on, remember, I suppose. It's like all of your nourishment ended up just in your buttocks and breasts, so your memories become poor, in fact. Shola, this appearance was chosen by my mother, but even if you say remember, it's not gonna honestly come out. Before the tower was built, right, Amelia? Yeah, that's right, before the tower was built. During that time, do you happen to know of anyone that you destroyed? Gathered near the stairway with Shola in the middle of them. They desperately tried to awaken her memories. However, Shola, who was basked in everyone's expectations, gave no signs that they'd been successful, and she groaned out with an Aeon Subaru. Is it true or not that you've been around since 400 years ago? If I name a bunch of the noteworthy people around that time, you wouldn't happen to have killed 2 or 3 of them, would you? Holla. Master, are you thinking that about me? I'm a maiden who likes to dabble with flowers, you know. Subaru. That's no maiden, more like a caterpillar, Amelia. Subaru, I think your way of speaking just now was ever so rude. If she doesn't want to remember, then don't push her and force her to. Subaru, Amelia Tan, your kindness is your super virtue, your best feature, but this woman is the more you pamper her, the more useless she becomes typed. Don't you think? I can tell, 'cause I'm the same. Amelia had firmly puffed out her chest and declared that, but it wasn't that Shola couldn't remember because she didn't want to in the first place, but rather that her memory was so poor that she just couldn't. The topic was one which he'd wanted to handle delicately since one of his members had a bunch of difficult problems in regards to memories, but it was a different matter when it came to Shola. Subaru. Practically it'll be no problem if I fire off some random names, right? I don't know how one of them striking the answer would react with the monoliths, though. Anastasia. It's definitely gotta be as Natsuki-kun says. I wonder, though, even if we find out the answer was, how can we then touch the brightest, considering that the monolith he'd touched had disappeared, and the trial seemed to have adjudicated them as having messed up. He could predict that their answer's final form would probably be to touch the correct monolith. The issue then was how they would find the correct monolith. Even if they chipped at Shola's memories, he didn't get the feeling like it'd become clear. One could say, Maybe. Boat. Even if we think forever, we won't make any progress, right? Since Naked One Isan is pretty cooperative, I think we might as well ask her. Still holding on to Shola's bare shoulders, Meili butted in between the adults who were stumbling over what to do. She looked at the group of monoliths with a look of boredom on her face as she fiddled about with Shola's scorpion tail. Meili. There's no echo witch beasties around, there's no progress. And it's really not fun. Here, speed things up, I want to go back to the mansion. Everyone. Everyone was at a loss for words at the words which Meili had uttered. Following straight after that, Meili said, "What is it?" as Subaru patted her head. "Meili, what is it, I wonder?" "Subaru, nothing. I just think it's as you say. You're right. This place is sandy as hell, and on top of that there's a bunch of scary witch beasts prowling about outside. We'll quickly take care of things here. Settle all our problems. Wake up, Rem. Retrieve a means to save the people in need, and then we shall skedaddle out of here." Treading around things with anxiety before attempting them was a waste of valuable time. It felt to him like the trial had been set up by someone rather ill-natured, and that he was playing right into their hands. "Shola, Master, you do know that there's an easy-to-stroke head right next to that lil ankle-biter." "Subaru, I said this already. You're the same as me in that you're the type which when pampered falls unendingly into corruption. That's why from here on out we're doing this the Spartan way. Hurry the hell up and remember." "Shola, do I have to?" Puffing her cheeks out in dissatisfaction, Shola seemed to be in full pout. However, she'd be easy to handle, since after a few dozen seconds she'd start humming with a face like she'd forgotten. "Julius. Well then, our young lady requests it too. Shall we try and get on with testing out the possibilities we have in front of us without dithering about? Anastasia, That's probably a good idea. It's relieving that it's okay even if we fail a bunch of times. In most cases in human life, things are decided in just a single bout. So this is quite a generous problem, don't you think?" Although Meili had set things off in motion, Julius and Anastasia had also came into agreement with her. Thus it was time to make her remember the hero destroyed and forgotten by Shola once again. "Subaru. For now let's go with a name that you remember. Yeah. How about Reed? That dude was the first ever sword saint. You killed him, didn't you?" "Shola, Adatirdi, Meili, Gya, Subaru, third base cleanup." Right after he'd nonchalantly pulled out that name, Shola let out a high-pitched shriek and leapt backwards. Subaru performed a diving catch on Meili, who'd been dropped having been unable to withstand that injection of momentum. After he safely brought Meili back to the ground, Shola, who jumped up and fled far away into the room, had gotten smaller in view. "Subaru, hey, I'm sorry. I don't really know why you're acting like that, but get back here." "Holla. Please don't say such scary stuff. Master's a real mean guy, the absolute worst. A maiden's distress, a liability issue." Even though she spoke frivolously, Shola's voice as she skulked back was shaking feebly. She sure did act tough, but she wasn't all that. Unmistakably, fear and dread had caused her to react like that. Naturally, the reason behind her fear could only be but one. "Subaru. Huh? Is the first sword saint such a scary person? Julius? How foolish. Mein Hart. Wilhelm Sama, and such are esteemed individuals worthy of the forefather of the Austria family. He definitely wasn't just skilled with the sword, but a man of character as well. Certainly, there are some parts sprinkled into the anecdotes that were left behind as rumors that indicate that he was rather strong-willed, which don't overlap with Reinhardt and the rest, but if it's not like that, then wouldn't that mean the history of the Austria family has been twisted till this current generation? Subaru, not really, but when you unravel history, and the viewpoint of prominent statesmen also changes, you'll find that Japanese history is sufficiently cruel too. If we compare it to that, then I mean we can't really start speaking about definites here. Julius, dear goodness, let's not delve into this sort of talk. It's all right, we can get a clarification of the story if we get her to talk, as she's a living witness here. Come now, let's listen to her." Julius started to ramble on with tremendous vigor at Subaru, who had hazarded a guess at Reed's temperament from Shola's reaction. And to make matters worse, he'd handled things by dismissing Subaru, who'd tried to defend his point, with a laugh. After so long, Subaru could once again see a glimpse of the figure of that gaudy knight which he'd first seen at the royal selection. He now knew that his attitude back then had been down to him playing the villain, though whenever he saw him like this he sure did get the impression that he still was like when they'd first met. "In any case, Julius, your impressions regarding the first sword saint, Reed Astria. Miss Shola, I'd like you to tell us your candid impression of him." "Shola, he was human garbage." "Julius, I'd like you to tell us your candid impression of him." "Subaru, Don't pretend like she didn't say anything. Subaru shoved Julius's shoulder, who tried to ignore that inconvenient tidbit, and made him face the facts. Pointing his finger at Shala, who had a troubled look on her face, Subaru continued. Subaru, hey, listen up. The truth about the history you wanted to know about is right here. She's a living witness to it. Go on. Tell me as many anecdotes about Reidistria as you like, of that magnanimous man of character skilled in the sword. Julius. Those who hold exceptional talent end up having confidence in themselves, more or less. That shouldn't be chastised, rather. It should be something you take pride in. If you end up becoming the greatest swordsman recorded in history, even acting like such is, yeah, when you take into account how things were back then, it would be suitable. Subaru. It's the first time I've seen you so desperate. Julius too became flustered, as if he was considering just how unconvincing he sounded. Setting Julius aside, who'd been betrayed by the history which he ever so loved, Shola's truth of Reidistria was pouring out of her without an end in sight. Shola. Well, anyways, he was a nasty guy. His personality was like that of an unruly brat in adult form, and he loved to bully the weak. Or I guess if we look at it from that garbage's point of view, almost all of his opponents were weak, so he'd be bullying the weak no matter who he fought against. He did that a lot to me too, Amelia. But he was able to keep doing that to you even though you're so strong. Since it happened over 400 years ago, you must have still been small then too. Holla. I've been like this ever since I was born, so between now and back then, I've not changed, however. That thing was just out of the ordinary. A total piece of shit. Garbage, piece of shit. The hero of yore had been harshly evaluated as such. The darkness wasn't vanishing from Shola's attitude, as if many hateful memories had come flooding back to her. It was the same as when a person who'd been bullied recalled what the bully had done to them. Shola, you should always keep that piece of shit in mind. Even if the bully forgets, the one bullied absolutely never will. And that's a fact. Subaru. I'm not really surprised, since there's a precedent in Reinhardt, but it'd take quite a monster to knock you down a few pegs, and Reidistria's one too. Shola. He really was the worst, but I was able to get him to use both hands once every 10 times we fought. Subaru, I see. He could only answer with that. Had she set her goals high or low in making him use both of his hands once every 10 times, and not to gain victory once every 10 times? Subaru felt like he wouldn't be able to make Reinhardt use both his hands even once every 100 times, so he could admit that her putting up a fight like that had been plenty enough. Subaru. Well, we can put off asking about Reid. It's pretty pointless for us to ask if you didn't destroy him, Julius. I agree. There's other things we ought to prioritize right now. Subaru, didn't you waste time doing that just now? Subaru couldn't tell whether he had a scholarly interest in it, or it was a curiosity spurred from a simple hobby. But he judged that for now, perhaps Julius wouldn't be of any use. Although he felt sorry for Julius, who'd had his illusions shattered, unfortunately for him, Subaru had no reason to care about Reinhardt's ancestor right now. To begin with, Reinhardt himself was already more than plenty enough amazing, no matter how amazing his bloodline was. At least considering his father's nature, he was sure that Reinhardt had been abounding in it. Subaru. Then let's leave all speculation about who the hero is to the guy who knows best. Julius. Gotcha. I shall humbly accept. Subaru. I still wasn't talking about you, but sure. Go for it. Biko, help him out with it. Beatrice. Gotcha, in fact. He left the task to Julius since he was willing to do it, and getting Beatrice to assist him as a helper, who boasted 400 years of knowledge, was ideal. Amelia. Then what shall we do? Subaru. We'll take a closer look at the surroundings. He'd leave the hero-related stuff to Julius and Beatrice, who'd remain by Shola, and meanwhile he wanted to take a look at the arrangement issue, namely, how the replicated monoliths were arranged. If there was some significance to their uneven arrangement, then taking the time to search for the pattern behind it probably wouldn't be a waste. Subaru. First of all, the first one is in front of the stairs. Amelia. It's the monolith that hands out the question, right? The monoliths weren't lined up in a narrow enough space to the extent that they had to be careful not to bump into them. Nevertheless, Subaru took Anastasia and Amelia and looked around the monoliths inside the room. There was a surprising difference in size between the scattered monoliths when he double-checked. However, there wasn't a single one of them that was as large as the series of original monoliths. The figures of countless monoliths, which were 1 or 2 times smaller, were scattered about after them. Subaru, when you take a look at it, I guess there's about 7 or 8 monoliths that are about the same size as the first monolith. Amelia? I guess so? Yeah, I think so too. I think the ones that are really far away are all quite small. We'll end up restarting things if we touch those too, though. Subaru. From the way you're talking about it, it looks like you've done that before. Sorry. Never mind about that. Seeing sadness build up in Amelia's eyes, Subaru caught himself before he said too much. Returning back in front of the first monolith, Subaru turned to face the 2 girls and plunged into thought. Subaru, touch the brightest of the hero destroyed by Shala. I feel like it's trying to say something cool. Anastasia, I guess it must be saying something abstract. Unfortunately, we can't go overlooking the question when we take into account what comes out of relying on Shala-san's memory. Subaru, well, I suppose so. In essence, relying on others, or on the being that had been left behind in the tower as its warden. To get that answer was really unfair with it being labeled as a trial. Subaru and the others hadn't expected friendly contact when they'd made it to the tower, however. They ended up making it into the tower without coming to blows with Shala. If it hadn't ended up like that, they would have fallen into a quagmire of fleas. Massacre. Even if they'd successfully made it into the tower in that case, they likely wouldn't have been able to defeat Shala. Amelia. If we do that, passing the trial is going to be forever impossible, right? Subaru. That's correct if you're saying they have no intention of letting us solve the trial. They could put a strong guardian as a defense mechanism. And worse, were we to kill said guardian, they could put a terrible barrier that wouldn't let us pass. Amelia. But you don't think that? You think it's different to that? Subaru. Amelia turned her eyes in anticipation towards Subaru, who'd touched on this issue of security. Receiving her gaze, Subaru confirmed her thoughts with a chuckle. Those eyes were Subaru's weakness. Subaru grew weak whenever Amelia and Beatrice gave him those looks. Rem, Garfield and Otto would occasionally look at him like that too. Coupled with Petra, that made far too many. The only ones who didn't look at him like that were Patrash and Ram. Subaru. It somehow feels like I could see a trend. Amelia. Subaru. It's nothing, just talking to myself. Subaru's bluff wouldn't have worked against those who could see through him. Of course. He was bailed out thanks to Amelia not being one of those who'd question him about it. Anyways, putting that aside and going back to the problem of the format of the trial, Subaru. Exceptions aside, fundamentally the problem was constructed with the assumption that it can be solved. If you really wanted to hide things properly, it'd be smarter not to leave them somewhere where there's a chance of finding them. Anastasia. But Natsuki-kun, you have eyeballed this place as not being like that. Subaru. What was it that the keeper of this place, Shala, said? She said this is a great library where you can get all the knowledge you desire. I don't think Shala herself could come up with such a fancy-looking phrase, so I think she's splurging out words that were told to her by someone else. Meaning that Flugel, who built this library and entrusted it to Shala, intended for it to be used. The more he unraveled the possibilities, the more unnatural the current situation became to him. The creator of this great library, Pleiades, must have taken steps to set it up so that the purpose of the building worked. He left behind the trial and Shala here as a means to screen people for that. Subaru. Does this mean that no one but those who get along well with Shala can use it to begin with? Amelia, but Shala said that she attacked everyone who approached the tower, right? Yeah. That was right. The command that had been given to Shala was to eliminate anyone who approached the tower without any exceptions, and Subaru and the others coming into friendly contact with Shala had just been a stroke of luck. If he recklessly concluded that people wouldn't get the qualifications to challenge the tower unless they abounded in fortuity, then... Anastasia? So what you need is strength, luck, and charm so that you're able to make friends with Shala-san. I think our lineup is pretty unfit for that challenge. Subaru. It sure is. If they'd been defeated by Shala, killed by her, or been unable to get her to cooperate with them, then they'd have lost the qualifications to challenge the great library Pleiades, although it was irrational to think so. If he listed all the conditions up till now, he could only come to that conclusion. However, Subaru couldn't help but have a bad feeling in just accepting that. And Emilia. Hey, Subaru. Emilia? Emilia. I'm feeling quite a bit uneasy. I've got a real bad feeling in and around my chest. Emilia placed her hand at the pit of her stomach and anxiously spilled that out. As he was about to draw his eyes to that, Subaru restrained himself before he ogled her pale skin. Clearing his throat with an ahem, he frowned at Emilia and said, "A bad feeling, Subaru? Huh. Is something on your mind?" "Emilia? To tell you the truth, there is, but this may have nothing to do with everything. And even if I say it out loud, I think only you would understand me. Subaru, I think I'd like you to say whatever's on your mind right now so you can say it to me. My thoughts aren't necessarily correct, and it's honestly a good thing to think about things from multiple different angles." "Emilia? Really? Really?" Having been immersed in her thoughts about what she was holding back, Emilia's face brightened a little as she heard his words. Then she continued speaking, saying, "In that case, Emilia, when you touched the monolith, you guys could hear a voice inside of your head, right?" "Anastasia. Yeah, it's an uncanny contraption. But I wonder what the heck it is." "Emilia, it's that voice, but isn't it similar to the one back at the ordeal of the sanctuary?" Subaru and Anastasia both kept their silence when they heard Emilia's suggestion. However, even if both of them had ended up staying silent, the reason why they'd done so had been different. Anastasia had plunged into silence because she had no clue what those words meant. But Subaru's silence had been because he'd been taken by surprise and understood her words. The ordeals. Those had taken place at the witch Echidna's graveyard, who'd lived in the sanctuary. Those mystifying phenomena that made you confront the past differing presence. Subaru didn't know the full details of them as he'd retired halfway through, but according to Echidna back at the graveyard, there'd been a third ordeal too, which Emilia had overcome. No, in this case the details and hardships of that ordeal weren't what was important here. What was important was that refrain that had informed them about the details of the ordeal using their own voice was pretty much the same as when they'd challenged that ordeal. "Subaru, now that you mention it, you're right. Why did that slip out of my mind? I guess 'cause they're bad memories, Emilia." "Subaru, that's because you really dislike Echidna, no?" Anastasia. HK Subaru. Going through an experience where a savior turns out to actually be in Minen's grass is gonna end up making you look like me. Since the sanctuary, Emilia and Subaru had spoken about the witches only once or twice. Even after they'd touched on the subject of the ordeal, Emilia liked to skirt around it, so he hadn't pursued the topic too much. The point that they both shared in common was that they thought Echidna was an ill-natured fiend. Emilia sugarcoated it more when speaking, but Subaru spoke about her as it was. "Anastasia, why? You freaked me out 'cause you mentioned Echidna's name." "Emilia? Ah, I see. Anastasia's artificial is called Echidna too. She does speak in a really similar manner, right? 'Tis strange, Subaru." "Yeah, it's strange, but let's settle this another time, all right?" "So, it's similar to the ordeal." When he'd heard the word Ryle mentioned, he'd thought that it sounded similar to ordeal. When it came to the parts that resembled the ordeal till the start, this was probably one part of a system, or perhaps it was a great part of it that resembled the one at the graveyard. "Subaru, come to think of it, the ordeal too was practically unlimited in how much you could challenge it." "Emilia, and what's more about the trials? There's the third floor, the second floor, and the first, totaling 3 here too, right?" Subaru and Emilia looked at each other as if they were saying, "Yeah, it's definitely like that." The sage's name, and the 400 years time period. When he looked back on it, it felt inevitable that history overlapped with the period of time of those witches. "Emilia, yeah, though I'm sorry. Even if we know that much, it still doesn't bring us any closer to the answer, huh?" Having thought all the way up to there, Emilia cut her story short with a flustered look on her face. Just as Emilia had concluded, Even if there was a chance that this place had some relation to the graveyard, it still had nothing to do with the trial of Tageda. The name of the hero who was destroyed by Shola was still something that they had to rely on Shola for. Subaru. Actually, isn't it not like that, Emilia? Subaru? Subaru? If we presume this place is something that's supposed to be solvable, then isn't saying that it can't be captured unless Shola manages to a mistake in the first place? This was the Tower of the Sage, and that had been the graveyard of the witch. Both of these examiners shared in the same wicked disposition, but if that wasn't only what they had in common, they had a conceivable chance to overcome them. The witch had tested people out in her ordeals, but she didn't give them any hardships that couldn't produce results. Then if the sage tested people in his trials, then he shouldn't give them any hardships that couldn't produce results. Subaru. A chance for us to be able to capture the tower without needing Shola. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, what did you think of? Emilia, she. Plunging into his thoughts, Subaru placed his hand on his chin, closed one of his eyes, and sunk into his eyes, and sunk into speculation. As he did so, Emilia waved her hand and silenced Anastasia, who'd seen a ray of hope glimmering in what was occurring, and spoken up. Emilia put her finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture at her, telling her to stay quiet. And after that, she turned her head back to look at Subaru. Her amethyst eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not taking any notice of Emilia's anticipation, Subaru's head spun in thought. In this trial, Shala's presence wasn't important. Perhaps there was even a chance that those challenging the tower could destroy Shola, were she to attack them. If he presumed that they still didn't even know Shala's name, Subaru. Even if we didn't know that Shola is Shola, if we assume a Shola was involved. Emilia and Anastasia, Subaru. We mistakenly believe that Flugel's achievement had been Shola's. The sage's achievement was that he sealed the witch with the help of the first sword saint and the divine dragon. However, the Witch of Envy ain't something that we'd ever call something like a hero, nor was she ever destroyed. He cut out that possibility as being an incorrect hypothesis right here. Maybe there'd been another heroic tale which the sage Flugel had forced on Shala that he just didn't know about. However, it didn't make any sense that Beatrice and Julius hadn't recalled something like that. An inevitable possibility floated up in his mind. Subaru. Even if we didn't know that Shola is Shala, if we assume a Shala was involved. That's it. He once again repeated what he'd said. That didn't mean his thoughts were going around in circles. It was the opposite. He'd cut out one of the possibilities, and another one had surfaced. And what that meant was, Subaru. Byoko. Come here for a sec. Following the possibility that had struck him, Subaru lifted his face up and called Beatrice over. Julius was trying everything he could to try and pry open the lid on Shola's memories. Next to him, Beatrice sprung up when she heard Subaru's voice that indicated he'd managed to find something. She rushed over to him and said, Beatrice, that face is Betty's favorite Subaru face, I suppose. Subaru, shouldn't all of them be your favorite? Beatrice, this one especially, in fact. Beatrice said that without any traces of embarrassment to her, and Subaru stretched out his hand over to her as she stood in front of him. Beatrice took his hand and looked at him with her round blue eyes. Her eyes were asking, What do you want me to do? Thus Subaru nodded and said, Subaru, it's quite simple. I'd like to jump a bit higher with Murak. Beatrice, don't tell me you're going to say I've given up, so let's break the ceiling and go up that way, I suppose. Subaru, don't be so shocked. Of course not. I just want to look down on the monoliths from above. Emilia, look down on the monoliths. Behind him. Emilia turned around to look at the monoliths and muttered that out. Even if she didn't know what he expected to get from it, Beatrice didn't show any intent of wanting to ask any more about it. She let out a small sigh and gripped his hand more tightly. Beatrice. Murak, in fact. Pale, light purple waves faintly wrapped themselves around Subaru's body following her incantation. Murak was magic which kept the effects of gravity at bay and made you far more agile. Just by jumping lightly, he'd be able to float up by about 1 meter, and if he kicked off from the floor with all his strength, then... Subaru? Up we go. Still holding Beatrice's hand, Subaru leapt up towards the top of the tall room. Although he'd made it up by 6 or 7 meters, His body didn't crash into the ceiling as he'd expected. The layer had expanded as if there'd been no ceiling at all inside of this endless white expanse. Thus, Subaru was able to look down on the entire room from above. Subaru, it's as I thought. Beatrice, were you able to find what you were looking for, I suppose? Subaru, of course. This place is the absolute worst. Subaru frowned and nodded, seeing Beatrice's gaze, who'd heard his mutter wrapped inside of his arms. The two of them turned towards the ground and dropped down. Their lightness of body that had helped them leap up also helped grace their landing. They landed without any issue, and he lowered Beatrice, who he'd been princess carrying, down to the floor. Subaru, I know the name of the hero. Emilia. Really? Subaru said that with conviction to Emilia, who'd seen him muse about it and then leap up. Emilia reacted in surprise to his words, and Anastasia rounded her eyes as well. Hearing them speak, Julius and the others with him who'd been captivated by their talk gathered over to where Subaru and the others were. Melee. Undi-san figured it out. Subaru, I solved it, along with the line of thinking of this errant examiner for now. Sala? That's master for you. You're making me feel all tingly. Oh, how I yearned for this. With Melee on her back, Shala gave him a thumbs up and replied. Then she shook her head vigorously. Looking at that from the corner of his eye, Julius looked over to the group of monoliths and said, Julius, I don't mean to doubt you right now, but please tell me how you managed to get the answer. Subaru. It's nothing spectacular. Y'all needn't feel bad for not solving this. Because in the first place, the people who have a chance at solving this are few. This problem was the most contemptible in that sense. The challengers had to overcome the obstacle that was Shala, understand the details of the problem, and yet from the start, they'd been narrowed down by the likelihood of knowing the answer to the problem. Subaru, the hero destroyed by Shala, his name is Orion. Everyone, Orion. Everyone looked at Shala in confusion after they heard the word that Subaru had spoken out. However, Shala vigorously shook her head as everyone's gazes converged on her and said, I don't know them. Shala. Nope, I've no idea who that is. And even if for a sec we assume I did kill them, what sort of person who can't even make it all the way here gets called a hero? It's totally ridiculous. Sue, I don't think I'm the one to blame here. How, you may ask? Well, by this argument from theory. I'm super smart. Subaru. As you can see, this woman's not smart at all. At first, I'd suspected that she may have actually forgotten, but that's not the case. Reason being that the Shala from this problem isn't this woman in the first place. Shala, I'm the only Shala. I got this name from Master. Subaru. Even the name that your master gave you came from someone else. He prodded out his finger to the tip of the protesting Shala's nose and pushed her away before she could get closer. Following that, Subaru walked over to the original monolith and stood in front of it. Emilia. Maybe once again. Only Subaru knows the origins of Shala's name. Subaru. It isn't just me who knows, though I suppose not everyone would know. The name of a star in my hometown is called Shala. The meaning of its name is the stinger. But if I had to specify which kind of stinger, then it'd be the scorpion's stinger. Shala had insisted on calling her hairstyle a scorpion tail. Had that been a hint of some sorts, or was that some natural airheadness of Shola's? Whichever one it was, there'd been a few things that had made him recall that Shala showed scorpion's stinger. Subaru. According to legend, the hero Orion was stung by a scorpion which had been sent out to besiege him due to his boastfulness, and he ended up dying. After his death, he became a star. So, the scorpion that killed Orion also became a star due to its deed, and it's said that even now in the sky Orion lives in fear of the scorpion. Beatrice, now that you've explained things, this legend has a pretty depressing vibe to it too, in fact. Subaru. Anyways, think of it as having constellations where stars are illustrated by the figures of animals and people and such. You can even think of them as an asterism. So, that's how it looks when you look down on the monoliths from above, becoming practically weightless as a result of Beatrice's magic. He jumped up and looked down at the group of monoliths, the scattered black monoliths in this world of white. Although their colors were inverted, a series of black stars floated about in this white world, forming a pattern which he was familiar with. There were 8 monoliths in total, which had the same size as the original one. The number of major stars as well as how they were laid out both matched with how the constellation of Orion was shaped. And when he linked it to the last part, touch the brightest. Subaru. The original monolith is right in the middle. Well, I just gotta keep my eye on Al-Nilam, and if I keep following the shape of the constellation, if I keep following Orion, then Amelia, then. Subaru, the phrasing, the brightest, is a bit of a roguish expression. In actual fact, stars shine in various different ways. Sometimes they're always bright. Other times they shine brighter only every so often. Considering that, there are 2 stars that fit the bill for the brightest in Orion. When viewed from above, the 2 stars that fit the bill were the right shoulder of Orion, located in the upper left part, Betelgeuse, and Orion's left knee located in the lower right part, Rigel. Rigel was always invariably bright, whereas Betelgeuse was a variable star that sometimes shone brighter than Rigel. Solving the problem by picking both of them wasn't a pretty one, but Subaru. I guess I'll go for Rigel. He had bad memories of a name that was similar to Betelgeuse. Subaru. Setting his answer in stone, Subaru touched the monolith on Orion's left knee. Rigel. This wasn't necessarily the only answer, but most likely it should be the right one. And at the same time he realized that he readied himself for the precipitousness and difficulty of the obstacles that awaited them on the 2nd and 1st floor. When considering the maliciousness of the person who'd cooked up these trials, Subaru. The white room was filled with a dazzling light. Both sound and landscape were left behind. Everything was blown away before finally, Subaru. Oh. When the light died down, Subaru and the others were left standing in a room made out of stone, in the middle of a room that was encompassed by countless bookshelves. Chapter 23. The 3rd floor library. Tegeta, the surrounding world of white, evaporated, leaving behind a room carved of stone and uncountably infinite shelves. Feeling the stone he had been touching disappear, Subaru took this to mean that his answer had been correct. Then in that case, Amelia. Amazing. Subaru. Good. Subaru. The examiner's personality is just too wicked. Amelia. That's your first reaction. Ready to celebrate the solving of the 3rd floor Tegeta, Amelia was stunned speechless. Echoing through the tower was Subaru's vitriolic cry. Looking back to the surprised Amelia and everyone else watching him, Subaru gave a my bad as he continued to talk. Subaru. Although it's as everyone suspected, and I've indeed solved the riddle, but that it was solved like this is a huge issue. Or rather, it's unfair to all of you. Amelia. Is that so? Subaru used esoteric knowledge to solve the riddle, is how it seems to me. Subaru. Rather than saying I solved the riddle with my own knowledge, it's more like only someone specifically like me can solve this, is the issue here. Tilting her head in confusion, Amelia faced Subaru as he scratched at his head. To consider it in detail, the best way to explain this turned out to be a bit of a problem. The exam of the 3rd floor Tegeta was just as Subaru had answered, the myth of the Orion. The notion he had set aside was, the person who riddled this might have been an astronomist or a romantic, with the reason being that the myth of Orion did not exist in this world. Whether Orion or the celestial name of Shola, or any of the other constellations, all of them were astronomical knowledge from Subaru's original world. And this current world, perhaps, was the far future, set after the civilization of Subaru's original world had long been lost to the past. Subaru had long affirmed that this world's night sky contained different stars than the ones he had known. Subaru. So, the passage of time completely changed the layout of the stars. In that case, there's no option but to just wave your hands and surrender. Since Orion, or whatever, doesn't exist anymore. After an extensive period of months and years, Orion had long since vanished from the night sky, and anything like his myths had disappeared too. If this were the case, one conjecture could be made. The poser of the riddle was someone who knew the same sky as Subaru. Furthermore, all those aside from those who knew the stars of the previous world were born naturally defeated by the exam's riddle, and the one who had designed the riddle, according to Shola's report, was without doubt the sage Flugel. Subaru, your master seems to have been a guy with a decidedly wicked personality. Shola, no. Why would you say that, Wasu? It's unlike master to be self-deprecating, USSU. Although the wicked personality bit can't be denied, SSU, it's still reasonable for the riddle to be solved. Ashu, if it were read, it would indeed be unsolvable. Something about revealing another self and being unable to pass without victory in battle? Subaru, that's horrifying. Either way, the tests would go nowhere. All in all, the heroes of the past who go nowhere had subdued the Witch of Envy. All had terrible personalities. With this person, using knowledge from another world would probably work better. Anastasia. All right. And now. As Subaru sighed over Shola's explanation that wasn't an explanation, Anastasia interrupted the pair to glance around. Stroking her scarf, she examined the shelves crammed with books. Anastasia. Thanks to Natsuki-kun's labors, the exam was solved. That's excellent. But what's the point of the library? What kinds of books does it have? I find this quite curious. Julius, according to Shola-san, this place is a trove of knowledge without bound and without break. Yuna ironically considered lacuna here, is what she had said. Nodding in accord with Anastasia's words, Julius glanced toward Shola, bearing an expression as if she had forgotten her own earlier words. Shola had her skin pressed against Miley's as she played with her. The expectations hadn't been high to begin with, but it seemed that Shola's explanation of this Tegeta library was not forthcoming. Beatrice, from that reaction, it seems that this is the first time Tegeta has been opened, in fact. Let's walk around and take a look, I suppose. Subaru. Indeed. Hey, you... Could it be that you can't hold back anymore, Beatrice? That might be the case, in fact. Clutching her dress from beside Subaru, Beatrice seemed to be speaking a tad faster than usual, eyes gleaming softly, gazing about the library with fascination. Upon realizing the reason, Subaru forgot their circumstances and began laughing. Subaru, seems like the Forbidden Archive wasn't some unpleasant memory to you. Beatrice, it's not a particularly pleasant memory, I suppose. However, in any case, it's a place where Betty spent 400 years, in fact. In addition, Beatrice, it's where Subaru told Betty to choose me, I suppose. It's not a place that can be so easily forgotten, in fact. The unexpected words had Subaru's eyes go round, and Beatrice's turned her face away. But even from behind her reddened ears were plain to see a clear sign of embarrassment. Subaru. Saying words that would embarrass you of your volition. Just what are you trying to achieve? Beatrice. Betty remembers everything about the Forbidden Archive. That is proof of memories of Subaru. Is all, in fact. Subaru, you are too cute, Beatrice. Kaya, I suppose. At the sudden declaration of affection, Subaru gently began stroking Beatrice's head. Beatrice's feline cry gradually softened, and Subaru saw an expression filled with satisfaction. The scene had Anastasia and the others glance at them with amazement. Subaru. All right. Enough of the idle chatter, let's check out the library now. Anastasia. What a sight for sore eyes. It really seems like a gentle exchange between parent and child, doesn't it, Subaru? It'd at least be considered brother and sister, wouldn't it? Sticking his tongue out at Anastasia's opinion, Subaru straightened and glanced about at his surroundings. Where Subaru and the others were located was the center of a stone-carved circular room. The structure itself was an extension of the tower, and the expansive design created a feeling of being left without boundaries. Aside from the large spiral staircase, the 5th and 6th floors had no particularly striking features to fill the vast empty spaces, and the 4th floor was in fact divided into several rooms, what Shala had described as a versatile nest. Yet the 3rd floor filled the same empty space with rows upon rows of shelves, each tall shelf crammed with countless books. The circular room was designed to form small floors. Subaru's group was located on the lowest, surrounded by layers raising outward. The books were so numerous as to be uncountable. Beatrice's forbidden archive was also fairly crowded, but in terms of solely counting books, this place was by far victorious. Subaru. In order to find the book you want, it'd be nice if you could search with a computer. Beatrice, within in the forbidden archive, Betty knew exactly where every book was, in fact. Subaru, amazing, you. A genius. After praising Beatrice's little show of smugness, Subaru approached the bookshelf beside him. Looking over, Amelia and the others drew close as well, although it didn't seem as if anyone felt daring enough to pluck a book from the shelf. Amelia. Wasn't Subaru was the one that solved the riddle? Maybe something would go awry if it wasn't Subaru that touched it. Subaru. Indeed anything could happen. But if only the one who had answered the riddle were allowed to read anything. Wouldn't it be off that Amelia Tan, and the rest were even allowed into the library? Amelia. Right. Then it seems like entering this place is akin to permission. Subaru. That's what I think. Hey, Amelia Tan. At Subaru's theory, Amelia, who had kept her guard up, nodded in understanding. Then, letting down her guard, she immediately pulled a book from the shelf. Then she began flipping through the contents of the book, right before Subaru, who had been struck speechless. Amelia. It's just a normal book. Subaru, what is it? Subaru. No, nothing. It's just that Amelia's boldness was shocking but quickly became mesmerizing. I only said that's what I think is all. Amelia. Subaru said so. So wouldn't it be fine? Is saying so that odd? Amelia's conscientious expression bore a confusion that left Subaru speechless. With complicated feelings, Subaru brought a hand up to cover his face with an wah. Subaru. It constantly feels like that piercing gaze of trust is painful. Julius, you built it up bit by bit is how it is. Furthermore, that you solved the riddle of Tegeta, which no one else could is fact. Such an achievement is undeniable. Subaru. That was like a blind cat swatting a dead mouse. That I solved it was just coincidence. At Subaru's bewilderment, Julius shrugged his shoulders, the knight's words causing Subaru to avert his gaze. Amelia's faith, Beatrice's closeness, Julius's sincerity, each one of them did not align to Subaru's expectations, and each of those words conveyed an inexplicable sense of wariness. Subaru often doubted that kind of value being placed upon himself. Anastasia. Just as Amelia-san said, it's just an ordinary book. It is not some strange object that would immediately set your body on fire upon contact. What the book is made of is difficult to discern, as is its age. As for the content, inspired by Amelia's proactive attitude, the others too had begun picking up books one by one. Even so, to skim all of this myriad of books was hardly such an easy task. Anastasia and Julius both examined the book's composition and binding and the like. Subaru. Biyoko. What do you think? Beatrice. It seems that the composition of the books are identical, only the titles are completely different. This is Noa Libertas. This is Liber Fermi. They don't seem to follow any particular pattern in their ordering either. Her librarian soul dripping blood, Beatrice expressed dissatisfaction with the one who had arranged the books so haphazardly. The absence of any memory of her sorting through the forbidden archive suggested that it had been organized long ago. Putting aside Beatrice's indignation for now, Subaru suddenly noticed something about the spines of the books. Subaru. The titles of these books. Could it be that they're all people's names? It seems to. This is Palma Yule. And here's Coyote. Julius, all these names from the past aren't familiar ones. Not that I hold any wealth of knowledge, but none of these names are ones I know. Of course, looking around more closely might yield some kind of discovery. If you don't recognize them, it's likely that no one here would. Whether that was true or mere humbleness, of late Julius had been revealing more of the historical pedigree of his house. If these names were not in his knowledge, perhaps they were just randomly given ones. Subaru also offhandedly grabbed a book to leaf through. The text written inside was composed of the common I glyphs, rho glyphs, and ha glyphs, the unique language of this world. Had it been a gospel, No one aside from the owner should be capable of reading it, and only text composed of what seemed to be pictographs would have been visible. But this book did not seem to use such petty tricks. Since the text was minuscule and the content itself was too boring, it would not register in the brain even if read properly. A common issue with uninteresting books. Subaru. Once again, to check with Anastasia San. Are there any names you recognize? Anastasia? Nope. Subaru sought confirmation from Anastasia, or course, rather than from Anastasia herself. It would be better to say he sought confirmation from Echidna, who held control over her flesh. Echidna should be possessed of more knowledge than Julius, and though it was possible she was concealing the truth, from the very beginning the spirit had not shown any hints of hostility. Believing her answer for now, Subaru began to feel rather impotent. Subaru. Out of tricks already, huh? A tree hidden in a forest. It could be that a vitally important book is hidden somewhere in these shelves. This really is troublesome. Amelia, giving up halfway through won't do. Facing an unsolvable problem means that you have to try even harder. Work hard. Faced with a vast amount of books, Subaru, who had already felt uneasy, had his soul assaulted by exhaustion. Amelia raised a tiny fist for Subaru to cheer him on. The encouraging pose that Amelia struck grew more and more accurate, and Subaru turned to face the shelf. The titles of these books all contained unfamiliar names. At the very least, should he come across a name he recognized, he would look into it with care. Thinking so, Subaru brushed his fingers along a row, book by book. Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru's fingers came to rest on one spine, grabbing the spine of the book, then easing it out from the stuffed bookshelf. The book's title was a name that Subaru knew. Dashu. Subaru, having reflexively grabbed the book, flipped it open. Then, the familiar name of the book met his eyes, and afterward, it came. A dimming of the consciousness. A woman, a soul woman, existed. A woman so young, one would hesitate to call her a woman. Humble clothes upon a skinny figure. Green hair along with a skin tanned in the shine of days. The woman seemed to be at an age to be called a little girl. However, her heart was commanded by unending distress, unable to find the answer for it by any means. For the woman, it was an inborn argument. Ever more troubling her mind with it was the unending supreme argument. It was the logic omnipresent in the world, that contrast of white and black, namely, good and evil, righteousness, deeds of AR. Though there were innumerable choices in the world, all deeds are eventually decided to be on either of those positive and negative poles. For the yet youthful woman, there was a reason to continue to anguish over that logic. It was inevitable for her. The one who had divided the woman's world into white and black, good and evil, the righteous and the sinners, was the woman's father. The woman's father decapitated the necks of sinners and made a living by delivering punishment appropriate for the ARs, delivering the end of their life, the punishment suitable for their error, upon the sinners who had sinned, meant livelihood to her father. Executioner. The woman had seen the actions of her father, who was named that, and the state of affairs of the execution site, before even the days of youth. The repulsive and cruel deeds, the death wails of the sinners granted quietus, the execution site ruled by blood and death. What made the woman witness death there was none other than her father's own will. Punishment casted upon the committed sins. Evil deeds met their result through the means of evil deeds. The father attempted to convey the rightful state of affairs he believed in, of the world's good and evil, as an executioner, to the woman. Noble was her father's will, a pure ideology without question. However, keeping in mind the woman's youthfulness, it seemed to be conceded. It was yet too early to seek ideals. The woman saw the deaths of many with her own eyes, scented the odor of blood, and burnt the punishment casted upon sinners into her memory. The result, the woman, before she could study in depth the value of life and the principle of life and death, learnt punishments befitting the sins. Benevolence gave birth to good cause. Wrongdoings called upon roots of evil. The souls of sinners were corrupted, worthy of punishment. Comprehending the teachings of her father through that interpretation, the woman desired the rightful state of affairs for punishments befitting the sins. For that she sought something which would become her guiding principle, the balance of virtue which would establish evil deeds as evil. However, the balance which the woman sought existed nowhere within her sphere of search. The good and evil of affairs had no simple answer, but the correction, sin, and punishment possessed many factors determining them. However, the woman, yet youthful and unknowing of compromise or resignation, did not come to a halt. She must obtain the answer. She must conceive the balance befitting good and evil in her heart. She must present the answer to the undissolving doubt present within the interior of her chest. Days of agony continued. However, she gained the answer suddenly, as if a blessing had been granted to her from the heavens above. Shattering her father's vine cup, the woman was greatly frightened by the sin she had committed herself. Preparing herself to face beheading, the woman confessed her own sin to her father. "Speaking up your own sins and apologizing for them is correct," said the woman's father while expressing a smile. Forgiving the woman's error. At the smile of her father and the sensation of his palm patting her head, the youthful woman came to understand. The balance for measuring the weight of the committed sin was nothing else but present within the heart of the sinner himself. Even if nobody lies witness to it, the heart of the sinner himself knows of his sin, good and evil. She did not understand. They're complicated. Corrections have no certain guidelines. They can't be found. However, the consciousness of the sin is within oneself. There are no standards for punishments befitting the sins. However, the consciousness of sins deserving of punishments is within oneself. The woman understood. She was satiated, and finally obtained the balance. Remaining ignorant of the value of life and the principle of the life and death of people, the youthful woman disclosed punishments befitting the sins. Under the light of day as the woman walked, learning through observation from her executioner father, for delivering punishments befitting the sins, for disclosing the hearts of those sinners who had been judged worthy of punishment. For the woman, the division of good and evil, corrections, sincerity and falsehood into two halves, was the natural order of things. At the question the youthful woman asked, some smiled, some were troubled, some were bewildered. However, the result of the answer to the woman's question was the same for all. The sins worthy of punishment lied within themselves. She looked around. Nobody was there. There no longer was anyone present here, aside from the sinners who had received punishment, trampling over the people who had been torn into tiny fragments, and finally over the fragments of her father. For the sake of fulfilling the long-standing desire bestowed upon her, the woman continued walking further, seeking sins worthy of punishment. The witch of pride questioned sins, delivered punishment, and cast judgment upon sinners. Upon seeing the beginnings of the witch he recognized, Subaru's consciousness returned alongside a pain. Subaru's consciousness was ejected from the book with a snapping sound, accompanied by a feeling of having blood drained dry the one hand, and a feeling of being externally torn into bits on the other, pain resonating not from the head or body, but the soul. The soul entering into the book, then painfully torn away from it. Emilia, Subaru. That was Emilia knocking his wrist with a karate chop. Subaru's hand shook under the impact, and the book he held fell to the ground. It landed spread face down on the ground, and Subaru stumbled into a bookshelf. Subaru. Emilia. Are you okay? Just now, he looked super uncomfortable. Subaru. Somehow? It's over, right? I don't get it either. Nodding at Emilia, who supported him with unease in his eyes, Subaru caught his breath. Although he hadn't done any sprinting, his heartbeat was in a frenzy. Pressing a hand against his chest to feel the jumping of his heartbeat, Subaru breathed deep. His gaze swiveled around, finally landing on Emilia. Emilia, is everything fine? Subaru, gazing upon Emilia Tan's face puts me at ease. Could you give me a hand? Emilia. All right, what is it? Accepting Subaru's flattering words, Amelia supported his shoulder and asked. As she queried on, Beatrice reached a hand toward the book on the ground. Beatrice, just now your expression grew odd after touching this book. Subaru. Wait, Beatrice, don't touch it. Beatrice. Wanting to call Beatrice to a halt as she reached for the book, she had taken it into her lap before he could. Casting her gaze downward, Beatrice read the book's title aloud under Subaru's furious gaze. Beatrice. Typhon. Is this the name of someone Subaru knows, I suppose? Subaru? It is. Could it be that you... At Beatrice's question, Subaru wanted to ask, could it be that you don't know? However, whether her answer would be in the affirmative or negative was already obvious, and Subaru frowned as he considered what should be said next. In that period, Beatrice had already opened the book to check its contents. Subaru. Idiot. Beatrice. Idiot is a rather rude thing to say, in fact. There's nothing special about this book. It's just the same as the others, I suppose. Beatrice would have the same shocking experience that Subaru had. Although that was what had been expected, the girl had no reaction whatsoever to the book's contents. She disappointedly shoved the book back at Subaru. She was dissatisfied with the book and sent it back to her. Beatrice. However, Subaru hasn't read any of the other books, is how it seems, in fact. Subaru. Right. But why is it just me? Amelia. Could it be that just like the riddle of the room, only Subaru can see it? Or that it only works for Subaru, who solved the riddle? Subaru. If that's so, that personality just seems more and more wicked, huh? Considering Amelia's words, Subaru shook his head as an unpleasant hunch came over him. In any case, he had no courage to peruse the book that had been shoved at him once more. Swimming through his mind, all too vividly, was a first-hand experience of the woman's memories. The sense, taste of the air, tread on solid ground, as well as the weight of shattering a life. To awaken after such immersion in the memory of a person was truly a miracle. It felt as drinking down another person's life. That terror and disgust beyond imagining had come into existence through experience. Amelia. Subaru. Where is this Typhon? Subaru. It'd be hard to explain properly. Or rather, it may not be so hard if it's Amelia Tan. Maybe you saw her in the tomb? Amelia. Tomb. Upon hearing that word, Amelia and Beatrice froze simultaneously. Tomb was to Subaru, and Amelia and Beatrice in addition a place laden with significance. Thus, considering the tea party of witches that had been held in that ancient tomb, the other two knowing of Typhon would not be so odd. That said, perhaps Echidna wouldn't have been so candid with Amelia. And as for Beatrice, she had probably known a different Echidna than Subaru had. Subaru. Typhon was one of the historical witches, the witch of pride who looked like a lowly like Biko with dark skin. However, she was a child who could reify innocently cruel words. Hearing Subaru's explanation, Amelia and Beatrice both shook their heads after considering. It seemed Echidna's display of witches had been reserved especially for Subaru. Although it had just been to make use of Subaru, there had indeed been much preparation put into it. Subaru. Innocently cruel, huh? As he spoke, Subaru recalled that he had only had a brief period of contact with Typhon himself. Although it hadn't happened in the physical world, the sensation of his arms and legs being shattered by her was unforgettable. Although it had been subsequently fixed, the impact of his limbs being taken had still hit at full force. However, after catching a glimpse of her abnormal origin through reading, the reasons for such behaviors could be explained. Of course, to instantly understand the complex and nuanced reasoning was no easy feat. Subaru. In any case, that book I read just now, with that child named Typhon's memories, life, origin? In summary, it was the experience of her entire life. Hardly something easy to come to terms with. Amelia. It's clear from seeing Subaru's reaction, experiencing the memory of another. This is feeling more and more like some kind of trial. Subaru. In that case, it was just a struggle with your own memories. Well, hardly anything so difficult. Amelia. Right. An easy victory. As for sobbing cries, countless failures one upon another, body and mind collapsing under pressure, Subaru and Amelia both nodded and chose not to mention them. As she rolled her eyes at the pair's attitude, Beatrice wiped at the book's stains. Beatrice. A book showing experiences of another's memories. In other words, it's a way of accessing the past, I suppose. In that case, what we need to know is likely contained in the library. Subaru, Biyako, have you thought of something? Hearing Beatrice's murmurs, Subaru rose and prepared to ask her for her thoughts. However, before Subaru had a chance to speak, someone else's voice rang out. Julius. The sound had come from the direction of Julius's group, who had been examining the other bookshelves. Following the direction of the cry was the sight of Julius kneeling on the ground, with a book in hand. From beside him, an alarmed Anastasia shook the knight's shoulder, snatching the book away. Anastasia. Julius. Julius, pull yourself together. Can you hear my voice? Julius. Anastasia. Sama. Anastasia. It's me. Good. Slowly. Deep breaths. Are you all right? In precisely the same way Subaru had just been, Julius's awareness returned to the present. Gazing at Julius's form that was elegant even in weariness, relief shone on Anastasia's expression. Calling out, "Is everything okay?" Subaru dashed toward the pair. Subaru. Is your head spinning after reading a difficult book? I get it. I get it. Julius. Certainly, of late I have not read anything. A deplorable state for a knight, who must be versed in civil affairs and warfare. I ought to learn from you who managed to solve the riddles with such ease. Subaru. What words, delivered like that? If he had felt what Subaru had, his spirit would have borne quite the burden. As such, that he could maintain such elegance afterwards was just uncool. At the extraneous thoughts contained in Subaru's heart, Amelia knocked at the back of his head with a karate chop. Subaru. Gah, Amelia. It won't do to say naughty things on reflex. Julius. Is everything really fine? Julius. My sincerest apologies for having worried you. Such an exaggerated reaction truly cannot be excused. Even so, this is truly an unpleasant experience for the heart. Hiding his internal weariness, Julius's response to Amelia was elegant. However, a thin film of sweat coating his forehead was evidence of a shock that could not be concealed. Anastasia stood on her tiptoes, pressing a handkerchief to Julius's forehead, while Julius hurriedly lowered his head with an air of consternation. Anastasia, although stubbornness is a boy's nature, speak up when you're feeling poorly, won't you? If you insist on doing something beyond you, you'll cause trouble for everyone else too. Julius. Right. My gratitude for your attentions. Amelia. It's just as Anastasia-san says. Right. Subaru. Subaru. Though I don't know why you need me to agree. That's how it is. The exchange between master and vassal of two factions coming to a close. Everyone's attention turned to the book in Anastasia's hands. Julius had looked over the contents of the book, and perhaps had had the same experience as Subaru. Looking at the spine, the title inscribed upon it was Emilia. Balaroy Temeglyph. Someone you know? Subaru? It's not a name I've heard. For certain. Subaru glanced at Amelia, who read the title aloud from beside him, then responded confidently. Indeed, Subaru was confident in his excellent memory. When it came to remembering relationships in this world, from Arlam village to the fruit stall owner in the capital, not a single one was missing. Contained within the list of memories was no such name as Balaroy. However, Anastasia swiveled her head after hearing the name, wearing a thoughtful expression. Anastasia, that name is one I've heard. Perhaps, that's right. Right. Isn't that the name of a general of the Valachian Empire? Julius. More precisely, he is a former general. At Anastasia's answer, born from vague recollections, Julius added a supplement. Hearing such words, everyone would guess that was someone who Julius had a relationship with. Only, the distance of that relationship had Subaru, frowning. Subaru. Wallachia is the country to the south. You even know a general from there? Julius. Once more, he is a former general. Is that so odd? I am, after all, one of the royal knights. Since Lugunica and the Wallachian Empire neighbor each other, it shouldn't be unexpected that I one-sidedly know the name. Subaru. So that's the case. Someone known one-sidedly. Huh. Accepting Julius's explanation, Subaru nodded. Then he exhaled lightly and suddenly reached a hand out to snatch Bolaroy's book from Anastasia. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Sorry to startle you, but there's something that ought to be checked. Having had the book snatched from her, Anastasia widened her eyes. Subaru checked the cover of the book, then flipped the book open with a snap to read its contents. In that moment, Subaru had prepared for the realizing of living vicariously that may have followed. However, he also considered the idea of perhaps it won't happen. The correct answer proved to be the latter. Subaru. I also tried to read the book after one-sidedly hearing the name, but nothing happened. Julius. Subaru. Subaru. Right now, what matters most between us is trust. No, the trust you and I share wouldn't be non-existent. And only I had thought it was there. Julius. What a horrid way of putting it. Toward Subaru, who glared fiercely at him, Julius closed his eyes and answered thus. He stroked his bangs as he spoke. Julius. Compared with the people here, I currently have no one else I can trust more. The support of Anastasia-sama and yourself, who provides what even Reinhardt cannot, I would of course accept. Subaru, to be spoken of like that, can't help but feel disgusting somehow. Julius. Saying so makes my tongue itch as well. Subaru scratched as his nose, and Julius continued to finger at his bangs with his eyes closed. Then he loosened a high and proceeded to formally bow to Anastasia and Emilia. Julius. I apologize for my thoughtlessly offensive behavior, Anastasia-sama, Emilia-sama. Just now, I allowed my own feelings to cloud answer. In these circumstances, the contents of the book ought to be shared by us all, and so my behavior is unforgivable. Anastasia. Whether or not you'll be forgiven depends on mine and Emilia's tempers. What do you think, Emilia? What I want to say has already been said by Subaru and Anastasia-san, so think about what you should do now. That's all. After Emilia and Anastasia readily accepted his apology, Julius once again bowed low. Subaru knew exactly what lay within his heart. After making a mistake, taking mitigation from those who accepted an apology was a weakness that could be forgiven. Subaru well understood this feeling, which he had experienced before himself. Julius. Bolaroy Timoglyph, general of the Wallachian Empire, is a dead man, and the one who took his life is none other than myself, Anastasia, to have killed another country's general. This is quite a shock to take in. Julius, Anastasia-sama is... No, please forget what you just heard. Anastasia, at Julius's frankly described recollections, Anastasia narrowed her eyes. Based on Julius's reaction just now, it seemed that this had been something he had already shared with Anastasia before his memory had been taken, and before Echidna had assumed control of her body. Naturally, that Anastasia was the first to know was unsurprising, and instead Subaru and Emilia were quite shocked. Emilia, that's... If what I recall from my studies is correct, I know that the relationship between Lugunica and Wallachia is super poor, but... Subaru, shouldn't killing the Empire's general have started a war or something? At the pair's candid and simple questions, Julius's expression became more assured as he nodded lightly. Julius. This was the result of a very delicate situation. Reinhardt and Ferris were also dragged into it. To put it directly, the general had prepared to launch a revolt in the Empire, and I had met him face to face, and stayed in the Empire for a brief period. Subaru, so those two were there too. Isn't Reinhardt banned from being exported? Julius, since the foreign emperor wanted to meet him, he was granted permission. Moreover, don't you think the words exporting Reinhardt are off, Subaru? Just a slip of the tongue. What else should I call it? Smuggling? Something that couldn't be exported. Such phrasing wasn't wrong in usage. In truth, after having felt Reinhardt's logic defying combat ability in Pristella, it wasn't difficult to imagine that Reinhardt would be a nightmare for the forces of other countries to contend with. Not allowed to approach the border was a perfectly understandable stipulation in international treaties. Julius. In short, that general's name was Bolaroy Temaglyph. My apologies. Due to the sensitive nature of the issue, details of the incident cannot be shared. And in addition, the memory is painful to myself as well. Subaru. So it's something that can't be discussed openly. Huh, got it. I'll keep my mouth shut. Amelia. Understood. I'll also keep it a secret. With Julius's circumstances clarified, Subaru and Amelia swore themselves to secrecy on this shared confidence. And what allowed Julius to live vicariously was also clear. Beatrice. It makes sense now, in fact. The books here are books that allow a reader to experience the life of someone familiar, I suppose. Subaru. I had the witch, and Julius had the general. Sounds about right. Anastasia. It feels as if I've heard words I can't quite let go. Natsuki-kun, are you acquainted with a witch? They're no good. Such relationships. They're all related to the witch cult. Subaru. I'm beyond scared myself, but the relationship with that one is shallow, so please rest assured. Recently there hasn't been much contact to be a bother. Subaru shrugged at Anastasia's words. However, Amelia and Beatrice, and finally even Julius's expressions looked as if they had just eaten something sour. The unexpected reaction left Subaru frowning, as Anastasia deeply sighed and continued. Anastasia, the meaning of the books in this library seem clear now. To share it, I'll have to say something scary. Is that okay? Subaru. Hearing it would be really off-putting, but what do you want to say? Anastasia. Every book in this library is inscribed with a name, yes? Saying this fact that everyone knew, Anastasia looked to Subaru for permission to continue. As Subaru nodded in assent, he thought that what would be coming next were those scary words. Then, Anastasia leveled a finger at Bolaroy's book and Typhon's book, currently held by Beatrice. Anastasia. The Empire's general, and Natsuki-kun's witch friend. Subaru. Hey, not a friend here. Anastasia. The common point with that witch friend's book is that it's the book of someone deceased. Subaru. Having Typhon be referred to as deceased was actually a little off-putting, but the place where the witch's tea party of the tomb had been held was no more, so she could be thought of as completely gone. As for Echidna, since many doubts yet rested on Scarf Donna Fox Donna, Subaru couldn't feel at ease about her. Setting aside Subaru's internal thoughts for now, Anastasia spread her hands to gesture at the entirety of the library as she continued. Anastasia. The books here include the names of every single person from past to present in this world. Indeed? If so, to find one specific book, how long would it take? Correction. The one who had made this library did not have a poor personality. Rather, they had the worst. Chapter 24. The Perverse Examiner. There was a woman, all by herself. Sensitive to pain, she was always crying, always emotional. The sole reason for her grief was that she could not forgive her own lack of strength. All around her was always a world full of strife, of violence, of war. No matter how much she pleaded, no matter how much cried out, no matter how much she tried, no matter how much she prayed, the sorrow never ended. So, she began to curse fate. While cursing it over and over and over, she noticed it was pointless, no matter how many tears she shed. And when she realized, she began wishing for something else. Raw power. To obtain power that would let her throw all away, that would let her overwhelm all others. She struggled to her limits and ran, heading towards the power she so desired. She was not chasing after the power to harm, nor the power to take. She had no use for that. She chased power no one could catch up to, which she believed she could use to put an end to violence. The woman who cried so much wanted the power to stop crying. She knew that if she remained powerless, she could never stop a fight where power was pitted against power. Her voice remained silent. Her wishes went unfulfilled. Even if her own sorrows were kept distant, sadness still clouded the sky. How could they be okay? How could they hurt one another? How could they think to live with those scars? How? Why could they not realize they have other ways to live? Woman, children are crying. The elderly are crying. Men are crying. Women are crying. Everyone is crying. Then, why? To stop exactly that, she solely desired for power. Training herself, she endured all pains to finally obtain an iron-clad will. Eventually, she found the end of her path, the pinnacle of strength where none else could reach. Standing on the battlefield, she shouted to stop the fight, to overwhelm all other powers with her own, to crush all grief, shatter all malice, and to stop before her the endless stream of tears. She struggled to her utmost, punching those who brandished their swords, kicking those who flung magic, breaking those who bared their fangs. She pulverized all and any who came to seek battle. But the more the woman fought, the stronger became the swordsmen, the mages, and the bearer of fangs, ever increasing their numbers, as if she had entered a never-ending spiral of violence. No one knew how to save themselves other than to answer violence with violence. That was why no one knew of a way to save themselves aside from victory in battle. Woman, why? In the end, the woman herself, despite knowing this, also answered with violence. Lowering her fist that dripped crimson, she turned her blood-smeared face to the sky, and wailed. The fighting would not stop. Her efforts, her hard work, all had been in vain. Neither others nor her own tears would stop flowing. Finally, in the chest of the woman who had been ceaselessly running, despair crept in, dripping down her cheeks. Tears overflowed. The tears that continuously streamed were not warm, but rather cold. The tears of someone powerless, drowning in despair. However, alongside them flowed out a different, deep emotion, dyeing her heart pitch black, her vision red and her mind white. A tempest awakened within, face still wet with tears. The woman came to know of that emotion. As she came to know its name, its origins, she came to understand it. She had not been shedding tears of sadness. She had merely been drowning in the madness of rage. People called that emotion fury. No, they called it wrath. To this world that forced others to tears, to those who refused to stop fighting, to the absurd unfairness that is the end of life. Let them have a taste of my iron fists. At some point, she stood up, wiped the dirt off her knees, and took off running. Diving into the fray of the still ongoing battle, she punched everyone's faces while shouting, "Stop fighting. Look at the sky. Feel the breeze. Smell the flowers. Live with your families and loved ones." For the first time, the woman's voice swept unrest throughout the battlefield. Fists that could break apart the earth, kicks that could cause the heavens to roar, all only to let others live. Wounds closed, screams silenced, and knees bent in the face of the spreading warmth as battle lost its meaning. Soon the voices that wept disappeared from the battlefield. Life returned to the mundane. When the people's tears stopped, they felt gratitude towards her. They raised their voices, waved their hands, and smiled. However, the woman was suddenly no longer there. That was only natural. The woman still had things to do. She had no reason to turn back, no reason to stop walking. To fulfill her desire to create a world where no one cries, where there is no conflict, where no one has to take from one another. She ran, and kept running as she threw around her fists, till the day everyone stops crying. Till the day the warm droplets rolling down her cheeks stop. The witch of wrath, who had declared war on sadness itself, continued to run evermore. Yet again, after finding a book of the dead and gaining the knowledge it held, Subaru returned to reality. From within the confines of its bindings had poured out the name of whose life it recorded, the many battlefields she had crossed through, and the conviction she once held when she was alive, albeit all of it being only a drop in the ocean of her entire life. Even though he understood that Subaru, that was heavy. He felt as if a lump of dense, heavy lead was clogging up his chest. For humans, no matter who, a second is a second, a minute is a minute, a year is a year. There is no scale that can measure the weight of a life differently, and thus time flows equally for all. Such a scale of time could not simply be contained within such flimsy paper, nor could it be transferred to the mind from it, no matter how special the technology. Still, even though he had simply touched it, Subaru had to clench his teeth to keep his mind, so as to not be swept away by the rush of memories that flowed in. The footprints of their lives that one left behind were indeed great and heavy. Amelia. Subaru, are you okay? Subaru. Yeah, I'm fine. Feeling okay. My head just took a spin, that's all. Amelia. That's not what feeling okay means. Closing the book in hand, he returned it to the shelf as Amelia watched. Meeting her gaze with one eye closed, Subaru pointed to the book he just put back. Subaru. I found another volume of the witch's books. This time, well, it was one of the better witches, if that's possible. She was still a little weird, though. Amelia. The weird one? Sekhmet. Subaru. Hey. That's one of the weirdest of the bunch. Wait, you know Sekhmet? Back at the tomb of the sanctuary, Amelia was supposed to have met Echidna in the witch's tea party, but Subaru never asked if she had met the others. He had assumed Echidna made an exception for him, and so had not allowed Amelia to meet the other 5 witches, so it startled Subaru when Sekhmet's name slipped from her mouth. The Witch of Sloth Sekhmet was a woman with long, flowing magenta hair, owner of a deeply self-indulgent personality. Putting that and her demeanor aside, she was the most reasonable person among the witches. Subaru. If you know Sekhmet, what about the other witches? Like, the one from this book, Minerva, or something? Amelia. No. Sorry. I didn't meet anyone else but Echidna and Sekhmet at the tomb. I didn't talk to Sekhmet all that much either. Subaru. That's so. No. It's fine either way. Even if you did know her, this wasn't something you'd enjoy seeing anyway. Flashing a dry smile at Amelia, who hung her head, Subaru tapped the side of the bookshelf lightly. The shelves that stored the memories of the dead were made of a strange material. Under his palm was not the sensation of wood, nor of iron, and the bookcase itself refused to budge when pressed. Currently, while going through the library on the 3rd floor Tegeta, Subaru and company came to understand that the numerous books that were stuffed into the bookshelves both recorded and invoked the memories of the dead. Despite that, they steadily continued their search for something very simple. Amelia. That aside, I wonder where the stairs to get to the upper floor are? Subaru. Right now, I have 0 leads on that. Amelia tilted her head, deep in thought, while Subaru stood opposite, gazing downward as he sighed. At present, everyone was worrying their heads over, not on how to get past the 3rd floor Tegeta's next trial, but on where the location of the stairway that led to the 2nd floor would be. The white area where the monolith was had faded, leaving open Tegeta's great library. Thanks to that, they now had access to the memories of the dead, a concept that was surely very desirable, which was good and all but Subaru. Well, for now, we don't really have a use for this place. To search for the information everyone wanted by digging through the memories of the dead would be a Herculean task, given its nature, as one could not even choose the memories they wanted to see, due to the absurd amount of time, and even luck, even luck would take. Neither of those could be spared at the moment. Time was obviously short, but also that Subaru did not have enough faith in his own luck, no matter how much he was blessed with it. Subaru. So that's why the info we want might be on the upper floors. It's supposed to be. Amelia. But there's no way to get upstairs. I tried to get on top of the bookcases, but it didn't work out. Subaru. You're pretty bold, aren't you? Amelia Tan. Amelia pointed to the ceiling while recalling what she had tried to do. In the midst of their racking search for the staircase that led to the upper floor, she had climbed up on top of the tallest bookcase there was in the library. The cases were arranged in a circular fashion, with small steps elevated to lead inward, placing the tallest bookcase at the center. However, even that had not reached the ceiling of the room. It should be noted that, despite how Amelia had climbed the bookcase, and despite how her short skirt was waving about boldly during the action itself, her movements were such that nothing was visible underneath, Strangely enough, when Subaru poked at it in a roundabout manner, Amelia simply touched the hem of her skirt, and, Amelia, Puck taught me. What was it again? A lady must always act with beauty and grace. I'm always careful about it. Don't worry. Subaru. I feel kinda conflicted about this. I want to praise him, but I want to blame him too. Anyway, Amelia had already failed in her attempt to physically force a way to the next floor. In other words, there was a hidden gimmick to the appearance of the staircase. This was not only limited to the appearance of the library, but extended to the process of going up further. If it were too hard, the challenger's motivation would likely fall, but the creator of the watchtower, Flugel, must have taken that into account as well. The nerve, Subaru. Man, I really want to see this guy's face. But how he looks is a mystery too, damn it. Julius. Subaru, can you come here a bit? While he grumbled, a voice called from behind him. On the opposite side of Subaru and company, rummaging through a separate bookcase, was Julius. Seeing him approach with Anastasia in tow, Subaru raised his hand. Subaru. Sure. What's up? You found something? Julius? Unfortunately, nothing worth mentioning. I have not been able to find a single volume with a name I know since that first one. Your side seems to be in a similar situation as well. Amelia. That's not really accurate. Subaru did a good job. He really did find another volume, then looked through it and started looking kinda wobbly. Right. Subaru? Subaru. I'll take Amelia Tan's praise to heart, but that's how it is, Julius. I see. Please take care of yourself. Subaru knotted his brows as Julius turned away from him, disinterested. While watching the two from aside, Amelia spoke. Amelia. But Julius and the others haven't found the stairs too, huh? Really in trouble. Julius. I understand where Amelia-sama is coming from. However, if we are to believe that this library does indeed record the names of all the dead, from the past to the present, although it is quite hard to digest, I'm afraid we alone cannot make much progress. We need many more people, like the entire population of a country or so. Julius proposed with a serious face. Subaru had no objections with the proposal's idea, feeling that such a number was more or less necessary. The Augria sand dunes have already been conquered, and if one needed to only reach the watchtower, one only had to avoid the nest of witch beasts. That alone could be a great adventure by itself, but Julius, unlike before, the way to the tower is as good as open. I believe that it is worthwhile to report the existence of this mysterious library to the capital. We could make much more effective use of it that way. Subaru. The value of this information is definitely nothing to joke about. But I'm also pretty sure a lot of history buffs just like you will be born from this, eh? At Subaru's rapid-fire words, Julius stopped, and after a moment shut his eyes and sighed. Julius. To say I am not expecting that would be a lie. Apologies. I had a selfish motive for that proposal. Subaru. Come on. Don't get down like that. What's wrong with being self-centered? If you're feeling so sorry for that, what are you gonna make of me? I'm working just for my own sake, 100% of the time. Never truly acting out of duty, always expecting some kind of reward. That was how Subaru behaved. It was already his way of life, his philosophy. That was why he could not compare to knights like Julius or Reinhardt. Subaru. Anyway, there's no point in keeping yourself from it. I mean, the reason Anastasia-san herself wants to become the monarch is pretty self-centered, right? Anastasia. Yep. That's right. I want to become the monarch, because I want to satisfy my greed. If I do, I can profit a lot more. That's all there is to it. Anastasia laughed at Subaru's crass remark, then softly patted the white fur of her scarf. Anastasia. That's why I think it's so amusing that Julius became my knight. At least, I think that way. Is that so for Amelia-san too? Subaru. Personally, it's better for us if you guys' paces don't match, so just go along that and fall apart. Ouch. Amelia-tan, it hurts. Amelia. Don't say mean things. I'm personally not acquainted with Anastasia-san and her faction from before, so I can't say anything carelessly. But no matter how better my opponents are, I'll win my way, alongside my knights. At the part about her knights, Emilia tugged at Subaru's sleeve and puffed up her chest, looking at that face from the side. Subaru exhaled a long sigh. Emilia, we might be greenhorns, but we won't lose. Subaru, no one says greenhorn anymore these days. Ouch, it hurts. Emilia pinched Subaru's arm for making fun of her, so he quickly bounced away to escape the punishment. Looking at the two's behavior, Julius and Anastasia's expressions relaxed, especially Julius, who looked to have dropped his air of self-reflection. Julius, sometimes, I truly do feel afraid of you two. How much is an act, and how much is genuine, I can never tell. Subaru, my case aside, Emilia Tan is always serious. That's what makes her so cute, right, Julius? I'll take it to heart. As Julius pulled in his chin, the derailed conversation came to a stop. Instead, Anastasia clapped to bring everyone back on topic. Anastasia. Anyway, bringing it back to where we're short on people, so there was talk of bringing in others from the outside, right? Julius. Right now, as there are few things to worry about for the dunes, I believe it would be possible to bring a large investigation team into the tower. It would not only help with solving the mystery of this library, but also further it in as we go above Anastasia. That's right. But I feel a tad bit anxious. Julius. Anxious, you say? Cutting off Julius's fervent speech, Anastasia nodded. Julius frowned as she raised her finger to point. Anastasia. I'd welcome an increase in helping hands. Been wondering about that myself. Going around this library's taking a toll on my neck. You know, I'm small and all, so it's a real pain. She spoke as she rubbed her nape, Anastasia, but in the first place, I'm wondering if it's possible to even fit a lot of people into the tower. Julius. Anastasia. Thinking about what's in it for the other party is one of the basics of business. Well, I might be calling it business basics, but it'll come in handy no matter where you are in life. So, let's start thinking along those lines. Julius, think about where the other party stands. But, who's that? Anastasia, the one who built this tower and set up the trial and left behind Shola-san. That one. Let's think about being in his shoes for a moment. You'll see, Subaru, that his personality's crap. Anastasia, yup, I think he's completely out of it. As Subaru's lips twisted, Anastasia nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing those words, the always serious Emilia and Julius became stiff. But with how twisted Subaru and Anastasia's personalities were, they both seemed to be in perfect sync. Anastasia's opinion seemed to be the most apparent case. If the person with the awful personality really did try to raise the difficulty of conquering the tower. Subaru, Shola, I've got something to ask. Come here. Shola? Master? Aye. Coming right away. Once called, Shola hopped over from the other side of the large bookcase, her figure leaping up, arms outstretched, her long ponytail waving in the air. She grinned as she jumped towards Subaru's chest. Shola. Master. Subaru. Nope. Shola. Ugia, with a nimble step, Subaru dodged the incoming glom. However, as Shola was still going, she dove face first onto the floor, her arms splayed across. She quickly turned to shoot a glare at him. Shola, you... Master is super mean. Subaru. No, I didn't move away because it was you, but because you were going to crash into me full force, so my reflexes kicked in. Shola, so you'll let me hug you if I come at you slowly. Subaru, don't wanna though. Shola, Why not? What part of me is lacking? Even though I look this glamorous, even though I'm this bitchy. Subaru. You're bitchy, huh? Then that's why. Whining at the top of her voice, Shola booed at Subaru's cold attitude, and, while she pouted, two small girls came around from where she had jumped. Beatrice and Miley, foregoing their appearance, were an uncommon pairing indeed. As if noticing Subaru's thoughts through his gaze, or maybe having realized it on her own, Beatrice put a bit more distance between herself and Miley. Beatrice behaved that way with Petra as well, even though they were around the same age. Outwardly, she maintained a clear line between herself and Miley. Of course, it would be impossible for her to treat Petra and Miley in the same way. Petra was an ally from the same camp, while Miley was originally sent as an assassin from somewhere, who was even involved in the burning of the Forbidden Library in the Roswell mansion. Subaru. If you keep shying away from people like that, you're never gonna make friends, you know. Beatrice. What are you spouting all of a sudden, I suppose? Anyway, Shola disappeared in the middle of talking, so we quietly came back, in fact. Subaru. Ah. I ruined the convo over there. My bad. Well, did you guys find anything good? Beatrice. There was nothing in particular, I suppose. And, thinking back, it might have not even been worth calling a conversation, in fact. Yep, that's all it was, I suppose. Subaru? Snapping away her face, Beatrice cut off answering Subaru's question. Before the alienated Subaru could further question her cold response, Shola had gotten back to her usual self. She stood upright by the strength of her abs alone, and Shola... Well, Master being mean isn't anything new. I can pull myself together alone. Getting back up fast is one of my selling points. Julius. That, alongside your cooperation, Miss Shola, is something that helps us. By the way, may I ask something? Sola, what's up? I'll warn you beforehand. I won't fall for someone who's not Master. Julius. I admit that you are an attractive woman, but I'm afraid I'll have to take a rain check on our date for now. I would like to ask and confirm a few things about this tower. Julius elegantly added in a few sweet words but tastefully avoided the topic altogether. This surprised Shola, who lauded herself as being stubborn as a bitch. As she was not expecting such an answer, her eyes widened, something that was very unlike her usual self, and meekly gave a, Sure, Julius. My thanks. Then, I begin. Firstly, do you know the location of the stairs to the second floor? Holla? The stairs to the second floor. Electra? No clue. Never went up beyond the fourth. So don't know. Julius. That by itself is quite the shocking statement. If she was to be trusted, then Shola had been at the watchtower for about 400 years. If, within that time, she had not once gone off to explore the tower she lived in, but instead focused on keeping the sand dunes under her observation, then she was just too loyal to the one she followed. Frankly, Subaru felt very conflicted about being mistaken for that same master, Anastasia. Julius, if you'll let me interrupt for a moment. This time, replacing her knight was Anastasia. Standing in front of her, Anastasia's light blue eyes reflected Shola's figure. Anastasia. Shola-san's position is that, right? To be accurate, you're the watchman of the watchtower. No, of the great library Pleiades, right? Hola, exactly. Anastasia. I see. Then, according to my calculation, it's 4. No? 5? Anastasia lifted her right hand up to show 5 fingers. Shola, who could not grasp what she was getting at, simply stared down at her and blinked. However, Anastasia, the secrets Shola-san was told to keep, to protect the tower, there's 5 of them, right? Shola. Anastasia beamed widely as Shola fell silent, coming at a loss for words. As the two stared at one another, eye to eye, all it took was but a slight jerk of her shoulders to tell Anastasia that she was completely correct. Shola. In the first place, I wasn't really hiding anything. I just didn't say anything because I wasn't asked. I want that on paper, please. Subaru. Just spit everything out already. While Anastasia brought her secret, keeping to light, it was Subaru who crushed what few excuses Shola was trying to make. In response to his forced demeanor, Shola pressed the tip of her fingers together and answered, Shola, like, for example, if Master and everyone secretly tried to get out of the tower, I'd have to kill everyone, no mercy. Subaru. The hell, what's with you suddenly, Shola? I wouldn't do it because I wanted to. We're just talking about what ifs. In the first place, I can't even go against that order. At the sudden revelation of hostile intentions, Subaru intently stared at Shola, who shrunk back as she shook her head. Her bountiful chest pressed against her knees. She cradled herself into a ball. Shola, I can't even kill you in the first place, Master. I'd get killed before that even happens. And it'll be over with that. So the whole order's messed up. Subaru, if you're really that against it, why not just not? Unless... Wait? You're not gonna say it's a contract, right? Feeling something off, Subaru brought those words to his lips. In the first place, if one thought about Shola's identity, then it would be very clear. For 400 years, in place of the sage, she lived at the tower, looking over the witch's seal as the tower's watchman. Given such a role, and actually having acted upon it for the past several centuries, neither her lifestyle nor her lifespan were humane. Subaru, are you a spirit just like Biko? In lieu of a fake promise, Beatrice was locked up inside of the Forbidden Library for 400 years. If, just like her, Shola had spent the past 400 years shooting down any who dared approach the watchtower, waiting for those who would fulfill the conditions, then possibly she and Beatrice were the same kind of existence. Shola, no way. Gonna stand being compared to those fluff ball things called spirits. I absolutely refuse. Everyone's eyes are looking pretty scary suddenly. Subaru, that's because 80% of everyone present here is related to spirits. As it stood, counting the amateur as well, there were 3 spirit users. Furthermore, one particular young girl was a spirit herself, and another who was possessed by an artificial spirit herself. The only ones unrelated to spirits were the Onai sisters who waited downstairs, and the small girl who was looking at Shola with a mischievous expression for some reason, Miley. None of what Shola said had sat well most with those who were present. However, Subaru, let's leave that at that anyway. What the hell are you? If you're not a spirit, then I don't see why you'd so desperately keep up your contract. Amelia, what are you saying, Subaru? Even if you are not a spirit or a spirit user, if you make a promise, you have to keep it. Promises are important. Now repeat after me. Subaru. No. Wait. That was my bad just now. It was just a figure of speech and... Amelia. Promises are important. 3 times. Subaru. Promises are important. Promises are important. Promises are important. Getting unexpectedly rebuked by Amelia, he repeated her words 3 times to get forgiveness. Either way, both Amelia's and Subaru's unwitting charade, and Shola's strictly obstinate attitude, were difficult to understand by outsiders. It was not simply a matter of messed-up sense of duty too. Julius. Right now, what is important is to learn more about the orders Miss Shola had received. It's a bad habit of yours to derail the conversation. Be aware of it. Subaru. Like all of it's my fault. Fine. That was my bad. All of it was my bad. I'll admit it was my fault, so just leave it at that, damn you. Shola. Wow, that's totally a big outburst. But that's just expected of Master. I'll talk. To Subaru, who approached with a pathetic and sour face, Shola beamed and dealt her hand. Then she cleared her throat, and in a strangely decent manner. Now then, she opened her mouth. Shola, I humbly present that I will now speak of the orders I was given. First, I am to never let the challenger of the great library Pleiades get out. Subaru, we're suddenly stuck here. Hola! It's all right. There's a proper way out. As long as you properly clear the great library's trial and reach the first floor Maya, there's no problem. It's all okay. Shola said as she gave a thumbs up. Shola, by the way, if this condition is violated, then I'll turn into a cold-blooded killing machine pretty quick, so it'll invalidate my promise with Master. I'll get in the way. Subaru. That's got a bigger priority than my promise, huh? Kinda hurts. Sola. Ooh. To think I've managed to hurt Master. I must have gotten stronger. This is clearly an evolution. The fruits of 400 years. Subaru. I'm joking. Holla. Me too. After indulging in the fast back and forth, Shola raised a second finger and waved around her hand and spoke. Shola. Continuing. Well, I'm getting tired of this. So I'll rush it. First, it's forbidden to leave without completing the trial. Second, it's forbidden to break the rules of the trial. Third, it's forbidden to disrespect the library. Fourth, it's forbidden to try to destroy the tower itself. Fifth was... Oh, there's no fifth, Amelia. All of that makes 4 rules, but, somewhat taking in Shola and her butchered explanation, Amelia turned towards Subaru and the others. The anxieties and fears she embraced were ones Subaru understood too. The rules Shola spoke of were roughly easy to stand by, but there were several curious statements mixed in. The problem was especially with Subaru. I'm really curious about the... It's forbidden to violate the rules of the trial bit. Julius. Seems like it is a hidden rule we are unaware of. Julius agreed with Subaru, who touched his chin, lost in thought. At least for the trial of the 3rd floor, Tagetta, Subaru and company had not received any information about the rules during it, and had not faced any problems with the monolith and its asterism. Speaking of which, the moment anyone touched the wrong monolith, they were disqualified. Anastasia. Rules. Regulations. They all sorta sound like bad news, at least to me. Amelia. The ordeal from back at the tomb would close down for the day if the challenger failed to pass it. It somewhat seems quite similar to how we redid the trial from earlier, so maybe. Amelia stopped herself at that point and bit her lip. Her trembling purple eyes darted to Subaru, who gave a slight nod. Subaru, if you've got anything on your mind, now's the best time to speak up. Don't worry, I won't make fun of you, no matter what you say. Amelia. I know. You see, Subaru and Anastasia, San were saying that the person who made this tower is really mean, right? Subaru, your choice of words is turning pretty cute, but that's right. What about it? Amelia. Thinking from the point of view of the other party is also important. In other words, if you try to look at what Shola said, while imagining how that really mean person felt, it's kinda like, as everyone's gazes turned to Amelia, she licked her lips, then she clapped together her hands and pointed to the ceiling. Amelia. There are rules we have to follow, but we don't know what those rules are. That's really mean, isn't it? Subaru. In other words, Amelia, we have to imagine what could be the possible rules and go on without breaking them. Everyone's faces tightened with anxiety at Amelia's words. To their response, Amelia's long eyelashes fringed as she looked down. Amelia, I feel like Echidna would do something like this. Subaru. Amelia, Tan, to think we'd think of the same person when it comes to crappy personalities. We think alike. That one sentence lent a bit more credibility to Subaru's own thoughts at the very least. The owner of the malicious personality Amelia mentioned, he felt it was close to being right, establishing rules that were not meant to be broken, but not telling the challenger themselves the contents of the rules. It was quite the distasteful disposition. Subaru. By the way, are you the one who's going to judge whether the rules are broken or not? Shola. You're coming to get the hang of it. All the stuff I just said, I'm supposed to just get it if there's any violation of them. Absolutely no way to trick me. Goes for both Master and his friends. The meek voice expressed a mysterious power in the latter half of her words. That was not the physical prowess of Shola, but rather the opposite. That there was someone much stronger than Shola who could make her act like that. Subaru, it was already a bad joke, But now another bad joke got piled on top of it. Too late anyway. Julius. At times I feel envious of the frivolous way you speak. Julius sighed as he spoke, looking at his handsome profile. Subaru shrugged. Julius. Perhaps it is because of how you're always looking up that you developed such a persona. If that is so, then I'm afraid I will never be able to gain such an experience. Subaru. You need to be more afraid of what's around your feet. You'll stub your toe on the corner of a desk. I really hope you do. Anastasia. Yes, good friends getting into arguing's fine and all, but let's not be forgetting our main topic, splitting Julius and Subaru up. Anastasia stepped up to gaze down upon Shola. Subaru. That's all there is? It's all fine, till now, right? Shola. Cross my heart. Not lying this time. Besides, so long as the rules aren't broken, my body's still gonna be mine. No, wait. That's wrong. It'll still be Master's. Subaru. Don't want it. Sola, I got rejected, but my heart's always with Master. Subaru. Don't want that either. Hands on her waist, Anastasia reconfirmed everything Shola had spoken of in short, with a few unnecessary words added by Shola, alongside her own position in recent events. It took a while, but she managed to confirm that Subaru's promise with her, to not harm him or his comrades, remained intact, and she planned on keeping it, of course, with the condition that none of the rules have yet been broken. Emilia. Either way, to think we can't get out unless we complete the trial, it's coming to look pretty similar to the ordeal from back at the tomb. Subaru? Nah, worst case scenario, so long as we beat this here, we all get to go home, right? That's a lot easier than the one at the tomb. Hala. Master would never do anything like that. He was the kindest ever, had the biggest heart ever. My body's itchy because I lied. Shala fluttered around, reaping what she sowed as Emilia and Subaru looked on with disappointed expressions. For the time being, that was all they got from Shola. Meili. Are you all finished talking? Can I go get on the barely clothed one? San now? Subaru. We're done. Go ahead. Do what you want. Wait. You've already gotten super attached to her. Judging that the talk was over, Meili, who had been staying out of the conversation, ran up to Shola and climbed on top of her thin shoulders. That was the place Meili felt most comfortable, ever since arriving at the tower. To Shola, who had lifted the dragon carriage like it was no big deal, Meili ought to be as light as a feather. Meili. Whenever I'm with Wani-san, I feel kinda safer. Shola. Well, I don't think much of it. I can look after ankle, biter number 2, just fine. Subaru. Number 2? Hala ankle, biter number 2's, this one here. And number 1 is that one over there. With Meili still on her back, Shola pointed to Beatrice as number 1. Beatrice made no comment on Shola's belittling remark. Normally, considering her personality, she would have snapped at her at full force. Face red and puffy. Subaru. Wait a sec. She hasn't been talking for a while now. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Subaru? Beako? Oi, Beatrice. Pay attention. Come on, I'll kiss your forehead if you don't. Beatrice. Do what you want, in fact. Subaru. As if barely listening, Beatrice answered. Finding it unamusing, Subaru frowned, and then, Subaru. Moi. Beatrice. Nia, I suppose. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he really kissed her forehead. Immediately, Beatrice came to her senses, covered her forehead, and leapt away, then tripped, then got up, then tripped again. Subaru. You're overreacting, Beatrice. Wow, what are you doing all of a sudden, in fact? Your train of thought makes no sense, I suppose, Subaru. My train of thought makes perfect sense. I even got permission from you. Are you really okay? Feeling a little hurt at how she desperately scrubbed the part where he had kissed, Subaru worried about the little girl. Putting in a little thought, this tower, a place with a shady backstory, was in the middle of the sand dunes. Subaru did not understand it very well, but there was some kind of miasma flowing through here. So that might be the cause. Subaru, if you're not feeling good, just hold my hand. You get better that way. Right. Beatrice, that's impossible. It won't happen, in fact. Give me a little time to calm down, I suppose. Her face beat red. Beatrice squealed at Subaru, so he turned away with a shrug. That she refused to hold hands came as a bit of a shock, but the rest of her attitude was that of her usual self. If there was something really worrying about her, he would just ask again later. Subaru. Now then, the problem is Julius. That in the end we have no choice but to fumble through the unknown in search of the stairs to the second floor, is it? Julius finished Subaru's sentence as the two turned to face the bookcases once more. The reason they looked a bit down was that they needed a bit more manpower to tackle this. But because of the orders Shola had been given, they had to relinquish the thought. If they did not clear the trial, they would not be allowed to get out of the tower. Naturally, one could not go out to beyond the sand dunes to call for help. Ultimately, there was no choice but to continue the search with the members present. Subaru, will you get it if I say, it's like looking for a single grain of gold in a mountain of sand? Julius, speaking in such poetic words is unlike you. However, I can honestly agree with him. Rare as it was, faced with the great hurdle that obstructed them, Subaru and Julius got along. Nothing could be accomplished by dawdling, so they prepared to dive once more into the sea of books to find a way to the next floor. Or so they had decided when Amelia... I put a little thought into it. And, Amelia interrupted the two who were going back into the library with a slightly raised hand. She tilted her head towards them, put a finger to her lips, and spoke. Amelia, I thought about how the person who built this tower, his personality is a little dishonest, right? Subaru, your word choice is turning adorable again, but that's right. So, putting together everything that was discussed from the previous conversation, Amelia added so, and continued, Amelia. The staircase, I think it might just be at that spot. Subaru, I'll say it again. The guy who made this tower has the shittiest personality ever. Standing in front of the long and winding staircase that led to the second floor Electra, Subaru spat out various colors of abuse. The staircase that led to the second floor, the location which Amelia had thought of, was... Amelia. I thought it'd be in the places where we hadn't looked, like maybe on the 4th or 5th floors. Amelia spoke, feeling elated, yet somewhat perplexed. Her guess had hit the nail squarely on its head. The staircase had appeared right beside the green room where Em and Ram were waiting, in a previously blank space. Chapter 25. The man who waits on the second floor, Electra. There was a woman, all by herself. Oppressed was the woman. By her family, her clan, by her race who should have loved her. All saw her with disdain. All ostracized her. Prior to being born, expectations were laid upon that woman. Alas, her birth turned her traitor to them. What remained was dejection and disappointment. What bestowed upon her was only scorn and ridicule. Those were the sole possessions of the woman. There existed a dearest wish of her clan, to bring back the symbol of their former glory and prosperity, the second coming of their founder, whom they called God. All kinds of secret arts and all types of inhumane atrocities, unfathomable. The number of taboos committed, all of its fruits was the woman. However, the birth of that woman betrayed their dearest wish, and the clan abandoned the woman with disappointment and despair. Clansmen, go somewhere and live and die, for that is your sin. Abandoned by her family, by her race, she was released into the fields as a child, cast away with no means of survival. The child was not supposed to survive. However, even if she lacked means of survival, she possessed the strength to survive. Ironically enough, it was the feast of what betrayed the dearest wish of the clan, the taboos and offenses they had committed. Unknown to words, lacking all wisdom, merely abiding by her instincts, the woman survived to live a long life in the fields, killing beasts, sipping on their lifeblood, crawling on the earth, tasting muddy water. Before a long time passed, the child became a young girl. The young girl became a woman, and it became difficult to live in the fields. Hearing the rumors of a woman laying waste to the mountains as if it were a beast, men aimed for that life, and the woman was captured. The captured woman appeared beautiful. The men abstained from taking away her life, and the woman was proceeded to be kept by them. While becoming man of the men, gradually the woman's consciousness descended onto a human environment from the fields, losing the indispensability of struggling to survive, exposed to the desires of the men, days of merely living. Eventually the woman, upon the bed, came to acquire things unacquainted from the men, words, wisdom, way of life, and emotions. Eventually her treatment altered, conferred with things to adorn her body. The woman was treated like a precious jewel. Among those days, the woman embraced queer thoughts for the men, whether that was something resembling gratitude or obligation. The woman then had no lead to understand that. While embracing those thoughts, the woman snapped the necks of all the men dwelling in the residence, easily, in one breath, without making them suffer in an instant, grouping them all together. She consigned them to oblivion. Sneaking away from the residence, proceeding towards the fields, lacking all doubt, the woman returned to her own hometown. The woman attained queer thoughts regarding the race residing there, the clan possessing the same blood as her, the people who had bodies distantly larger than hers, that they were feelings of hatred and desire for revenge. The woman then did not realize. Merely their weeps and wails, voices begging for forgiveness, were quite thrilling. For the first time, the woman smiled from her heart. Woman, fall apart here and die an unsightly death. Because that is your sin, you see. For the sake of attaining that felicity, from one after the other, the woman pulverized the dearest wish of her race, her blood relatives, her clan by herself, politely and courteously, not leaving a single one, not sparing a single one, taking her time, one by one, with certainty. Before long, when all of her race died out, when anything and everything had come to an end, the woman returned to the residence where she had lived with the men. Though she had abandoned the corpses of her race, she buried all of the corpses of the men courteously, and once merely she alone was left in the residence, the woman took a deep, deep breath. That was relaxation, tranquility. The woman, for the first time, experienced utter bliss. Nobody would interfere with her now. Thinking and taking action both lay in futility, so she will merely fall asleep. The Witch of Sloth continued to indulge in everlasting inactivity, untiring peace. The stairway that led to the second floor Electra ought to be called the Great Stairway, because of its grand presence, compared to the spiral stairway used to get from the 6th floor to the 5th floor and furthermore to the 4th. The Great Stairway was much, much wider, and much, much longer. As it took the space of an entire room, the intimidating feel it gave off was a given. What was supposed to be an empty room was now the Great Stairway. With it in front, Subaru folded his arms and sighed. Then, Subaru. It kind of feels like it's been a long time since we last came here. Amelia, we just found the stairway. What's wrong all of a sudden? Amelia's eyes widened with surprise at Subaru's remark. Subaru shook his head and turned to his companions, with whom together they had experienced the general nastiness the creator of the tower gave off. He recollected a bit of peace at the sight of their unchanged faces. Beatrice. Subaru, why are you wrapping your fingers around Betty's? Subaru kinda wanted to feel like I'm really here. I'm good. My bad. Faced with a rising suspicion in her face, Subaru forced a smile at Beatrice, but still kept her hand in his. Then, he turned around and pointed to the Great Stairway. Subaru. Now then, getting back on track. The Great Stairway was always here, and no one just really noticed is not what the case is here, right? Julius. I believe it is quite unthinkable to have not noticed such an obvious spectacle. However, if it were to be limited to only this room, then I cannot deny that possibility. Subaru. Say what? Anastasia. That uncertainty in the middle of exploration, huh? I get that. Taking Subaru's doubt in stride, the master-servant duo of Anastasia and Julius nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Subaru tilted his head slightly while Emile raised her hand. Amelia. About back when Subaru was still sleeping, we all gathered at the 4th floor. Rem and Patricia were resting in the green room, and we were challenging the puzzle on the 3rd floor. So, we were walking around to see where we could put our luggage. Beatrice, We were all unconsciously avoiding this room. Looking back, Subaru. So maybe something from the outside was blocking this room out of our minds, or something like that. What Amelia started was continued by Beatrice, while Subaru brought it to its conclusion. Both Amelia and Beatrice nodded to that theory, and Anastasia and Julius agreed to it. Once the great stairway was discovered, everyone thought about the room and noticed the mind block. If that were the case, then maybe the great stairway was always present in this room, and there was some kind of magic that camouflaged it so it could not be noticed. Subaru. Well, if not for that, when we finished solving the slab puzzle of the third floor, if there was anyone in this room, they might have gotten flattened by the sudden appearance of the stairs. Julius, Subaru, it is not a slab, but a monolith. Let's refer to it the same way. I would like to avoid confusion. Subaru. Monolith, monolith, monolith. Satisfied? Let's continue. Although Julius looked dissatisfied with Subaru's apathetic response, Subaru was fed up with it, so he ignored him. He turned to the two who had not taken part in the conversation till now. Shola, who was playing around beside the stairway, and Meili, who was on her back. Shola? And then, something up. Master. Could it be? It's my turn to be useful. I'll do anything for Master. I'll even become your co-endorser. Subaru. You don't get what you're saying at all, do you? That's not something you should become, even if it's your mom, dad, sibling, or even friend telling you to do it. Just in case, I'll ask, so, did you know? Sola. Definitely, I've been living here for a few hundred years now, but this is the first time I'm seeing these stairs. Subaru. Meili. It's fine to play around. Pull on the scorpion tail hard, Meili. I'd do it even if you don't tell me, Oni-san. Sola. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, as usual. Shola was useless when it came to conquering the tower, leaving it to Meili to punish her accordingly. Subaru looked up to the great stairway again. Unlike the pair that led up to the fourth floor, the great stairway was not spiral-shaped. Normally, a stairway would be a singular path leading up to the next floor. However, for this particular one to cross the third floor and lead directly to the second was something that would look weird for the tower, given its shape. One would think that subsequently the structure would cause the floor to protrude outside of the tower. Subaru. Maybe it's making up for that using the power of mystery, Amelia. Or maybe it just looks like it leads up to the second floor but it goes to a completely different place. Would that be too mean? Subaru. I'm scared that Amelia Tan's pureness will get tainted by the tower creator's awful personality. I want to conquer this place faster, Amelia. Amelia tilted her head to the side, not quite understanding. However, it was Amelia who found this great stairway, and it was also her who uncovered an important hint in solving the mystery of the third floor. The building called Watchtower, Pleiades, or rather, Great Library Pleiades, had a number of very nasty gimmicks that reflected the designer's personality, while being very reliable with her solving obstacles one after another. Subaru, who wanted to spend his days in peace with her, worried that her personality might get twisted because of this. Subaru. Saying that, our pace has been pretty nice so far. I cleared the third floor's trial on my first try, and we're already 1/3 done with conquering the tower in under just 3 days too. Beatrice, compared to how there was no progress in 400 years, this would be a great pace, I suppose. Subaru, it's pretty damn lit, thinking that way. But then, I'm the kinda amazing guy who's moving forward history that's been stalling for the past hundreds of years. As a history mover, my power word game's strong. In the recent past, he had gathered the participants in the White Whale subjugation, crushed the witch cult's Archbishop of Sinsloth, and annihilated the Great Rabbit, helped partly in clearing the ordeal at the tomb of the Witch of Greed, defeated the Archbishop of Sin Greed, and finally set foot on the never-before-explored Watchtower Pleiades, cleared one of its never-before-challenged trials, and was now on the way to challenging the second of those trials. Subaru. If I'm just listing all my achievements and skip the process, I'll only look like an idiot. He had died several times to accomplish all that, so at the same time he could not exactly puff his chest. Despite that, history had indeed advanced a bit too far in the past year. He had not intended this, but at the very least he had to settle things with Archbishop's gluttony and lust, so the world better be prepared for it, is how he felt about the matter. Subaru. Wait, what? What's up? Amelia Tan, holding my hand suddenly. Something wrong? Amelia. No. It's just, I think Subaru should be a little bit more nicer to himself. Subaru. Yeah, no, you'll have a hard time finding someone who's as soft on himself as me. It's enough with Amelia Tan and Biko. Any more's just too much. Rem would be added to that list whenever she wakes up. She would be a bit strict, but kind nonetheless. And adding Petra, Patricia, Garfield, and even Otto to that would leave no room for Subaru to go easy on himself. Amelia. Amelia's lips shook faintly, as if trying to search for some way to respond to him, but she only kept on looking at Subaru. Lightening his grip on her hand, Subaru cocked his head. However, Anastasia. At this point, I think this here's a problem of the root of Natsuki-kun's being. It's not something that'll get better in a day or two. I suppose it depends on how Amelia-san goes about it, though. Breaking into the conversation with a clap of her hands, Anastasia shot a glance at Amelia. Amelia looked back, her expression earnest, but it seemed to not be the reaction she had intended. So, Anastasia. I feel like there's very little hope for that. Not that it'd suit you, Amelia. I don't think I understand, but if you show me how, I'll try my best. Anastasia. I'm afraid I'll have to refuse. I'm not too fond of getting kicked by an earth dragon. Subaru. Getting kicked by an earth dragon. I wonder if it means something like getting kicked by a horse. Setting aside Garfield's weird phrases, Subaru added in a new phrase that might be common in this isekai. In any case, for Subaru, that was not the end of the confusing info being thrown around in Amelia and Anastasia's conversation. At one point, he and Amelia both kept tilting their heads at every other line, to the point that Anastasia sighed and pointed to the great stairway. Anastasia. Hey, when are we going to quit dawdling and go up? Whatever's waiting might be harder than the third floor. Or maybe Natsuki-kun will end up clearing it right away. Subaru. To tell you the truth, if it's something as annoying as the puzzle on the third floor, I'm not feeling too hot about it. To be honest, the only reason Subaru was able to clear the third floor Tagetis trial was because knowledge about stars and constellations was critical to clearing it. Constellations. That too, knowledge from Subaru's original world, was required to solve the puzzle. In fact, Subaru believed that the constructor of this tower was from another world, modern times at that too, just like him. In that respect, it was highly likely that the second floor's trial required modern knowledge as well, where Subaru's presence would prove useful, but Subaru. Things might be different compared to the third floor. I mean, I can't do much if it's something, I don't know. The name Flugel's Germanic, and I don't know much about Germany's history anyway. A vague anxiety swirled in him, but he could not voice it. So to keep everyone's expectations, in both Amelia and Beatrice's eyes, Subaru was weak. Thus, he wanted to do whatever was possible by dragging out whatever little knowledge he had of Germany. Subaru. Can't help it. The stairs up are literally right in front. I can't call myself a man if I step back now. Let's just pop in there and breeze through the challenge. Julius. Unfortunately, aside from you and I, there are only women here. Subaru. It's just a saying, don't put a damper on it, you? Alright. Let's go, Biko. Beatrice. Njia, in fact. Julius doused the burning spirit Subaru had in his clenched fist, but Subaru simply stuck his tongue out to him and pulled Beatrice into his arms and ran straight up the stairs. Amelia. Subaru, wait. Seeing his enthusiastic jump up, Amelia clambered behind him, while Julius and Anastasia slumped their shoulders in unison, and followed after. Meili. Barely clothed Wani-san. Aren't you going? Shola. Yap it with the barely clothed already. Ankle biter number 2. I'm properly clothed, you see. I've got an Iro Kawaii thing going on, see? Master chose this for me, so stop complaining about it. Meili. I'm not really complaining. You know, just hurry up, come on, or we'll get left behind. Sola. You're really bossy even though you're just riding on my bad ankle biter. I'll tell on you to master later. Actually, I want to just teach you some manners myself. Shala put her foot on the stairs as she shook her reddened face, scorpion tail flailing about. With vigor unseeming for a person carrying someone on their back, she jumped from the first step of the great stairway to the fifth, and kept running. Shola. Da 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 da. Ignoring what was happening behind, Subaru kept on running up the stairs with Beatrice in his arms. In the middle of it, Beatrice had skillfully changed her position to that of a Princess Carrie, and narrowed her blue eyes at Subaru. Beatrice. As I thought, there is something tweaking the sense of space here, I suppose. We haven't gotten out of the tower even though we came so far in a straight line. In fact, Subaru. Maybe we couldn't just tell from the outside, but the tower might really be shaped like that too, Beatrice. For just this one stairway to be jutting out? If that was so, then there needs to be something that makes the tower look tower-like. Otherwise, there is no point in hiding the stairway, in fact. Subaru. I guess so. I just felt like saying it out loud. Subaru sighed as he agreed with Beatrice's reasoning and looked overhead. Strangely enough, even though he was running up the stairs, the floor above seemed no closer than before. No matter how much he ran, it felt like he was going up using a down escalator. Subaru. No way. To think that the harassment Amelia was talking about would actually happen. That there was only a stairway prepared, and it actually did not connect to the second floor. As Subaru gave this theory more thought, the space overhead opened up at the same time. Subaru. Oh, ooh, Beatrice. High-faced with sudden bright light in the poorly lit stone-cut stairway, Subaru and Beatrice shouted at the same time. At some point, while continuously moving forward, the stairs had ended, and they had stepped onto a new floor, which was, Subaru, a white room? Again, huh? Beatrice, I suppose. He stopped and carefully put Beatrice down from his arms. It was a surprisingly long climb up the stairs. Despite his stamina having improved, he could not stop himself from crouching over his knees and breathing heavily. While stroking his back, Beatrice tapped the floor with the tip of her toe and looked around the room. Subaru gulped and did the same. To the two who had reached the top of the stairs first, the room was a spitting image of the third-floor Tagetas trial. A white expanse, a mysterious structure where both the floor and the ceiling extended far beyond the reach of the eye, and the basis of distance itself seemed to be skewed. No doubt the only reason this white space was registered as a place was only because of the small space with the stairs that was open on the ground leading to the floor below, just like it was on the third floor. Amelia. This room again? And from that same open space popped up Amelia and the others, all bearing similar reactions to the scenery of white, and all dropped their shoulders in dejection. It was obvious with the presentation that another trial was about to commence. Subaru. Any chance we just came to the third floor again by mistake? Amelia. I don't think so. There were 54 steps in the stairway between the fourth and third floors. This one here had 444 steps. That's almost 10 times more steps we needed to get here, right? Subaru. You were counting, Amelia Tan. Amelia Fufon. The truth is, counting the number of steps is a secret hobby I recently picked up. Why are you patting my head? Subaru and the others took turns in patting Amelia's head after she boasted about her hobby. Even Julius and Miley, who refrained from doing so, looked on with delicate pity. Amelia. It feels really weird, you know. Subaru, we really couldn't have done it without Amelia Tan. Thanks to you, we know we've gone up 10 times higher than the third floor. Kinda makes you think if we've just jumped way up to the first floor. I'd like to go with that. But, for now, I think we should consider that this is the second floor. Beatrice. The trial is supposed to begin, in fact. That over there might be how, I suppose. Putting away Amelia's doubts for later, Subaru looked to where Beatrice pointed. Straight ahead from coming up the stairs, there was a spectacle that caught one's eye. Even on the third floor Tegeda, there was something similar in the center of the room, and upon touching it, the trial would commence. If the case was the same here as well, then, Julius, it's not a monolith, but a sword. Narrowing his golden eyes, Julius spoke as he gazed upon it, which stuck out of the ground. Exactly as he stated, within the white expanse stood not a monolith like the third floor, but it. It was a sword. Without sheath, it stood straight, tip pierced into the white floor. The way it stood absolutely straight, hilt facing up, was a terrifying beauty that reflected in Subaru's eyes. It was not as if they're gorgeous decorations, nor did Subaru know its material was of high quality. Only that, in its non-decorative simpleness, in its making of minimal use of steel, there was something beautiful. Subaru. From the looks of it, it's supposed to work like a sword of selection. Julius. Subaru. Yes. You were really patient. Good boy. Good boy. Julius held back his words when he noticed the picturesque scene of Subaru whispering to a sword. Putting aside Anastasia's silent praise for Julius, who was watching, Subaru set his eyes on Shala. She had her arms crossed and her chest puffed, face brimming with confidence. The kind that read, "You can ask me whatever you want. I'm completely ready to say I have no clue." So, Subaru, without having asked a word, was forced to finally step towards the sword. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru. I think it's fine. It's not a trap that casts instant death on you, if it's anything like the third floor. Nodding his head to a distressed Emilia, Subaru took a step towards the sword of selection. Of course, Emilia and Beatrice tagged along naturally. The rest remained on standby at the mouth of the stairs, ready to react in case anything happened. Subaru. Careful about making a getaway road for Anastasia. It's a pretty long way down, so if she trips, she'll keep on rolling till she dies. Julius. I will keep it in mind. Rather, you ought to be more mindful of Emilia-sama and Beatrice-sama's warnings. Emilia. It's okay. I'll protect Subaru. Subaru. All right. I'll let myself be protected. Watching Subaru flashing a thumbs up to a very enthusiastic Emilia, Julius sighed. After seeing it through, Subaru faced the sword of selection in front, a distance where, if he just reached out, he could touch it. At that point, the presence of the sword brought out a certain sense of reality. That, like the monolith, there was no mysterious feel to it. Subaru. That said, it's a sword that has been stuck here since the tower was built. That there's not even a speck of rust on it is itself pretty weird. Subaru whispered in front of the sword of selection, then took a light breath, breathed out, then stretched his hand towards the handle. Wrapping his fingers neatly around it, he felt it was slightly resisting him, but he still put strength into pulling it up. For a moment, doubt flashed in everyone's minds about whether Subaru would be able to pull it out if it truly were the sword of selection. But the thought turned out to be in vain. Upon applying the slightest bit of strength, the sharp edge that was stuck in the floor came out easily. It truly was with as elegance as a sword could have, as if it were thrust out of its sheath. At that immediate moment it echoed, "Gain his forgiveness, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword." Titch! A voice that bore through eardrums and resonated directly in their skulls told them of the details of the trial. It was an expected turn of events, so he had not done something as unsavory as dropping the sword. It was nonetheless an unpleasant experience. After all, the voice that echoed in his head was very much like himself. Subaru. Feels like getting carsick. I guess everyone feels that way too. Did everyone hear, or was it limited to Subaru, who had pulled out the sword? Everyone had heard the voice when someone touched the monolith. So, this time too. Subaru turned around with that thought, and noticed that everyone's breaths were caught, and they were looking at a single point. Following their line of sight, Subaru also looked. The place they were all looking at was a point further ahead of the sword of selection, at a place that coincidentally equaled the distance between the sword and staircase. And at that place, the shadowy silhouette of a person had appeared. Voice. Gain his forgiveness, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. A voice that was supposed to be whispering suddenly sounded very loud to Subaru, a voice that repeated the same words he had heard when he pulled out the sword. However, it was nothing like his own voice that echoed in his head, but undoubtedly was being spoken by the silhouette with a different voice. Voice. Gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. The voice, as if it were an idiot taught to repeat only one sentence, spun the same words again. Whether the voice seemed mechanical, automatic, or even instinctual, could not be determined. The subtle tremble of the voice was apparent in the repetition of those eerie words. They were terribly direct, as if an edge of a sword were tickling the silhouette's heart. Whether the tremble was from fear, or from passion, or from pleasure, or from grief, could also not be determined. For it to play around with others' emotions so well was proof that there was a distinct gap between it and a living creature. At this distance, from just being a voice, it played with lives. Gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. It was a man with simple yet long red hair that flowed down his back. He was quite tall, a full head above Subaru. The man's body was adorned with thick muscles befitting his height. He wore not armor, but a casual crimson robe that contributed nothing in protection. From his right side down to his arm, his chest lay exposed, and his waist was bound with a white sash. His flaming red hair reached up to the middle of his back, and his left eye was covered by a shoddy black eye patch. Finally, the right eye that remained uncovered was a blue reflection of an unreachable sky. Surely it was such a well-ordered beauty that would make anyone and everyone turn around and take a look. A sight fit for a painting. That savage, cruel smile filled with insanity spoiled it all. It was a most exceedingly beautiful, ferocious beast. The most beautiful beast that existed in this world, to the point that Subaru forgot to breathe in its presence. Shola. The illusion of the stillness of time was broken by a soft whisper. Swiftly he heard a girl's voice squeak out Akaya. At the edge of his eyes, he saw the figure of the girl whose black hair reached her backside. At his side, Shola dropped to the floor, while Melee's eyes darted around, confused. Shola. If anything, Shola was so upset that she could be incontinent. With her eyes open wide, her face twisted in a way unbefitting a girl as beautiful as her, the madness of the fear she felt was expressed clearly. If it were possible, she would have left the room according to her instincts. Only, her trembling legs did not permit it. The very Shola who utterly destroyed the centaur creature was stiff with fear. And gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. Even with the frightened Shola in sight, the voice continued repeating those words. At first glance, it seemed to be a situation that rose in eeriness levels. However, there was something else he noticed. The man did not move a single step, only ever exerting pressure from where he stood. No, the man did not even try to exude pressure. He simply stood still. Just by being there, his existence gave off the same presence as that of a witch. Subaru. Tish. Holding his breath, he forced his eyelids, that had forgotten to blink, to close, and took a moment to calm down. And then, without taking his eyes off the man for even a second, Subaru took a step backward. In his right hand was the sword of selection. In his left was Beatrice's hand held firm. He pulled her stiff form back. Subaru. Emilia. I know. Knowing he could not leave her behind, Subaru called out Emilia's name, knowing she was still petrified. Even so, Emilia nodded in response, matching his movements with her shaking knees. Subaru shrunk away slowly. Man, gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. The distance widened. Even so, the man remained unmoving. Only, he repeated the same words. Man, gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. He poured his all into his nerves, and finally arrived at where Shola was lying. Shola's face was stiff with fear as usual, and Melee had grabbed onto her arm, unable to move, to take the girls and retreat from this place. Would that even be possible? Subaru's hands, both the one that held the sword and the other that held Beatrice's hand, were stiff, with no signs of being able to move them. He could not even imagine being able to force up Shola and Miley by grabbing their arms. In the first place, would that man allow that? What was that man's objective? What was the trial for? And what purpose did the sword have? Man. Gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. The words that were being repeated, the phrase, that was the proposal of the second-floor Electra's trial. What meaning could there be in the man repeating those words? The contents of the trial he had heard about the moment he pulled out the sword. The man who repeated those words, the fool and forgiveness. What, exactly, man? Gain, forgiveness. Heavenly, sword, fool, Subaru, huh? Quickening his thoughts. The feeling that something terrible is going to happen kept rising in Subaru. And at the same time, the man whose voice kept resonating without stop came to a swift halt. Subaru instinctively groaned, a careless act that made Amelia and Beatrice a bit more nervous, but that had no effect on the change taking place. More than that, the changes the man underwent were becoming much clearer. Heavenly sword, fool. His forgiveness? Oh, Subaru, what's gonna happen, man? TG, Subaru, Dawa, stopping was far from it. Rather, there was a strange string of sounds at the end of the standing man's words, and in the next moment, the man put a hand on his hair, began scratching, and pelted an explosive shout. Suddenly unable to stand it, Shala squealed like a pig and leapt to Subaru. Naturally, he could not keep standing. Her arms coiled around him with all her strength, and unable to take evasive action, Subaru tumbled to the floor with her. Subaru. Josh! In the instant of the explosion, sparks flew in his eyes while both the man's shout and Shola's incessant crying, who still clung to his waist, pounded his eardrums. Man! Shola. Hiya! Master, help. I don't wanna. Help me. Subaru. What's with you for the past few minutes, man? Shut up already. My head's already killing me as it is. Stop shouting. Holla. A fool. Right before his words of comfort could reach, Shala's spirit crumbled. Despite having been thrashing about for some reason, she quietly stuck to Subaru's waist and stopped moving, and losing her consciousness, she collapsed to the floor. No way, you... Buku. Shola swiftly and gracefully departed from the battlefront via fainting. Although help from her when it came to conquering the tower was close to nil, even from the examiner's point of view, this was supposed to be completely unexpected. For a woman whose brute strength deserved a certificate, if nothing else, to be this afraid of this man, things would certainly be precarious. Julius, I take it that you are by no means a simple existence. Man? On. The man groaned in displeasure when a footstep echoed. With a clack of his pair of white shoes stepped forward the excellent knight. Julius twirled around and picked up the sword Subaru had dropped. Watching him, the man's lips curved down. A scowl plastered his face. Man, hell's up you. And what's with this place? You fucking around here, you? Julius? No, we are doing nothing of the sort. We, too, are of a similarly confused standing. You appeared here all of a sudden. We cannot help but be on guard, is what I would like to convey. Man, hell's up with you? Don't be talking weird, you. Don't you be talking like my follower, you. My follower. You ain't, right? Since you ain't, don't be talking like him, making all this shit confusing. The man's mood kept turning sour each time Julius spoke with an expected respectful yet careful tone. Though it was becoming clearer that the man was human, whether conversation with him could be established was an entirely different topic. Man. Pretty looking hot stuff. Runt, follower, small fry. Julius, unfortunately I am not your follower. Man, the way you talk, it's just how my follower talks. Stop copying it. The man belched out a good-humored laugh at Julius's objection. Coupling unusually white teeth with an oddly handsome face, his shark-like smile reeked of madness. Finally, a bit of humanity was found within the smiling man. Or rather, finding out that the man was an intelligent being capable of conversation would be more appropriate. Man. Oi. You. Explain what's happening here, you. The hell'd you do to me, you? Don't you be hiding stuff, you. Get to it, you. Subaru. Appearing out of nowhere, acting like you're hot shit. What's up with that, man? On. The man thrust his hand into the open part of his bare chest and scratched carelessly. Subaru, who finally raised his body, squeezed out what words he could muster, and spat them at the man. He simply glared at Subaru with his right eye, who was lying on the floor, and, man, hell's with you. Why are you sleeping, you? Ain't that a real nice place? You, getting that hot a woman to be a meatbed, you. Switch up with me, you. Subaru. Sadly, with respect to the person herself, I refuse. Somewhat stopping his shaking feet, Subaru stood. At the same time, he pried the clinging shawl off. It was a careless act that made her fall to the floor face first, but there was no time to consider that. Ban. On. What? It's you. You doing that? Fucking around, you? Subaru. The hell you's pulling that rude shit for you. Man. Ka. The man clenched his molars and roared a hearty yet violent laughter. Ignoring Subaru, who was clearly confused, the man looked over the white room and nodded to himself. Oh, righty. Then spoke again, man. Gotcha. So then, let's start. Subaru, start. Wait! Why do you keep on running the conversation all by yourself? It's really too much to take. Man. Zip it. You. Keepin' on yappin' over and over. I already explained while I was sleep-talking. Didn't I? Pay attention to what I'm saying, you. Subaru. What's with this for the past few minutes, man? Gain his forgiveness, by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. Unable to keep up with the situation, Subaru's eyes darted around, while Amelia repeatedly whispered the sentence, word for word, to herself. Slowly, the girl started depetrifying. Following Julius and Subaru, out came Amelia and Beatrice from the stillness of time, and Anastasia and Miley right afterwards. Only Shola remained unconscious, however. Man, that beauty over there's different from this here small fry. If I'd been alive, I'd be betting you tonight. You. Looking close. You're real sweet, you. What's with that face? You're real damn frizzlin', you. Amelia. Frizz. Subaru. Hey, you. You're the guy. You're the examiner here, right? From looking at Amelia, a lust awakened in his eyes. Putting himself between those two, Subaru stood and pointed at the man. The man smiled like a shark at the statement and... No clue. Ain't interested in some title someone's put on themselves. I'm me. Use you. Nothing more to it than that. You wanna talk with me proper? Get me to move even a step from here, you. Julius. They were the words of a man standing defenselessly, calmly. As for why he had not laughed it off, it was the very condition that needed to be fulfilled to clear the trial. Thus, it was a task worthy of being called as such. Gain his forgiveness by hand of the fool who has reached the heavenly sword. If the man who stood in front were to be this fool who has reached the heavenly sword, then the method to get it was clear. What was left was to see if that method was indeed even possible. Julius. Knight of the Imperial Order of the Kingdom of Lugunica, Julius Euculius. Before the fight, nay, the trial began, Julius offered his name as an act of courtesy. It was an act of the greatest honor, declaring the other as their equal regardless of position or gender. In response, the man's one blue eye narrowed with excitement, and brought forth an unusual sword spirit and... Man! Ain't got no name worth giving ya. Just a mere stick swinger I am. Trial of the second floor Electra of the Great Library Pleiades. Time limit condition. Unlimited number of challenge. Attempts. Condition. Unlimited challengers. Condition. Unlimited. Trial. Initiated. Chapter 26. Stick swinger. There was a woman, all by herself. The woman's spirit had been violated. The woman lay deep in the abyss of insanity. The woman was standing upon the farthest land of starvation, growling in the solitary castle, gnawing the unoccupied throne, breaking her teeth, ripping up her mouth, starving. The woman had been a human when she was born, but at that point in time, she no longer remained human. It all began a few years ago, when the man governing those lands fell victim to an incurable illness. Weakening by the day, the man, frightened of his approaching death, stretched his hands to all kinds of means in order to prolong his life. Before long, he attained techniques which were taboo, and gathered a large number of lives for an outrageous immorality for the purpose of attaining a long life. Abundantly, lives were sacrificed. Abundantly, lives were rendered idle. And among those sacrifices was the woman. Who she was, what her name was, what her birthplace was, who her family was, such memories of hers had already been burnt away. Merely a tool was the woman. A seedbed for the man merely awaiting his death, having been eaten away by the demon of ill health. Idle lives only to be wasted. That was how it was supposed to be. Yet the woman survived. A body ruined, power gushing forth, the lamp of a life ostracized by what is called time. The hopes, dearest wishes of the man trespassed by the demon of ill health, materialized upon the woman's body. The man was delighted at the fruits of his labor, postponing the memorial for those sacrificed, overbearingly unfastened the woman's constraints. When she came to notice, the woman was alone, in the uninhabited solitary castle, anguishing and suffering with starvation, thoughts disappearing with cruel hunger, memories devoured into a void by violent thirst. She had nothing in her memories. She had nothing within her understanding. Merely, her entire body had constraints, so she possessed no freedom either, eating away all food within the castle, vomiting out the content of her stomach, chewing and digesting them once again. She continued to repeat. Ultimately, for what remained of her starvation, she bit into the stone walls, crunched the throne, ate the carpets. At that pace, she would starve to death. Her body, which cannot die, would starve to death. Grr, 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 grr. At the extremity of starvation, unable to obtain trance, the woman finally saw an illusion. Inside the solitary castle, bustling about with willful freedom, was a horde of dogs clad in bestial hair. Even if it was a hallucination, she did not mind. If she was unable to be satiated physically, she desired to satisfy merely her heart. With such wholeheartedness, the woman crawled, devouring the beasts, devoured the beasts, ate them away. She was being satisfied. The following instant, she vomited. She licked what had been vomited. She chewed, vomited, ate. In the illusion, in the mirage, in the hallucination, in her desire, their present was taste. Their present was form. She could feel it on her tongue. When she came to notice, the interior of the castle had become a den of repulsive beasts. Aha! Aha! Buried in days of eating and getting eaten, she was satisfied after she ate, and she vomited after she was satisfied. Stuck between starvation and refusing food, the woman ate and vomited, slurped and spilled. Given birth to by the empty skies? No. Given rebirth to were the beasts with a repulsive presence. Before she noticed, the woman's constraints were exposed to the battle for devouring between the beasts and her, came loose, and she was freed. Attaining freedom, the woman crawled, exited the castle. The beasts as well, following the woman, exited the castle. Upon the earth, in all directions, they scattered around. Hunger, starvation, unable to endure them, the woman devoured and kept the castle she had grown tired of eating for later, to visit it, when the day of the satisfaction of her hunger and thirst arrives. The witch of gluttony gave birth to the horde of witch beasts, and continued to starve from inexhaustible starvation. On the second floor Electra of the Pleiades watchtower, in the room white as chalk, the trial began. The examiner stood in the corner of the room, a man with red hair and the smile of a shark plastered on his face, introducing himself as naught but a stick swinger. The man's aura overflowed with an unusual sword spirit. The way he appeared was in itself complicated. Even Shala herself, who was the supposed caretaker of the watchtower, had fainted the moment she laid eyes on him. As such, he was obviously no one ordinary. Thus, Julius. I will, from the first moment, fight at full power. Man, leaning forward, Julius spoke as he took a step forward. The blade he softly threw towards the man was the same sword of selection that had been stuck into the floor of Electra. The sword spun in the air, flying in an arc, before it stabbed the ground near the man's feet, so that the man may simply stretch out his hand to take it. How's you doing, you? Throwing me a sword and all. You got a death wish, Julius? Unfortunately, as a knight, it is most shameful an act to swing a sword at one-armed. Man, making me laugh. Ain't empty-handed, take a closer look, you. The man roared with laughter, teeth bared, at the advancing Julius, and while laughing, he casually raised his foot in the air and gave a wild kick to the sword. The sword of selection gave a shrill wail as it flew off. It screeched inches past Julius, who had lunged towards the man. Julius, I hope you bear no regret for speaking those words. His thoughtfulness coldly cast aside, Julius's cheeks stiffened as he swung out his knight's sword, the slender blade he raised in a straight line, as a hammer to strike at those insolent enough to disgrace the grounds of a duel. It pierced forward, swift as lightning, but man, don't be shouting all cutesy there, Buffon. You got a nice damn face. Wouldn't you be troubled if you get off on ol' me crying? Julius. Well. Chips with a thunderous boom, the tip stopped before reaching the man's torso. Of course, Julius had not slackened his hand. He always tried to the best of his abilities, regardless of the situation. Thus it was not him that stopped the blade, but rather the man bearing the smile of a shark. Julius. Impossible. Man. Gotta believe what you see. It all starts from there, you know. Cackling with joyous laughter, the stick swinger raised his right hand and scratched his chest. It was the same behavior as before, just like the time he was piling up on a nonsense conversation. However, his left hand pinched the tip of Julius's sword with frightening accuracy. That too with Julius. A pair of twigs? Man, look here, it's not even close. What? Your eyes bad or something, you? Chopsticks. It's chopsticks. Pretty nice for grabbing snacks. Them chopsticks is why I keep 'em on me. So slender, one had to squint to properly see the pair of wooden sticks. The stick swinger held them in his left hand and used them with grace and dexterity, similar to how Subaru knew them to be used, who had reflexively groaned upon seeing them. Chopsticks indeed existed in this world, as he had witnessed and experienced during his stay at Pristella, but to witness one use them with such finesse was a first. No, regardless of the finesse one possessed in their use. To stop the swing of a first-class swordsman using a pair of chopsticks was absolutely an inhuman feat. Man. Don't be making me laugh, you. Swinging at the best angle, with the best speed, with the best feeling, in the best way. Beat chopsticks or whatever. There's nothing it can't cut. Julius. Go. Dutch. Rolling his eyes over the awestruck faces, the stick swinger yawned, then spoke with a stab of sarcasm. But while it was normal for everyone to be silent when shown such a spectacle, Julius, the concerned party, could not. He put strength into his arm and pulled to pry away the knight's sword that remained stuck between the pair of chopsticks. However, no matter how much strength he put in, the sword would not budge. Man, let me tell you though, this here ain't made out of something funny. That material's just bad for the skin, so got nothing mixed in. Just your everyday pair, made from some tree somewhere. Man. Let it out. Let it out. Best be laughing, you. Whoever's laughing's more of a looker. Not that it matters. You being a guy. Suddenly, the block he felt at the tip of his sword was gone, leaving Julius bewildered. In that instant, the man turned his body and leapt into the air with his two bare feet. With tremendous force, he landed a kick right above Julius's slender waist, sending him flying. Julius! Subaru did not know who raised their voice in a scream, but they had no choice but to watch his flight, as everyone had to put in much more thought before making any kind of sudden movement. And now, following him as he soared across the air, unable to fix his posture, man. The stick swinger's figure shot off like a bullet, chasing right after Julius. With unbelievable physical prowess, he stopped right above Julius and took stance with a chopstick in each hand and released a flurry of slashes aimed at Julius. Whether they could be called slashes was up for debate, but regardless, the man unleashed a violent flurry of strikes with the chopsticks. With movements so fast, Each separate strike seemed to disappear. It appeared the same way to everyone, and Julius was already helpless mid-air, so he had no way of dodging. With his knight's sword as his only ally, Julius met each chopstick slash with his own. However, the chopsticks slipped past, as if sneering, and stabbed into Julius. Again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Gewald. A ray of heat shot across the air, aimed towards the engaged duo. White light, in its most simple form, can rip through the world with its dreadful edge. In other words, it can become an invisible blade that tears, cuts, and burns through everything in its path. It went straight, and was as such easy to dodge. However, the shimmering rays traveled at the speed of light, crashing straight into its target. Even so, the stick swinger cut away the rays of light fired by the third party with ease. Man, my sword can cut even light you. Faster than his own gruff voice's echo, the chopstick struck and sliced through the ray of light, an impossible spectacle that pulled in the attention of everyone present. Only the man sneered, as if he had done something ordinary, and continued jabbing at Julius with his free hand, as if making light of him. No, the truth was, he indeed was making very light of him. Teach, Gewald. In response to that, his eyes turned red, overlapping with the chant. With both arms spread wide, chanting for the magic that shot rays of heat, her graceful composure painted with panic, was Anastasia. Hands open, all fingers poised. 10 fingers in total shot out 10 death rays simultaneously. All danced in the air as they approached the stick swinger, and the stick swinger himself took just as an amazing measure. Man. Ka. The stick swinger faced the dancing beams head-on and sliced through them with his chopsticks just like before. Then he pounced up by kicking off of thin air and made a nosedive, taking Julius, who was right below, along with him, dragging him. Across the white floor as he ran, Julius was pinned by the chopsticks in his solar plexus. Man, kaka, aim well. You can't even swat a fly like that. They don't call me a lady killer for nothing, you. Kaka. Anastasia. Gewald. Anastasia still chose to continue her attacks against the cackling man. Unfortunately, regardless of its firepower, if the magic does not hit, it has no meaning. Even with her firing them all over, the man simply cut through, at times ducked, and at times made a sharp spin by putting his weight on Julius. His overwhelming physical and battle prowess in full display clashed against Anastasia's clearly poor aim. In this case, technically it was not Anastasia whose aim was poor, but Echidna's, who was currently inhabiting that body. Despite wishing to aid Julius with a surprise magic attack, her actions severely failed her intentions, leaving her unable to even get a scratch in. Soon, Anastasia. Ayach. Man, on her time, it would seem, would run out first. The stick swinger, who was gleefully dodging the heat rays, stopped and raised his eyebrows when the rays halted their pursuit. At the end of his gaze was Anastasia, who had collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from her nostrils, a sign that she had overworked her own body. She had stated it herself earlier. She could not rely on her trump card, as it would shave away her own life. Julius. Anastasia-sama. Man. Ooh. Vigor instilled by the sight of his falling master, Julius broke free of his defense-only stance, free from being slid around on his back, free from the relentless blows of the chopsticks of the stick swinger. He had took off the button near his chest and flung away his knight's mantle, forcing the direction of friction to change, allowing him to get out of the cycle. From his position on the floor, he aimed a circular kick at the man's head, cursing his own foolishness. The man moved his chin away slightly, escaping the blow, but Julius repeated his kicks 2 more times like a breakdance. After a few rounds of kicks and dodging, he stood back up. Man, you really pulled a good one, you. Felt that good. You, Julius. I don't have time for your nonsense. Move it. Their absolute difference in ability was something Julius understood too well, yet still roared at him. His knight's sword, even after the countless blows he had taken, had not left his hand, so the sword flew, slithering through the air in a show of swordsmanship of the utmost grace and elegance, even while being worn down with righteous cause and a sense of duty. It may have been the finest display of a knight's swordsmanship. A countless number of days, of months must have been spent, shed tears and blood training to refine his technique. And yet, man, playing with me, you? You playing me? Don't be going light on me, you. Julius. Man. What's this? Don't make me laugh, you. Don't be holding back. Give me all you got. You, are you serious about this? If this all you got, man, what a letdown, you. His thrusts were stopped, slashes blown away, barrages shot down, and his one-shots parried. The technique Julius had built up, his own essence as a knight, were all denied by the swaying pair of frighteningly beautiful, violent, and powerful chopsticks, wielded by a man who kept yawning, who named himself only as a mere stick swinger. Half his life was being trampled over by a pair of measly twigs. Man, you ain't like this usually, you. Why's you fighting all lonesome? That ain't how you fight, is it? You ain't used to it. That's why all this boring me, you, Julius. I am? Man, if you want to tend to your girl, I'll let you. Borrow a pair of 'em thick-eat thighs and get babied, you ugly failure of a swordsman. That which flashed across his face, was it wrath, pain, regret, despair? In any case, one can never truly know what lies within others. Julius's sword flashed, his thin knight sword, as it did likely millions of times before, tracing across the air. Anyone watching, even from the sidelines with untrained eyes, could tell it was a swing full of faults. The chopsticks dove into the flash from the side. In the next moment, sailing through the air, the wood tore through the steel of the knight's sword. With a faint cry, Julius's knight sword snapped in two. His yellow eyes could only widen and follow the sight of his beloved sword's tip as it spun across the air. How long had he been using that sword? What history did he share with it? None knew. Only, what broke hadn't been limited to his sword. Man, off with ya. Accompanying the spat-out words were giant fists that were thrown at his face. It was the most unrefined and primitive kind of violence. A violence that was prevalent from a time long before man had any kind of tools, that utilized one's own flesh. Man. The merciless strike broke Julius's elegant profile. The blow took his consciousness and sent his body flying across the room, where it followed the laws of inertia and crashed, rolled, then finally remained still, body splayed across like a broken doll, right beside Anastasia. Like master, like servant, the unconscious duo were lined up. It was the beastly man's misplaced sense of consideration. Man. Well, well. Next up's, snapping his neck like he just finished warming up. The man turned to them. In truth, it was a warm-up to him. In only a few tens of seconds, Julius had dashed across the battlefield, got beaten in a one-sided fight. Anastasia tried to help, but the two ended up only collapsing together. Within that time, Subaru had not a single chance to cut in, and could had a single chance to cut in. Only stand and watch. And just like him, there stood still Emilia. Ice Brand Arts? Icicle Line? Man. Absolutely none. As if to prove it, white particles danced around her. Pale blue specks of light, barely noticeable in that they were actually fragments of ice. Birthed by Emilia's absolute magic, Yosetsu Kekaione. Icicle Line. Emilia, I want to ask one thing before we start. Mixing her own magic energy with the mana of her surroundings, she put up a kind of barrier with the man in the center as he scratched the place above his eye patch, then called out to him. Man? Anne? Let me hear Frizzlin'. Emilia. I'm Emilia. Just Emilia. Wasn't the condition to make you take just one step. You ran around a lot just now, though. After giving her name, she asked a natural question. Before the fight started, the stick swinger had indeed stated that while laughing. Let's see you get me to move even one step. If that were to be taken as the condition, then it had obviously been broken. To say they had been flying across and all over the room during Julius's fight would be grossly understating everything. However, the man shrugged and spoke. Oi, oi. Man, don't be taking that stuff seriously, you just made it up on the spot. It happens, right? You want to be looking cool from time to time, right? It's that stuff. Get it? You don't? Well, you bane a woman and all. being a frizzlin' one and all. Be with me. Tonight. You. Amelia. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you mean. Besides, I don't think I can win, even if I fight you. Subaru. Amelia? With magic ready at hand, her posture saying she was completely ready to fight, Amelia boldly proclaimed her powerlessness. The stick swinger's eyes widened at that remark, and Subaru, who was standing stiff, blurted out something. Amelia responded to him with a small, "Really sorry," then turned back to the man. "Amelia, you're really strong. I can see that. But we have to pass this trial. So please, give us a way to win." "Man, Amelia, if we manage to make you move even one step, it's our win. Let's base our match on that. Can't we?" She lowered her brows, then asked the silent man. At the end, she added something with a little bit more confidence, which stunned Subaru. It was an absolutely ridiculous proposition, one only the greatest of idiots would accept. The stick swinger had remained silent for a good moment after hearing that flimsy proposal, but then... "Man, Ka." He bared his teeth in laughter, then looked at Amelia through his bright blue eyes. Those eyes washed over her frame, as if licking her from head to toe. And then, "Man, real fine stuff you made of. Can't say I hated you. Showed lots of guts, saying all that to someone like me. Biggest idiot I've seen since Trisha, you. I've taken a liking to you, Amelia. So, I've passed the trial. Man, I ain't gonna treat you that much, you. But all right. Already showed off in front of a nice lady. Gotta keep it up. Gonna turn even in my grave if I step down here. I'll make it like you want, Amelia. I'll pass if... Man, you win if you can make me move even a single step." The stick swinger with a softened expression called out to the crestfallen Amelia, who immediately looked up and nodded, then turned to Subaru. "Amelia, I'm leaving Anastasia and Julius to you. Please tend to them. Subaru. Time. You saw what happened just now, right? Going in without a plans. Amelia. It's okay. He doesn't seem like he's aiming to kill, and I'll give my everything too." Brimming with confidence, Amelia cut off Subaru's attempt to stop her and took a step forward. And then, while still wearing her dignified look, raised both her hands towards the stick swinger. With that much distance put between them, she could one-sidedly snipe him with her magic. Man. With a face that frizzlin', you pretty stubborn, you. Amelia. Do what you can the best you can, is what I've learned from my great knight. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, the man simply folded his giant arms and laughed fiercely. With her sights set on the man's smile, Amelia put some force into her words. Right away the air popped and snapped, and droplets of pale light fluttered about, then formed into weapons of ice one after another. Swords, lances, spears, axes, arrows, and many, many more weapons formed. Icebrand arts. Icicle line. A technique that used the giant reserves of magical energy inside Amelia to create a limited area boundary of destruction. A special technique forged through Subaru's otherworldly inventiveness had activated. Amelia. "Hey, ya!" She raised her voice in a war cry, but it had no effect on the man. Accompanying her cry, the weapons that had their tips pointed towards the stick swinger shot off from all directions at the same time. Multiple weapons that struck even from one's blind spots. It was indeed an unblockable attack. Faced with this, the man once again took one chopstick in each hand and released a raging flurry of strikes, starting the tyranny of chopsticks. Art unfolded in the spectacle of a single man ripping through ice. Subaru. Following Amelia's instructions, Subaru dashed to where lay Julius and Anastasia, checked their condition, and sighed in relief when he realized they were only unconscious. Anastasia's case was, as Echidna had worried, likely to be the result of her forcibly using magic by shaving off her life force. While not completely in the clear, her nosebleed had stopped, and she seemed to have simply fainted. As for Julius, even though he had been assaulted by Chopstick Fu, which had likely hurt, but retained no more than a few bruises to his body, if he were to, say, have been struck 100 times. If it were a sword and not chopsticks, he would have died 100 times over. But he was likely shown consideration, so the end result was by no means a minus. Beatrice. Both of them are doing well, I suppose. But, Subaru, I know. Beatrice, who had come beside Subaru to check on their well-being as well, was cut off. They were done checking the duo's condition. As for the beast that did this in the first place, Amelia was busy clashing with it head-on. Man. Ka! Ice sprayed and shattered, and the overjoyed man crushed their fragments under his teeth while swinging his chopsticks. With just that one swing, a hatchet and sword of ice that had come bearing down on him at the same time were cleaved right in twain. The shattered weapons of ice turned into bubbles of pale light, which fell and scattered around the raging wild man, a fantastical spectacle that repeated itself endlessly. However, even while doing so, Subaru, he won't budge. Man. Started with flashing my cool side, so let me keep being my coolest till the very end. How boring can you get, you? Upon hearing Subaru's groan, the stick swinger began humming some kind of tune while intercepting the many ice weapons. Even then, while his upper body swung like he was doing some kind of tempestuous dance, his feet remained cemented in the ground, like a pair of immovable mountains. Against someone like that, even firing off magic like a hailstorm was doing little. That sense of frustration not only festered in Subaru, who had a bird's-eye view of the fight, but also in Amelia, who was directly involved in it. So, to break this stalemate, Amelia stepped in. Amelia, ooh-yah! Silver hair fluttering in the air behind her slender body, Amelia pounced into battle. Raising both her arms, she grasped the hilt of a great battle-axe. She turned herself full circle and brought it down straight towards the man's head. And... Ka-ka! The man casually thrust up his chopsticks to intercept its trajectory. The chopstick only slightly changed the falling battle-axe's trajectory, but it grew in size as it fell, the edge finally managing to gaze past his Kanegashi's 3-sleeve and pierced into the ground. The violent blow raised a blast of wind, and unable to withstand the shock of its own power, the battle-axe of ice shattered into millions of fragments. However, she let go of the handle and immediately took in hand a lance that was being launched from behind her, then turned her body a full circle turn to land her next attack. Amelia. Aye. Ya. Toria. Yoria. Yoria. Ouya. The thrust of a lance, the flash of twin swords, the swing of a long sword, the slash of a katana, the smash of a hatchet, all and any forms of attacking were all meaningless when pit against this man. Of course, Amelia was not lacking in any skill. Her physical strength was in no way lacking, and the ice brand arts was, as Subaru would usually say even though he came up with it, the one and only one technique that brought out the best of her abilities, utilizing both her physical prowess and enormous magical reserve to the greatest effect. Beatrice. Subaru. Beatrice gripped his hand tightly. This grip filled Subaru with much-needed composure, but he continued to desperately strain his eyes at the battlefield. He could not find a single chance to break into the fight. Amelia was fighting up to that extent, where she kept swapping between weapons she was good with, always playing to her strengths, continuing her physical attacks, as well as firing off her storm of magic. The center was indeed a point which was being consistently carpet-bombed, and the man who stood at the dead center of that, dealing with everything without taking even a step, the monster who'd named himself as nothing more than a mere stick-swinger, was a complete abnormality. If he carelessly dove in, Subaru may only prove to be a distraction to Amelia. He could not deny that. He could do nothing to remove his anxiety. Beatrice, who held his hand, too stood in silence, fully understanding that she was the same, and being able to do nothing but watch over the battle with clenched teeth. Could the situation improve before Amelia's stamina ran out? Just then, an unexpected change occurred in this situation. That too. Suddenly, Amelia. Huff. Aye. Taria. Both her hands grasped a pair of swords and swung them from both sides, aimed at his neck to decapitate. The man quickly lowered his head to avoid the blow, while both swords slipped out of Amelia's hand and flew away. But Amelia immediately created another pair in her palms and swung her crossed arms outwards. The man dodged in a much fancier style, leaning so much that his body went parallel to the floor. Man. Ka. Amelia. What? Knees bent, body almost touching the floor. The man held this position with the inhuman strength of his ankles. On the other hand, Amelia lost to her own momentum, letting her arms fly through nothing, leaving herself wide open and with a step in front, leaning back. This was the first big, even life-threatening mistake Amelia had made in this fight. The man might have seen even more, but this moment must have been the biggest chance he had seen. Right then, the man straightened his bent knees, popping back into position. Amelia was left off guard and bit her molars. In that moment, the man bared his teeth the most he had, then leaned forward with his shark-like smile. "Man, you're wide open." Using the chopsticks at hand, he brushed over Amelia's twin peaks in a scooping motion. Amelia was dressed in her usual white outfit, where parts of her white and smooth skin were visible. The chopsticks streaked over her chest, making her abundant swelling jump about obscenely, which made the man's vile smile deepen. The man groaned in satisfaction at the results of his obscene act. "Man, good. Real good stuff. But don't be getting mad over something so small, Amelia. Toria. Man. Goa." Her hands crossed together above head, encased in gloves fashioned from ice, came down on the man's head, who was busy ogling her with a vile smile. The blow landed so hard that the ice shattered, the sound of its hard impact resonating. The man yelled in pain, then dropped to the floor with his head held, and began rolling around. "Man. Goo. It hurts, damn it. What the hell were you thinking, you? Usually a woman's gonna hesitate if someone does that, but you didn't even blink. Hell's with you, Amelia. But you just touched my body, right? Plus, you were completely off guard. Man, don't fuck around. The hell's with your upbringing? The hell were your parents doing?" Rubbing his beaten head, the stick swinger sat on the ground with his legs crossed, shouting out his complaints. Amelia blinked in surprise at his shout, then touched the part of her chest where the chopsticks had brushed past Amelia. "Did I say something strange? Man, oi, do something about this frizzling beauty. Get her walking out or something. Small fry, you're supposed to be attending to her. Make something of yourself. Do it proper." "Hurts, god damn it. Subaru. I'm in no place to be taking this from you. That aside, man. Despite being overwhelmed, Subaru somewhat managed to talk back to the raging man. Once he managed to swallow his own anger at how the man stretched out an obscene hand towards Amelia, he pointed to him and spoke. "Subaru, to hell with just one step. You moved a whole lot away. Man? Amelia. It's true. I did it! I won!" His mouth shut when Subaru pointed it out, and in exchange Amelia started jumping up and down, and in accordance to her feelings, flowers of ice began blooming in her immediate surroundings, as if to celebrate her own victory. The man had declared it himself. The condition was to make him move even a step from where he stood, which had been achieved. That fact was as clear as day to everyone, and unless the man made things harder, it would be accepted. Subaru, well, how about it? He felt bad for Amelia, who was celebrating her own victory over the trial, but Subaru did not fully trust the man. From all the exchanges they had, to expect sportsmanship from him was difficult. To invalidate his loss, declare the last trial as void, and rush them with everything he had, would not be too unlikely. A single drop of sweat rolled down Subaru's brows and across his cheeks. Man, no helping it. My word. This kind of defeat'd make me a laughingstock. Let your soul be damned, but I ain't got a choice. Subaru, you'll approve? Man, the hell you thinking of me? If I ain't keeping my word here, all of my posing cool's gonna get shot. Gonna flip everything I worked on over you. Ain't gonna be able to take a step towards women no more, you see. Subaru. Yeah, I know. With the way you lost right now, your worth was already at rock bottom. Man. Shut it, small fry. Heck, you ain't even a proper fish. You're just a tadpole. Don't be throwing around weight, tadpole. Anyway, that frizzling beauty over there wins. You get a pass. That's the condition. No helping it. Scratching his head violently, the stick swinger admitted his defeat. While it had spiraled into a situation where it was hard to tell whether those actions were sportsmanlike or unbecoming, Subaru had no intention of prying further into those matters. not when the announcement had already been made. Although both Julius and Anastasia lay fallen as victims of battle against the man, they would likely bounce right back up if left to recover in the green room. Despite being the second trial, it seemed to be too small an obstacle, but, man, well, who's gonna be next? The tadpole? Or is it gonna be one of them brats? Subaru. Eh? They could advance upward. Subaru, who had been caught by that thought, became guarded once more at the man's words. The man slowly stood back up at that response, left shoulder covered by cloth. He bared it as well to match his right shoulder and turned to them. The air flooded with a burnt stench. It surged from the man's unimaginable sword spirit, a dramatic change that made everything from before seem like child's play. Subaru noticed too late. Man, there's round 7 people in this tower. Your girl's the only one to get past. Subaru. Man. Well, who's up to get past me next? Tell me you. Trial of the second floor Electra of the Great Library Pleiades. Time limit condition. Unlimited number of challenge attempts condition. Unlimited challengers condition. Unlimited do has cleared. Emilia. Yet to clear. Subaru, Beatrice, Julius, Anastasia, Miley, Ram. The trial continues. Chapter 27. Electra's wall. A woman, a soul woman existed. The woman was a commonplace village girl, one with an ordinary birth and growth. Loved by her parents, loved by her siblings. The woman too loved her family. She was an extremely normal woman. With a fiancé decided by her household, she shall end her established lifetime in a corner of a poor village, identical to many other village girls. For the woman, that meant life, the paved order of things having no room for doubt. Such ordinarity of the woman was crushed at the hands of sleazy, powerful men who appeared in the village. What made her fit? Or was it merely the vice of humans, unknowing of the eventual truth? The woman was coercively desired by the powerful men. No matter it being a poor village of a small country, there existed a disparity impossible to eliminate with the powerful men. The woman was unable to oppose the demand of the powerful men. She had no choice but to yield to the irrationality of fate. However, the woman was loved by her family, by her fiancé, by the people of her village. Braving the oppression of the powerful men, the people's rage flared up, giving birth to flames of war before long. The fire spread, the residents of the village organized into an army, and at last, the powerful men along with the small castle were scorched to the ground. In naught but a single evening, the woman's position changed vastly. A mere ordinary village girl. Her fiancé, the ringleader of a single group of troops. The raging of the unremitting blaze. The surrounding ones who regarded that as hazardous turned to their own troops from one to the next. That proved as being beaten at their own game, for those who roused themselves claiming it was all for the sake of the woman. The fire spread whilst the flames of war coruscated, burning the small country, neighboring countries, and the great country to nothing before long. The existence of the woman, who was made to be the origin of it all, was renowned. The people rumored her to be a beautiful maiden of the heavens. Illusions piled over illusions, and due to the interest and expectations, the woman's petite body was about to shatter. Nobody took notice of that. Neither her family, nor her fiancé, nor the people. No one was looking at the woman. Cheers when she moved a hand, stampedes when she walked a street, tears of joy when she spoke a word, were all turned towards the woman. The woman. This is strange. You're Shrouding her face, she denied that this wasn't possible, that this wasn't supposed to be. Herself was a mere village girl, neither a beauty of the heavens nor a charming siren, but a single meager village girl. Where in her lay such worth? The people were intoxicated with dreams, misled by illusions dancing with ideals. Before long, without adhering to any curtailments, even the great country was burnt to ash with the woman at its origin. The ruined great country, the robbed castle. At its summit, the fiancé knelt before the woman and informed her, "I love you." This triumph, the smiles of the people, are all things given by you. The flaring capital city, heaps of corpses, the people trembling moved with ecstasy. The villagers she lived with too, The family who loved her too. The fiancé who wished for well-being too. No longer was anyone anywhere. Without responding to the fiancé, the woman left, abandoning her family. The villagers. Anything. And everything. She was not supposed to have been bestowed with it. Never had she wished for it. The woman merely lost everything. Having lost the days she was loved, which certainly existed, the woman, alone, proceeded to the burnt fields. Yet, the dreams, the illusions, the ideals did not let the woman escape. Wherever she proceeded to, anyone and everyone loved the woman, crushed by the woman, desired the woman. Everything was brought to ruin. Anyone and everyone loved the woman, like a curse, whilst unaware of true love inside. The witch of lust sought the love she lost, and continued to be loved by the love-summoning ruin. The swordsmanship brimming out of him pierced without restraint towards Subaru and the others who had challenged Electra. The man was garbed in a crimson robe with both of his arms outside of his sleeves, and his upper torso lay bare other than the sarashi wrapped around it. There was a glint of madness in the stick swinger's eyes after he'd given them that dire proclamation. The trial of the second floor, which in short was making their examiner, the stick swinger, recognize their qualifications to proceed up to the upper floor. That had already ended up with 2 people dropping out due to the atypical skill of the man. Even under these conditions, Amelia had somehow managed to snatch away victory thanks to her fighting strength along with her characteristic pluckiness, tenacity, and use of numerous weapons. However, Subaru. Don't the conditions say that it's fine if just one person clears it? The stick swinger, who the hell said that? Stop pulling stuff out of your ass, you prick. Why would it be that if one person can go up, then all the rest of you can? Use your common sense. Use it. Is the inside of your head also like that of a small fry, you prick? Subaru. You're making this point to the guy who doesn't want to be told the most in the world about common sense. Subaru groaned at the perfectly reasonable point which the man had made, who'd now crossed his chopsticks over, one held in each hand, with a clack. In actual fact, the one who'd jumped to conclusions about the clear conditions of the trial had been Subaru himself. The trial on the 3rd floor had involved solving a puzzle, and when it had been solved, the structure of the room itself had changed. So it was possible to say that he'd jumped to that conclusion. He'd incorrectly assumed that a new library would materialize if one of them cleared the trial of the 2nd floor. If his assumption had collapsed and clearing the trial would require each of their strengths in battle, then it was pretty safe to say that beating this trial would be futile. The condition which Amelia had managed to achieve, namely, to move the man even one step, they'd seen now just how hard achieving that was in stark contrast to its seeming simplicity. Speaking clearly about it, Amelia was currently the strongest amongst everyone who'd come to challenge the Pleiades watchtower along with Julius. Though, as long as Julius's contract with his quasi-spirits was gone, he could objectively say that she was, well, the strongest amongst them. The man had been extremely negligent in their first bout, and that had ended up allowing Amelia to defeat him. In summary, they'd pitted their strongest vanguard against their enemy when he was at his weakest. They had managed to beat him once, but now that it had become a tournament where everyone had to beat him, they would have to pit everyone else, who weren't as good at fighting, against this man who had no more chinks in his armor. Move the man one step. Were they really going to be able to achieve a victory like the one Amelia had snatched away from of a combination of good fortune and an attack of that caliber? Beatrice, wait up, in fact. There's a key mistake in what you're saying, I suppose. The stick swinger. A mistake? Shuddering at the prospect, Subaru tried to look for a glimmer of victory amidst their terrible predicament. Beatrice, who was right beside him, firmly squeezed his hand so to calm him down and spoke out to the man. The man grew sullen as he heard her words and pointed his uncovered eye towards Beatrice, the stick swinger. What Raya sayin', ye twat? You've come 10 years too early, ye twat. No, at least 5 ye twat. Ye can come here after your legs. Arms and body growing after you get some tits and ass, you twat. Beatrice... I never had any intentions of playing along with your crap. But right now you've made me part with those intentions completely, in fact. That's why I'm going to knock this into that thick skull of yours, I suppose. The stick swinger. My thick skull. The hell you mean? Beatrice. It's already been decided, in fact. Amelia told you if you were moved even one step, then it'd be our victory, I suppose. In other words, Amelia's victory was a victory for all of us, in fact. Subaru. HK. Subaru held his breath and instinctively looked over at Amelia. He'd never expected that she would have planned that far ahead during their brash negotiations. He was surprised by the shrewish nature she concealed underneath. From the corner of his eye, Amelia placed her hand against her mouth and said, "Oh, no, she wasn't shrewish. She was pure. She was EMT. Amelia. Yeah, now that you mention it, I did say that. I did say our. How about it? When you take that into consideration, doesn't that mean that we've all passed your trial? The stick swinger. That's an issue of semantics, you twat. It doesn't mean that at all." Amelia. "Oh, I see. Subaru. Beatrice. I'm sorry." He said, "It's not going to work, Beatrice. You're giving up far too quickly," Beatrice yelled out at Amelia, who had dropped her shoulders in a crestfallen fashion and signaled her giving up with a meek look on her face. Although Subaru too had thought it an unreasonable turn of wit when he stopped to think about it, and that was because he'd been in so much despair about the height of the wall in front of them that he'd wanted to cling onto the possibility. The stick swinger. Well, there is some sense to what that run is saying. I also seem to recall it at first being that you can take on as many people as you like, so long as you try and get past me. Though following the rules is kinda boring, so I had to drag myself awake. Subaru, when you say you had to drag yourself awake, you mean that stuff at the beginning was you hacking the system? The stick swinger. I don't know, you prick. Use words I can understand, you prick. We ain't talking like that person with white hair at a young age, you prick. The man kept flitting back and forth between good and bad moods. As Subaru nodded lazily at the man's words to show he was paying attention, he managed to deduce something about the system part of the trial. Something about the man's true nature. His deduction came from observing the trials on the third and second floor, and then from observing the stuff which the man, who seemed to be devoid of sanity, said following his appearance and his behavior after. His inference was drawn from the things that felt out of place from each of those points. In short, there was a vital discrepancy between the original trial and the trial that was going on now. Subaru. In truth, it should have been a trial where things would have been fine if everyone worked together to fulfill its condition, but because you woke up, it's now become that we each have to fulfill the condition. The stick swinger. Ka! Hell, as if I'd know, you prick. But I ain't got a clue which one of them would have been easier. No idea which out of killing me using all your combined efforts or letting me fondle your tits and hitting me once would have been easier. Subaru. Don't you go saying such careless things, you perverted bastard. I'll shut you right up. Subaru reached out for his whip so that he could lash out at him in anger for his callous words. He pulled it out from the back of his waist and cracked it as fast as he could using only his forearm. However, the man easily caught the whip, which should have been traveling nigh at the speed of sound, in between his chopsticks and gave it a shake. The chances that he would have been able to hit him had been low, but his surprise attack had ended up failing so spectacularly. The stick swinger. Ka! I didn't think you were the type to be swinging sticks, but really, a whip, you prick? What kind of taste is that, you prick? Whip lashes are only good for your enemies and your woman. Subaru. It sure as hell looks like you're my enemy, though. Besides, I plan to go up the bases properly when it comes to Amelia, and that leaves me no options for using whips before going through them all. Beatrice. Subaru. Calm down. In fact, I can barely understand what you're saying, I suppose. And what's more, you're getting swept up by the enemy's pace, in fact. Amelia. That's right, Subaru. You mustn't get so upset. He just touched my chest. It's not like he did anything weird. Subaru. That is something that's weird, Amelia Tan. The stick swinger. In general, it is something to get upset at smoking hottie. Both the man and Subaru replied to Amelia, who had been trying to calm them down at the same time. Amelia widened her eyes at their in-sync suggestions, and Beatrice gave a deep sigh. I wonder, may I say something really quickly? After keeping her silence for so long, someone finally spoke out in a trembling voice over to the four of them who'd been caught up in their exchange, now all looking rather taken aback. I don't like saying this, but I think we should turn back. The little girl who had spoken out and lifted her tiny hand up had dark blue braided hair. Meili. She slowly shook her head, still perched on Shala's shoulders, who had crumpled down to her knees, fainted. Meili's olive-green eyes were full of unmistakable fear of the man reflected in them who stood further back, but yet she spoke. Meili, I don't know how you can speak so fluidly with that guy Ansa. Our nightly Onati-san, our scarf-wearing One-I-san, and even our naked One-I-san have been hurt by him. Subaru. Out of those, Shala did collapse because of other reasons, but it's definitely weird. Though Meili's view was pessimistic, her assessment was natural when taking into account their current fighting strength. Rather, it was Subaru that, in trying to remain here and continue their challenge, had completely lost his composure. They'd been completely flattened by the stick-swinger's swordsmanship. He hadn't been able to remain objective with how much influence Anastasia and Julius's collapse and Emilia's sexual harassment had had on him. However, Subaru, this is just hypothetically speaking, but if we were to leave and come back again later, would you still recognize her victory? The stick-swinger. He could even say that his sportsmanship in having recognized Emilia clearing the trial was unretractable. But, even though he had shown as much, the other parts that came with it weren't so easy to understand. Even in carrying out Meili's reasonable conclusion, if their opponent didn't accept it, then they wouldn't be able to avoid having to fight. Up until a short while ago, their opponent had taken care not to kill them. But now that he was behaving like he'd just shifted up a gear, they had no surefire guarantee that their lives wouldn't be in danger the next time they challenged him. If it came to that, then challenging him would be out of the question. Instead, he would have to use every last inch of his strength to get them out of here. Without any exaggeration, the stick-swinger's true strength approached cataclysmic levels. He'd made short work of Julius with his chopsticks, fought with Emilia, and still had plenty of energy left to spare. His true strength was, without exaggeration, Reinhardt grade. What sort of intention did this tower's overlord have in placing such a monster here? It seemed to him like they had no intention of letting it be cleared when taking into account the solution to the constellation-themed puzzle of the third floor as well. Subaru. Well, what'll it be? Shifting his heels as he showed signs of his patience running out, he approached the collapsed figures of Julius and Anastasia. Taking notice of what Subaru was doing, Beatrice and Emilia subtly took up their positions as well. If the stick-swinger bared his fangs, Emilia would once again instantly cast her icicle line, and they'd have no choice but to pick up the three which had collapsed using Beatrice's Maroc and sprint away. In the worst case, he'd have to consider casting the yet incomplete third trump card with Beatrice as well. The stick-swinger. Enough Subaru, huh? The stick-swinger. ENOUGH? Enough. I ain't in the mood for this. The man abruptly spat that out at them as they'd set their mind and body wholeheartedly onto their escape plan. As they goggled at his childish attitude, the man put his arm back in his left sleeve again and straightened up his haori back to how it was when he'd first wore it. Then he started to walk away moodily, away from Subaru and the others who remained on their guard. He grumpily made his way to the sword of selection, which had been kicked away. The man stepped on the fallen sword, flicked it up, and lazily took hold of it. Then he vigorously thrust its tip down onto the white floor, and the sword returned to the same state it had been when the trial had started. And then, the stick-swinger. I'm closing up shop. Scram, you pricks. I'm tired of this. Hurry the hell up. He flumped down on the spot with a thunk and spat those words out, sitting with one knee raised up. Subaru. Wait. You're freewheeling far too much. What the hell's this about? Are you really going to haphazardly decide the particulars of the trial depending on your mood? The stick-swinger. You sure are noisy, you prick. The discretion here has been left to me from the start, you prick. If I say no, then it's a no. Subaru instinctively became speechless at hearing his arrogant manner of speaking. At Subaru's surprise, the man continued and said, Besides, the stick-swinger. When I don't feel like doing something, I don't mess about. So, you prick, are you gonna do what I said? Subaru's whole body was bathed in chills from an intense gust of wind whooshing by. The man had cast aside all of his weapons and even tucked away his chopsticks in his bosom pocket. And his lips had curled. It did certainly look like a smile, but it was of a different nature to the one which he'd been showing so far. Ferocious as it wasn't a smile that gave off a sunny atmosphere. Rather, his smile was like that of a crazed beast exuding a dark, sanguine, gruesome intent to kill. Emilia, Ah, a small groan could be heard, not from Subaru, but from Amelia, who should have been by his side. She had one of her hands against her pale throat, and her jewel-like eyes were widened in surprise. Her knees fell from beneath her and she sunk down onto the floor. It was as if she had noticed in that moment that she was unable to stand up by herself and forgotten how to breathe. Subaru. And it was the same for Subaru as well, who'd suddenly become aware of his breathing as soon as he saw Amelia's reaction. Before he could even notice, Subaru had dropped to his knees in pain, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. He was in the same state as Amelia. No, he was worse off than her. He'd been completely daunted by the man's presence. It's as if he'd started to forget even that his heart was beating, and that he was starting to be killed. If there'd been no one around him to make him remember about that in the surroundings, he would have died from the power in the man's eyes alone. The stick swinger. Go rack your brains and see if you can find a way to win, you prick. The same trick the smokin' hottie used ain't gonna cut it, not even from the sleepin' hot stuff. Now get out of my sight, I'm going to bed. His voice grew low, indicating he was not messing about when he said that, and following that, his head dozily jerked down. After a little bit, they could gradually hear the man's snoring, which sounded as deafening as him when awake. In that sense, his loud snoring wasn't at all contrary to his personality. However, none of those who were left standing here were able to laugh about it. Meili. Let's turn back from here as quickly as possible. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible, making good on Meili's words, who'd insisted they do just that. Subaru and the others slowly grabbed their fallen members and were forced to retreat from the trial. I see. So that's the reason why you scurried back looking so glum from the second trial, Subaru. As harsh as ever. Eh? Nisama? Ram? Stop talking like that. Every time you do, the Master Sama theory of the sleeping woman holds more weight to it. Subaru, that's crazy talk. Mind what you say. Ram gave a short sigh as he feebly shrugged his shoulders at her unappealing warning. They were on the 4th floor, in the room adjacent to the green room. Subaru and Ram were vis-a-vis with each other. And Amelia, Beatrice and Meili were there too. The number became 6 when you included Shola, who they'd rolled in here as the final member. The group had climbed down the long staircase and fled from the 2nd floor. The first thing they'd done was carry their wounded to the green room and entrust them to the spirit's treatment. Their diagnosis on the way was that Julius had simply only fainted, whereas with Anastasia the underlying reason was exhaustion due to having used too much magic. In all, their lives weren't in danger. Therefore he'd placed them in bed and moved runes with Ram so that he could explain the situation to her. That, and to get around the rune's people limit as well. However, I heard that there was a ridiculous examiner too, but it was just Amelia Sama that was acknowledged by him, right? Was it not possible for just the one person to see the library? Subaru. That's Amelia. Oh, I hadn't thought about that now that you mention it. Right. I may have been able to go up to the 1st floor if it was just me. Should we try asking the stick swinger-san if I can? Subaru. No. Let's not. I don't want to stir up the hornet's nest and risk him getting irritated again. And even if he told Amelia Tan that she can go up by herself, that would be dangerous. Amelia, I'll be really careful, you know. Subaru. It's dangerous. Ram. It is dangerous. Beatrice. It's dangerous, I suppose. Subaru, Ram, and Beatrice immediately put a damper on Amelia's determination. Amelia dejectedly stood down after she heard their concerns. But it wasn't like Subaru had been stamping out her willingness out of being overprotective. Right now, he didn't want to aggravate that stick swinger for no good reason. This he was absolutely sure about. It's true that he felt like he wanted to say something to that untrammeled individual, but it would be suicidal to challenge him when he was in a bad mood, regardless of when the trial would recommence. And the fact was, right now they weren't even seeing the man taking up the sword. Even if only Amelia had been able to get past that man. Subaru. I'm doubtful about whether the trial of the 2nd floor truly is just the one part. He could easily be playing us the fool. No. It may just seem like that to me because Amelia Tan overcame it without much issue, but I wonder if that's truly the end of it. That's what's weighing on my mind, Amelia. I think you're thinking too much about it. That individual, though the things he says may be a little strange and rude, sometimes it doesn't seem like he'd lie. No, it's because it seems like he's a person who can't lie. Subaru, the jury's split right through the middle here on whether it's just you having faith in him or good shrewdness being the reason he can't tell lies. Whatever the case may be, he had no grounds to brush aside Amelia's point. If anything, he agreed with the assessment she'd given regarding that stick swinger. Were he to look at it from a different angle, the reason she'd overcome the trial so readily could also be because Amelia was the strongest out of them. So when it came to Julius right now, the fact that he'd collapsed meant that... Subaru, I hope he's not depressed as hell about it. Amelia. Are you worried about Julius? Subaru. I'm not entirely sure. You see, when it comes to being worried, I guess I am. But it's not as easy as that. Julius's duel head-on with the stick swinger, his subsequent defeat, and his beaten figure had been seared into his mind. He probably wasn't overthinking his anxiety when he looked back on how Julius had looked in his last moments. His skill with the sword had been nowhere near his opponent's. He'd been toyed with like it had been child's play, and finally even his knightly sword had been broken. Subaru. There's another sword in our dragon carriage, but that isn't going to be the issue here, I imagine, Beatrice. Swords can be reforged. I really don't get all the fuss, I suppose. Subaru. But Biko, don't you take good care of the handkerchief, mittens, and apron I made you. What I'm saying is that those things are more special, and it's as if they were torn. Beatrice, I apologize for saying something so stupid, in fact. Beatrice meekly took back her callous remark and Subaru stroked her head, letting out a sigh. It was hard to imagine how Julius would react when he'd wake up in the green room. Even though he didn't know whether he'd get depressed, unlike his usual self, or whether he'd try act strong like he usually did, Subaru had no clue what he'd say to him when he eventually did. For that reason, he was feeling quite downhearted, and when it came to things to worry about, that didn't stop only with Julius. Subaru. Anastasia. Echidnas. That desperation. What on earth was she thinking? One doubt that firmly clung to Subaru's mind was Anastasia, aka Echidna's decision when she'd butted in Julius's duel with the stick swinger, and provided him support. There was no question that in that moment, she'd been providing backup for Julius. The reason why she had tried her utmost to help him when he'd been overwhelmed like that was one which everyone, including Subaru, would have been feeling as well. Nevertheless, touching on the matter briefly, that which Echidna had done, considering that she was moving about using Anastasia's body, who'd remained a bystander in all this, went beyond being surprising and more so warranted fright. Even during their journey, and after arriving at the watchtower, Echidna hadn't forgotten to behave like Anastasia. She'd kept asserting that she'd do her very best to act with due consideration for her body. He'd figured that at least in his eyes that she wouldn't have turned against that. What meaning did she have in coming here and all of a sudden behaving like that? Beatrice. That girl's indisposition is gravely different to a little overuse of magic, I suppose. Subaru. Then what is it? Beatrice was the only one who shared knowledge of the situation regarding Anastasia and Echidna, and she quietly whispered those words into the brooding Subaru's ear. When Subaru posed his question, Beatrice continued her words by saying, "To put it simply, Beatrice, Bubby, Betty, and that scarf are special among spirits, in fact. We're all more powerful than lots of other kinds of spirits, but we make up for it by having other restrictions instead, I suppose. I needn't have to explain it to you now, in fact. Subaru, since you want me all to yourself by me signing a contract with you, I cannot sign a contract with other spirits. You can rest assured that I'm yours, Biko. Beatrice, it's nothing as cheerful as that, I suppose. This is more about that scarf spirit, in fact. It's true that she's borrowing that girl's body, but I realized something as we made our way here, I suppose. That girl has no magic to her which she can use other than her OD, in fact. Subaru. None other than her odd. Beatrice. She's the same as you, there's a defect in her gate, I suppose. Its valve is broken, and its ability of drawing in mana from the outside is Kaput, in fact. So she can't use magic unless she whittles down her own life, I suppose. Subaru. Then that means it can be fatal. Subaru gulped at that realization. Subaru was in shock of the problems which Anastasia's body bore. They would be severe handicaps in a world like this. He recalled the words which Anastasia aka Aridna had said before. My trump card whittles at my body. She'd meant those words literally, and now that this fact had become clear, Subaru had ended up becoming more and more bewildered. If in fact Echidna's misuse of Anastasia's body had been for nothing other than to shorten her host's life, then, Subaru, why did she always try to help Julius? It didn't look like this was something she'd done out of some intricate plan. Undoubtedly taking this risk from worry of Julius's condition must have been behind that act of desperation. Was Echidna attracted to Julius? Was that one of the powers of his divine protection of gathering spirits as well? Ram, I'm worried about Anastasia-sama and the Knight Julius as well, but we have other issues that we need to deal with, don't we? Subaru. I guess you mean that stick-swinger, Ram. That's right. It may seem cold-hearted, but for me what we'll do about the trial is more important. If we can't get past it, then we aren't going to find a way to get Ram back. Ram interrupted Subaru's thoughts and, in a sense, voiced quite a cold-hearted opinion. Just as she had acknowledged, her words were a little lacking in consideration. But Subaru wasn't going to blame her for that. Ram, he couldn't see it, but he could feel a tinge of irritation concealed behind Ram's stiff expression. That was because she was frustrated that she had the possibility of getting back her lost little sister, and she was now an arm's reach away but yet still so far. Subaru could sympathize with that. Emilia. He dressed casually, had an eye patch, red hair, blue eyes. He had an awfully self-assertive, violent physique, though. Subaru, did anyone familiar come to your mind? If you don't see the real thing, you probably won't be able to imagine him, but he's with no exaggeration strong as a monster. Maybe around Reinhardt grade. Ram. A real nightmare, huh? Emilia. Though what Subaru's saying is no lie. I've never seen Reinhardt's true strength. But, well, I think he was as strong as that. Emilia followed up Ram's words, detailing her thoughts having actually fought the man. There was no benefit in telling lies here. From her judgment, Ram wearily placed her hand against her forehead and said, Ram, if we put confidence in Barusu and Emilia-sama's words, then our enemy is of the same caliber as the Knight Reinhardt. If, as said, they truly are equal to the world's strongest man, then there's one that's at least close to his level in every part of the world. Subaru. So essentially Reinhardt is the strongest in the kingdom, and each of the other 3 countries have their own strongest. Ram. In the Valatian Empire, there's the first general, the Blue Lightning Cecilis Segmont. In the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko, there's the Crazed Prince. And in the Kararagi city-states, there's the Admirer Halibel. But each have different traits to them. Subaru. None of them have long red hair, Ram. I'm not sure because we only don't know what the Holy Kingdom of Gusteko's Crazed Prince looks like. Subaru. Prince? A prince, huh? I guess he didn't give off that kind of feeling. But then, he wasn't so sure if he was a complete mismatch with that individual when he took into account the crazed part. Although he had quite handsome features, he couldn't say he had any royal elegance to him. It was the sort of beauty you'd find in the plains, the kind you'd find in the wilderness, so it was a work of art of the kind that was permitted. Subaru. And to add to that, he's a master of martial arts whose name isn't known in the world. Beatrice. The clothes he was wearing were the Kararagian native dress, in fact. He was using chopsticks too, I suppose. Subaru. Oh boy, was he using them, though way too differently to the way they're supposed to be used. Besides, no matter how much Subaru strained himself, he was unlikely to find a connection between a master of martial arts who was unknown to the world and that man. The man was a bit older than Subaru, most likely in his mid-20s. However, he felt that something was not quite right in regards to there being such a skilled man of that age with such a twisted nature ending up being unknown. And that feeling took precedence. Moreover, There was still a doubt troubling him regarding whether the man who'd been placed there by this Pleiades watchtower's strange mechanism was really just some randomer. Meili. Ah. Awani-san. Can I butt in for a CC? Subaru. Me. Doesn't it look like naked Wani-san's about to wake Yushi P? Meili, who'd been busy giving Shola a lap pillow, raised her hand up from a corner of the room, and just as she'd said, Shola, with her head still resting against Meili's lap, captivatingly stretched out her body and started to groan. Umph. Aoun. Then she slowly opened her eyes as everyone else looked on at her. Shola. Master. Don't leave me alone, please. I don't want to be alone anymore. Subaru. Stop acting so miserable from the get-go. You were up all along, weren't you? Shola. Jeez. In a strange way, I thought you might show your affection, Master. But it turns out you're me Ian as always. But I love that part of you too, Subaru. Looks like I was worried for nothing. Shola lifted her long legs up, swung them down, and nimbly got up. She shook her so-called scorpion tail about and looked around the room. Then she cocked her head and said, Oh, Shola? Huh? Why are we here? If I'm not mistaken, we got through the trial with one of Master's dramatic flashes and made it up. Subaru. Oi, this isn't a dream. This is reality. Shola, you were hugging me, Master, and you started to laugh, telling me to not let go again. Subaru. That was a dream. You fainted straight after the second trial started. Subaru shouted that at Shola as she recited the contents of her horrifying dream. Then he tried to remind her about what had happened just before she'd fainted. However, Shola snorted her nose and said, Fainted. As if she was playing dumb. Shola? Me? Faint? There's no way I'd do something so shameful. Even after I reunited with you, Master, after so many centuries, I didn't end up fainting, you know? Me. Fainting. You're gonna reduce me to tears saying something so absurd. Amelia. I get that you're tempted to doubt this, but you really did faint. Subaru and Meili were really worried about you. Believe you me. Shola. Who? Master worried about me? Diahi, I believe you. Subaru. That was easy. Meili. Me being tacked on like an extra. Now that's a little unexpected. Both Subaru and Meili looked troubled as they witnessed Shola fawningly express her opinion as she slackened her expression. Nevertheless, after she acknowledged the reality of the present, Shola cocked her head the other way and said, Who? Shola, but what caused me to faint? It ain't usual for me to collapse. In those kinds of situations, it wouldn't be strange if everyone ended up dead other than Master Ram. I get that you're pinning too much hope on Barusu. Sorry on your Master, but that's what I've heard really happened. Take your time and think back to earlier. Picture the long staircase in front of your eyes, Amelia. The long staircase. Was Ram trying to get her to follow her memories and recall what had happened? She spoke in a hushed voice as if she was hypnotizing her. There should have been a hitch in Ram's plan in that she hadn't witnessed that scene, but she slowly unraveled Shola's locked memories as if she'd been there to see it. Ram. You're greeted by a white room with a steel sword thrust down into the floor. The moment someone lays their hands on it, a strange voice echoes in everyone's minds who's there. Amelia. My heart's pounding. Both Shola and Amelia were reliving the experience thanks to Ram's emotional recitation. Setting Shola aside, Amelia ought to know about what had happened in detail. But Subaru didn't interject in fear that he'd break the mold of the conversation. Finally, her recitation approached Shola's sealed memories. Ram. Right then. The silhouette of a person materializes at the back of the room. A man with red, long hair, blue eyes, and dressed in exotic garb. Shola jumped back and let out a shriek the moment Ram reached that crucial scene. She turned to face Subaru, preparing to jump towards him. However, he'd anticipated it. He bent his knees and caught her. This time he didn't fall. Instead, he was pressed against Shola's soft skin, as if he were in a vice. Subaru. Oh wow, I guess you remembered. You remembered, right? Shola? Why is that guy here? In spite of all of you telling me he was dead, he survived. I knew he was a guy who's nigh unkillable. Subaru. What are you say? As his eyes teared up in pain, Subaru tried to ask Shala what she was talking about, and then it dawned on him. He realized what Shala's words meant. The person in question that corresponded to what she'd said since they'd come to the tower was only one, and that person was Shala, the stick swinger. The stick swinger Reed. That savage. That demon. He's come back to life to fondle my chest again. Reed Astrea. That's the name of the swordsman who'd gone down in legend. A great swordsman who was said to have killed witch beasts, master swordsmen, dragons, and finally even witches. He was the first person to have received the name Sword Saint, and was also one of the 3 great heroes who saved the world. He kick-started the glory of the Astrea family, lineage of the Sword Saint which Reinhard van Astrea was a part of. Even now, he was the highest aspiration of those who lived by the sword. The situation was hard to believe. His name was the name of a life that should have perished 400 years ago. He probably would have laughed at the possibility existing if this place hadn't existed for centuries with a tower that had been built by those connected to the witch. Nevertheless, there was a living witness who knew about 400 years ago here. Nevertheless, they were in a tower that the sage who'd lived 400 years ago had built here. When he took into consideration his poor character, didn't he seem to be saying something like, "I've placed the first-generation Sword Saint as the strongest guard here. Now surpass him." Subaru and the others hurriedly went back to the green room with the facts they'd gathered. They would have to come up with a game plan now that they knew that their enemy was Reed Astrea. Luckily, he'd heard that that particular Sword Saint had been a man who wasn't lacking in anecdotes. And luckily, they had a talented person in their group who was well read on the greats of bygone days. Of course, he would imagine that the after-effects of his defeat lingered within him, but once he found out about his opponent's identity, the shame he probably harbored should vanish too. After all, their opponent was to blame for this. At any rate, their enemy was the Sword Saint, a man who held the same family name as Reinhardt and became its founder, building the name up. When you think of it like that, he should be able to easily digest even his defeat to him. Subaru. That dumbass Subaru had made his way back to the green room harboring those words of comfort. But when he got there, he spoke those words out in a hushed tone. There were beds of grass at the back of the room which the spirit had laid out for the wounded. There were 4 of them in total, and laying in were Riam, Anastasia, and Petrasia in the backmost one. Only one of those beds were empty, the one between Petrasia and Anastasia, and on top of that ivy-woven bed lay merely his broken knightly sword. The man slowly opened his eyes to the sound of footsteps clambering up the stairs and the aura of a man readying himself to fight piercing through his skin. He felt no anger at having his sleep interrupted. After all, life was a constant battle. When you come to the resolution that your flesh and blood is always walking the tightrope between life and death, you end up living without any turmoil in your heart no matter what transpires. Gradually, the figure of the man who was climbing up the stairs came into view. He could remember that man's swordsmanship. He could even remember that man's footsteps and his footwork. It had only been a short while ago. There was no way he could forget. Only, that should have been the same for his opponent too. So he thought it was strange. He'd thought that his opponent was a little smarter than this. Nevertheless, the man... He lost that impression as soon as he looked at his opponent's eyes. An impulse had surged through him that had led him to scoff instead. He sumptuously let it echo on top of his tongue, and then briskly scratched his red hair. The man, "I ain't gonna be just playing about this time, you prick." He didn't think there'd be any meaning to saying that, but he cast his words out of courtesy, just in case. When his opponent received them, he closed his eyes for a moment and instantly threw away all of this emotion. Then his opponent stretched out his hand without any hesitation and pulled out the sword that had been thrust down into the floor and held it out in front of him. Julius, Knight of the Royal Order of the Kingdom of Lugnica, Julius Juculius, the man. After he gave his name, the knight broke into a fierce run as a result of his own eyes narrowing. The man, Reed Astrea, bent his lips into a twisted smile. "Reed, you couldn't even hope to be my playmate, Slongs. You keep using that boring title." Author note from Taipei. Perhaps when they retreated from the room, Subaru carried Julius on his back, Amelia Princess carried Anastasia, and Biyako and Meili carried Shola together by her arms and legs, sort of like a stretcher. Shola felt lighter, but Biko and Meili were exhausted and dropped her halfway down the stairs, and Amelia Tan had to frantically catch her as she tumbled down. In the end, Amelia Tan carried both Anastasia and Shola against both of her shoulders, and it appeared like she went downstairs with them whilst keeping Biko and Meili's spirits up. Chapter 28. Julius Euculius picking up the sword of selection from the ground. He felt it fit so perfectly in the palm of his hand, very much so that the urge to break into tears arose within him for some reason. It was almost as if he truly were under the delusion that the sword had selected him in particular, even though, in this instant, there was absolutely no reason for him to be feeling so proud in such a manner. Within his own self, Julius H.K. Compared to his broken beloved sword, his new blade felt a smidgen thicker, the tip heavier. However, if he based himself on that and swung the blade, he would be able to more or less get used to the differences immediately. Not all battles could be handled with only the usage of a weapon one was accustomed to. It was a source of pride for him that he had trained himself to imagine all possible situations, and that he was able to do battle with any sword at hand. Read. Really boring? Ha! His sharp thrust was carried by said pride, and it was aimed right between the yawning man's brows. However, the man just tilted his head, the tip of the blade merely coming close to its target. As soon as the red-haired man noticed a few hairs having been severed, he jumped back. He pressed his weight hard against the ground and jumped back, thanks to his heels remaining hot due to the footwork. He formed some distance between the two of them. In a battle, evaluating the sword skills of your opponent is not the only essential thing. Neither is it about just the sword in the hands. The rhythm of the feet and the pace of the legs are also extremely crucial. Of course, the swordplay matters as well. To get the optimum position, to get the fastest pace, in order to maximize your potential, you mustn't just use your hands and legs. Instead, you have to use every part of your body. Therefore, it's imperative that beginners in the art of swordplay learn proper footwork first. Truly, he believed he was fortunate to be blessed with a great teacher. Although that teacher's skills were now below his current skills, this was due to age, a factor that no one was able to circumvent. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that he was quite a skillful person in teaching things to his students even beyond their own strength. It wasn't just putting practice into his sword art, but also where those arts had come from, and in what form they had been passed down. He was a well-liked person who spoke about such things. Naturally, he too enjoyed listening to tales of others about it, and he deemed it an honor to be able to practice it. Julius. Catching up towards him with a leap, he aimed his sword down to where he was about to land. Up, down, left, right. 3 of those directions were guarded, and the one with the highest probability to deliver the killing blow was from below. Read. This again. Julius's sword, which swung towards the man's chest from below, was parried with ease by the man's stick. The stick was unbelievably sturdy, and easily deflected his sword. The sword swing took less than a second. Even if he saw it coming, to be able to do that meant he was exceedingly skilled and had fine-grained control over his power, to the extent that he could even thread a needle with ease. Julius gasped in surprise as his heavy swing brought his sword over his head. It created a small opening as he stumbled slightly and broke posture. He thought to use a blade of wind, but right now, he didn't have that choice. The magic which he could use as a diversion did not release. Instead, he just created a gap between them. Julius. Kaha! He ate a front kick to his side, and the barefoot's nails dug into the gaps between his organs inside his body. In the moment where he felt that his body couldn't take any more pressure and would break, the foot that had been stuck inside him twisted, causing him excruciating pain from inside. He was blown away. In an instant, he went flying from the impact, seemingly defying inertia. However, even that wasn't enough to absorb the force of that kick. As his surroundings spun, the impact he received on his body reverberated to his head and made him want to vomit. Even so, he kept his eyes on his opponent and slammed his feet on the ground as he landed, maintaining his posture. His breathing was rough. It would take him some time to recover and catch his breath. Julius emptied out the contents of his body, and after having done so, he forcibly reminded his body to breathe slowly to calm his ragged breath. Read. He spat and spat it all out. After that, he would continue the battle, because he had to continue this fight. Julius. About 10 meters in front of him, he saw the red-haired man standing with a smile plastered on his smug face. Again, he dashed forward, towards the grinning man. The edges of the wooden chopsticks and the steel blade collided, everything to peel that calm smile off his face. From there, the real battle, Reed. So pretentious. There are truths and lies in a battle. Are you really reading it out of a picture book? Julius. Ah. The distance between him and the man shrunk in the blink of an eye. The man's incredible speed left him stunned. To be precise, it all actually happened in the blink of an eye. The man closed the distance of 10 meters in a mere moment. A simple stick appeared in front of his eyes. In order to protect himself, he immediately raised his blade, though while making that important action, he left the rest of his body unguarded. This resulted in the man delivering 2 blows against him with his sticks, one in the side of his head and one to the chest. A piercing shock hit him. The sharpness of that blow would make his consciousness fade faster than the actual pain. He clenched his teeth and stomped the ground vigorously, so he could desperately scrape back together his own fading consciousness. Julius. Oh, ah! The scream he uttered left him hoarse, and he swung his sword down in a crescent-form arc towards the man. The man jumped up, as if he was avoiding the graceful dance until death, and struck his side with his elbow. His consciousness was shaken again. He was shaken off his feet, and his fighting spirit was curbed by the pain that gradually spread out in his soles. The simultaneous chance of fire and water, and the three-way attack of the sword, all missed their mark. Unrelated to the fire and water, this was only an artistic mistake which he had repeatedly made when he was training to become the greatest knight. If his opponent was to be a normal one, this surely would have had sufficient to bring him down. Reed. Bang. The highest peak of a knight's sword art, it was easily blown away by the chopsticks in the hands of the man. The sticks struck his knee and stabbed his stomach, making him vomit up gastric juice. It was quite the unpleasant sight. His body was about to collapse, as it has been continuously struck down by the stick from all directions. Reed. Oh. He fell down instead of forward, and kept his body up by quickly extending out his arm. Taking advantage of this moment, he swung to the rear with astonishing momentum. The man left out a sound out because he did not expect it, and jumped back. He continued to move backwards, and opened up a greater distance between the two of them. Blood started to pour out of his nose. He wiped his bleeding nose with his white sleeve. His uniform was stained by bright, crimson-red paint. He did not care. He let out a sharp breath and put his whole spirit into the blade in his hand. To reach it is to keep going for it. To be strong is to stay strong. Reed, you're fucking pathetic, you. Can you even lift your sword? You. I haven't lifted my sword for anything other than 3 months straight, you. I've cut light down. What the fuck have you cut down, Julius? You right here, right now. Reed, what does that mean? The fuck can you do to me? You can't do shit. No swinging at it till you reach it. Don't swing at it till you reach it. Till you can. No swinging. Don't swing till you can. Stop talking about all the shit you want to do when you can't even do 'em, you. Instead of a refutation, he utterly destroyed the sword's blow with immense strength. As a response to this action, the man struck 10 more blows down onto him. Julius. His consciousness was swaying, but he was not falling. Why wasn't he falling? It's because... Reed, you lackin'. You ain't enough. This ain't a place for you to be coming to. Yeah, I'll tell ya, Element. You ain't the one for the job. You weren't invited. He just has to be strong. He just has to prove it with his sword. A name. A house. A family. A master. A companion. A friend. Spirits bound to his soul. He lost all of it. The only thing that is left for him is this. All that he has left is himself. What he himself accumulated, shapeless, that's all that remained. This was the only proof of his soul, own being. Reed. Disgusting. You. Are you trying to put up a front? You? Are you satisfied just being a cheap imitation of others, you? You and your sword are both fucking boring. There was a time that he aimed for the peak of swordsmanship. He wondered if he could aim for that place. It was something that was stuck on his mind. Soon he realized that the bar was too high, and gave up. When he saw him, that man with hair of crimson, the boy gripping a sword in his hand. He discovered he carried something so selflessly grand as to inspire admiration. Reed, ain't nobody looking at you. Ain't nobody got expectations on you. You're naive if you thinkin' I'm playin' round. Your punches and kicks are easy, you. He too had once yearned for it, for his life to be filled with tales of grandeur. To stand shoulder to shoulder with those people was not to be for his current lacking self. That is the reason why he must risk his life, so desperately, wretchedly. That dream which he had then cast aside, he remembered. Julius, his blue eye, not covered by the eye patch, along with his disheveled long hair of flame, overlapped with the youth who had been the impetus behind him, desisting of his dream once before, as well as with one of his many aspirations he has held thereafter, diligently endeavoring in the hopes of one day reaching it. That was how he believed his life to have been spent. Reed, ain't enough you. You ain't enough at all. Have you been skipping Life Day? His yearning towards that what he craved for was knocked out from him by the beating of the stick. He couldn't do it by swinging his sword. It was impossible to hit the one facing him with a sword. The efforts to keep fighting were meaningless. The blood and sweat that were shed were worthless. In the life of his, the life that was collapsing, there was one thing. But even that one thing he believed in was trampled down. Slowly, something was welling within inside him. That thing, it completely eliminated that what was emerging from his heart. Reed, Gayer, can you bear this? You? I'm getting more and more bored. Along with a click of his lips, a light gushed out and pierced through his limbs. He collapsed like a marionette who had its strings cut. However, violence did not allow that. The wooden stick struck into his chest, resulting in the oxygen in his lungs being drained to the verge of asphyxiation. Then, he was grabbed by his hair and swung around like a rag doll. He was slammed to the ground, and the moment that he bounced back up, he received a kick to the face and was blown away. In this matter, he slid across the ground as if he were a frisbee, spinning endlessly in this white world with no boundaries. He was knocked to the ground. His body jumped up and looked at the direction where he received the kick from. But then, the man, who suddenly dashed like a gale towards him, hit him in the face with his knee. In the moment of the impact, the knee clashed against his forehead, and as his forehead split, he was flicked away. A gap between them was formed. Reorganizing his posture, that's what he should have done, but his body did not stir. Julius. His whole body was screaming like a siren, especially as the damage to his head was very serious. Even the consciousness inside his own skull was in a state of fluctuation. He was afraid that if he would relax, if only for a little, he would lose his consciousness that very next moment. The sword. Where was the sword? As if to ascertain it, he made his own strength flow into his own right hand and tried to slowly touch it. There was indeed the touch of the hilt. He felt relief. He couldn't let go. It's only this. He doesn't know what there is left to lose if he even loses the sword. In other words, what was in his hand was something else in the shape of a sword just now. Julius. He did not make any mistakes in his own state of life. He always believed that it was him being on his own path. He was so convinced, even now, to be able to change this he had supposed would be impossible in his life. Henceforth, the problem here was not finding a solution for all the things that had slipped out of his hands and disappeared. Or was it simply a mistake? He lost his own way. He walked down the wrong path. All because he misunderstood what he believed in. His name, his house, his family, his master, a companion, a friend, spirits bound to his soul. He lost all of them. What if what was only left with him now was just a make-believe, incapable of offering any actual help, incapable of relying upon, incapable of any support? He would maintain his strength. That's what he swore to his master. He would remember his strength. That's what his last remaining friend told him. In a world where everything is lost, there's only strength which would assist him. Although this strength was the only thing his frail and fragile self was certain wouldn't disappear. Reed, you. The hesitation is finally gone from your sword. Julius. How much time was wasted by asking himself how to answer that question? Probably not even a second. However, for a man, For a sword saint, such a gap in the moment is like having the chance of killing the enemy. He was desperate to raise his sword, to defend himself against this rapid, impending attack. A very sharp, shrill noise rang out. The only way of knowing that the sword's steel edge crashed upon the floor was by actually seeing it happen. Finally, he was parted from even the sword that slipped out from his own hands. Losing my name, losing my reputation. Now that I even lost the sword, is there any reason for me to still stand here? Reed, without the qualifications to reach at the heavenly sword, you cannot stand such a henchman like you. The parched voice coldly announced that, and the sword saint held his sticks out forward, bending his knees down. For the first time, the sword saint put out an attacking posture. Then, the stick was raised, and a strike. There was no way for it to be mistaken. It was a sword attack. He released an absolute sword strike, and he was wrapped in the powerful shockwave of the strike, and blown away. Julius. Whether it was punching or kicking, this blow was completely different from all the attacks so far. This wasn't an attack. This was the zenith of the sword, the highest peak the sword can reach, the true power capable of sword. Engulfed by the light, his consciousness was blown away. Did he see death? Did he see something that surpassed death? He didn't understand it at all. However, at the moment of being blown away, he heard a faint voice. Julius! A voice was screaming. It was full of melancholy. Desperately, the voice had dashed up the long staircase, as if just to witness this decisive moment alone. Since there was a voice calling for him, a very untimely smile was formed on his face. The greatest knight from the dragon kingdom of Lagunica, a royal guard of the kingdom's knights, the eldest son, and the heir of the Juculius family, the knight of the royal election candidate, Anastasia Hoshin, Julius Juculius. Julius. Ah. I wonder, am I even worthy of being called by that name anymore? Finally, with such doubts on his mind, Julius's consciousness, interrupted with a swoosh, was thus swallowed by the light. Chapter 29. Loser. He'd ran up the long, long staircase to reach him, but by the time he did, it was already too late. He'd forced out a shout despite his heavy panting, overworking his already strained lungs, but neither his voice or his words held the power to change the situation. The lack of power words held here was growing into more of an issue, especially now where the two of them were pitting techniques of the sword against each other, though he didn't even know if he could call it something like pitting techniques of the sword against each other, because things had been so one-sided, and no matter how much he embellished it, the weapons that one of them wielded were naught but sticks. The white light spread out, dyeing the already white room in a more brilliant white. What was causing it wasn't clear, regardless of whether it was something sired from the nature of this aberration of a swordsman or down to it being a swing which he'd boasted could even cut light. The blow brought a shockwave along with it that swept across the room. The individual caught in the attack's line of fire was engulfed by the light as well, and blown away without being able to do anything about it. Then, literally in the blink of an eye, the light vanished, and the tall figure of the one-sleeved, red-haired man filled the room, along with the figure of the purple-haired swordsman who'd collapsed like a corpse. Hey, aren't you that small fry, you prick? The red-haired man called out casually to Subaru, who was at a loss for words at what he'd just witnessed. Without missing a beat, the man smiled at him like a shark, as if he'd forgotten all about the duel he'd just been having. Then he pointed at the fallen swordsman, at Julius. You're too late, you prick. I've already cleaned up here, and I'm getting the whiff that you're gonna be a pain in the ass, so hurry and pick him up and get your ass out of here. Subaru, Raidestria Raid. The hell, you prick. Don't go sticking your nose into people's names, you prick. Don't rain on my parade, it's way cooler to not give out names, you prick. The stick swinger, i.e. Reed's mood had taken a turn for the worse when he'd been called by his name. Though Subaru felt annoyed at how completely beside the point his remarks were, he didn't dare take any rash actions. He instead slowly moved his gaze away from Reed towards the still collapsed Julius. Reed, I ain't gonna grab you and gobble you up, you know, you prick. You don't have to keep staring at me. Subaru. I'm sorry, but it's common sense where I'm from to not look away when you've ran into a bear. As for Julius, with his gaze still set on Reed and his guard up, Subaru leaned down and made sure that Julius was still breathing. He'd lost consciousness, but he could feel him breathing on his palm when he'd placed it just above his mouth. It looked like he was still alive despite taking that sword slash full on. Subaru was relieved by that. Subaru, isn't this pretty kind of you, considering you'd said that the next time you wouldn't be going easy on us? Reed, not really. Being defeated by chopsticks and scurrying back home is lamer than being killed by him. Don't you think? That's what I think. I'd rather die than show my miserable self to anyone, so I defeat him with my chopsticks and let him scurry back home. Subaru, let me take back what I said about you being kind. Fucking asshole, Raid. Ka, you never make any sort of impression. No matter what it is you say, small fry. Besides, I have no intention to test y'all anymore today, though I'll beat you up if you want to try me. Like that guy below you? Reed scratched his abs with his right hand and pointed at Subaru and Julius respectively with the chopsticks in his left, regardless of how angry he was at Reed's attitude right now. Subaru didn't have any way of making him take back his rudeness. Subaru. Damn this. Reed. Oh. Go on. Don't just stay silent while carrying your comrade. Go ahead and behave like a sore loser. That's the smart and easy thing to do if it makes you feel any better. As bad as it is, though. Reed narrowed his cold blue eyes and spat that out as he sat himself down with a thunk. Meanwhile, Subaru somehow managed to hoist the collapsed Julius up, whilst being subjected to the victor's delight. Subaru was forced to carry Julius on his back, just like he'd had to an hour ago. His unconscious body was quite heavy, not to mention he was taller than him. It was a complete mess. But in times of difficulty, you have to make some sacrifices, because leaving Julius behind here by himself wasn't an option. Reed. Next time, bring one of those good-looking women along, you prick. Like that smoking hottie even, for example. Without mentioning any of their names even once, Reed waved them goodbye. Faced with Reed's flippant attitude, Subaru could literally do nothing more than just retreat from here wordlessly. Subaru. Pant, one foot after the other, step by step. Subaru went down the staircase whilst taking care of where he was placing his feet. Though the staircase was fairly wide, he still felt quite claustrophobic with being surrounded by the stone walls. This was the second time he'd gone up and down this particular staircase. But he still had no clues which would help him shed light on the unnaturality of the staircase's structure in regards to why it didn't shoot out of the tower, despite them being straight. Subaru. Why did you even consider doing such a stupid thing? I'm at my breaking point here. It went without saying just how tough it was to carry him on his back down the long staircase, especially since there were 444 steps to this long staircase, by Amelia's count. It's not like Subaru held any animosity towards Amelia for telling him that. But in times like these, where the actual number of stairs kept popping into his head, he did feel an urge of wanting to pinch her cheeks and tell her off. Of course, Amelia would definitely look cute if he tried to pinch her cheeks. Subaru. Both Amelia and Biko are going to be worried. If I don't hurry up and get him back, they had noticed Julius's absence in the green room, and they'd all ended up going around the watchtower to look for him. They'd gone to the 3rd floor, as well as the rooms on the 4th floor, whilst they'd made Shola go downstairs to check on Jan and the dragon carriage on the ground floor. Everyone was worried about Julius, worried about what he was feeling in his heart, due to his defeat to Reed, and having vanished, leaving behind his broken knightsword. For sure. They were all the types to worry themselves sick with that anxiety weighing on them. Subaru. But, nevertheless, only Subaru differed from them. Only Subaru was able to immediately understand what lay in his heart. Where had Julius gone without his knightsword? And for what purpose? Only Subaru had known the answers to those questions for sure. Julius. Everything's shaking about. Subaru. Tish. Did you just notice? Subaru stopped mid-step when he heard the voice coming from his back. Julius, who was being carried by him on his shoulders, stirred at his voice and said, Julius, where are we? Subaru, vaguely speaking. We're halfway down some stairs, a bit more precisely speaking. We're halfway down a long staircase, and, even more precisely, we're halfway fleeing down the staircase between the 2nd and 4th floors. Julius, you're being pretty vague about it, aren't you? You're carrying me on your back, Subaru. Yes, I am. And let me just say that this is the second time this has happened in this short period of time. I'm having to do this again 30 minutes after I'd thought I'd never like to do this again. Do you get how I am feeling about this, Julius? It's no wonder that the ride's been a bumpy one. Subaru. Do you want me to throw you off? Subaru could sense Julius's wheezed laughter coming from his back. He ignored the sarcasm in his words and untensed himself a little. In all honesty, Subaru hadn't gandered any predictions at what Julius's first words would have been when he woke up. He wouldn't be exaggerating if he said that he'd even been fearing what he would say. Truthfully speaking, that's why Subaru had been relieved that the sort of conversation he'd gleaned from Julius's first couple of words after he'd woken up hadn't been the despair-filled sort. Subaru. Do you remember what happened, Julius? Sad as it is, I do. I was easily defeated by our enemy. And in the end I was still shown sympathy, causing trouble for you, Anastasia-sama, and everyone else. Subaru, I ain't some kind of demon who'd blame you for losing against an opponent like that. Julius sounded awfully like himself, and for that Subaru let out a sigh and started going down the staircase once more. Having regained his consciousness, Julius was much easier to carry than before. He'd also cleared up some of his anxieties which had been laddening his step, so thanks to that he could tackle the remaining steps with renewed vigor. Julius, Anastasia-sama is out of harm's way, right? I saw that she'd collapsed, and now that she's being treated in that spirits room. Subaru. The present diagnosis on her is that her life isn't in danger. You, on the other hand, were pretty close to dying. That guy. That eye-patched bastard. I'd be surprised if you knew who he is. Julius. Registriya Subaru. His voice was brimming with confidence in his response. Subaru was so surprised for a second that both his feet and breath caught in their tracks. However, he quickly brought both his feet and breath back into motion so to not let him onto his surprise. Subaru carefully chose his words so that Julius wouldn't sense his flustered state. Subaru. So you knew all along? He's that thing. Shala said she knows him. Makes sense that she does because she seems acquainted with him from 400 years ago. But it looks like she was telling the truth when she alluded that he's someone that's hard to deal with. I say that since she fainted right after she saw his face. Julius. There were a ton of things which tipped me off. He has flaming red hair and blue eyes. His technique with the sword really stood out. If you can even call it a technique with the sword. He didn't even let himself swing his sword against me. I should just simply say he's a powerful person. Even the term stick swinger is one that denotes him from what I've seen in literature. Subaru. So he's been called a stick swinger since olden times because he fights with those chopsticks. Julius. Actually, the nuance of it is that he didn't choose a weapon he specialized with. I had my thoughts about him when he introduced himself as a stick swinger, but I wasn't sure. I apologize for not mentioning them to you. Subaru had no reply for Julius's apologetic words. Though he'd said that there'd been tons of things which had tipped him off, Subaru thought he was stretching it too much. Registriya, the man who was known as the first sword saint, should have died 400 years ago. Just because some of his features matched doesn't mean that you can easily come to the conclusion of having encountered that hero of yore whose name had gone down in fairy tale and legend. If there'd been a chance that he could have noticed that, then he, Subaru, should have been able to come to that conclusion. After all, he and Emilia had agreed that the trials which had been put forward by this watchtower were similarish to the ordeals they'd taken at Echidna's graveyard. With that said, Subaru should have given more thought about the contents of the trials set out by this tower and raised as many possibilities as he could, neglecting that had led to their defeat on the second floor. Electra Julius. How on earth did we end up coming across this swordsman of legend brought back from the past? Originally, I would have been delighted in having been granted this boon, but all things considered. Subaru. I get how you feel. These heroes of legend are all good at being disappointing in reality. This watchtower is full of letdowns like with Shala, who'd been judged as a sage. Julius, you get how I feel. His voice was cracked and it felt full of self-derision. Subaru inconsiderately gritted his teeth when he heard close up what Julius had moaned out, but he chose not to touch on that, opting instead to say, even so, Subaru. If I'm recalling correctly, the first sword saint is engraved on the gold coins. But there's a pretty big difference between that and the actual guy. Shala also differed in her gender. So even though we can't do much about it, there's a considerable gap between them two too. The guy on the gold coin looked more like a middle-aged dude. Julius. Just a quick historical tidbit. It was when he was older that Reed accomplished his deeds that led him to be counted as one of the 3 great heroes. The figure depicted on the gold coins is probably correct. The him up above is younger than the one from recorded history. Subaru. Come to mention it, Reed didn't seem like he recognized Shola. He'd planned to change the subject, but they perchance ended up touching on another issue. Compared to what Julius had said, there'd definitely been too much of a difference of hot and cold between the two of Reed and Shola for there to have been some sort of friendship between them. If he assumed that this guy was the Reed before he'd met Shola, then there'd be some parts he could agree with regarding the two's differences in recognizing each other. But when he took into consideration Shola's overreaction and the high likelihood that Reed hadn't remembered her name or face due to how he was, the basis of his hypothesis weakened. Subaru. If we take that as correct, doesn't that mean that they would have fought against the witch after their prime days? Meaning we'd have to beat Reed in his prime. Julius. Feels to me like that's going to be really, though. Or nigh impossible. Subaru. Yeah, for sure it's going to be an exhausting mess, but I'm sure that there'll be some way of getting around this if we come up with a plan. As things stand. Subaru hesitated as he looked for anything that could help them against Reed. Right now, at this moment, he should have told Julius what was weighing on his mind, but he hadn't because his heart had stopped him in his tracks. Yet he'd been a little too slow. Julius. As things stand, what do you mean? Subaru. Ah, it's nothing, Julius. Subaru, if he made any excuses saying that he'd observed Reid and noticed a chink in his armor, they'd be immediately spotted by him. In actual fact, right now, he hadn't found anything that had let them get past Reed, or anything that looked like a weak point. That was for sure. Thus Subaru had resigned himself when he'd had his name curtly called out. Subaru, Amelia passed the trial after you and Anastasia lost consciousness. Julius? Subaru? That's all. The reason why she beat the guy down wasn't due to her being stronger than him. Let's just say that Lady Luck was at her side. Because Amelia is, well, unique like that. It was a bit difficult to call the end result a mere victory. Amelia had just barely had her resolve and ability recognized by their examiner, Reed, in the trial. However, the circumstances that had led to her achieving that were hard to explain to anyone who hadn't witnessed them. Because even if they tried to beat him in the same way, it wouldn't be possible by anyone other than Amelia. Subaru. Anyways, as a result of having various complex stuff click into place for her, Amelia cleared the trial. Despite that, the guy said that he'd only let those who cleared the trial pass through, so all of us will have to beat him to go upstairs. Rather wicked of him, Julius. Subaru. So we'll need to work out a battle plan. Regardless of fighting dignity, I can't even talk unless I force him to recognize the fighting duo that is me and Beatrice. And as for Meili, she has no reason to take the trial in the first place. I guess she'll understand after we talk about it. Though I guess she'll be bummed out. Julius. Subaru. That's why, well, you too won't be going in blind when we rematch him. I'm not stretching things here, I mean it. We won't tackle him like we did this time around. We'll work out a plan and mode of approach after we have a far clearer picture of him. This time, one which is in my style. Julius. Subaru. Hey. Are you listening? Hey, Julius? Subaru felt suspicious that Julius hadn't replied to any of his rapid-fire explanations. When he called out to him, Julius still being slung over his back, Julius paused for a moment and then said, Julius? Yeah, everything's all right. I'm listening, of course. I see. Amelia managed it, Subaru. Well, I mentioned that slightly earlier, but yeah, since that happened, this means clearing the trial isn't a futile hope. Aren't you going too hard on yourself, Julius? Too hard on myself? Huh. You really needn't worry so much. Everything is exactly as you say. If Amelia's been able to pass the trial, then he's... then the Sword St. Reed is not an insurmountable obstacle. Us knowing that is incredibly beneficial. Subaru. Yeah, right. That's right. I'm glad we're on the same page. Julius had unexpectedly accepted the fact that Amelia had passed the trial rather flexibly. Subaru had nervously explained it to him, but he sensed that Julius was sidestepping his question from his reaction. No. Things were fine. Julius had been informed that someone had cleared the obstacle he'd slammed face first into before him, but it was pointless for Julius to worry himself sick over that. Subaru could say that he was taking a bit too much of a naive look at him, or by his own measure, he guessed that he shouldn't have leapt to conclusions about the knight named Julius Juculius. As Subaru found himself embroiled by these profound feelings, Julius let out a long sigh and casually spoke out, saying, "So then, Julius, isn't it high time you put me down? I'm going to get motion sickness if I keep staying on your back. It's not like you have the divine protection of wind evasion like earth dragons do, right? Subaru, be patient with the breeze and all the shaking, and be grateful that I'm carrying you. It's certainly tiring work, but I can't be so cold-hearted as to make you walk on your own when you're injured. Amelia Tan would tell me off." Subaru shook his head at Julius's proposal and jiggled his body, readjusting Julius on his back. Julius wasn't at all in a good condition right now. No matter how skilled the room's spirit was at its work, and how much treatment Julius, whose whole body had been knocked about, had been able to receive, he'd only spent a few dozen minutes in the green room. And he hadn't been able to receive any treatment from his second defeat. If he was suffering from stuff like cuts or fractures, then Subaru could have put his skills into work with the first aid treatment techniques of the Klein variety. But unfortunately, Julius didn't have any such obvious wounds. Reed's blows had been the kind that had been designed to tear through Julius's heart. Of course, there didn't seem to be any doubt that he'd accumulated damage that wasn't visible on the surface, but that was no excuse to make him do anything that would exert him. That's why Subaru had resolved to go down the whole staircase with Julius on his back, with half of it remaining probably about 200 more steps. Yet despite that, Julius, no, I can't keep causing you trouble. It'd be fine if I was still fainted, but luckily I've woken up. I can go down the rest of the stairs by myself. Subaru, don't be so ridiculously stubborn. It's too late for that, even if you insist. If you're saying you're embarrassed at being seen carried on my back, everyone who was with me already saw that only Shola and Anastasia didn't on account of having fainted. Julius. Then that's the reason why. There's no way I can show myself like this to those two, especially to Anastasia-sama. Put me down, Subaru. Don't say such forced things. To start with, you, Julius. I said put me down. His outburst was quite abrupt. Whoa. Subaru's shoulder struck against the staircase wall straight after Julius's strained voice had thudded against his earlobe. That was thanks to Julius twisting himself off by force from his back. Subaru had immediately turned to face the wall so that he'd keep himself safe. But it wouldn't have been unlikely if he'd ended up nearly falling down the stairs. However, he'd avoided that fate thanks to his quick thinking. Julius. Subaru. You fucking idiot. What the hell were you thinking? He leaned against the wall, and when he turned around, he found Julius lying down a few stairs below him. He'd fallen from Subaru's back and slid down them. He was lying face down, propping himself up on his elbows, wheezing in pain with a deep look of agony about him, clearly not only from falling down the stairs. Subaru, I told you to quit it. Hey, stay right there, you dumbass. I'm coming over to you. Julius, you don't need to. Subaru. Julius. I can stand by myself. I don't need you to help me. Subaru had tried to run down to him as quickly as he could, but he was stopped in his tracks. Julius had stretched out his hand in front of him as he propped himself up against the floor and stopped him from running over. Still panting heavily, he scrunched his face and managed to raise his body up. He leaned against the wall and slowly lifted his lower back up, stretched up his knees and stood up, though still using the wall to prop himself up. Julius. See? Didn't I tell you so? That it'd be easy for me to stand by myself? Subaru was at a loss for words at what Julius had said, who in some respects sounded like he was casting everything aside. Julius turned himself around and with the right side of his body pressed up against the wall, he began to slowly climb down the stairs at the same speed that a baby crawling along the floor would. one step at a time, as if he was forcing himself. Julius, it looks like it'll take me a bit more time, but this way I won't cause you any trouble. More importantly, the girls downstairs are worried. I'm grateful that you seem to be looking past what I've done, but it wasn't just you who went out looking for where I was, right? Step by step. Julius, if possible, would you be able to go downstairs before me and explain to them what happened? Though I think it's probably best you leave the full story in apologizing to me. You just need to tell them that you found me and try to make them feel less worried slowly. One step at a time. Julius, I admit that apologizing is going to be pretty depressing, but avoiding that is a road I can't walk down. After you calm the waters down, even if it's just by a little, I'll really owe you a huge debt of gratitude. You may even want to think about adding to the debt I owe you. Julius continued to speak without looking over at him as he tried to make his way down the stairs by himself. Indeed, a gap had started to form between him and the immobile Subaru, despite how slow he was going about it. He could close the distance between them immediately if he so desired. If he were to grant his wish, he still needed to walk past him once. So Subaru set his feet into motion. Subaru, I guess I should speak to Amelia's side first. Julius, yeah. Oh, that's right. If Anastasia-sama's woken up? Ah, wait. No, that's not. Anyways, I'd like to depend on you. Subaru hurried down the stairs and easily caught up to Julius. He let out a sigh that resembled one of relief as he heard Subaru's footsteps echoing around the staircase and encouraged him to vamoose off ahead. No, not vamoose off ahead. More like he'd encouraged him to not wait up on me. Subaru could understand a little about what lay in Julius's innermost thoughts with what he'd said. The reason why he was able to was the same one why only he, and no one else, had immediately gotten the hunch that Julius had gone to challenge Raid. There was unmistakably something in common between that which Subaru had felt back then and this somewhat similar incident. That's why back then, Subaru, Teesh, god damn this. Damn this, dumbass. We're both huge dumbasses. For fuck's sake. Subaru spat out his frustrations, kicked the staircase, and then made his way towards Julius. He was not going to walk past him, now flustered, leaning against the wall. Instead, he grabbed his left arm and propped him up by unceremoniously draping his arm over his shoulder. Julius. Hey. Subaru. What are you? Subaru. Shut up. What are you doing? Standing up by yourself. It's plain as day that you're struggling to stand up straight. Like I'd ever be able to let myself prance off and leave a guy in your state here. I'd be first in line to say just how disgusted I am at myself before Amelia even has a chance to tell me off. Julius. But I'm... Subaru. This is me we're talking about. I wouldn't lend you a hand if you didn't really need one. Even under normal circumstances, my hands are always filled with this, that, and the other. If you seriously don't want to borrow my strength, then quit hobbling about so miserably. It's really trying my patience. Julius remained silent as Subaru shouted at him with spittle flying out from his mouth. As soon as Subaru saw that Julius had hesitated in going against him, and that, for now, he'd lost the strength to shake him off as he'd been doing, he started to walk again, whilst still lending his shoulder to Julius whether he liked it or not. Julius had no time to go against him, now that he'd set the pace like that. Subaru. I'm not going to act like I know or understand what's going through your heart. Julius. Subaru. But right now you needn't walk down these long-ass stairs alone. All by yourself. I will lend you my shoulder and I won't think of it as a debt either. Talking about lending, borrowing, and debts was ridiculous. If he put it like that, then how much did he owe Julius? Surely his first debt to him would have started in the training ground at the royal castle. He knew the reason why Julius had challenged Reed even though he knew he couldn't win. He'd acted the same as Subaru back then. Back then, Subaru had challenged Julius even though he knew he couldn't win. No matter how many times he'd been knocked down, no matter how many times he'd been struck, he'd picked himself up without learning his lesson. and kept challenging him, because he'd had no other way to hurl out the tempestuous emotions that had built up inside his heart other than by doing that. And back then, Subaru had ended up alone at that place where everything had ended for him, at that place where he'd argued with Amelia, and she'd said goodbye to him. That had been agonizing. That had made him want to cry. So how could he leave Julius all alone on this staircase? Subaru. His heart must be set ablaze, just like him back then. But unlike him, he still didn't know where he could hurl out his tempestuous emotions. Julius. Subaru. Subaru. What is it? Julius, I'm sorry. Subaru. Shut up, he replied with that, hoping he wouldn't perceive it as a fit of anger. And like that, the two of them slowly climbed down the stairs and made it back to the 4th floor. Amelia found them a little over 10 minutes later, clasping her chest in relief. Chapter 30. The 2nd floor's capture strategy post-mortem. There was a woman, all by herself. This woman worried about everything. About each and every struggling person in the world. Nothing in this small world was hidden from her view. To her, everything, everyone, was a child who needed protection. Such a fragile world, with such fragile people, would be so easy to subjugate. But the woman sought not to control this world. Instead, she sought to shelter it from harm, and thus her wretched war of trial and error began. But protecting and advising and saving the entire world proved to be too heavy a burden, for the woman's lonely hands could not reach everyone. Although she could see every solution, she lacked a way to solve every problem. For the first time, the woman cursed her own inadequacy. Even if she saw a calamity, she was short on helping hands. Even if she was immersed in a building crisis, she could do nothing to prevent it. She could never do enough. She could reach what was in front of her, but she couldn't cross an impossible distance. She could deal with pressing affairs, but she couldn't turn back the unforgiving wheel of time. There was no life to deal with the faraway calamity. There was so much beyond her reach. Her supposed power had not granted her wish. Her arrogant wisdom lit no path to hope. And thus, even as she cast warding spells, the woman fell into despair. Submerged by an endless sea of regret, each sorrowful wail she could not prevent shattered her broken heart afresh. Finally, the woman understood. I can't. There's no way. It's impossible. This exorbitant, lofty wish was unattainable, especially for one lonesome woman. She knew, she realized, she understood. Her wish was impossible. But, even so, if her own vigilant hands weren't enough, she would find more. Simply by not being alone, by finding others who shared her wish, she could reach everyone. Her mind felt cleansed. The once hazy path had finally become clear. Her wish could finally reach her once inexorable lament, those once inevitable tragedies. She joins forces with the instigator, bequeaths the battlefield to the heavenly sword, makes a deal with the dragon, and pushes forward towards her greatest wish. Surely, she could fulfill it. Surely it would come. The promised denouement of her great wish. No matter what, at any cost. Soon, maybe tomorrow. It was, of course, on its way. Saved. They'll all be saved. The way to save them, I can see it. The path to salvation. Even if there were a price to pay in blood, she needed to prevail. For leaving her struggle unfinished would render it meaningless. Even if her instigator were to disappear, even if her heavenly sword's smiles were to vanish forever, even if her dragon were to levant to faraway skies, she could not surrender. Even if her first allies left her side, she lost her way, for the once lonesome woman was no longer alone. It has to be there. I know it was there. I need to know. She walks a road paved with corpses, designating countless lives as sacrifices, all for the sake of grasping her greatest aspiration. One day, with a sufficient amount of knowledge, her hands could reach each and every tear. For the first time, she truly believed that she could reach it. So, consumed by that sacred wish, the woman struggled through excruciating despair. The witch of greed bled avarice in the wake of her yearning. Amelia. Julius has to properly rest here until all of his wounds heal. This is the most absolute of the most absolute, practically throwing a very worn-down Julius into the green room. Amelia scolded him. She had gone to meet them and had heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Subaru, with Julius supported by his shoulder, coming down the long stairs connecting the 2nd floor Electra and the 4th floor. To be able to switch between emotions quickly was indeed a virtue. and they were thankful she did not pry into the matter further. It was a clever move, as there was no reason to prepare an excuse if one did not ask for reasons, even if in truth she had a mountain of things to ask. Emilia. Even if I don't, I'm sure Subaru will ask all the important questions anyway. So, I'm going to have you rest properly, and everything can come after, right, Subaru? Yeah. Pretty much. There's nothing I can say against that, and I don't plan on going against Emilia Tan's opinions. Get some sleep. Subaru put Julius down on a bed of ivy near the entrance of the green room, beside him, both hands on her waist. Emilia proudly puffed air through her nostrils. That too was a cute gesture. After hearing what the two had to say, Julius brushed over his bangs and sighed. Julius. Naturally. I am already but putting a burden on you and Emilia-sama. Even after all this, I can no longer act with such shamelessness. I will follow, Subaru. Man, just a simple got it would be enough here. Emilia, that's right. There's no need for that formality stuff. You're injured, so it's just a matter of you staying put until your injuries are healed. It's completely fine to be a burden. We're friends, after all. Julius. Emilia, Patracia, I'm leaving Julius in your care. If there's anything wrong, just cry out loud. We'll come running, okay? Slashing away Julius's roundabout way of showing gratitude, Emilia called out to the corner of the room, beyond the ashamed Julius, where Patracia was healing her own wounds. The head count of the green room increased to 3 people and 1 animal, the unconscious duo of Aram and Anastasia, and the wounded duo of Julius and Patracia. Because of how the green room had a limit on how many people could remain present at a time, Subaru and Emilia could not remain to keep an eye on them. Thus, it was better for one of the injured members to keep an eye on everyone else. Normally, that job would go to Julius, however. Julius. To have Emilia-sama insist this much, I have no face to show. I will quietly do as told. Subaru. It's kinda tough to get back trust once you've lost it. So in that respect, it's kinda hard to get past Patracia, who's always kinda scoring full points for trust. If there's any funny business going on, it's fine to not hold back and bite him. Patracia. She snorted as a sign of accepting Subaru and Emilia's words, or at least it could be taken as such. The best girl of the Emilia camp, their own understanding Lady Patracia, seemed to feel a sort of responsibility towards Julius for letting him leave alone just now. Her eyes shone with a strong will, as if to say that there won't be a next time. Subaru. Look, even Patracia is going, thou shalt not pass the next time. Emilia. You know what? It's very strange, but you're right. She does look like she's saying that. Subaru. But, according to our bilingual head internal affairs official, more or less, the nuance is right. But since she's a lady, she might end her sentences with a dézouoir. You know, sometimes whenever Otto translated for her using his divine protection of soul language, Subaru almost always found Patracia's high level of tolerance towards his actions to be astonishing. Recently he felt that even without Otto's presence, the two could communicate what was on their minds. But whenever that fact was brought up, Patracia would beat him with her tail. Indeed, the mind of a woman is complex. In any case, Julius, I will quietly allow my wounds to heal here. Recuperating while being surrounded by such beautiful girls in a serene environment is a luxury one can rarely afford after all. Subaru, I'll let you know beforehand, all the girls here, except for Anastasia, belong to me. Subaru pointed out, starting with the bedridden M, then Patracia, then to Emilia, who was right beside him, in a retort to Julius's impudent statement. Upon hearing that, Emilia's cheeks puffed up, and Emilia, I'm not Subaru's yet. But I did give it some thought, and since Subaru is my knight, wouldn't that just make him mine? Subaru? That makes me really happy, but also really embarrassed. Emilia put her finger to her lips while Subaru gave a celebratory dance. But after all that, he looked back towards Julius. It would take time for him to overcome his anguish, but, at the very least, he ought to have the heart to take the first step up that long hill. Subaru. Well, anywho, while you're resting, you might want to hold your head and roll around while thinking over the stuff that just happened, but don't forget that Patracia's watching. Julius, you may be at ease. I will not display such shamelessness. It would be very inelegant of me. Subaru. Feels like you're already getting better, Julius. With the answer being very like him, Subaru's cheeks loosened with a soft smile. He bore 2 defeats, where he could not accomplish a single thing. That fact should have brought him intolerable humiliation and helplessness. But he seemed to have come past that first wave of emotions. Subaru felt glad to have not let him be alone on that long stairway. If it could give him even the tiniest bit of salvation, it would mean that Subaru had truly learnt something from his time of being publicly humiliated at the castle from that time. Subaru. Patracia, I'll leave this in your hands. At the very end, Subaru gave his beloved dragon a reminder before both he and Amelia exited the room. Upon their departure, Patracia got up and took a seat nearer to Julius, in a position to better keep him under her watch. Seeing that, Julius put on a bitter smile. Indeed, Patracia was a wise dragon, faithful to her instructions. Considering her spirit and Julius's mental condition in mind, it was safe to assume that the members of the green room would be okay. Amelia. Should I freeze the door just in case? Subaru. I'm always pretty amazed by Amelia Tan's imagination, but let's leave that as a last resort thing. Yeah, don't want to anger the spirit in that room either. Amelia. Nin, you're right. Fufu, I just wanted to see what you'd say. I was just joking. Cutely sticking out her tongue, Amelia apologized. Seeing that, Subaru pursed his lips, deciding not to tell her that he'll keep that as a possible option. Worst case scenario, he would consider keeping Julius put with force. In that case, the best person to stop Julius would still be Amelia, speaking both from her position and from a power perspective. Fortunately, because Julius's mental state was stabilizing, Subaru felt relieved that there was no need to take such measures. Subaru. Anywho, let's leave the matters of the green room to its resident spirit. From what I saw, Patricia's wounds seem to be healing really nicely. So Julius will get back up soon too. Amelia. That's right. Julius's injuries, they weren't as bad as they looked. I think he'll be back to full health in no time. Reed made it like that, I guess. Subaru. Good at going easy, huh? Can't really let Julius hear that stuff, eh? Subaru agreed to how Amelia worded her guess while scratching his head. While having absolute mastery over chopsticks sounded like a bad joke, to be able to play around in such a way with someone strong as Julius, Reed's battle prowess needed no explanation. The first-generation sword saint, the man who defeated the Witch of Envy alongside the Sage and the Dragon. In the face of such a legendary man, one had no choice but to nod their heads and accept things as they were. But whether his personality was befitting someone bearing the title of legendary hero was a different matter entirely. Subaru. For now, our first topic would be Ram, to find a way to clear that pesky second trial or whatever before Knight Julius's wounds heal, right? Subaru. And cutting into their conversation with a cold voice was Ram. She stood with her back leaning against the wall of the hallway. Caught out by the limitations of the green room, she had been waiting outside for the two to return. Having his innermost concerns spilled by her, Subaru rubbed his cheeks. Subaru. Is my face really of the variety that gives away everything I'm thinking so accurately? Ram. I just put together whatever worries were on your face. Right now, the things Barusu would be worried about are all inside of that room. That's all there was to it. Subaru. Hell. That's not even close. I'm worried about everyone, obviously including Amelia Tan and Biko, but I'm also concerned about you, dearest sister. It ain't limited to the people occupying that room. Ram. Huh. Ram ridiculed his thumbs up with a snort. Subaru looked on, lips pursed in a pout, as Ram began walking away with her back to him. Amelia covered her mouth as she giggled right beside him and... Amelia, it's okay. Ram just got a little flustered. She's just not really honest, Subaru. I feel like you're really biased here, but if Amelia Tan says it, well... Watching her from the side, Subaru turned and cracked his neck before chasing after Ram. Ram was headed towards one of the smaller rooms of the 4th floor. Upon stepping inside of that room, Beatrice... You're late, I suppose. Kept us waiting for too long, in fact. Julius is doing fine, I suppose? Her voice came from the dead center of the room, where she was sitting. Looking straight up at Subaru and Amelia, she showered light abuse, with a bit of a worry for Julius mixed in. Subaru bitterly smiled at that dishonest attitude of hers. Subaru, don't worry. Seems that worst is past him for now. He's got a pointlessly strong sense of responsibility, so he'll be reflecting on what he did. I'm sure. Well, he won't be causing any problems anytime soon. Beatrice, if Subaru say so, I'll take those words at face value, in fact. That way our problems can be narrowed down further, I suppose. After discerning Julius's condition, Beatrice pulled in her chin, nodding at her words. Subaru moved his eyes over the room. The small room was one of the many on the 4th floor of the watchtower, and it was also one that held all of the group's hand luggage. They all sat down in a circle, with Subaru and Beatrice facing Amelia and Ram respectively. With that, Subaru, I need you to tell me more about that guy, Shola. Shola? Yeah, Master's looking really scary, but, I don't hate it when he's tough on me like that either. It's a love-hate thing, Ram. As she says, Master, disgusting. Subaru. I object. Wrapping her arms around her voluptuously feminine body, Shola squirmed with Miley sat atop her lap. Ram took her crazy behavior too literally, but to Subaru, those false charges were too much to take. Anyway, Subaru, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for helping with looking for Julius. Even if we don't want it, the guy will likely come around later to apologize himself. So for now, he's fine. Amelia. It's fine. I told Julius too, but I'm just glad we found him safe and sound. I'm sure everyone else feels the same way, right? Ram? I would prefer to not have my opinion be the same as Amelia Salma's. Subaru. Say what now? Subaru had tried to lead the conversation forward, but it quickly seemed that there was a difference of opinion between Ram and Amelia. Ram pointed a finger towards a surprised Amelia and started, Ram, please listen carefully. As far as I have been reported, the second trial needs to be overcome by everyone present in the tower, and yet, Knight Julius took matters into his own hands without consulting any of us, and made a second attempt by himself. If there was a single misstep here, it could have broken down the cooperative relationship we have built between Anastasia Salma's faction and ours. Amelia, because from his actions alone, all of us could have been disqualified. Ram, if that were the case, our entire journey would have been for nothing. It is also uncertain whether the second-floor examiner would even let us go safely. That includes that fake sage over there. Ram's eyes took a glance at Shola while she was explaining everything to Amelia. Perhaps she had not considered to be a topic of conversation, so she pointed to herself and asked, Shola? Me? Does fake sage mean me? That's just really unthinkable calling me that. I've never called myself a sage. The only name I give is the only one Master gave me, and that's Shola. I'm devoted to my one and only Master. Ram, disgusting. Subaru, stop looking at me and saying that. I won't deny what you're saying. Putting the excessive things aside, considering what could be the worst-case scenario, Ram's assumptions could not be put to rest. Julius's actions put everyone at risk, even if he had not completely grasped the gist of the second trial, or rather, because he had a complete understanding of the situation, that his actions were even more careless. Ram, that it was unlike the Knight Julius, is something I, who barely knows the man, cannot say. But, taking even gluttony into account, I thought of him as a person who would not do such things. Subaru. Well, I do agree with that, but my line of thinking's a bit different than that, since I know the guy. I chalk it up to being manly measles. Ram measles, Subaru. Should I have said chickenpox instead? Ram, in any case, had had the nuance of a disease everyone had caught at least once in their lives. As such, measles or chickenpox could easily be compared with Julius's actions and would be more easy to digest, But getting them when one is an adult can have serious consequences, especially as it can be fatal when it appears. Subaru. That it wasn't fatal this time. Let's just be happy with that and let him off. Ram. I just don't want to be pulled back by others. She looked away from Subaru and whispered. Seeing her cheeks stiffen, Subaru raised his eyebrows. Beatrice. The elder of the sisters hasn't been feeling too well ever since she came to the tower, in fact. Maybe the fatigue of a long journey has finally caught up to her. Or maybe the horn therapy is not working as well for her, I suppose. Subaru? Or maybe there's something else that's bothering her. Heck, that's probably it. Sitting right next to him with hands held, Subaru and Beatrice whispered to one another. To take out her frustrations of Julius's actions and irritation of being unable to see a way to clear the trial on Subaru and Shola was very far from Ram's usual behavior. It was likely that the source of that frustration came from looking at the method of saving M in the face, yet being unable to reach for it. Of course, it would be wrong to say that the fatigue or the injured horns pointed out by Beatrice were unrelated to that. Both mind and body were unwell. All of those were the likely factors working behind Ram's outburst. Melee. Do you guys just want to fight here? Or would you guys want to get the convo moving? If you don't decide soon, I'm not gonna be taking part. You know. In an instant, Miley put a stop on the worsening condition of the place. Snuggling beside Shola, fingers playing with her braids, she lazily scanned everyone present in the room. Miley. Please stop fighting if you can, Kay. I don't like it. Getting hurt, or being afraid, Subaru. No, you're right. That bystander position of yours saves us a lot, Miley. Is that so, Yufu? Then please be grateful, Kay. In the face of his gratitude, Miley smiled innocently, like the young girl she was. However, that smile of hers also had a bewitching allure to it, subtly describing her dangerous nature. Even in the face of that smile, Subaru offered his gratitude to her. Thinking back, it was also Meili who had suggested retreating from the trial from before. Having someone as a companion who was able to tell when to retreat depending on the situation was a big plus. Subaru. Keep it up, alright? It's important to look at things with composure. Meili, you're really feeling good, huh? Even if you say things like that. My job's done when we get out of the desert, right, you? I'm not good for anything else anyway. Subaru. Not how I see it, though. Having more heads thinking helps a lot, and combined with us getting out of the desert alive, well, in the tower, we all gotta share our lot with each other. Just think that you're out of luck and get depended on by me, Meili. Amazed by Subaru's outright declaration of imposing on her, she let out a long sigh. And, Meili, I'm starting to get why Petra-chan doesn't feel at ease with you. Subaru. Petra's what now? Meili. It's no thing. That aside, don't you want to ask the naked one Isan some stuff? Turning her face away, Meili stood up and began shoving Shola's back. Probably not because of the strength of her tiny arms, but Shola cheerfully came forward and took a seat right in front of him and slightly bowed down her head. Shola. I may be slightly inexperienced, but I leave myself in your care. Subaru. That's a very admirable attitude you have there. Well, now moving on to the matter of wedding gifts. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Amelia Tan. Biko? Why are you two pinching both of my sides? Amelia. No reason. Beatrice. It's nothing, in fact. Even if they said it had no reason, they both wanted to do something more than just pinch his sides, but hesitated to escalate things further. Anyway, Subaru coughed to get everything back on track, then approached Shola again. Subaru. The guy from above is unmistakably Rita Stria. The man himself admitted it so. So, I ask you, a living witness from that time, to enlighten us. What kind of guy was he? Shola. Human trash. Subaru. I heard you the first time and heck, I even saw it in action. Twisting her lips, she displayed an expression unbecoming of a lady as beautiful as her as she reminisced about her deceased friend, putting aside that same deceased friend was sitting around in the same building, just on the floor above. The memories she had of him seemed to definitely be not pleasant. Well, she did faint at the very sight of him, mouth bubbling and all. So, that came as no surprise. Subaru, we gotta get past him no matter what. I'd love to get even a single hint on how to get past the second floor's trial. Ram, so please tell us anything and everything about him. The Sword Saint reads personality, habits, relationships, likes, dislikes, weaknesses. That's right. We want to know his weakness. Talk, Shala. Whoa, you're coming on to me really fast. If I knew what his weakness was, I'd be stabbing back at him. In other words, he doesn't have a weakness. Ram. Useless. Hala, you little girl. Acting like you're hotter stuff than Master. Maybe she did have pride as a sage, but she seemed to take offense to Ram's high and mighty attitude. Subaru. The hell you doing? Hiding? You're definitely stronger than her. Hala. It's not about who's strong or who's weak. Somehow my instincts are telling me to do this. Maybe. It's Master who's scared. That scared feeling's getting to me. Because we're one mind, one body. Subaru. Don't blame your lack of nerves on me. Unable to calm down because of feeling something soft press against his back, Subaru grabbed Shala's neck and pulled her unwilling body back to where it was. And thus, the Q&A session resumed, but... Amelia. In the end, Shala doesn't know much about the trial, right? Shala, it's not that I don't know. I just know it's not time to tell everything yet. I think everything's gonna be revealed when the tower is conquered. Amelia. Is that how it is? I feel really excited. Subaru. Don't play around with the naive Amelia, Ram. Even if you don't know the Sword Saint's weaknesses, he has habits, right? If he has a fighting pattern, for example, we might be able to come up with a way to fight against it. Sala. Habits. Huh. Ah, that's right. Whenever I tried to kill him for sexual harassment, he had the nerve to scratch his ass while defending himself. Isn't that a pattern? Amelia. He's just jibing at you. Huh. Beatrice? In the first place, the condition for clearing the trial is vague, I suppose. There is no doubt Amelia was acknowledged. There must be another condition. The fulfillment of which gains acknowledgement as well, in fact. Hala. I think he's weak to pretty girls. I guess if a pretty girl passes by, it might help. Subaru. That means Julius and I'll have to be left behind. Huh. That's a pretty tough condition. Beatrice. Subaru might be able to get by if he tries his best, like by blinding him. Definitely that way. I think he might maybe really get through, I suppose. Subaru. You're so damn cute, you. And amidst the many unnecessary and unhelpful questions and answers, Subaru caught up Beatrice in a hug, and was presently patting her head, whilst in his arms, letting herself be spoiled by him. Beatrice, in any case, Amelia just happened to succeed, in fact. A simple coincidence. That man just happened to let his guard down, and she just happened to have been able to hit him, I suppose. Subaru. And how do you suppose that happened, Beatrice? If Emile is looking to kill, that man would have not gotten hit, in fact. Thus, it was that man's carelessness which led to Amelia's victory, I suppose. Amelia, huh? Just now. Was I praised? Beatrice? I did praise you, in fact, Amelia. Ah, just like I thought. Fufu, thank you. It makes me really happy. Amelia rejoiced at Beatrice's compliment, while Subaru began stroking her head even more. It was a rather messed up situation, but still there was something to laugh and be happy about. Subaru. Man, anyway, it's pretty cool to think that your ability to counter depends on the amount of intent to kill. The reality of it is like that, huh? How serious you are about it, that, Ram. You should put it the other way around. Just as Barusu says, you won't understand how serious an enemy is, but it's best to not let them get serious. Subaru. You shouldn't make them get serious. Picking up on her mutterings, Subaru frowned at Ram. Upon questioning her, she fell into deep thought for a while before answering, Ram. That's right. Emilia-sama was acknowledged because she forced the conditions out of him and met them. The condition for clearing this trial is quite the hurdle, isn't it, Subaru? I feel the same about the fuzzy details of the conditions. The examiner's disposition here's coming out well. Ram. That is why I believe it is best to entertain the examiner, and while doing so, present conditions which could be used for the trial. On top of that, one has to defeat the examiner to advance to the second floor. Subaru. Taking in Ram's words, Subaru felt he understood it a bit better. Emilia had proposed the condition of without moving a single step. Then, through a hefty load of effort coupled with a tiny sprinkle of luck, she had grasped her win, factoring in Reed's carelessness. It was a victory with the most loose conditions. To gain victory through physical prowess should be considered to be impossible after this. Subaru. Even if I go with that, it's not like he'd agree to fight me in a match of rock, paper, scissors, huh, Emilia? So we've got to find a condition that'll convince Reed to accept them, and then do our best. Just as I thought. Just as I thought. This trial is a really hard exam. You've got to really think about, huh? Subaru, rather than being hard, I'd say this is a different kind of harassment compared to the third floor's one. The first was the test of wisdom, of an otherworldly kind, and after that came the test of strength on the level of the world's strongest. It was contrary to their conclusions, so there must be something else that is the main topic of this trial. In other words, while the second floor's trial was different from the third floor's, it was indisputable fact that the nature of these two trials showed the depth of the wickedness of the Watchtower's creator, the elusive sage. All that was left was, Shala isn't fine in all this way. Just take it easy. No need to be going in such a hurry. Subaru. Even if you put it that way, you know. Shala looked over everyone busy with their own thoughts. Then while sitting cross-legged, leaning left to right, she spoke in a casual way. In response, Subaru and others frowned at her, but she took it all in stride while indulging in the fun feeling that showed on her sparkling eyes. Shala, I'm hoping Master and everyone else just stays here forever and ever and ever. I've been waiting for Master to come back home for hundreds of years, so... Subaru, that's... Hola. You guys can take as long as you want, as long as you like, to clear the trials. I'll be watching over you always. No matter how many days, years, or even hundreds of years it takes. Those were words that could not be laughed away because of the weight they carried. In that light tone and soft smile, she gave to everyone. No, to Subaru alone, for whom she bore a heavy, heavy love, the weight of hundreds of years. The weight of being told by the sage to live in the Watchtower, and to protect it. Shala had said it was forbidden to leave the tower without finishing the trials, and if that were violated, then she would, even if it were her beloved master, the current target of her affections, Subaru. She would show no mercy. Even if they proclaim words of love, even if they maintain an amicable relationship, that did not mean they would be allies. The star's keeper of the Pleiades Watchtower, Shala, was yet but another. Shala. It's fine to just stay here and have fun with me, as one realized from her smile, obstacle for the ones who wished to clear the trials. 1. An encouragement of cooperating in the tower. In the end, it was decided via meeting that the conquest of the second floor Electra would have to be put on hold. Although they failed to come up with an idea that would allow everyone to break through their current situation, the biggest factor in their decision to postpone everything was but one. Subaru's stomach had begun growling. Subaru. Looking back, I was unconscious for 2 entire days before I got up, and immediately got to tackling the tower's trials. No wonder my stomach was almost touching my back. It was only when the conversations died down that Subaru's stomach roared, and for the first time did he realize exactly how famished he was. To be unable to fight on an empty stomach was not actually true, but what was true was that it affected one's ability to think properly. As a result, once Subaru's stomach started growling to make its dissatisfaction known, everyone took it as a chance to sum up their discussions for the time being. Subaru. Honestly, some part of me feels kinda relieved because of that. Leaving aside the breakthrough plan for the second floor, there was a certain pattern observed in the questions proposed by the trials of the Watchtower. Alongside the realization of the pettiness of the questioner, the exact nature of the danger Shola posed also came to light. From the start, everyone was supposed to be wary of her because of her fighting prowess, but because her head was empty and she was overly clingy towards Subaru, no one stayed on guard around her. It's fine to just stay here and have fun with me, no matter how many days, years, or even hundreds of years. Indeed, Shola's audacious declaration had reminded everyone of exactly what danger she posed, as it likely should be. Subaru. It's not like I'm planning on it or anything, but if we make a break for it in the middle of our tower conquest, it seems like there's a rule to make it so she'll definitely become our enemy, right? Sifting through his mind, he recalled one of the many rules Shala had spoken of: dropping out in the middle of the trial, violating any of the trial's rules, disrespecting the library, and destroying the tower. If any of these are broken, then Shola will once more become the enemy she was when they first tried to enter the watchtower. Subaru wanted to avoid that, be it in terms of war tactics or out of simple sentimentalism. Subaru. But, just sticking around here for years on end, like how Shola put it, doesn't seem really realistic, so I'd really like a pass on that. But once he looked straight at the tower conquest, all sorts of anxieties will naturally rear their ugly heads from a lot of directions. Everyone had already spent over a month on their path to get to the Pleiades watchtower. Even if they clear the trials one after another without a hitch and conquer the tower, and if they take that same amount of time to get back to Pristella, it'll become a journey of around 3 months. Of course, withdrawing halfway was because it would make Shala an enemy, an undesirable decision to come to, but the royal election deadline needed to be kept in consideration as Amelia and Anastasia were participants. 3 years in total. A bit over 1 year had already passed, leaving only less than 2 years at hand. Of course, the time one can accumulate and the time one can spend were in fact both impossibly limited. Beatrice. But if you keep worrying about tomorrow's tomorrow, you won't get anywhere, in fact. For now, the tomorrow that is based on today is important, I suppose. For that, Subaru, I gotta eat till I'm full now. Right. Beatrice. That is so, in fact. She pointed her finger at him as he spoke those words. As the discussions were halted in lieu of preparing their meals, Subaru took this chance to go and stroll through the various parts of the tower, spending his free time wandering through the area everyone designated as their residential quarters. And accompanying him, holding his hand as tightly as she could, was Beatrice. The reason they held hands every now and then was because Subaru's gait was busted, and as his contracted spirit, Beatrice collected his pent-up mana. But even putting that reason aside, Subaru wanted to hold Beatrice's hand, and Beatrice herself never refused. Subaru, besides, you were really worried about me when I was out cold for 2 whole days, right? So just relax for today, and let me spoil you. Beatrice. Stop it with your stupid comments, I suppose. I'm only collecting the mana I didn't bother collecting when you were sleeping, in fact. Betty wants to always be at her best, especially in this tower, I suppose. I want to avoid a lack of preparation, in fact. Subaru. You say that, but weren't you the one in the end who held my hand while I was sleeping, even though you didn't collect my mana? Beatrice, that was indeed unrelated to mana, but acts that are for the purpose of recharging Betty's heart are always so, I suppose. Subaru smiled as Beatrice puffed her chest as she proudly stated her mana-unrelated intentions and decided not to point out how it was a much more embarrassing thing. In any case, Subaru raised his hand in agreement with her. They had to keep the second-floor trial in consideration. By no means did he want it to think that the first floor's trial also required heavy combat power, but he could not exclude the possibility. Moreover, the Subaru and Beatrice duo had functionality even outside of battle, and for that, he needed Beatrice to be at peak condition at all times. Subaru, all right, Pico, I'm good now so you don't have to mind me. Just keep on sucking out my mana till you're round and plumb. Beatrice, Betty's not going to puff up like a ball even if I collect a lot of mana, in fact. Moreover, I wonder if you are aware of how much mana you have, even if you are feeling good, I suppose. I can't have you collapsing again because I took from what little mana you already have, I suppose. Subaru, oi. If that's the case, what do you suggest doing? Beatrice. Just listen to me. At the very least, you need to eat your fill, rest up, recover your strength and mana, and also work hard and keep Betty company. That is your mission, in fact. Subaru, I'm pretty sure I'm all good now. And I'm also pretty sure you just want me to keep you from feeling lonely. Ah. He deftly bore a complicated mix of chagrin and charm on his face. He stopped walking when he heard the footsteps of someone coming from further back in the passage. Noticing Subaru and Beatrice there, Amelia approached, surprised. In her hands she held a metal container painted silver. A bucket. Subaru. A bucket, huh? Even at times like this, Amelia tans, giving her best. Hey. Gonna practice singing? Amelia. Fufu. What are you saying, Subaru? You. I sure do get a lot of help from Bucket Sensei when I'm practicing singing. Now's not really the time for it, you know? Subaru. Right. So what's with the bucket again? Amelia. Well, I'm getting Bucket Sensei to do his usual job, of course. Smiling at Subaru's question, Amelia thrust the bucket to him, and it was full of water, so indeed Bucket Sensei was doing his usual job well. However, even if the bucket fulfilled its purpose, there rose a question in that itself. Subaru. But where's the water from? The tower is surrounded by desert, right? Amelia. Oh, no, that's where you're wrong, Subaru. If you go past the tower, really far, the great waterfall's supposed to be there. And there's a loot of water there, so... Subaru. You went all the way, just for a bucket of water. All for me. Amelia. If it's for you, Subaru, I wouldn't mind doing that at all. But that's not it. To tell you the truth, the spirit in the green room can give us fresh and clean water. She wore pride on her face as she spoke for some reason, but Subaru felt giddy for that little bit of what she said before giving him the truth of the situation, that if it were for Subaru, she would go fetch water from even the great waterfall. It made him incredibly happy. Subaru, while we're at it, happy and all, you know? Those spirits are really something. Going all the way even outside of healing injuries and all, aren't they? Amelia. If it's just making water, Beatrice and I can do it too with magic, but... Beatrice, the miasma is too thick around the sand dunes and the tower, I suppose. It would be much wiser to avoid drinking the water created from mana affected by it, in fact. Amelia, that's how it is. Subaru, I see. Beatrice weighed on Amelia's reluctance, and Subaru recognized the problem of securing a source of drinking water for the journey up to that point, which should be regarded as important if it were a normal journey, had been cleared more or less by relying on magic. As long as one had mana, there was no need to carry a large amount of drinking water as it could be produced as much as needed, only the containers. Magic made things extremely convenient in this case. Subaru. It's not air pollution, but more like mana pollution, huh? So it's like, bad for you, drinking that water? Beatrice, I do not know if any immediate changes will be seen in the body, I suppose. But the more you drink, the more that much miasma enters you, in fact. If that happens at the very worst, developing a physical condition like Subaru, and earning special attention from witch beasts may be possible. I suppose. I'm getting shivers just thinking about it, in fact. Subaru. It's weird coming from me, but it really is kinda hard, living with it and all. He often made use of this specific property of his at various times, but it was more of a last resort and not something that could be used often. Even beyond that, if he went hiking in the mountains for whatever reason, there would be a risk of accidentally getting surrounded by demon beasts. If given a choice, not having such a physical condition would be much better than having it. Amelia. And so we're using the green room spirit's purified spring water as much as possible. We did the same thing when Subaru was sleeping for 2 days straight. Subaru. So that's how it was. He felt impressed by the living conditions of the Pleiades watchtower, and, as he mulled over the talk of spring water, something hit Subaru. It even had to do with the caution he felt towards Shala from just before. Subaru. Putting aside the water stuff, how are we doing with the food? We did fill up on supplies at that city beyond the desert, but we did have a hard time with it. Amelia. You can relax, Subaru. No need to worry about that. Even if it was a little bit of a hassle, the food didn't just fly off somewhere. All of it is still in the dragon carriage. But, Subaru, no matter how you cut it, It's not gonna last maybe even a month, is it? Even if drinking water was put aside, there was a weight limit on what could be carried on the dragon carriage. Moreover, food needs were not limited to Subaru and the gang. Their partner dragons, Patrash and Jan, needed food as well. Keeping that fact in mind, they had stocked up on a month's worth of food. To escape only with their lives in hand was not the goal they were aiming for with the tower's trials. Thus, they had only a month's time to properly conquer the Pleiades watchtower and head off to the nearest town. Their deadline was just that 1 month. Subiru. That said, I really don't plan on being here for the whole month. Emilia, Subaru, noticing a hint of worry in her eyes. Subaru smiled. They had a deadline and their challenges were many. But if they shied away from them, nothing would start. Subaru. Anyhow, in just 1 day. Well, I got us off to a late start, so to be fair, it's the 3rd day since we got to the tower, but we've already cleared the first trial and Emilia Tan easily nabbed her victory in the second. Emilia. It really wasn't easily nabbed, though. Subaru. You're supposed to season this part with a good bluff, so it's completely fine. He pointed his finger at Emilia. Arrogance at full throttle, then pulled Beatrice closer to him and placed his chin on top of her head. That way, both Subaru and Beatrice were looking up at Emilia. Subaru. Doesn't matter if the opponent's the former strongest sword saint or whatever. Biko and I are gonna lambast one-eyed skirt-chasing chopsticks bastards face in with our brilliant strategies. Beatrice. That is so, I suppose. Lambast his face in fact. Emilia. Lambast. Subaru. No one really says lambast anymore these days. Emilia. No count. That's so unfair. You two kept saying it so. Having fallen into their trap, Emilia puffed up her red-dyed cheeks. As they added in a new pattern to their usual back and forth, Emilia sighed as her worry faded a bit more. Emilia. Uan. Fine, I get it. I get it just fine. Hearing it coming from Subaru makes it feel like it was really easy. But that makes you sound just as reliable. Subaru. Yeah, just have faith, keep on hoping, and keep on loving me. That's why I'm your knight, after all. Emilia. That's right, isn't it? I'll be in your care then, my dearest knight. Subaru. Just now, you didn't deny the love part, so I'm kinda giddy. Emilia. The whisper of love he had mixed into their usual banter seemed to have slipped off, so he felt slightly disappointed. Well, even if he had been properly answered, his feeling of being flustered would not have gone away. So it was actually better this way. In any case, Subaru, I know it's a bit late to ask, but isn't it kinda weird that Emilia Tan's the one who was told to bring the water? This is the kind of work that's supposed to be not really done by your knight, but isn't it supposed to be the kind of work that underlings do? Emilia. It's really fine. You might be my knight. But I don't want our relationship to be that of a master and servants. I just want you to keep this in mind. So just quietly be spoiled. You're recovering right now. Subaru. What's up with that, Emilia Tan? If you're gonna pamper me so much, I'm gonna die from happiness. Emilia. Besides that, I'm in charge of today's dinner. I want to do everything by myself. Beatrice. It seems like she is serious about both statements. That is what makes her so hard to read, I suppose. Beatrice let out a short sigh at Emilia's statement, and then, as Subaru kept his chin on her head, she waved to Emilia. Beatrice. Look, Emilia, Subaru isn't going to relax as long as you're here, in fact. You're delaying preparations for our meal as well. So hurry and be off, I suppose. Emilia. Really? Okay. I'll see you later then. Look forward to it, Kay? Beatrice. We'll be waiting with glee. Beatrice sent Emilia off in spineless Subaru's place. Her response to Emilia's words reflected a subtle difference in their perceptions. Emilia. I'll call you when it's done, so don't go off too far, okay? Beatrice. We'll be going to the 4th floor, I suppose. As for if we can hear your calls or not. Emilia. Gotcha. I'll use a louder voice. Beatrice. Okay, in fact. After exchanging smiles, Emilia went off on her way. bucket in hand as she disappeared around the corner. Once she was sure Amelia was gone, Beatrice looked up to Subaru, who was still resting his chin on her head. Beatrice? Now then, I hope you have calmed down, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, I'm good now. I don't really get it, but I suddenly thought Amelia Tan was really cute, you know. Like everything else, but Amelia doesn't have color anymore. So I feel all better now that I got to see her really smile. Beatrice. I don't understand a word of what you're saying. It's worse than usual, in fact. And besides that, Subaru. Besides that. He had told Amelia his true feelings in poem format with a straight face, so Beatrice pressed her back against Subaru's chest and... Beatrice. It's unfair you're so full of Amelia, I suppose. Your partner is Betty, in fact. Please act with awareness of this fact, I suppose. Subaru. You're really a cute little thing, aren't you, Beatrice? Yeah, in fact. As she seemed too sweet, all of a sudden, Subaru picked her up and spun round and round as he rubbed his cheeks against hers. Subaru, it's fine, relax. You're really important to me too. How do I put it, right now, everything around me looks so beautiful, but you're looking particularly spectacular. I love you, Beatrice. Wait, I get it. I get it, okay? So, let me go already. Let me down, I suppose. I got it already, so let me down, in fact. But even as Beatrice shouted, her face beat red, Subaru would not let her down. And so, he wandered around the halls of the 4th floor, spinning through each space available. Beatrice still in his arms, with glee. There was still plenty of time till Amelia would call them for their meal, so their voices would continue painting the halls with cries of joy for some time more. Now then, the total time before their meal was not literally spent spinning. Subaru took his chance to learn from the 4th floor graded course, presented by Beatrice. She was his senior here, having spent 2 more days than him actively living in the tower, so he had a lot to learn. Though as it may be, in the first place, this place was called a watchtower. However, there was no need to be concerned about its habitability, and in fact, nothing extra needed to be done to improve the comfort of living, even in the 4th floor residential area. The only special rooms were the green room, which had become their treatment facility, and the large room which housed the stairs leading to the 3rd and 2nd floors apart from the large stairs leading to the floor below. There were many smaller rooms, scattered here and there, with no visible pattern to them. Subaru. It feels weird to not have a map, but I'm sure I'd feel even weirder if we had one. This tower definitely has a creepy design. I'm absolutely sure of it. Really not a fan of these kinds of rattled arrangements of buildings. Beatrice. I wonder what you are even talking about. Usually one would assume the worst of everything, seeing as how distasteful the contents of the trials are, I suppose. Condemning the soul of the Creator is a given at this point, in fact. That right there. That's talking bad about my master. You ankle-biter, you're bad-mouthing my master. He's the one who built this tower, you know. Are you okay with this, master? If you're spoiling her just because she's little, she'll grow up all rotten, you know? This one of the times you scold them silly. And then, you can spoil me as much as you want after. Come on over here. Subaru. Just shut it already. Running her mouth as if she'd slain an ogre. 1. Shala tried finding fault in Beatrice, but in fact Beatrice said nothing particularly bad. But he felt it was a pain to explain. There was no point in trying to differentiate between the Subaru, her master, and the sage each and every time, even more since they were using that misunderstanding to their benefit. Amelia. Hey, stop fooling around all the time. Shala too. Please, be quiet. Shala. I can't take this. This is discrimination. Discrimination between ankle-biters. Amelia. If she really does something bad, Subaru will properly scold her and not just spoil her. And since he's not, it means Beatrice did nothing to get scolded. And besides, it's only natural that the younger ones are treasured more. We have to be patient, Shola. Beatrice. Even though Betty is older than everyone else, it does not sit well with me that I am always treated as a child, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah. Just show off how old you are. He smiled as he petted Beatrice's head to calm her down. In response to Emilia's call for their meal, all parties concerned gathered in the large room on the 4th floor, the place where the dragon carriages and their cargo were being kept. Everyone but Rem and Anastasia, due to both being unconscious, were present. All sat facing each other. Everyone except those two, which meant Julius. Before we begin, would it be permissible for me to speak for a bit, Emilia-sama? He said, being the last one to arrive at the room. While Julius had been practically thrown into the green room to recover from his injuries, his reason for appearing was definitely not limited to partaking in the meal. He had refused the proposal of having his food being carried to the green room, and to his answer his question, Emilia, who was managing the place, nodded. Emilia. Of course. By all means. But you don't really need to ask for my permission, you know. Julius. As Anastasia-sama is currently absent, the one who ought to be respected the most is Emilia-sama. Moreover, my selfish attitude has already inconvenienced you. That it is only limited to this occasion is something I cannot certainly say. He responded to her, everything articulated elegantly as he shook his head. His humble mannerisms and his honest disposition were both part of his usual nature. However, individuals who would not take his speech in a favorable manner were present as well. Ram. How admirable. If you only acted as such beforehand. Subaru. Ram. We have enough recklessness and stubbornness with Borusu over there. In fact, it is far more natural to be disappointed in a person who seemed sane. I hope you will take care not to repeat this in the future. Ram sharply evaluated Julius's arbitrary actions. A chill in her voice and eyes were her usual features. But this particular time, Subaru felt her expression was much more stiff. Even if she was harsh as usual, there was a certain hint of concern mixed into her words. Emilia. Ram. You went a bit too far this time. Ram. Please accept my sincere apologies, Emilia-sama. From hereafter, I will take more care. She immediately apologized for her bitterness, then gave a fleeting nod to Julius. As such, there was no point in further pulling this topic around. Besides, it wasn't right to blame Ram for not being as level-headed. He held no grudge, nor felt any hate for Julius. She simply wished to save Ram, and was doing everything in her power to do so. Julius, my sincerest apologies to both Madame Ram and everyone else. I have caused everyone much worry, understanding fully well that Ram's words were only him reaping what he sowed. Julius bowed his head and dropped the matter from his side as well. This was what Julius wanted to do before starting their meal. Subaru did have an inkling for Julius's previous behavior, so he had already forgiven him for it. But whether Julius forgave himself was an entirely different matter. This was the first step he took in order to start the ritual to absolve himself. Emilia. Okay, Julius apologized. I accept that apology. With that, I'm all done with this matter. Clapping her hands together, Emilia summed up her feelings on the matter. Subaru, followed by Beatrice, nodded. Subaru. Well, I've already let him have it from my part, so any more would be an embarrassment to our samurai ways. Beatrice, Betty I have a similar opinion as well, in fact. It is fine if you simply regain face with future actions, I suppose. Julius. My thanks. He whispered under his breath. Meili suddenly responded to his whisper of gratitude. While sitting on the floor with her legs stretched out, she fiddled with her braid as she spoke. Meili. Isn't it fun, Ton? He didn't die after all. And I'm not particularly concerned about Mr. Night either ways, Hala. Master saying no problem here. So I've got no problems either. No pass, Subaru. Yeah, no. Pass is something entirely different. Meili's thoughts were likely exactly as she put them, rather than consideration for Julius. Shola, who agreed, was in the same boat. Apart from Shola, who was affiliated with the tower and whose true standing was still a mystery, Meili's position in all of this was vague as well. And so, only Ram did not respond directly to Julius's apology, not saying a word about whether she forgave him or not. She simply put her white robe over her head and stared down at her meal. Julius wordlessly accepted that. Everyone did the same. This alone was a personal matter. Everyone felt it would be best to leave it at that. Emilia. Well then, let's dig in. Ram and I were cooks for today. Ram. We couldn't use fire, so we put a bit of our manliness into it. Otherwise it should be decent. Amelia. That's right. It's really decent. Doesn't decent sound a bit weird? Her voice reminded everyone of their current state. Even though she tilted her head to pose the question, neither Ram nor anyone else followed up on it. Anyhow, following this exchange, everyone sat to have their precious meal. Most of the food being carried in the dragon carried were either smoked or dried rations, so naturally the food would be coarse and tough. However, magic proved to be of great use here as well. Through the use of Amelia's special ice magic, it was possible to create a pocket refrigerator in the dragon carriage, allowing fresh ingredients to be stored for long periods of time. Because of this, the party was able to have plenty of fresh fruits, balancing their diet with the steady slew of dry meat. Amelia. We still have to use the food stuff that spoils easily fast. Subiru. We're really lucky to even be able to worry about that, you know. Really, you're EMS, Amelia Tan Maji Shoku no Megami. With this journey and all, I'm sure your cooking's gotten even better. So maybe make miso soup every morning for the rest of my life? Amelia, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. It was true, however, the rise in Amelia's cooking skills. At the request of Amelia herself, cooking on this journey was being done in rotations. Of course, it was a given that Amelia never cooked by herself, instead learning by following another cook's footsteps. Thanks to that, there was no one who kept burning their daisukiyaki platter pitch black, because she was put in charge of the part of cooking that did not involve platter. By the way, the only people who could actually cook among the members partaking in this journey were Subaru, who picked up this skill over his year of being a servant at the mansion, Julius, who apparently could do whatever he set his mind to, and finally Ram, whose cooking was surprisingly decent. Even on their way to Pristella, the only people who put themselves on cooking duty were the male trio of Subaru, Otto, and Garfield, who then decided their order through rock, paper, scissors. Leaving that aside, Ram. Staring at me like that. Do you have anything to say? Subaru. Nah, I know it's been over a month now, since we've started this journey and all, but I still can't really believe it. That Ram can cook. Ram. I was wondering what you were going to say, but this is just using his meaningful stare as an excuse. Ram sighed, unwilling to hide any of her distaste for him. Ram. The only reason Ram doesn't go near the kitchen is not because Ram can't cook, but because she doesn't want to. I'm not going to touch any kind of cooking that does not involve steamed sweet potatoes. Subiru, so that's why... Well, that's that then. Ram, that's that. I wonder why I make an exception just for steamed sweet potatoes, though. Her face crumbled into a complex expression as she questioned her own preferences herself. As Subaru gazed at her profile, he let out his own sigh. No matter what household chore it was, Ram was always behind Ram. Now, as all traces of Ram was erased from the world, Subaru observed that their sisterly bond might have not been the same as their face value. In truth, Ram was supposed to be able to perform any kind of task assigned to her, regardless of whether it was present in her list of duties as a maid. Thus it may be that Ram's absence has nothing to do with her abilities in the first place. In other words, if Ram thought about doing it, she could do whatever she wanted when Ram was still in good health. The reason she did not was most likely related to, not her laziness. Subaru felt like he should not dig up those particular things. The present Ram certainly knew nothing of that, and if Ram returns, he felt it would be unnecessary to bring it up anyway. When she returns, that is. Subaru. I kinda guessed that's how it's gonna be, but you really have no table manners, do you? Shola, munch, Master, did you just say something? She blinked a few times at Subaru, who looked at her with a scowl. In this world, there were not few in number, top-class beauties who completely wasted their good looks. Shola had to be the top class of that top class, to the point that she was on par with Liliana. As she brought food to her mouth, Shola scratched her head with her other hand. Subaru. Oi. Don't talk with food in your mouth. Eat or talk, do one, Shola. Okay, then I'll talk with Master. I can talk to my master for all eternity. Subaru. Who'd want to get into a chat with you like this? Just be quiet and eat. Hola. okays. While he had to feel a bit of respect for her level of loyalty, wanting to prioritize talking to Subaru above eating and such, he also felt that precisely because she was so ready to obey, that her risk level was actually so low. Indeed, her nature as a person and her ability in every other respect and the level of danger she posed to everyone was in utter imbalance. Nelly, say, barely clothed Wani-san, you really have a, voracious way of eating? Were you really that hungry? Shala. Nah. It's just that this food's super tasty. I didn't really think eating's that big of a deal. Just get something in and be done with it if I get a say. But if it's really this tasty, I wouldn't mind becoming that half-devil's disciple. Emilia. Eh? My disciple? As in cooking? Instead of stopping at Meili's point, she went beyond the topic and snapped her finger to Emilia as she swallowed down whatever she was munching on. Emilia jumped, startled, while Shala continued to shake her head up and down. Shala, this cooking-'s pretty good. You can't fool me. I'm gonna take up cooking too. Get good at it right away and make my way into Master's heart through his stomach, and not let him get any sleep tonight. Miley. Your real intentions are leaking there, Emilia. Shala, I understand your feelings. But the way of the cook is a hard-trodden path. If you're really ready, I'll put some serious thought into taking you in as my disciple. Subaru. Emilia Tan, you're really cheeky about the weirdest things, you know. Besides, 70% of today's cooking was likely the result of Ram's work, so it was hilarious to watch Emilia act like she had figured out everything there was to cooking. And Shala, who was a bit too taken in by amateur-level cooking. Subaru. I feel like I gotta get this out here, but there's a lot of tasty stuff out there. Emilia Tan's cooking is, well, it gets full marks just because she did it, but putting that aside, it's pretty average. What are you usually eating anyway? Shala. Thank you for asking me, Master. My eating habits aren't really anything special. I'm usually filling myself by roasting whatever I take down. Subaru. Whatever you take down. Hey, wait. Do you mean those demon beasts from outside? Shala listened to Subaru's question, then folded her arms under her voluptuous mounds and nodded repeatedly. To have a steady diet of demon beasts was too weird to be a normal thing. So, to take the advice of a specialist, Subaru turned to Beatrice and posed the natural question with his look. Subaru. I know we just talked about not drinking water that's mixed with the miasma a while ago, but Beatrice, I don't even want to think if demon beast meat is good for the body or not. In fact, it's only that it's not something that's so dangerous that it'll have an immediate bad effect, I suppose. Julius, according to certain records, there were a few researchers who had set out to eat demon beast meat in the past. As Subaru undid the wrinkles between Beatrice's brows with his fingers, Julius brought up an interesting piece of information. As everyone's expressions urged him to continue after he stopped, Julius closed one eye and began anew. Julius. As we are already aware, demon beasts have a habit of attacking people, be it in the middle of their march or during a long journey. If one were hard-pressed enough for food, they could find demon beasts aplenty, wandering within restricted territories. After all, they never think of hiding. Demon beasts will always come to attack. If one defeats them, then it was obvious that a good source of food would be obtained. There should be no doubt that there were individuals who truly thought this. Subaru. Well, did that end well for them? Julius. To improve their situation for nourishment, they had apparently faced many twists and turns, gone through many trials and errors. However, no such improvement was found. Of course, those who ate it found it to not be poisonous, but Subaru. But Julius. It seems there is a problem with the taste. Subaru looked amazed that it turned out to be a problem of taste. If it tasted bad, then it was fine to cover it up with various spices or other condiments. It was true that the meat of wild beasts had this raw and earthy taste. But if it wasn't poisonous, then they ought to have at least tried a bit harder. Julius. That was as far as it was recorded in literature. Miss Shala, what is your personal experience with it? Shala. It tastes like sand that's been rinsed in sewage water. Totally. Subaru. It's the kind where spices won't help. Shala. If Master wants to try some, I'll whole roast a hungry horse king. It's so disgusting, you get super addicted. I'm lying. After finding out what unimaginable thing her 400-year diet was, everyone unanimously decided to no longer blame her poor table manners. Subaru politely declined the whole roasted hungry horse king offer. In the first place, that particularly disturbing demon beast was already on fire. Subaru, I thought having to worry about food was an actual problem, but... He popped himself down and covered his face. At the end of his vision, there was Shala, her entire face lit with a smile so bright it could bring tears to others as she stuffed a variety of food into her mouth, and Amelia, who looked on as Shala ate, her feelings of motherhood being furtherhood, stimulated, which could potentially lead her to further improve her cooking. 1 month, that was the amount of time left to them, which accounted for all of their food, including their excess. And if Shala kept up the pace at which she ate, their time limit might just decrease even further, Subaru thought. Once their meal was over and they had their baths in the spring water, consisting of mainly wiping their bodies, the day was over, and it was time to go to bed. In light of their present situation, it could be said that the Tower Conquest team ought to spend the night trying to come up with a plan to break through their current stalemate. But at present, everyone felt that it would not work like that. To expect tomorrow's matters to be solved by their tomorrow selves might have been more appropriate than given credit for. Subaru, not like we're just gonna get smacked in the face with it. Let's take a bit more time. Given what the contents of the second floor's trial was, worst case scenario, they might have to go in again the next day without a plan at all. Instead of thinking up a workaround, hit it with all you have, though in truth, they all wanted to avoid actually breaking him apart. At the very least, their examiner, the first-generation Sword Saint, had no intention of killing them. Or maybe they could even find a way to overcome this particular obstacle simply from conversing with him, just like how Amelia had pried out her winning conditions from him simply by talking. Subaru, well, gotta do what I gotta do to keep my head straight. So I have to eat well, rest well, and always be at peak performance, he thought as he pinched both his cheeks, then put all his worries away for the day. For the most part, Amelia and the others agreed with Subaru's point. Or rather, they were so demotivated they had no choice but to. And with that, the night's meeting was over. Each left for a dragon carriage, which they were using as a makeshift bedroom, to rest and prepare for the next day. At least, that was supposed to be the case. Beatrice? Subaru? Betty will be with Amelia and the others, in fact. Subaru. Oh, gotcha. Sorry for making you worry, Biko. Don't stay up too late. You'll stop growing and get stuck in your small size. Wait, that's pretty cute. Alright, Biko. Remember to stay up late. Beatrice, you don't have to worry, Betty won't grow any taller than this, I suppose. I'll be cute forever, in fact. So I'll be like this even if I sleep early, I suppose. After yawning, Subaru waved to Beatrice before she parted, led by Amelia as she held her hand. Subaru. Amelia-tan, take care of Biko. See you tomorrow. Amelia. See you tomorrow. Subaru, don't stay up too late either, okay? Instead of directly telling him not to, Amelia said her piece and headed down the great stairway to the lower floor. Once she was out of sight, Subaru stretched a few times, then walked down the fourth floor's passage. His destination was obvious, a door that was covered in ivy, the entrance to the green room. And there, Julius. Is that you, Subaru? Subaru. Ah, it's you. In front of the room, Subaru ran into Julius, who watched him with eyes wide. Just when he was about to enter the room, Subaru arrived, so he squinted at him for a good moment, then immediately pulled back his chin knowingly. Julius, I understand. It seems we share the same reason for entering this room, Subaru. I'm pretty sure we have different people in mind. So, should I give it up to you tonight, Julius? No need. Shaking his head at Subaru's proposal, Julius looked to the closed door. A moment of silence followed. Then the pair of yellow eyes were once again pointed at Subaru, and then he took a step back from the door. Julius. This time, it is I who ought to give it up for you. Thinking back, you were unconscious for 2 entire days until this morning. I did inform her of your well-being afterwards, but I'm sure she yearned for your presence at night nevertheless. Subaru. Yeah, Well, if you're giving it up for me, I'll just gladly take you up on your offer. Imitating his elegant style, Subaru scratched his head while stealing quick glances at Julius. He found no signs of displeasure in Julius's expression, but Subaru was bad at trying to find out someone else's feelings in the first place. That went double for anyone who hid their true feelings. It was practically impossible for him at that point. Subaru, you okay? I'm pretty sure you want to tag along. So he sighed and simply spoke what was on his mind. Julius gave a thin smile. Julius. If possible, I would most definitely want to be at Anastasia-sama's side when she wakes up. It's only that. I feel I will be unable to find the words to speak to her when she does. It is true that I am feeling lost about this aspect. It is most deplorable. Subaru. It's fine if you open with, I was very worried, so I'm glad you've awakened. The problem is with what comes next. Well, I'll leave that to you. Julius. Pfft. Subaru. Oi. Why'd you laugh? I'm being pretty serious, you know. Even if he was being serious, it seemed that Julius did not take too fondly to it. He then turned on his heels, turning his back to Subaru, who wore a surprised expression. Julius. You're able to freely say what you want. I envy that. Subaru. Kinda feels more like you're calling me an idiot. Oi, where are you going? Julius. I'm relinquishing my time to you. I'll return to the dragon carriage and take rest. I feel slightly worn out from today's activities. Raising his hand while keeping Subaru at his back, Julius told him before leaving. Whether he felt well enough to joke about the trial tiring him slightly, or whether he was simply putting up a front, was something Subaru could not tell. He couldn't tell, but, Subaru, Julius, it's better if you're there when Anastasia wakes up after all. When I'm done with my stuff, I'll head over to get you, so you better do just that. Julius. Subaru. I'll let you know beforehand, but I'm pretty sure I've got a lot more regrets on my back than you. So, this is my advice. Just take it, he shouted at the back that disappeared into the hallway. Whether Julius heard or not, he was unsure as there was no reply. However, Julius would definitely not take it the wrong way. At least, Subaru believed that. Subaru. I'm coming in. With a shake of his head, he threw away all considerations he had for Julius. Subaru pushed the door open and took a step into the green room. The room, illuminated by a dim and faint glow, still remained dominated by greenery, with two girls who lay asleep on a bed of ivy. Anastasia on the bed near the entrance, and Ram on the bed further back. Subaru. And you're at the back too, huh? Patrash. She let out a low growl for the visiting Subaru, as if the jet-black dragon knew he would come. Maybe she did know. Spontaneously, she moved away to make space for Subaru to sit on her bed of ivy. Subaru. Really? You're one hell of a girl. Those wounds are healing up nicely too, eh? With a bitter smile, Subaru traced her black scales with his hands. The wounds she had received during the time they were fighting against the hungry Horse King underground had healed nicely over the past 3 days. Normally, she wouldn't let Subaru know the true extent of her injuries. Now, however, she was genuinely focused on recovering instead of putting up a strong front. Subaru. Really, can't thank this spirit enough. If it weren't for this room, who knows how hard this whole thing would have turned out to be. Even at the risk of losing his life, Subaru would never voice that it was good Patrash got off with shallow wounds. No wounds would always be the best outcome, but he did feel lucky that that was the extent of injuries anyone had received during their ride through the Augria sand dunes. The only ones injured in that event were only Subaru and Patrash. That they were able to come back up to above functioning standard was all thanks to this green room. Adding the injured duo of Julius and Anastasia from the second floor's trial, the existence of the green room was indeed miraculous, as if someone had known this might happen and left it prepared beforehand. Subaru. Well then. Once he was done affirming his love for Patrash, Subaru took a deep breath before heading towards the bed further inside the room, towards Rem. When there, the ivy shifted like flowing silk, gathering into a spot to make a sort of chair for him to sit on. Subaru. Really, man, there should be a limit to how nice you can be. Even though he had just expressed his everlasting gratitude for the green room's spirit, he felt like it was taken as flattery for even better treatment. That was far from his intention, but he took the offer anyway. Subaru. Julius did mention Rem's been missing me at night, huh? That was his mistake. That wasn't the case at all, because the one who was waiting to speak late at night when no one would bother them wasn't but Rem. But it was surely Subaru. Subaru noticed something was off when he felt his shoulders being lightly shaken. Subaru. Raising his face from the bed, he blinked several times. Contrary to physical reactions, the mind was usually much slower to react, and slowly, his mind returned to him. Then he noticed, Subaru, did I fall asleep? Hand on his chin. Subaru pondered the surprising fact that he actually fell asleep. It seemed that he was still in the green room, still sitting on that ivy chair right beside Rem's bed, and it seemed he had fallen asleep in that very position. However, he felt that the shape of his chair was somehow different from what he remembered. The chair in his memories had no backside, but now, the chair had a large backside to support him in his sleep, and it had taken an almost egg-like shape to conform to his comfort as much as possible. The spirit was just too damn nice. It was so comfortable, it turned yawns into actual sleep. Subaru. Means I was pretty tired too. Eh? Patrash. Muttering about him dozing off. Subaru turned to Patrash, the kind lady who had nudged him with her long tail to wake him. Curled up over the ivy bed, his beloved dragon likely woke him to alert him to something. Subaru squinted at where she was staring and... Subaru. Wah. No way. Jumped off his chair and rushed over to the bed that was by the green room's entrance door. The one Anastasia was supposed to be occupying. It's supposed to be because she was not there. And once it hit Subaru, his face lost color. Subaru. Even though I gave Julius an earful about this, only because he dozed off, Julius could not greet Anastasia when she woke up. He couldn't even face him if he wanted to, with this. Unfortunately, that was not the only problem. Subaru. She got up and then, where'd she go? The toilet? Without waking me? It wasn't really a matter of whether she had actually gone to the toilet. It was that Anastasia, no, more like Echidna, had woken up and snuck out of the room without so much as a word of notice to Subaru, who was right there. To think she disappeared right after the second floor trial. Did she go to challenge Riot again, just like Julius? Man, I don't imagine that. Subaru. The bed's still warm. Gotta go look for her. Her bed was still slightly warm. There was the fact that Patrash had woken him up as well. Meant it hasn't been too long since Anastasia left. Most likely. Subaru. Patrash, I'm leaving Rem to you. And... right. Thanks for waking me. Patrash. Shortening his reply as much as he could, Subaru waved to Patrash before heading out. Unable to figure out where exactly she could even go, his heart throbbed faster. If it were Subaru in her place, he'd first want to make sure Amelia and Beatrice were okay. If so, then naturally, she would be heading towards where Julius was. Subaru. No. Wait. It's Scarf Dona who's inside her right now. No way it's gonna be anything simple. But then... he did not have enough manpower to tackle this problem. Even if it meant exposing his embarrassment of dozing off to others. For now, he needed to reach out to the others and get their help in finding Anastasia. Subaru. Huh. And on his way down the stairs to call the others, he stopped. He was dumbfounded. He found something incredibly abnormal. Something that should definitely not be inside of the tower. Subaru. That something swiftly flew across Subaru's stunned face. With white wings spread wide in the narrow hallway, a bird attempted to find its way out. Subaru. Why is there a bird inside the tower? The words rolled out of his mouth at the sight of a bird, an existence that shouldn't be inside of the tower. The watchtower Pleiades had no windows. It was a building that was completely closed off from the outside world, with the only connection being the giant door on the 5th floor. At the very least, Subaru thought as much, and his guide for the 4th floor, Beatrice herself, had said she could not even sense the presence of a window that could lead outside. Subaru. Tch, wait up. Feeling something was very off right before he started rushing after the bird. For a moment, he hesitated. Should he follow after the bird, or should he call someone and find Anastasia first, then discuss the bird issue? He chose to follow the bird, however. To lose sight of that bird here, he felt, might lead to an even greater danger down the road. Simply put, it was a gut feeling. Subaru. Of course, Birds were not such gentle creatures to listen to Subaru and stop flying simply because he called after them. Gently it flew away from Subaru, further and further, deeper into the hallway. He chased and chased and chased, and before long, Subaru, it disappeared? "To the hell!" he shouted when he reached the end of the hallway. The hallway itself was circular, taking after the shape of the tower. However, it was not connected like that, because at a round half circle, a wall stopped further progression. It was like a clock. If one started at 12, 0, they could go till 6, 0, both clockwise and counterclockwise, but no more than that either way. Subaru knew that, and as long as none of the doors were opened, he was certain he could catch the bird, but... Subaru. Doesn't look like it slammed into the wall and fell. What the hell's going on here? Confused as to where that pair of wings had disappeared, he surveyed his surroundings over and over. Unfortunately, there were no open rooms the bird could enter. It appeared suddenly, and disappeared just as suddenly. He felt like he was wrapped around the smoky veil of a dream, but he soon confirmed he was not dreaming. Subaru, these are feathers, right? On his way back out of the hallway, he found white feathers fallen on the ground. While he still held his doubts, looking at it from a situational perspective, these white feathers definitely belonged to that bird he was chasing. They were proof the bird definitely existed. He could very well take them to Amelia and the others and say, there was a bird inside of the tower. But it would ultimately lead to nothing. Most of all, it wouldn't lead to where Anastasia disappeared off to... Subaru. Wait. If there's feathers lying around here, then there should be something here. He searched the wall and floor around the place where the feathers had fallen. While thinking that, he examined the stone floor and ceiling, checked the nearby rooms, and even pressed the stone bricks of the walls. However, nothing came of it, and he only felt his pulse quicken with each passing moment. I should really go get help. It was precisely at that moment, Subaru. Ah! It was when he was moving his palm over the place the feathers had fallen. His fingers had brushed against the wall right beside there. Or so he had thought. In reality, he realized his fingers had slipped through the wall, as if it were an illusion. Even when he carefully tried to press his fingers against it, they went through, so he wasn't seeing things. Subaru. But I'm pretty sure I've checked the walls around here pretty well. That was not to say he had failed in searching properly, but only that the wall above his waist, from where it was an illusion, was solid. An illusionary wall that covered up the entrance. The last time he saw something like this was back when Betelgeuse and the witch cult were hiding in that cavern. Subaru. Risk it all to win it all, huh? If one went into a crawl, they could pass through the illusionary wall. After a good moment of hesitation, he decided to crawl through and get to the other side. The bird had gotten in through this way. Most likely. If this led to the outside of the tower, or maybe to another part of the tower, then... Subaru. Puha. The darkness beyond the wall did not last as long as he expected. He dove out of the illusionary wall and took a deep breath, like someone coming back up from a dive underwater. He was holding his breath while inside that darkness for no apparent reason. He quickly noticed the outside air. A cool breeze flew across his face. Subaru. Woa. He opened his eyes, slowly adjusting them to the darkness of the outside world. Spreading out in all directions over the vast horizon was a sea of sand, the Augria sand dunes, seen from a height unfathomable by Subaru. And watching over this spectacle was the dark sky, spotted with countless twinkling stars. And there, in the place that was supposedly the tower's balcony, her purple hair shining under starlight, surrounded by flocks of birds, was Anastasia. Chapter 32. Who? Before the unforeseen spectacle, Subaru couldn't be anything but dumbfounded as he gazed in amazement. It was a night wherein curious occurrences were happening consecutively, starting from him unintentionally dozing off, to running about in search of Anastasia Aridna, who had disappeared from the green room, catching sight of a bird which was not supposed to be inside the tower and chasing after it, losing sight of that bird at a dead end, and finding a concealed passage by investigating the familiar walls and floor. Subaru, after emerging from the tunnel, what lay before was a country of snow. The persiflage he spilled out made no contribution to explain this queer spectacle. What Subaru had passed through was not a wall or a tunnel, and neither what lay before his eyes was a snow country. A night where the wind was blowing through the sand sea. Twinkling stars emerged in the dark sky, and the dim scenery of sand dunes stretching afar was visible from the watchtower's balcony. Nothing corresponded with Subaru's words. Instead of that, Natsuki-kun, hearing Subaru's husky mumbling, a person's shadow, with hair dancing in the wind, turned towards him. The young girl held her purple, wavy hair down with her hand. Spherical, pale, cerulean eyes. Skin so fair it was distinctly visible in the darkness. Possessor of a lovely appearance. It was Anastasia, whom he had been searching. Subaru hesitated for a single instant upon her call. Subaru. It sure is the ideal spot with a picturesque scenery in the middle of the night, huh? Hiding his initial astonishment under his tongue, Subaru shrugged his shoulders before Anastasia. Upon his gesture and the topic he brought up, Anastasia smiled faintly, saying, "Sure, Anastasia. It's true the view's great, but it sure's sad that the scenery's all black. Would have been different had just the town been visible far away too." Subaru. That's true, but the charm of glancing into the sea of night isn't so bad either, you know. Besides, even if you say that. Saying so, Subaru pointed his finger towards the sky, instead of the unbroken view. Hooked by that, Anastasia too looked up into the sky. Visible was the entirety of the starry sky. Subaru. The air is cold and clear, and stars are really visible. It sure is romantic, isn't it, Anastasia? Anastasia, it's true the stars are pretty, and I agree the air's clear. But it makes you feel something aside from just viewing the stars, no? Subaru. And that something would be, Anastasia, the fact that the stars are visible itself. Was there ever a night where the stars were visible in the desert up till now? Told so by Anastasia in seeming amazement, Subaru clapped his hands, saying, "Ah!" What she had pointed out. It was indeed marvelous to be able to view the stars from the balcony like this, should the journey through the sand sea up until now be taken into consideration. It was impossible to spot the glitter of stars from the areas surrounding Pleiades' watchtower, because, Anastasia, the miasma's dark and thick, and must have spanned across the sky like clouds after all. Subaru. For that to not be here means that just this tower alone is unaffected by the miasma, or perhaps it may be at a height above the enshrouding miasma. Anastasia. At this height, well, that ain't impossible. Though he noticed only after viewing the scenery from the balcony. Their current altitude, the level pertaining to the fourth layer of the watchtower, was not at an height of a few dozens of meters above ground, but at an altitude of several hundreds of meters. Though it did not actually feel that way, the stairway from the fifth layer up to the fourth layer was of that length is what it meant. Subaru. But still, I don't know if it's accurate to judge distance in the middle of the tower from this spot. Standing parallel to the outer wall, Subaru looked up towards the tower instead of the scenery from the balcony and sighed. If his conjecture was correct, regardless of being at a position above the miasma, the summit of the tower, seemingly piercing through the clouds, could not possibly be seen. It was far too high up, regardless of the darkness. That is why the stairway to the second floor had greater than 400 steps. Therefore it was unquestionable that the tower was wasteful with regards to the outside. Anyhow, restraining his thoughts regarding the stars and the tower's height, Subaru had his eyes glance towards Anastasia, elegantly having her lips smile, with her hands behind her hips. Anastasia made no suspicious movement. All signs of vigilance or hostility were non-existent as well. At the very least, he confirmed she possessed no unconcealed animosity. Subaru. So, what's your excuse for this situation, Anastasia? Excuse? Subaru. Stealthily leaving the bedroom late at night, going through a secret passage nobody knows about, playing with birds in the night's breeze. Way too suspicious. Subaru raised his jaw and questioned Anastasia, who had a mystified expression. Birds? Yes, birds. In this place, the two of Subaru and Anastasia were facing each other, but multiple other spectators crowded the balcony aside from just those two. With not the slightest movement, they were birds which continued watching over the situation like artificial articles. Not one or two birds, they were not in such gentle numbers at all. The number of birds halted on the outer edge of the balcony with their wings resting was lower than 50, numbers which would make one think it was an entire horde. But the reason he hesitated to label it as a horde was because the variety of the birds was not uniform. A white bird, a blue bird, a black bird, a spotted bird, a large bird, a tiny bird, a slim bird, a plump bird, birds of mixed variety with no sense of oneness had assembled as a single set. That truth alone was quite bizarre, but what made Subaru feel even more ominous was the behavior of the birds which had constructed this spectacle. Despite such a multitude of birds present, not even a single flap could be heard, let alone a chirp. It was not confirmed if birds had the intelligence to mutually understand each other's will, but at the very least, these birds, without any sense of oneness, had their intent determined as one. Anastasia. It can't be helped that Natsuki-kun feel uneasy like this, but regarding such suspicion of Subaru's, Anastasia had her hand touch her cheek. Anastasia. Secret passage. That's really an exaggeration, ain't it? After all, Natsuki-kun managed coming here too. Subaru. That's, well, the bird sort of led me, you know. Anastasia. In that case, that's the same for me too. I was just strolling inside the tower at night. Then a bird jumped out of nowhere. I got curious wondering what was up with that, and ended up getting here. Anastasia. Why won't you trust me? Anastasia straightened her eyes as she let a bird she was holding with both of her hands fly freely into the sky. Though obvious, it was not a convincing explanation. He had no basis to deny it, but there's no way something so convenient happened. Pigeonholing himself, that was the conclusion Subaru arrived at. Subaru. This bird is Anastasia. I wonder what's up with these kids. Subaru. Yeah, that's what I want to ask. The gaze of the birds watching their exchange from a distance felt apprehensive, though the same also went for the evasive Anastasia's attitude. It was difficult to read emotions in the eyes of birds. Or perhaps they truly wielded no emotion. He could feel the alienation which would make him think that way. Just what are these birds? This balcony, this Anastasia thinking. Subaru. Knowing nothing like me. That is way too convenient a story for me to swallow. Anastasia. I'd also like to say something about Natsuki-kun not knowing anything. But it's really troubling. Everything's been so confusing ever after coming here. Dear, oh dear. Saying so whilst putting one hand on her eyebrows, Anastasia displayed behavior of drowning and lamentation. Looking at that Anastasia without letting his guard down, Subaru suddenly remembered something about birds. That birds fly over Augria sand dunes in the direction of Pleiades watchtower. He had heard that in the bar they had stopped by to prepare for crossing over the sand sea in order to head towards the tower. The bartender told them to look for birds in case they get puzzled over the way through the desert. Fortunately, Subaru and the rest did not make a blunder like being stranded in the desert, so it turned out to be a warning he almost entirely forgot about. But Subaru, looking at this now, makes me think that was not necessarily just some rumor. Despite receiving Subaru's whispering, the birds gave no response. They merely had their wings folded silently, and were letting their wings rest as if they despised flying in twilight. Despite being exposed to the chilling breeze, they did not huddle close to each other and refrained from sharing warmth. They merely had their gaze towards Subaru and Anastasia like exquisite dolls. Anastasia. These kids are always like that. I'm at a loss too. Subaru. Judging from my experience, that's a bit impossible for me to believe. Anastasia. Judging from experience, you say? Subaru, based on my experience upon heedlessly coming across a scene like this, it's generally promised that your life is in danger. Subaru had an abundance of near-death experience due to his heedless behavior, starting from being beaten to death by RM when he was loitering around the old mansion at night. A lot of stuff happened back then which is being left out. But Subaru's experience taught and made him conclude that heedless behavior death in its essence. And judging from those experiences of his, he thought of this situation to be quite dangerous. Anastasia. If that's so, then better add a new pattern to those judgments based on experiences of yours. That won't be happening this time. Anastasia, For the cowardly Natsuki-kun, the worst probability is if I'm plotting something. So I lured you to this tower and spun up some outrageous conspiracy. To harm Natsuki-kun or Emilia-san and the rest beyond repair is what you thought. Isn't it? Having gotten struck at the bull's-eye, Subaru slightly stiffened himself up. Looking at how Subaru was acting, Anastasia smiled, saying, "Easy to get, Anastasia. Relax. I'm not thinking about something so roundabout, and I've no hostility against Natsuki-kun, nor for anyone else in this tower. Not counting the trial takers. Subaru, Hala and Reed, The moment he voiced those names, Anastasia silenced herself with a bitter expression. Looking at that response, Subaru spilled his voice, saying, Subaru, you didn't hear about it cause you were sleeping, right? About that guy who newly appeared for the trial of the second layer. He is Reed Stria. The first-generation sword Saint. It seems like the arrangement was to have him appear from the past. Anastasia, this tower has a questionably outrageous layout. I wonder, just what was its creator thinking? Receiving Subaru's explanation, Anastasia lowered her voice and added one more thing at the end of her repulsed comment. Sensing the omission of the Kuraragi dialect's accent in her tone, Subaru halted his breath. Up until now, he had intended to treat her and deal with her as Anastasia. But after all, the true nature of her, who was before his eyes like this, was Subaru. Right now, only you and I are here. How about talking your heart out frankly? Anastasia, Subaru. To be honest, I can't make any progress with you, who is wearing the mask of someone else. No matter what I'm told, it's impossible for me to trust you down to my very core. That's why you say that you want to exchange words with me, not the me who acts as Anna. That instant, Anastasia's presence changed as if responding to Subaru's proposition. The mood surrounding her completely changed, though her form didn't change. The sense of existence he was standing off against definitely altered. The emotions dwelling in her eyes, the expression interweaving her thoughts, had changed completely. And, before Subaru, who halted his breath witnessing this transformation, Anastasia, no. The artificial spirit Echidna, who had been acting as Anastasia, slowly turned towards the outer edge of the balcony. With not a railing to prevent falling, only a fence of a pathetic height is all that the outer edge possessed. She slowly placed her hips on that fence, and gently caressed the head of the small white bird standing still right beside her. And, Echidna, it is indeed the first time we've exchanged words with just the two of us all alone here. Saying so, she accepted Subaru's proposal with a fleeting smile. Echidna, won't you come here? Subaru. No, I mean it doesn't have a railing, and my counter plans for safety are way too incomplete, so nope. Echidna. Not at all, I won't push you off even if you get closer with your guard down, you know. Subaru. No way am I trusting that tone. You're just like the original, when it comes to stuff like that. Subaru distorted his lips before Echidna, who was sitting at a boundlessly hazardous spot, and invited him without any malice. But perhaps she did not like the way he phrased his refusal, and furrowed her eyebrows frankly. And then, she said, you see? And raised a single finger as if lecturing him. Echidna, I've told you several times, but how about you stop viewing me together with that original witch or whatever? To say it clearly, it is nothing but unpleasant to be compared with someone unknown. That is, even if it is my own creator, Subaru. That goes for this manner of speaking too, but I guess so. My bad. I'll be careful. Echidna, kindly be. Echidna appealed to Subaru, with the same appearance and voice as Anastasia. In all honesty, from what he had pointed, it was truly just like the tone of the ill-natured witch Subaru was acquainted with, her insistence comprised of a circumstance whereby he must earnestly nod in assent. The truth is, if Subaru was told he was in existence similar to Echidna, it would be an opinion that would make him respond with something that would be terribly dishonorable as well. Anastasia, with that being said, Your worries are quite right. Seeing someone night after night head to a place noticed by nobody all alone would naturally make one suspicious. However, on top of accepting those misgivings as a matter of course, I shall deny your misgivings once again. Subaru, you sure are bold to be touching that bird without even being vigilant. Anastasia, did you hear what I said just now, Subaru? I heard it indeed. Immediately, their comments were at crossing paths with regards to each other. However, it couldn't be helped that what was far more mysterious to Subaru was the small bird. How she was caressing the ominous small bird's head like it was some artificial article than what she was saying. Things would have been different had this been a park in the afternoon, and the birds gave a further spirit reaction though. Subaru, aren't you afraid that you'll get killed if they, swarm together and peck your entire body? Echidna, well, your imagination is far more frightening. You won't say that this is another one of your judgments based on experience, would you, Subaru? You see, something happened where cute-looking rabbits jumped on me with all their energy, and things turned out like that. Thus, ever since he had been nervous of a large number of animals gathering at one spot, piling up multiple experiences of return by death, he had confirmed and could claim that there existed no easy death, but that memory was a remarkably awful manner of dying. Anastasia, you're actually making a pale face, so I won't put pressure on you. It's not as if I am affectionately familiar with these birds either, perhaps due to seeing Subaru's face get increasingly pale. Echidna promptly retracted her hand from the small bird, and then putting both of her hands on her knees, she once again gazed toward Subaru, saying, "Well then, Echidna, you suggested me to let my heart out frankly. I wonder what you want to talk about with myself who has forgotten about behaving like I was Anna. Subaru, for now, your relationship with this place and these birds. Echidna, regarding that, I can only respond with what I had answered as Anna. I was led to this place by a bird as well. Until then, I had not the faintest clue. Subaru. Despite the dejection for lack of substitution of that response, Subaru raised his eyebrows in pursuit of the faint catch to it. Slightly hesitating upon his reaction, Echidna continued. Echidna, to be completely honest, I was thinking of asking you the same thing. Subaru, asking me the same thing? Echidna, I was intending to be Anna, so it may have come off as a joke, isn't it? I found myself here as if I was led to this place. And now, I am having dialogue with you in this place. With you, who is standing in front of the entrance to return to the tower. Echidna, you are an acquaintance of Shola's, the keeper of this tower. At the very least, she treats you with that conviction completely. Taking that into consideration, being informed on top of just the two of us being in this place does seem cowardly to me, but engulfed by the words Echidna voiced, Subaru was unable to interrupt her comments. Before that, Subaru, Echidna cut her words off once, and whilst retaining Anastasia's face, presented a question. That question was, Echidna, Natsuki Subaru, just who are you? Subaru, just who you say, but Echidna, let's go back to the time before heading to Pristella, after the ceremony of conferring honors when you fulfilled the white whale subjugation, and the subjugation of Sloth 1 year ago. Anna conducted an investigation regarding you. That which Echidna had revealed perhaps had been one of the plans in Anastasia Camp's strategy for the royal election. Investigating Subaru, who had accepted the conferral of decorations as the knight of the rival candidate Amelia, must be something which can be called theory in a fight of this type. But the great merchant Anastasia Hoshin, who led the Hoshin Company, was Echidna. Your background could not be gained knowledge of. Anna complained that investigating the most minimal information alone was extremely difficult. Regarding that, I believe that perhaps the people around you know something rather than you yourself. That's what the result was. Controlling the information regarding Subaru. If there's someone doing that who has a deep connection with the camp, then the first one on the list would be Roswell, followed by Otto and Klein, perhaps. Anyhow, it would not be strange of them to be doing that. And they were either far too unkind or far too boorish to go out of their way and refrain from informing that truth to Subaru. Echidna, after all, What could be reached was only around the little happening you got involved with in the capital right before the commencement of the royal election. When Knight Reinhardt discovered the candidate felt, there is evidence that he happened to catch sight of you. But that is all. Any records prior to that were not supposed to exist. Henceforth, Echidna, though it's Anastasia in this case, Anastasia's investigation had followed up Subaru's footsteps nearly perfectly, excluding the fact that that was an insufficient result for them. Echidna narrowed her eyes, as Subaru silently wondered how he should respond. Until now, he has had multiple experiences of being unable to convey the information from return, by death, and burying it within himself, and subsequently suffering due to being unable to share the information. However, this was a first-timer for him, for the question to be just who Natsuki Subaru was, and the unidentified nature of his origins acting as chains. Subaru, I am Echidna, and that's how I just lined it all up. Subaru, Echidna unfolded both of her arms before Subaru, who tried to somehow wring out some words with a serious expression. Her tone was far too indiscreet, as Subaru stood dumbfounded. Receiving Subaru's reaction, Echidna nodded, saying, with a satisfied expression. Echidna, Anna and I recognized you as a newcomer knight with a pile of extremely meritorious deeds, with that kind of an unknown background. That was, until Pristella. I have no words for how that impression changed with the fight against the witch cult in Pristella, but I am aware that it is again changing slightly after coming to this watchtower. Echidna, I felt anxious for being with you alone late at night in a space beyond the sights of anyone, so even if I was on guard against you, I want you to forgive it as something which could not be helped. Folding her open arms, Echidna tilted her neck whilst smiling, and taken aback by the words he had heard from her, Subaru mumbled and moved his dry lips and earnestly pondered over how he should react. However, during the time he was pondering, he suddenly noticed that the fingers in Echidna's hands atop her knee wielded so much strength that they would turn white. Subaru, you, don't tell me. Are you seriously scared? Echidna, that comment is slightly upsetting. Just as an example, what kind of a relationship do you actually have with Shala? Without responding to Subaru's question, Echidna fired back a separate question. Subaru, I met Shala for the first time here. I don't know anything. Echidna, the trial of the third layer, was it a coincidence that you cleared it so quickly? Subaru, it was a coincidence. Echidna, in that case, what about you going through the secret passage camouflaged in such a way that it cannot be noticed at first glance, and calling out to me in a situation where I happened to be alone? What resumed persistently was Echidna's bitterness directed towards Subaru. By stockpiling questions before Subaru, she was conveying this. Subaru, how about you? Try imagining being in my position. Echidna, but still, due to various factors, I estimate you as an existence who has a low possibility of being hostile, and I want you to think of me revealing the depths of my heart as a proof of my good faith. With her hands on her slim chest, Echidna demonstrated that she had voiced her true mental state through her attitude. From Subaru's perspective as well, he very much wanted to agree with Echidna's words now that he once again looked back onto his origins and the suspicious nature of his actions. Very much so, but Echidna, it rather seems like my creator left deep wounds upon your heart, isn't it? The behavior of the artificial spirit Echidna indeed closely resembled that of the Echidna who was the witch of greed. So no matter how much good faith she devoted, it was difficult to truly trust her. This itself could precisely be called as the lingering scent of a witch. Subaru, I get what you're saying. I'm convinced. Keeping whether I'm able to trust or not aside, Echidna, your troubles have been conveyed quite well. Subaru, that is, even if you and I meeting here is a coincidence. Then, what's this place? What do you think this balcony-like place was made for? As a matter of fact, even if this Echidna was plotting something, there existed no evidence that would make her open her mouth. He complied with her, not because he trusted her, but because he considered it an inevitability. However, that and the fact that this place was a concealed space are entirely different subjects. Due to being concealed in everything, there must be some kind of worth to its existence. Echidna, I have a hypothesis regarding that. Do you remember what happened 3 days ago? In the desert? Subaru. 3 days ago. That'd mean before we reach the tower. Some totally messy stuff comes to my mind. Echidna. At the occasion of that ruckus, a white light attacked us when we were being pursued by the courtesan bears. It rather seems like that was Shola's doing. Then, this place is. Subaru. Her scaffold for observing the desert? Before Echidna's hypothesis reached its end, Subaru clicked his fingers. Her conjecture was convincing. The truth is, she had continued to snipe those who approached the tower with what she calls Hell's Snipe from a long distance. He'd wondered how she did that with there not being a single window or way to view outside of the watchtower. Echidna. Perhaps there are places like this connected through the circumference of the tower. From what it seems, this space is not in the direction from which we approach the tower. Subaru. What about the birds? Echidna. The birds are an enigma. Even if they are touched like this, they give no response. It's just that they still perhaps do have warm body temperature. They are not actually artificial. If possible, I'd like to dissect them. Looking down onto the birds beside her, Echidna straightened her spherical eyes with cruelty. However, as she drew her finger back, she stared intensely at that finger. Echidna. Unfortunately, I do not want to put any more burden upon Anna's body. Things would proceed faster if you would dissect the birds. Subaru. Well, I'll do it if it's really needed no matter what. In the 1 year he had spent living in the different world ever since being summoned, Subaru had gained some experience. Hunting birds or hare. Of course, killing for the sake of eating and killing for the sake of experimenting felt way too different, Subaru. After killing it, as for eating it. Echidna, yes, there was also the problem of remaining food supplies. Then, I would like to request around 20 of them. Subaru, bloody bastard, don't you know about the legend of Zelda? Indifferently requested to take the lives of a large number of birds. Subaru raised his voice harshly. Echidna rounded her eyes, having been yelled at over knowledge she had no way knowing. That aside, killing 20 would indeed aggravate his spirit, Subaru. Besides, upon killing there would also be some movement in these countless birds too, you know. Echidna. That seems undeniably frightening. In response to Subaru's distress, Echidna also put her hand on her mouth. The birds gave no reaction to the perilous conversation of the two, but their gazes alone were unchangingly fixed upon the outsiders to this place. That is, Subaru and Echidna. With the word sky burial accidentally appearing in his mind, Subaru detained Echidna's prompt judgment. Subaru, if we're going to do it, then let's do it after making some preparations. For the time being, let's keep it for later. Echidna. No attitude of running away either, huh? Got it. Very well. The truth is, it's difficult to even think about what could be gained from investigating these birds. Subaru. Please stop with an atmosphere of stuff like the spirit of inquiry or comments on the success of thirst for knowledge. Echidna. He thought that Echidna, despite truly not knowing the nature of the witch, maintained a behavioral style similar to the original, and resultantly he never let his guard down. Henceforth, Subaru ignored that aspect, and threw a question towards the spirit aspect of Echidna, which was unlike the witch. Subaru. I didn't really confirm it properly, but how's Anastasia-san? Echidna, just like earlier. Even now, Anna is continuing to sleep within the depths of this body. I've never dwelled in the body for this long, so I would be lying if I said I'm not getting impatient. Subaru. Impatient. Subaru considered the nuance and thought she must be talking about wanting to return to her former body. But Echidna shook her head left and right, saying, that's not it. Echidna, so far as it goes, Anna and I have a contracted relationship of a spirit and a user, though it's an imperfect relationship. An imperfect spirit, along with an imperfect user. I believe I have spoken about Anna's body. Subaru. About there being some defects in the gate and stuff. Echidna. That is close to the relationship between the present you and Beatrice. What's different from you two is that Anna's body has no receptacle to receive mana at all. In order for her to maintain her contract with me, she has no choice but to spend her OD. Subiru. He thought of that explanation as roughly the same as what he had heard before. However, Echidna believed Subaru's understanding was rather shallow, so she put a finger on her chest and, Echidna. This state is equivalent to me manifesting in Anna's stead, which means Anna's OD is being eaten up at an increased rate. Even now, moment by moment, Anna's OD is being graded. Subaru, I believe Ode was, like, the soul itself of the person, which means, Echidna. On top of assenting the dangers of having a contract with me, Anna took my hand. Ever since then, I hypothesized that someday the end would arrive. But now is, rather soon. That is why the body must be returned to Anastasia as soon as possible. That is how Echidna brought explaining the situation Anastasia and her had been placed into to an end. Upon hearing what she said, Subaru realized that he had been taking their circumstances far too lightly. Subaru, with that body, in that tattered state, can she really become something like the king? Echidna, do you mean that in the sense that you want Anna to abandon that privilege for the sake of your own master? Subaru, don't joke around. Nothing like that. Echidna. Anna will not draw back, no matter what, nor will she give up. I know that, Echidna asserted flatly before Subaru, who stepped ahead trying to raise his voice. Overawed by that vigor, Subaru blinked his eyes, and then timidly had his lips tremble. Subaru, does Anastasia-san want her own country so badly, even though if she gets her hands on it, she might have to immediately let go of it? Echidna, though perhaps shorter than what normal people have, Anna herself will utilize that short span of time ways better than the others. Besides, Anna has a reason to not give up the throne. Against Subaru's powerless voice, Echidna declared, putting her trust in Anastasia into it, and recited her reason to not give up the throne. It was, Echidna, because she wished for it. Echidna, who had already stood up, conceded towards him and faced Subaru head-on from the center of the balcony, gazing into the black eyes right ahead of her, as Subaru stood immobile at the words the pale cerulean eyes had conveyed to him. A heaviness unlike that of Pleiades' watchtower, of the trials, pressed Subaru down. Immobile, speechless, nor did Echidna say anything, and instead of emotionless too, only the sound of flapping wings slashed through the chilling night. The sound of flapping wings came from behind, as it was appended to the flock of birds who were resting their wings. Once again, a single bird flew towards the balcony. From behind. Just as before, Subaru had been standing with his back turned towards the outer wall of the watchtower. If a bird flapped its wings behind him, then it unquestionably came from the interior of the watchtower. Echidna, Subaru, had reached this place upon being led by birds. Then, naturally, that was also the case with the flapping of the third bird. What is the meaning of what you were saying right now? A voice somewhat astonished, somewhat in disbelief, echoed in the balcony. The birds spread their wings wide at once upon the voice of the standing man, and, giving rise to a terrible sound of flapping wings like a cloudburst, the birds attained flight lacking all vacillation, towards the night sky, towards the desert enveloped in the dusk, leaving Subaru, Echidna to seemingly drown in an ocean, along with Julius Juculius. Chapter 33. Left behind by a myriad of fluttering feathers, Abyss descended on the balcony in the night. Fearless birds spread their wings and took to flight into the murky night sky. One could almost say that falling from that lonely sky would have been easier than remaining in this place. If only that were true, Subaru would have wholeheartedly embraced that notion. At least, aside from this suffocating situation, that would have been the next worst thing. The location was the watchtower, on a balcony hidden by the night. Julius stood there, blocking the doorway, with doubt carved into his handsome features and rigid cheeks. In front of his line of sight were Subaru and Echidna, who had been secretly conversing in the night. To Julius, she would have been Anastasia, since they looked exactly alike. Julius, what you said just now, what did you mean? In that tense, congealing space, Julius repeated this over and over. The bewildered content of his words was no different from the moment before, but his voice sounded weaker with every repetition, like proof of the depth of his sorrow. When did you start listening to the conversation? Faced with Julius's question, Subaru forced his halted thoughts to move, and landed on this question. When did he start listening? That's the most important thing. The content of that conversation with Echidna Anastasia just now was definitely not something he should have been allowed to hear before he had been prepared. For in this watchtower expedition, the secrets kept by Subaru and Echidna were simply far too deep. Things ranging from artificial spirits, witch of greed, authority of gluttony, and their various implications. Subaru had hidden them all from Julius, having judged that they would only complicate things and bring him nothing but suffering. More than anything was the fact that Anastasia's spirit was sleeping, and that right now, the one inhabiting her body was the artificial spirit of Echidna. In other words, Anastasia. Come on, Natsuki-kun. Stop looking like that. Subaru. Ooh? Suddenly, lightly poking the stiff Subaru in the chest with her finger, Echidna put on a charming smile. Her tone and attitude were so perfectly like Anastasia's that for a moment, Subaru bulged his eyes in stupefaction and could not be entirely certain what was happening. Leaving Subaru behind as if dancing, Echidna did a turn on the spot, and Anastasia. I'm sorry, Julius, but it's not like we're leaving you out of the loop, you know. I just thought I'd talk with Natsuki-kun about some of the important things that'll be happening after we leave the Pleiades watchtower, that's all. Anastasia. We had to leave the green room since Rem and the baby ground dragon were there, you know. It's not like we're afraid of any special secret leaking out. But I was just in the mood for something extra secretive, so we moved around, and this just happened to be the only suitable place we could find. That's all. Clapping her hands together in front of her chest, Echidna slightly tilted her head as if to say, "Forgive me." That adorable gesture appeared to be just the kind of thing Anastasia would think of. But, unlike the one trying to distract away from the vital part of the story, Anastasia would never sink as low as this, as if trying to cover up an unfavorable scene after the other person had already seen it. The words only came across as barren and superficial. Actually, one might as well replace the as if with certainly there. It was a very undesirable situation. Having been caught off guard, Echidna probably shared Subaru's opinion. The only difference was that she just happened to be quicker than Subaru in taking action. And then, Julius. You are not Anastasia-sama, are you? Julius. Echidna, I want you to tell me, even when it's already come to this point, the fact that you are still trying to hide it from me tells me you probably weren't a bad person before you died. Through a faint glimmer of hesitation, Julius asked Echidna to her face. Hearing this, Echidna muttered, "Why, that's just, and for a moment appeared to be preparing to refute him. But, Julius, Echidna." Once again, Julius stopped her with his call, and, just like this, she turned Anastasia's face toward Subaru with an indescribable emotion stirring within those light onion-green eyes. But at this point, even Subaru couldn't think of a way to salvage this. Subaru. Julius, where do you want us to begin, Julius? From Anastasia-sama's body. In response to Subaru's question, Julius replied in a choked voice. That much was more than enough to discern his disturbed emotional state. But even so, it must be said that only a man like Julius would have been able to remain calm at a time like this, even if only on the surface. Or perhaps it may simply have gone too far beyond his limits, and too far beyond what emotions can convey. Echidna. Ever since the battle with the witch cult in Pristella City, Anna's spirit has been sleeping deep inside her body. So, right now, the one moving her body isn't Anna herself, but I, playing her role in her stead, until today. Echidna probably thought it was no longer possible to go on pretending. Plainly, without any setup, she simply spoke as if laying out the facts. In the middle of defending Pristella against the witch cult, Echidna took Anastasia's place and dueled with the witch cultists. After that, Anastasia's spirit had been asleep ever since. They had hidden this from Julius and Ricardo, and all the members of the Iron Fang before they set out for the Pleiades watchtower. This fact was only shared between Subaru and Echidna. Julius, why would you only share this information with Subaru? Echidna, he was not under the influence of the Sin Archbishop's authority, and so he was the only person outside the chaos of the situation. Besides, I, and artificial spirits of the same roots as Beatrice, have sealed a contract with a spirits arts user as well. I must confess, this was not my original intention. Only Julius. Only Echidna? Only he saw through my act as Anna, so I had no choice but to tell him. Hearing this explanation of why only Subaru came to know that it was Echidna inside Anastasia's body, Julius's eyes began to tremble beyond control. Of course, because Subaru saw through Echidna's performance. Julius, someone who barely knows her, something even a stranger should notice. I call myself her knight, and I didn't even notice it. Subaru. Stop, you dumbass. You can't say that. Julius. Subaru. Your situation. You were just in a bad situation. There was a huge thing that just happened to you, tying you down. And it wasn't just you. There's Ricardo and Mimi as well, wasn't there? I only noticed because... Anyway, it just happened by chance. Listening to Julius mocking himself with those words, Subaru tried to put a stop to his self-injury. However, in his failure of his duty as a knight, there were no words that could console him. In reality, just what could Julius have done? Was he really to blame for this? The Lord he devoted his loyalty to, his comrades with whom he swore his oath, his fellow knights that have always been his companions, and all the many, many more, everything he had accumulated up to now in his life as a knight, had collapsed like a wall of sand. How can he stand before them again? Stalwart. Elegant. A knight. How could he ever be called that again? If being a knight meant never permitting oneself to succumb to one's pain like a common human being, then being a knight was a curse for Julius Euculius. Julius. It is the duty of a knight to eliminate chance and be certain at all times. Subaru. Then a knight is... nothing but a troublesome title, isn't it? Julius. Take back those words and do not say them to me again. Right now I'm afraid I've lost some part of myself. Subaru's consoling rationalization simply bounced off in the face of Julius's knightly convictions. Watching as Subaru fell speechless from the emotions clogging up his throat, Julius shook his head. Julius, let's get back on topic. Echidna, what is your intention? Echidna. To return this body to Aina. That is the reason I brought you all to the Pleiades watchtower, even more importantly than the victims of gluttony and lust. Julius, in other words, you mean to say you never wanted this, and you have no way to restore Anastasia Salma, even if I slay you. Placing his hand on the knight's sword at his waist, Julius narrowed his eyes and threw her this perilous question. Receiving this, Echidna cast down her eyes and gently touched her own chest. Echidna, that I am an evil spirit and have taken over Anna's body for that reason. I cannot give you any evidence to refute that speculation. So, if you are convinced that I am lying to you, even if you choose to destroy me, I cannot stop you. But, at the end of her last syllable, Echidna continued after pausing only a beat. Echidna. But in that case, any possibility of restoring the consciousness of Anna's empty shell will be extinguished by your hand. In the worst case, it will become difficult to even preserve her life, and there is a chance that she will die. Echidna cut down Julius's suggestion and laid out her thoughts. Then, having said this, she softly lifted up her hands. Echidna. Of course, this is only a nonsense possibility I had no choice but to come up with because I want to live. Even I cannot say for sure whether my death would be the solution. If I must die so that Anna could live, I feel like I would be all right with that, though I really don't want to die. Julius. And why? Would you be willing to do that for Anastasia Sama? Echidna. The relationship between Anna and I are not complete. Therefore, perhaps it would not be right for a common spirit to take a spirit's arts user's rightful place. Cutting off her words there. Echidna looked at Julius and Subaru in turn. It seemed almost as though she was admiring the odd-looking pair who shared a bond quite different than that of a spirit and a spirit's arts user. Echidna. I like Anna, and I have been at her side ever since she was a young child. So I do not wish to abandon her, and I want her to be happy. That is my reason. Julius. Echidna. I would reveal this fact to you because it would have only led to unnecessary confusion. Anna herself had wanted to keep my existence secret, if possible. In fact, she was the reason I had remained hidden all the way until what happened in Pristella. It was all thanks to that child. Even back in Pristella, Julius would have been quite shocked if Anastasia announced that Echidna had been hiding inside her all that time. Subaru, who had prioritized retrieving Amelia above all else, could not possibly imagine what storm must be churning within Julius's chest at that moment. Only, in such a short span of time, what his lord had kept hidden, as well as the secret pertaining to the fundamentals of Anastasia herself, were all revealed to him at a time when they should not have been revealed. Just how much must all of this be weighing on Julius? Julius, I can understand your relationship with Anastasia-sama. It is difficult to believe everything, but I have no choice but to believe you, at least, in that it would be thoughtless to do anything to you right now. Echidna. Oh, is that so? I'm glad you chose rationally, Julius. I'm sure Anna would be glad as well. Julius. Letting go of the hilt of his knight's sword, Julius did not respond to Echidna's words, and only remained in silence, but he was far from having understood it, and it left him a sense of shame to think about it. Yet, in the blink of a moment, Julius cast this out of his mind. And, Julius, I just want to confirm this. Anastasia-sama's OD is the price for your ability to continue to manifest yourself. So, naturally, the more you strain yourself, the heavier the burden on Anastasia-sama's body will be. Is that correct, Echidna? Correct. That's the right way to understand it. If I eat well, sleep well, get some moderate exercise, take a generally healthy approach to life, it'd be just enough to counteract the toll on Anna's OD. Julius, if that's the case, then why did you pull that stunt on the second level? Just as Echidna was slightly recovering herself, lightheartedly joking in between her words, Julius struck her with this unexpected question. Considering what happened on the second level, it's only understandable that he would point this out. Julius. During my fight with the second-level examiner, Raida Stria, Anastasia-sama, using Anastasia-sama's body, you casted magic to assist me. It was at the time of the first clash between Julius and Reed, faced with the overwhelming power of Reed's swordsmanship, when Julius was helpless and on the verge of defeat. Echidna casted her enormous magical power toward Reed. Far from being a decisive strike, instead, the load on Anastasia's body went over her limit, and she fainted. But the problem was not the result. It was why did she do it? Just that. Julius. The burden of that act on Anastasia-sama's body could not have been light. After saying so much, your actions are still conflicting with your claims. So why? Subaru. That's what Julius pointed out was also what Subaru had been wondering. Back there, Echidna acted when Julius had been beaten, and carrying an expression as though he was prepared to die. There seemed to be a lie somewhere. Yet it didn't feel like it was pre-calculated. It must be pure speculation. But could Echidna have chosen to help Julius simply because, living inside Anastasia, they had already spent so much time together? Could it be something as simple as that? However, to Subaru's doubts, and to Julius's question, Echidna only replied, "I'm sorry," and deeply bowed on the spot. Echidna. Even I feel like a failure there. How should I say this? To a bystander, it might just seem embarrassing, but I made that decision from a strategic point of view. Julius. A strategic decision, Echidna. At the time, I had no idea whether the examiner of the second level had intent to kill. If I did not do it, we might have lost the fighting power of Julius. Of course, I wanted to avoid it. For Anna. Besides, Riadistria had his back turned. And so it seemed a perfect opportunity, in my eyes. But not only did it fail, I've caused you trouble. Apologizing and adding one more at the end for good measure, Echidna slowly raised up her body. There were no contradictions within her explanation. While it was true that to a bystander, it would have looked like foolish behavior, Subaru couldn't find any basis to refute her reasoning, emotional ones aside. Could such a story really be swallowed so easily? But, before Subaru could pursue the point any further, Julius, "All right, but please be careful not to do anything rash in the future." "Not for anyone else, only for Anastasia-sama, Echidna." "Understood." Subaru. "Huh." Julius gestured that he had understood and accepted, and nodded back at Echidna. Watching their exchange, Subaru kicked at the floor as if he wasn't sure if they were joking. "Subaru, how can you be convinced by that?" "Julius." "Subaru, I am convinced. Echidna will refrain from doing anything rash in the future." "What else is there to say? This is a matter between Anastasia-sama and Echidna, and between Anastasia-sama and myself." "Subaru, Julius, it seems you have been caught up in this by some strange mistake. But this is an internal matter within the Anastasia camp. This is not your pain to bear." Listening to Julius trying to distance him from the problem, Subaru clenched the back of his jaw. It's not as if Subaru was carrying this pain because he one-sidedly wanted to. "Subaru, whether or not I take this upon myself is my own business, isn't it?" "Julius, so you can take this upon yourself, yet deny me the right to face my own problems? I don't seem to recall you ever telling me about Anastasia-sama and Echidna." "Subaru, Julius. Sorry, I shouldn't have said it, but it is the truth." Wrenching this out in a choked voice, Julius turned his eyes away. Within that voice, that stubbornness, Subaru finally noticed it. Julius had not remained calm at all. Far from hiding the tempest raging in his heart, he could not even keep it from seeping through to the surface. Having lost his own existence, even the one thing that remained to him, his loyalty to his lord, was a lie. And their promise to tell each other every concern had been broken. Even so, the man named Julius was not supposed to be subject to emotions. "Julius, I don't intend to argue. For Anastasia-sama, we must find a way to deal with this situation as soon as possible. Echidna, I hope I can count on your sincere cooperation." "Echidna, of course, since you have already found out. I suppose there is no reason for me to continue playing Anna anymore. Well, if you can tolerate me in the form of Anna, that is." "Julius, that is fine. I must restore Anastasia-sama to the way she was, and looking at this form will remind me of what I must do." Hearing of his intention to hurt himself to strengthen his resolve, Echidna put on a sad expression. But Julius had already turned up to the sky, without seeing her face. As if noticing for the very first time that the night sky from atop the balcony was untouched by the miasma, he squinted his eyes under the radiance of the stars. "Julius, there's no reason to stay here for long. Let's go back inside. As for Anastasia-sama's body and Echidna, let's tell Emilia-sama and the others tomorrow." "Echidna, oh, all right. I will prepare for it as well." Saying this, Julius gently took Echidna's hand and began to walk. Surely, it was exactly the same as what he had always done for Anastasia. Whatever was inside, his loyalty to Anastasia will not change, even if she was sleeping deep within her body. Even if she had forgotten Julius. "Subaru. Julius!" Feeling something painful at the sight of his figure, Subaru shouted out to him, having been abandoned by memories while he still remembered everything about the others. Having nothing left except a struggle, desperately relying on that sentiment. Having been there himself, he understood that pain. Even if he was forgotten, he cannot forget. That thought alone gave him the impulse to move. "Julius." Julius halted his steps and, still holding on to Echidna, did not turn around. The fact that his back remained perfectly straight, in spite of all the turmoil within his heart, was just totally frustrating. Subaru, isn't there something you want to say to me? Regarding Echidna, regarding Anastasia's body, he had kept it all from him. Tonight, he had promised to take over for spending time in the green room. But Subaru broke that promise and secretly met with Echidna on the balcony. He could make excuses. There were reasons. It's not that he meant to, but regardless of what he meant, or whatever his reasons or excuses, his heart could not pull free. So why won't you raise your voice to shout at me? Swear at me and just let out your rage? Subaru couldn't be sure whether it was his own sense of guilt, or whether Julius truly thought this. Surely, Julius wouldn't raise his voice or spit out abuses. Julius, there is. Subaru. Julius, I understand why you thought you should hide this truth from me. You meant no harm. It was only out of concern and consideration. I agree with your apprehensions. If we switched places, I would have kept my silence as well, Subaru. Julius. But even so, looking up to the sky, with a voice as if wrenching it out, Julius, whether it is myself, or Anastasia-sama, or you, I don't want to be thought of as someone unworthy of being a knight. He didn't need any special procedures to get back into the tower. Just like the way he entered the balcony, he only had to crawl down below waist level to get through the hidden passage and come out inside the tower. While crawling on his knees, the pointless thought suddenly occurred to him that Julius must have crawled through here in the exact same way. Unfortunately, since he had already crawled back earlier, Subaru lost his chance to record this into memory. It was because he was so overwhelmed by Julius's last words that he remained there, speechlessly for a while. Subaru. If he didn't say anything, then he wasn't dishonest, he thought. Except that wasn't the case. Most likely Julius believed that even if he had shouted and sworn at Subaru, who was plagued by guilt, it would not have brought him any comfort, and since his virtue would not allow it, he could not throw his rage and complaints, but only swallow them silently on the spot. But that was not the case. The words Julius left behind in the end had stuck into his heart like a thorn. Perhaps Subaru would have felt better if he had been yelled at, but since he did not want to feel better, perhaps it was best that Julius hadn't said anything. However, the reality was not like that. The thorn left by Julius insisted on pain, and blood continued to flow from its piercing wound, deep enough to make him hesitate about pulling it out. Subaru, I can't go back to the green room anymore. Chances are Julius had already escorted Echidna back to the green room by now. After that, it would be unlikely that he'd go search for a bed in the dragon carriage left in the lower levels. This deep-rooted problem, the sheer depth which was the fault of Subaru's own poor judgment, was not something that can be cleared up overnight. At least, it would take time, and simply holding calm discussions will not be enough to resolve it. Thinking about it that way, he felt a little embarrassed about going back to the dragon carriage. Even though he knew Julius would not go back there, he would still feel somewhat guilty about tugging himself into a warm futon right now. However, at this late hour, there was no one Subaru could spill his heart to. The sleeping Rem and Subaru's best buddy Patrasche were both in the green room, where he was too afraid to approach because of Julius and Echidna, and he couldn't exactly wake Emilia and Beatrice up to make them listen to his whining. So, at this point, there was no one Subaru could. Rem. Barusu? Hearing that voice, Subaru made a quiet sound with his throat and halted his steps. Turning around, surprised, in the middle of the fourth-level passageway, where footsteps struck on the stone floor, he saw the form of the pink-haired girl, Ram. Ram's light red eyes were wide open, looking over Subaru from head to toe. Ram, it's been a while since I've seen you make that face. Disreputable. Subaru. Why are you immediately saying that right after we meet? Come to think of it. What are you doing here this late, Ram? I could ask you the same thing. Although, what Barusu could be up to at this hour would be unimaginable. In front of Ram, who crossed her arms as she approached him, Subaru tightened his cheeks at her words. Just the thought of what she might actually be imagining pulled a shadow over Subaru's face. Seeing Subaru do this, Ram shrugged her shoulders sadly. Ram? Anyway, you were bothering Ram with your whining again, weren't you? Even though Ram's little sister is cute and forgiving, don't be too unreasonable. Subaru. Yeah. Well, you're right. Ram? Seeing Ram's eyes slightly widen as she heard this, Subaru let out a bitter smile. He didn't tell her his true feelings, but only what she might have guessed based on his daily activities. It was true, just as Ram said, that Subaru often spent his nights at Ram's bedside. In fact, he had already done so tonight, and it was only natural that Ram would think he had just left. But today, it was not only that. Ram? Stop making that miserable face. Subaru. Oof, Ram. With that pathetic, miserable expression, you look even lower than a base manservant. Looking like that, people will begin to suspect Emilia-sama's character for taking a Barusu as her knight. Please revise. He felt Ram's finger flicking his drooping forehead. Subaru's eyes teared up from the force, and just as he was about to protest, Ram disinterestedly humphed through her nose, shutting him back up. All the while, she herself seemed perfectly at ease. Subaru. Geez, really. Ain-sama is Ain-sama after all. Ram? Please don't disgust me with your thoughts, Subaru commented while stroking his forehead, and Ram put on an expression as if disgusted from the bottom of her heart. To be consoled by such an attitude, he really must be pathetic. No part of what she said had carried any expression of warmth or sympathy, but, somehow, that was what it meant to him. Subaru. Ram. What were you doing at this hour anyway? Ram, disgusting. Subaru, don't just suddenly end the conversation like that. We only just started. Hopelessly shrugging his shoulder, Subaru let out a quiet sigh and turned his eyes to the passageway behind Ram, where she had come from. Although the fourth floor was very wide, there was nothing particularly remarkable here. There was a green room, and the luggage they brought up from the dragon carriage, and the staircase to the second floor. Ram. Subaru. Unless you went up there alone. Ram. Don't worry, I'm not as reckless as him. It doesn't seem like it, but I'm not conceited enough to think I can do anything with Reed Astri alone. Imagining something he'd rather not think about, Subaru twisted his lips, and Ram laughed through her nose as she denied his suspicions. Hearing her subtle reference to Julius's stubbornness hidden within her words, the mere thought of it twisted at the thorn in Subaru's chest. Ram. It seems something happened between you and Julius. Had a fight? Subaru. Am I that easy to read, Ram? Barusu is as easy to read as Ram is intelligent. The latter has more to do with it, but it's nothing to worry about. No. Of course the former has plenty to do with as well. It won't take long to get everything out of you under torture. Subaru. The fact that you're assuming I'd be placed under torture is kind of frightening, you know. Watching Subaru pick at his own cheek, Ram just squinted her eyes. Seeing that she wasn't kidding, Subaru shuddered a little. It's true that, considering Subaru's position, it was not entirely unlikely that Emilia's enemies in the royal selection might resort to this kind of barbaric measures. Maybe it would be a good idea to watch out for that after all. Subaru. In that case, what were you doing here, Ram? I didn't go up to the second floor. I only tried to go up. Subaru. I thought you just said you weren't that reckless. Unless, were you thinking of attacking him while he's asleep? Subaru had no qualms about using any means necessary to win. It might be understandable if Ram thought the same and planned to stealth attack Reed in his sleep. The question was whether this Reed, which appeared to have been reproduced from the records of the past, really slept. And even if he did sleep, could she really manage it? Ram. Unfortunately, it's impossible to attack him while he's sleeping. I turned back halfway up the stairs. He really is an abnormal monster. He'd almost make Garf look cute. Subaru. Although, after getting to know Garfiel, he is pretty cute, Ram. Not his antics, I meant the level of danger he poses. The way she put it, she didn't actually deny that Garfiel's antics were cute. But since they were in the middle of something more important, Subaru squeezed his brows and forgot about it. Ram. I'm convinced now. If one side has no qualms about using any means necessary, then the other side would use any means necessary as well. Like we've discussed, in order to beat him, we must not let him take it too seriously, and only then satisfy his conditions. Subaru, Just to make sure of that, you went up to the second level alone, Ram. Do I have to say it again? I didn't go up to the second level. It's too difficult for Ram at this moment. Confirming that they simply weren't strong enough, Ram warned of the need for preparations before challenging the second level again. Speaking of needing more time, the thought of his argument with Echidna and Julius resurfaced once more, and Subaru couldn't help but take on a difficult expression. Ram? Barusu? Subaru. No, it's nothing. Well, it's not totally nothing, but it doesn't matter right now. Most likely we'll have a proper talk tomorrow, Ram. A remarkably ambiguous statement. Subaru. That's kinda what I was going for, but it's not what you think. As expected, even here I've done something ungrateful, and it's a bit hard to recover from it this time. He's done enough for now. It was a strange crack that he wasn't sure if he could completely mend, and he wouldn't want to complicate it anymore and spread the crack even wider. Watching Subaru go limp, Ram still wasn't convinced, but decided to let it go. Ram, in any case, conquering the second floor. Defeating Reed will require more time and effort. At least, it would be nice if we could count on Shola's support. Subaru. Well, it wouldn't be exaggerating to say that she couldn't exactly be counted on, although if she didn't help us earlier, we'd all be charred black under the sand right now. Without Shola, they would never have been able to reach the exam on the second level in the first place. But even with that in mind, she had been a disappointing sage ever since they entered the tower. Of course, if they could borrow the examiner's own hand to pass the exam, it would be quite exceptional indeed. Ram. If we only ever take the high road, we're bound to get stuck in a deadlock here. Subaru. It's not like I think it'd be better to take a more innocent approach, but purely on a case-by-case basis, it just wouldn't work this time. Ram, you say that so effortlessly. Ram doesn't have that kind of leisure. Dissatisfied with Subaru's answer, Ram shrugged her shoulders, and, while slowly turning her back, Ram. If you don't go to bed soon, it'll hurt your performance tomorrow. I'll head back to the dragon carriage as well. Subaru. Yeah. He wanted to explain why he couldn't go back, but it was too difficult. On the other hand, looking back and seeing Subaru mumbling this way, Ram spilled a small sigh. Ram. As you like. But if you drag us down because you didn't get enough sleep, I'll twist it off. Subaru. No. Twist what off? Ram. I'll leave that to your imagination. With a wave of her hand, Ram headed in the direction of the stairs to the lower levels, without touching on what he didn't want to touch on, leaving him to stand up by his own efforts. Could that have been her consideration? Watching the thin back walking into the distance, even know that she won't see it. Subaru raised up his hand. Subaru. Good night, Nisama. See you tomorrow. Ram. Ram is not Barusu's N-sama. Stop calling me that. Her last denial carried no strength within it, as if she had already accepted, and only resisted for the sake of it. Watching Ram's figure disappear after leaving those words behind, Subaru clicked the bones in his neck and whispered, what am I gonna do now? He can't go to the dragon carriage anymore, and it's too difficult to return to the green room. In that case, he could either find some other place to rest until the morning, or find a place where he could do something meaningful with his time. Subaru. If I just want a place to sleep, I could find a suitable room. The top candidate would be the room where they stored their luggage. The dragon carriage's cargo and food supplies have all been moved into that room, though it'll be hard to find something he could use as a pillow. The bottleneck was just how to find some way to reduce the pain on his body while sleeping on the floor, aside from sleeping in the dragon carriage. Or... Subaru. Think about how to conquer the second floor, how to defeat Reed. Honestly, that would be the most constructive choice. Most of the problems surrounding their current situation were about capturing this watchtower. Though it can't be said with certainty, it would nevertheless play a huge role in improving their situation. That evening, the consensus they reached on how to defeat Reed was to make him not take something seriously and then seriously satisfy his conditions, or something vague along those lines. At the very least, if there was a chance he could reduce some of that vagueness. Subaru. That's it. And coming to this point, Subaru snapped his fingers. As the idea flashed through his mind like a lightning strike, Subaru changed the direction of his steps with a bash. Subaru. If this goes well, though he cannot say for sure, it should be a move that could greatly advance the situation. Setting his heart on that thought, Subaru sprinted toward his goal. In the watchtower in the night, loud, spirited echoes of Subaru's footsteps rang out. Only the lonely echoes of a single person's footsteps. The sensation of waking was like the moment of emerging out of the water's surface, pulling the dreaming, unconscious body upwards, using a breath to restore the entire body to reality. The consciousness slowly reawakened, and, breaking through the water's surface, he was born. If sleep was death and wakefulness was life, then that description would not have been far off. Anyways, such poetic sentiments aside, he gradually began to wake. Subaru! Hey! Subaru, are you all right? Subaru. The wa. The moment he opened his eyes, immediately stricken by the beautiful face in front of him, Subaru rolled to the side, and, not rolling very far before running out of surface, he dropped a short distance and landed on his shoulder. Subaru. Nya, eek. Subaru. You alright? Why did you start rolling all of a sudden? Subaru. And no, it's not like I willing decided to roll or anything. Squeezing his banged-up shoulder and lightly shaking his head, he pushed himself up. And then, in the blink of an eye, Subaru was confused. It was a green room. The entire interior of the room was covered by sprawling ivy that completely hid the walls behind them. If he was told that the whole outlandish-looking room was made of ivy, he probably would have believed it. And apparently Subaru was lying on the floor beside a bed woven from ivy at the very center of the room. That was probably what he rolled off of, would be his analysis of the situation. It was funny that Subaru could make such judgments so calmly, but there was reason for that. It looks like you didn't hit anything too hard. That's good, but I got really worried. You know, you shouldn't scare me like that. Amelia. If you say it like that, Subaru won't reflect on it, I suppose. If you don't say it more severely, Betty's worries won't get through to him. I guess you're right, but I'm surprised Beatrice would be saying that. After going into such a panic when you couldn't find Subaru, you were almost in tears when you found him lying there. You don't have to mention that part. Can you not mention that part, I suppose? In front of his eyes, the conversation started going out of control. Nodding stupidly to the rhythm of the bickering that made him want to smile, Subaru turned around. Sitting on the floor and breathing behind him was some kind of huge animal. Subaru. There was a giant lizard, with black scales covering all over its skin. It was a huge lizard the size of a horse. The strangest part was that it was gently snuggling up to Subaru's neck with its nose. Seeing that it was friendly, Subaru gently petted the lizard on its head, and then he let out a sigh. Subaru. In other words, this is it. Calm and collected. Slowly, he breathed out these words. Seeing Subaru like this, the two girls in front of him tilted their heads. Subaru? And, like two sisters speaking with the same breath, they simultaneously called Subaru's name. A silver-haired girl who was so beautiful that his eyes wanted to explode, and a fairy-like little girl in a pretty dress. A beautiful silver-haired girl, a drill loli, a giant lizard, and a room made of ivy. Subaru opened his mouth wide and shouted it out. Because this is Subaru. I've been summoned to a parallel world, D. Andy.